Stick with me, you and I are diving into a world where the end came out of nowhere. A sudden plague, wiping out everything. Our guy, Yang Hao, is not exactly a survivalist. When a zombie lunges, he just freezes, completely paralyzed by fear. But then he spots a broom nearby. With his life on the line, it is time for him to do or die. He grabs the handle, closes his eyes, and thrusts it straight at the monster with everything he has. Lucky shot, the zombie impales itself and drops dead. Suddenly, glowing bubbles float out, forming a system notification window. Congratulations, Master. You have activated the Attribute Collection System and your personal status board is now live. He picks up Strength +1, Speed +2, and Spirit +0.3. Yang Hao currently has 31 Strength. His speed is now at 4, while a normal person hits 7. As for his Spirit, it is at 6.3, beating the average of 5. Reading this, Yang Hao just stands there totally confused. But as a hardcore web novel fan, he realizes this is the legendary system. He starts laughing like a maniac. Heaven has not abandoned him, but his loud celebration, it just attracted another hungry zombie from nearby. He bolts immediately, but as he runs, he notices something weird. His body feels light, he is actually getting stronger. Passing by zombie corpses, more light dots fly out and sink right into his body as he runs. The more he runs, the more energy he feels. Those glowing dots are definitely the cause of his power. Now pay attention here, this is a game changer. Those bubbles are free attribute points he can absorb to grow stronger. But the honeymoon phase ends fast. Yang Hao realizes a whole pack of zombies is now hot on his heels. It turned into a literal train to Busan. He spots an open door and dives inside to find a place to hide. He managed to lure a whole crowd. Luckily, these brainless monsters are not exactly tactical geniuses. Once inside, he barricades the door with heavy furniture. But then, a chilling growl echoes from the shadows. He turns around and sees a zombie crawling on the floor, eyes rolled back, looking absolutely terrifying. Its lower half is pinned under some rubble. Wait, that is the owner of this snack shop. He catches his breath and smashes it with a wooden chair. Sorry, boss, but you had to go. After dealing with those 3 thugs earlier, he knew one thing. Being soft in the apocalypse only gets you killed. This zombie drops attributes and a mysterious red envelope. Do all kills drop loot like this? A red envelope? This boss must have been rich. He touches it, and a notification pops up. He got a stimulant pill. It pushes the body to its limit, instantly doubling his strength. This is huge. You and I both know that is a massive win. But the scratching at the door brings him back to reality. Survival priority 1, water. You can last 7 days without food, but only 3 without water. For food, he grabs canned goods and biscuits. Long shelf life, easy to carry, and very practical. As for a weapon, he finds an old hoe and uses some shelving to reinforce it. Using his knowledge, Yang Hao quickly gathers everything he needs to survive the night. Suddenly, the wall crumbles as zombies bash their way in. But this time, Yang Hao is locked and loaded. He grips his hoe and swings at the horde. It is dull, so it takes a few tries to actually kill one. But wait, he still gains a point of strength just for landing the hit on the monster. He does not even need the kill to get stats. Knowing this, he starts swinging his hoe like a madman. By the 250th swing, 3 zombie heads are crushed, dropping a red envelope and a bronze chest. Looking at his hands, a wide grin spreads across his face. He finally understands how the grind works. Whether it is a kill or a critical hit, the attribute drops are almost the same. This is broken. He checks his new loot. A combat saber technique from the envelope, and a 7-star saber from the chest. This blade weighs 3 kilograms, reinforced for pure destruction, plus 50% attack power. It even gives a +5 strength boost. With this weapon, Yang Hao feels like an absolute beast. He cannot just hide here forever. It is time to hunt. Those 3 bastards better be ready for him. Bullying his people and insulting his goddess? They are dead. He charges into the horde, blade glowing with fire. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, things are looking very different for some survivors. And trust me, you and I are going to hate these 3 thugs for the sick things they do for fun. Alright, you and I are diving into a world where the bullies have finally turned into mindless zombies. They are actually joking about Yang Hao turning into one of them, hoping he is suffering, but they are dead wrong. Yang Hao is currently slicing through zombie heads like he is cutting fruit, charging forward with absolute power. Suddenly, he spots those 3 punks running his way. He quickly ducks aside, preparing for some sweet payback. They are basically delivering themselves right to his doorstep. He acts tough, but the moment he sees the massive sea of zombies trailing behind those 3, he immediately turns tail and runs. The zombies nearby are all being lured toward them now. He decides to let those punks live for just a few more minutes. He mutters for them not to die too easily yet. While sprinting, he opens a brand new system reward he just earned. He just learned the professional driver skill, making him a master of all vehicles and basic repairs. This will definitely come in handy for his escape. After running for a bit, Yang Hao finds himself in front of the girls' dormitory. Suddenly, a woman pokes her head out and starts screaming. She yells at Yang Hao, asking why he is there and telling him to get lost before he brings more zombies to her. This woman is Fang Qingqing, his former superior. Seeing her still alive actually makes Yang Hao feel a little disgusted. Since he is not moving, Fang Qingqing screams again. She asks if he is still close with that fox, Kai Jing. She tells him to go find her at the cafeteria. The second he hears Kai Jing's name, Yang Hao completely freezes up. Seeing his reaction, Fang Qingqing mocks him. She sneers that his legs must have turned to jelly from fear of the zombies. Now pay attention, because things are about to get heated. 3 zombies suddenly lunge at Yang Hao, fueled by all the noise. Without flinching, Yang Hao swings his blade. A literal wall of fire erupts, incinerating every single zombie that dares to get close. He looks up and warns her to shut up. He threatens to lead the entire horde right up to her floor if she says another word. Witnessing this impossible strength, Fang Qingqing's jaw drops. She cannot believe this coward has suddenly become so incredibly powerful. However, Yang Hao is starting to feel the pressure from the sheer number of monsters closing in. Fang Qingqing lured way too many here. Even if he hides inside the building, he will just be cornered and killed. He has no choice but to make a break for a nearby car. Luckily, the owner fled in such a rush that the keys are still inside. There is zero time to waste. Yang Hao slams the gas and speeds away, but not before giving a little goodbye. He yells that he is leaving the zombies and a broken door as a gift for her. Fang Qingqing is absolutely livid, screaming insults from her window. Yang Hao feels a rush of adrenaline as he mows down the zombies blocking his path. The car blazes down the road, smashing through the undead before crashing into a tree, triggering a massive explosion. While the noise distracts the horde, Yang Hao slips away toward the principal's office. His plan worked perfectly. Once he reaches safety, he excitedly checks the 2 treasure chests and the reward he just picked up. He learns the Great Eagle 3 Strikes technique. He also receives the Tiger Roar dagger, a heavy weapon that massively increases his combat power. Next is the Half Moon Shield. It weighs 20 kilograms but provides a huge boost to his defensive strength. Yang Hao is incredibly satisfied with this new gear. He now has weapons for every range. He decides to rest here for the night, observe the area, and move out tomorrow. Suddenly, his survival instincts scream. He senses a deadly threat lurking right behind the door in front of him. Yang Hao cautiously approaches, slowly pushing the door open to see what is waiting inside. You and I are seeing this, right? Yang Hao is pale and drenched in sweat. He finally realizes why the rest of the building was empty. Someone has been intentionally hanging live humans here as bait to lure all the zombies into one spot. It has only been 3 days since the apocalypse started, and people are already acting like literal monsters to survive. While he is distracted, a figure suddenly appears from behind and shoves him into the room. A voice mocks him for finding this place. The voice tells him he is staying here forever. Before Yang Hao can react, he is locked inside with the starving zombies. With his back against the wall, he draws his flaming blade to fight for his life. He is furious. He swears that if he makes it out of this room alive, every single one of those bastards is going to die. Meanwhile, in another part of the campus, a young woman sits on the floor, shaking with pure terror. She begs them not to come closer, but a man approaches her, telling Ye Fenghua she was only kept alive for this very purpose. He reminds her that they could have just tossed her to the zombies a long time ago. Ye Fenghua is sobbing, begging for mercy. She screams that even if she becomes a zombie, she will never forgive them. This man is Su Dongzhou, the honorary principal. He looks at her and licks his lips with a disgusting, perverted grin. And that is where we leave it. He tells her she has 2 choices. Serve all 3 of them, or be taken by force. Wild, right? Alright, stick with me as we watch these 3 creeps cornering Ye Fenghua with their weapons. Switching back to Yang Hao, after a brutal struggle, the entire zombie horde is finally wiped out. He slumps on the ground, gasping for air. Is the system broken? Not a single attribute point has been added yet. Suddenly, countless light motes surge into him. His stats are absolutely exploding like a massive tidal wave. Absorbing all those points makes Yang Hao feel like he is about to explode. He screams in agony as a red system warning appears. Warning: host body overloaded. Yang Hao's physical form begins to rapidly transform and compress under the pressure. Man, this system is definitely glitching out. The agonizing pain just keeps coming, and there is no end in sight. Meanwhile, Su Dongzhou corners Ye Fenghua. He sneers, telling her to strip now, or they will do it for her piece by piece. Now pay attention here. The door swings open, and Yang Hao steps in with a completely different look. Wow, quite the party you have here. Su Dongzhou and his goons just stare, asking who this stranger is. Yang Hao fires back with a cold glare. Seriously? Does nobody recognize me? My voice should sound very familiar to you. It is Principal Su Dongzhou. He realizes this is actually Yang Hao and breaks into a cold sweat, paralyzed with shock. It is you! How are you still alive? He panics, wondering how he escaped that many zombies. Plus, he was just a fat guy. Yang Hao ignores him completely, walking straight past the creeps toward Ye Fenghua. Seeing the state Ye Fenghua is in, he knows for a fact that these men are absolute animals. The principal tries to act tough, claiming he is still the leader. Yang Hao just gives him a friendly, chilling smile. This blade just sliced through 50 zombies, so it is a bit worn. I wonder if it still cuts humans easily? He already decided their fate after seeing that room. Save those excuses for the victims you tortured. No more mercy from me. Su Dongzhou immediately backed away, hiding behind his armed thugs, shouting provocatively. Go ahead and try. But I doubt you will even get the chance. The two thugs lunge at him together. But with his massive new stat boost, Yang Hao swats them away like flies. You guys are way too slow. Is that really all you've got? Pathetic. Okay, let's pause for a second. The principal finally remembers who he is dealing with. You are that kid, Yang Hao, the one who failed the dorm job interview but kept dreaming about university. Look, you have got talent. Join me and I will make sure you are swimming in cash. Before he can finish, Yang Hao lands a heavy punch. Too much talk. Killing you now would be way too merciful. Money? What good is money in this apocalypse? One thug sees the tide turning and runs toward Ye Fenghua, screaming. Yang Hao, please. I was forced into this. These guys made me hand over my own girlfriend to save myself. They threatened me with weapons. Fenghua, you are my girl. Tell him. Help me out here. You want to see me die? Have you forgotten everything I ever did for you? Yang Hao has heard enough. He grabs the coward by the throat and hoists him up. You absolute piece of trash. Calling you an animal is an insult to animals. He tosses the loser aside and grabs the last thug by the skull. And you are just as bad. Yang Hao does not want blood attracting more zombies, so he just drags all three out. Get lost. They scramble away, tripping over each other, but their noise just draws every zombie in the area right to them. As the screams fade and the attribute points roll in, Yang Hao actually feels a little bit of regret. Dead already? That was far too easy for scum like you. He turns back to Ye Fenghua, trying to calm her down. They are gone for good now. Fenghua is still shaking, eyes totally blank. She whispers, asking him to please close the window. I am scared. Yang Hao shuts the window tight and looks over at her. Do you have any water? I am parched. Still dazed, Fenghua slowly brings a glass of water over to him. Paralyzed by fear, she starts hallucinating that he is going to scream at her for being too slow. Yang Hao notices her spacing out and tells her to be careful. Miss Ye, watch your step. She snaps out of it but loses her balance, tripping and falling right on top of Yang Hao. You and I both know where this is going. Yang Hao's nose starts gushing as she frantically tries to apologize. All right, stick with me. You and I are jumping into a world where even a simple meal is now a luxury. Yang Hao is blushing hard. Those three bastards really did a number on his head earlier. Being single this long makes every touch feel electric. Suddenly, a scream shatters the silence, and he rushes to check it. Ye Fenghua is terrified, staring at the storage room wall as something heavy bangs against it from the other side. He tells her to stay back and find some food while he handles the situation. He is not taking any chances. Inside the storage room, he pulls a massive broadsword from the special belt he earned during the last zombie massacre. This gear has 20 slots for weapons. And the best part? It adds 0 weight to his loadout. He moves in and wipes out the zombies in an instant. Now, completely drenched in blood, he needs a break. He decides a shower is long overdue. He has not washed since the world went to hell. Thinking about those three bastards makes his blood boil. Survival is hard enough without dealing with human trash. But with his system, he knows those three are already dead men walking. He can't help but laugh. Distracted by his thoughts, he swings the bathroom door open, totally unaware that Ye Fenghua is already inside. Yang Hao, why didn't you knock? She screams, clutching a towel as she bolts out of the room. She realizes she forgot her clothes and has to awkwardly head back. The next morning, a delicious aroma wakes him up. He opens his eyes and sees his goddess, Kai Jing, standing there. He immediately pulls her into a tight hug. Kai Jing, thank God you are safe. But as he pulls back, he realizes he is actually holding Ye Fenghua. Why is it you? He stammers an apology, but then she mentions Kai Jing, and he grabs her shoulders in desperation. Turns out they were roommates. She explains that they shared a place off campus before everything fell apart. 3 nights ago, they were together, but Kai Jing left early for some errand right before the outbreak hit. Hearing this, Yang Hao explodes with rage, his fist shattering the wall beside him in one punch. Now you and I have to wonder, why did Fang Qingqing lie about Kai Jing being in the cafeteria? He calms himself down and tells her to eat. He needs to head out and settle some scores. In his head, he is planning his next moves. Knowing Kai Jing went home is a huge relief, but the cafeteria is still on his list. That is where those 3 cowards ran off to. He gives her strict orders. Lock everything. Don't open the door for anyone but me. She looks at him like her only lifeline and promises to wait. Then, Yang Hao charges toward the cafeteria. Zombies are everywhere, but he doesn't care. He is absolutely livid and looking for a fight. The system grants him a new crossbow and basic spear skills as a reward for the slaughter. He doesn't even have a spear yet. What a waste. Then, a mocking laugh echoes from behind him. Look at that, Yang Hao is still alive. Did the zombies scare all the fat off you? Haha. They blame him for the zombies inside and order him to clear the way so they can find food. Fang Qingqing looks down from a window, barking orders like she still runs the place. She realizes he actually has some skill and starts cooking up a twisted new plan. Watch this carefully. She starts screaming to lure every zombie in the area straight toward our hero. The noise works perfectly. A massive wave of undead turns and charges directly at Yang Hao. He grips his blade, eyes locked on the woman above. That's it, you crazy bitch. You pushed me too far. If she wants to trap him with a horde, then he is going to bring the fight right to her door. Inside the building, the other girls cheer. They think a hero has finally come to save them. Yang Hao screams at them to get back in their rooms. They are basically walking snacks out here. He carves a path through the hallways, taking down every zombie that gets in his way. The system rewards him with a chef skill, leaving him completely baffled. Seriously? A cooking skill now? Am I supposed to be a 5-star chef in the apocalypse? Then, Fang Qingqing finally steps out. Not bad. Now pick up my bag and clear a path for me. I might reward you later. She really thinks she's still in charge. Her ego is even bigger than the zombie threat. Trust me, you and I are about to watch her realize that her old power is completely gone. Stick with me, you and I are about to see a bully get exactly what she deserves. Fang Qingqing is terrified, begging for her life. I didn't mean to lie, I was just jealous of Tai Qin. Looking into Yang Hao's cold eyes, she realizes he isn't joking about killing her. Yang Hao isn't buying the no malice act, he's here to settle old scores. Then what about my hard-earned salary you messed with? Fang Qingqing's face turns pale as she starts stuttering. Well, the other dorm managers always flattered me, but you never cared, so I just… Suddenly, she wraps her legs around him as they dangle. Please, just let me go. I'll do anything you want. Yang Hao doesn't give a damn, he lets go. You're just a parasite who'd sacrifice anyone for your own vanity. Whether you meant harm or not isn't for you to decide. It's for the person you hurt me. Facing certain death, Fang Qingqing uses every bit of strength to lock her legs around Yang Hao. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Please, I'll never bully you again. Right then, screams for help erupt from the windows below. Yang Hao notices zombies are literally crawling up the walls toward them. Seeing the massive swarm closing in, Fang Qingqing loses it. I don't want to end up like those monsters. I really didn't think it would come to this. I'm sorry. Her wailing echoes through the building, drawing even more zombies. With zombies suddenly right behind them, Yang Hao is shocked. How did they get inside so fast? The others in the building are in trouble. Just as a zombie reaches for Fang Qingqing, Yang Hao grabs her neck and pulls her up. Let go of my legs, Fang Qingqing blushes, her mind starting to wander into some weird fantasies. But Yang Hao just finds her annoying. He draws his weapon and starts a bloodbath against the approaching horde. He has to protect this entrance, or there's no way back. Fang Qingqing totally misreads this, thinking he's protecting her. Yang Hao, I'm so sorry for everything before. Take me with you, I'll make it up to you. Yang Hao just scoffs and keeps moving. Don't make me laugh. I've got better things to do than babysit you. He dashes up the stairs before they get swamped. Too many zombies. He needs to get to the roof to lure them into the open. He decides to let Fang Qingqing fend for herself. Reaching the rooftop, he scans the area below. There aren't many zombies behind the dorm, meaning no easy attribute points for him. Whatever. Once he clears this building, the cafeteria should be a straight shot. Suddenly, Fang Qingqing grabs him from behind. What do you think you're doing? She refuses to let go, screaming at the top of her lungs. I don't care, I'm sticking with you. By now, the zombies have reached the roof. Now pay attention here, he can't fight like this. Yang Hao jumps toward the opposite building, using his blades to slow the fall. But this isn't the movies. It's not working. At this rate, they're both going to be human pancakes. Yang Hao shouts, Fang Qingqing, scream, louder, give it everything you've got. She doesn't get why, but she listens, letting out a glass-shattering scream. Once the zombies gather below, Yang Hao drops down. Thanks for the meat cushions, boys. Time to end this. After the slaughter, his stats flicker. Congrats, master. Spirit reached 50. Telekinesis unlocked. Yang Hao, apprentice brave. Strength, 189.7. Speed, 54.6. Spirit, 50.4. Ever since his last rank up, the attribute gains have really slowed down. This new telekinesis skill seems broken. Yang Hao decides to test it out on Fang Qingqing immediately. With one flick, her shirt gets yanked up, making her scream in shock. You saw that too, right? He was trying to lift her whole body but failed miserably. He turns away, blushing. Error. Spirit too low to lift heavy objects. Forget it. Let's head to the cafeteria and deal with those 3 thugs. He takes a few steps, but she lunges at him again from behind. Don't leave me. I'm following you everywhere. No matter how much he curses, she won't let go. Annoyed, he slams her to the ground. Listen up. I'm being nice by not killing you. Now get lost. Fang Qingqing lies there sobbing. She realized his worth far too late. Over at the 2nd floor of the cafeteria, a guy named Huang Tian is fixing his pants after. Well, you can guess. So boring. In this dead world, women are everywhere. And that's where we leave it for now, trust me. Things are about to get even darker. Alright, you and I are diving into a story where the survivors are just as dangerous as the monsters. Young Master Luo is bored and sick of the crying, shouting that if he were not trapped, he would have tossed them to the zombies long ago. His bodyguard acts just as arrogant, asking the young master why he even bothers wasting his breath on these weaklings. They suggest snatching more girls from the warehouse for fun. But right at that moment, Yang Hao crashes through the window, wielding the deadly new steel spear he just acquired. The bodyguard gapes in pure shock at his entrance, but the manager recognizes him instantly. It seems he has crossed paths with Yang Hao before, and seeing the boy's moves leaves him completely baffled and confused. Damn, is he even human? This is the 2nd floor. How did he get up here without stairs? Did he just jump? Watch this, even while scared, he still tries to act tough. Teacher Yang, you arrived just in time, because we were getting bored in here. He demands that Yang Hao leads them out, offering the 2 women as a reward, calling them top-tier prizes for his trouble. Yang Hao just looks at them with pure disgust, uttering a single word. Leave. Infuriated, the bodyguard steps forward to challenge him. He sneers that just because Yang Hao reached the 2nd floor doesn't mean he is special, barking that the kid shouldn't waste the face they gave him today. Yang Hao doesn't waste words on trash, he strikes immediately. With a simple press on the shoulder, the guard drops to his knees. Seeing this, Luo Huantian panics and orders his men to kill him. 2 more guards charge in from both sides. But for Yang Hao, these ordinary thugs aren't even a challenge anymore. He catches their punches with his bare hands, effortlessly crushing their arm bones into splinters. Even though his guards are failing, Luo Huantian still has the nerve to threaten him. Hey Yang, you listen up. My father is the principal of this school. You dare lay a finger on my men? I will make you regret this. Before he can finish his rant, other survivors hear the commotion and gather around, terrified to see what is happening inside the room. Look, there is blood everywhere. He took down those 2 massive bodyguards like it was nothing at all. Seeing Yang Hao, 3 thugs from earlier smirk wickedly. One points out that he looks just like that fat manager from before. He seems different now. How interesting. Confident in their numbers, the thugs swagger right up to Yang Hao with arrogant smiles. Who else would cause such a mess? Hey Fatso, do you still remember us? If your memory is failing, I can show you those special photos to refresh it. Look at his pathetic state, clutching that ragged spear like he just came back from working in the fields. Meanwhile, Luo Huantian is barely clinging to life as guards stop his bleeding. One tells him not to worry, because Yang Hao is about to face those 3 vicious killers. I saw it myself, those 3 fought their way through zombies from the 1st floor all the way up here. Hearing that, Luo Huantian grins, eager for revenge. He demands to be taken outside so he can personally watch Yang Hao get crushed. You and I know what happens when someone underestimates him. As the door opens, he sees the thug sprawled on the ground, beaten senseless. How is this possible? How is his speed so fast and his strength so insane? He took us down in the blink of an eye. Yang Hao points his spear directly at them. Now, I want you all to get the hell out of here, or else. The head thug immediately starts screaming in terror. Kicking us out now is a death sentence. Yang Hao, we may not have anything to give you, but we can help you fight off the zombies. The other survivors also start chiming in. That is right, the outside is crawling with zombies. We need everyone to stay together and help each other survive this nightmare. The 1st floor is full of monsters, throwing them out now would be murder. Seeing the crowd support him, the thug stands up with a smug laugh. I bet you do not have the guts to kill us in front of all these witnesses. But I am not that soft. Thinking he is clever, the thug tries a sneak attack while Yang Hao is distracted. Instead, he catches a brutal fist right to his mouth. You want to talk about logic now? Did you forget yesterday so easily? I was kind enough to take you in, and yet you threw me out to be eaten by monsters. Where was your logic back then? The other 2 thugs regain their strength and charge at him with clubs raised high. Damn it, we were just trying to help you unlock your hidden potential. Since you are being ungrateful, we will just have to push you one more time. They talk big, but they are not even worth his serious effort. One swing of his spear sends them both slamming into the wall. After defeating these 3, Yang Hao gains a massive boost in attribute points. The zombies outside barely gave any points, yet taking down these 3 dogs yielded such a high reward. Just then, a female student's voice rings out, pleading for Teacher Yang to show them a little mercy for now. They might be bullies, but they cleared out the zombies below so we could stay safe. As soon as the men see her, they start drooling over her incredible beauty. It is the school beauty, Gu Qingyi. Our goddess has finally stepped in. Surely Teacher Yang will listen to her? But ignoring the crowd, Yang Hao steps toward Gu Qingyi and coldly thrusts his spear right past her head. Keeping them around will only lead to your ruin. And trust me, you and I need to see what this system notification says next. Alright, you and I are about to watch a power-up go horribly wrong. Congratulations, Master. Your power hits 200. But that body reconstruction comes with a massive side effect that leaves Yang Hao totally stunned. This system is a complete jerk. No time to prepare, no warning, he just loses consciousness and slams his head straight into the wall. The wall was already falling apart, so the impact sends it crumbling down, and Yang Hao goes tumbling right out of the building. Even as his mind fades, Yang Hao manages to grab Gu Qingyi's hand, dragging her down into the abyss with him. Up on the balcony, Luo Huantian and his goons are laughing their heads off. Look at this guy so tough a minute ago. Now he's just passing out mid-air. Good riddance. That's what happens when you disrespect Luo Huantian. Down on the ground floor, Yang Hao finally wakes up with a splitting headache. It feels like millions of needles are stabbing his skin. This body reconstruction is pure torture. Is this really what it takes to get stronger? He sees Gu Qingyi right there, and as soon as he opens his eyes, she rushes over with a panicked look on her face. Yang Hao, thank goodness you're awake, but I don't think we're making it out of this. He suddenly realizes she protected him during the entire fall. Suddenly, a zombie lunges at Gu Qingyi from behind. Yang Hao doesn't hesitate, pulling her close and taking the monster down in a heartbeat. Thanks, but I'll take it from here. That hero vibe makes Gu Qingyi's heart skip a beat as her face turns bright red. Back on the second floor, Luo Huantian is watching the drama unfold like it's a front row movie. Look at that brat. Still trying to play the hero. Ha ha ha, Yang Hao. Weren't you acting all high and mighty just a second ago? Now pay attention, because the karma in this scene is absolute perfection. Suddenly, two of the goons get kicked right off the ledge by their own ally. Someone down there mentioned they wanted a beating? Well, if you insist, I guess I'll have to get my hands dirty. It turns out the guy who kicked them was just another thug. He thinks Yang Hao is done for and the whole place will soon be theirs. Gu Qingyi is still confused, thinking for a moment that those guys were actually trying to help them out. Yang Hao knows better these people are snakes. Helping us? No, they're just throwing out trash to distract the monsters. Mid-sentence, Yang Hao's eyes go cold with killing intent as he thrusts his spear toward Gu Qingyi. She's frozen, unable to react. Master Yang, what are you? But wait, he was actually aiming for the zombie sneaking up behind her. Just call me Yang Hao from now on. After being saved so many times, she reaches out to thank him. Thanks, Yang Hao. But he totally misreads the situation and hands her a short blade. You need a weapon? Here, take this. I'll handle the ones in front. Just make sure nothing sneaks through the gaps. Before she can say a word, he dives straight into the horde. Why does this body reconstruction hurt so much, even after it's finished? He doesn't even feel that much stronger yet. With his body in this state, he needs to finish these zombies off fast. After a few kills, Yang Hao notices something weird. These zombies aren't dropping any of those glowing light orbs like they usually do. But there's no time to overthink it. He needs to clear the area immediately. That's when Gu Qingyi lets out a loud shout. Yang Hao, I've got your back. It's incredible how much power is hidden inside such a slim and delicate frame. The two of them stand back to back, holding their ground against the endless wave. Upstairs, the survivors actually start cheering them on. She's amazing, a total goddess. Even the way she slashes through those monsters looks like a beautiful dance. No surprise there, her family is full of martial arts experts. She's been training since she was a kid. Suddenly, the ground begins to shake violently. Now watch this. You and I both know that massive thing approaching isn't a normal zombie. I can't let it lay a finger on Gu Qingyi. Without wasting a second, he grips his long spear and charges forward to strike before the monster can react. Unlike the mindless ones, this giant actually has instincts. It uses its massive arms to block the spear aimed at its vitals. Not only that, it swings a heavy hand and snaps his spear clean in half. Yang Hao scowls, realizing this one's going to be a problem. As he's figuring out his next move, Gu Qingyi suddenly grabs him and pulls him behind her for safety. Be careful, Yang Hao. You're unarmed now. Let me handle this. She stands firm against the swarm of monsters. Gu Qingyi shows zero fear as she grips her blade tight. But these zombies don't care about her courage, they only want blood. The giant zombie winds up a massive punch, aiming right for her head. Yang Hao feels the danger vibrating in the air. This monster is out of her league. And besides, I'm not the type of man who hides behind a woman's back. He leaps into the air, drawing the brand new West-severing saber he just received, and aiming straight for the beast's neck. After a brutal struggle, the giant finally goes down. Yang Hao realizes the zombies are evolving and getting much stronger by the minute. Even this boss-level monster didn't drop a single item. It's confusing. And honestly, it's starting to worry him. Once the dust settles, He walks over to check on Gu Qingyi. She just looks at him, her face turning a deep shade of red. She can't believe this guy was just an ordinary student before now he's an absolute beast. Yang Hao, being totally oblivious, just wonders why she's staring. Something tells me you and I should buckle up, because his body is starting to act up again. He needs to end this, and fast. You and I are about to watch Yang Hao tell Gu Qingyi to stay back while he clears these zombies alone. Meanwhile, 3 thugs are lurking on the first floor, hiding behind them. Looking at his exhausted state, is he finally reaching his limit? They decide to strike now. Ignoring Gu Qingyi, they charge straight for Yang Hao. Gu Qingyi spots them and immediately screams a warning. Hey, what are you doing? Yang Hao, get out of there. But because it happens so fast, he does not have time to dodge. The zombies take advantage of his distraction and launch a pincer attack. Right then, a system notification pops up. The final stage of his body modification is starting right now. Now watch this. He gets pulled into the system space and narrowly avoids the strike. The thug is not so lucky, getting his neck ripped open by a zombie. Gu Qingyi gets knocked down by the zombie wave, desperately trying to fight back. Now, Yang Hao is inside a transparent sphere, floating in midair. He can only watch from afar, screaming in pure helplessness. Gu Qingyi, Gu Qingyi. Damn it, this sphere is completely soundproof. She cannot hear or see a thing in here. The others watch the whole thing but do not lift a finger. They just gossip about how he suddenly vanished into thin air. Did you see that? Yang Hao just disappeared? Yeah, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. What the hell is going on? After a brutal struggle, Gu Qingyi finally grabs the blade from the ground and drives it through a zombie's neck. Get off me! Realizing she was bitten, she immediately decides to end her own life before she turns into a monster. Gu Qingyi starts crying, but before she can do it, Yang Hao pulls her into the sphere. To everyone else, she just vanished exactly like he did. What the? The goddess is gone too. Maybe some kind of dimensional portal just opened up or something. Inside the sphere, a notification appears. This modification requires help from the opposite sex. Conditions met. Shall the process begin? Suddenly appearing in this strange place, Gu Qingyi panics. Yang Hao, what is this? Where the hell are we right now? Not wanting to reveal the system, Yang Hao asks it silently. Can this modification clear the virus and save her life? According to the system, once the body modification is complete, the virus will be totally erased. Gu Qingyi does not know this and keeps screaming to leave, afraid she will turn and hurt him. After stealing his nerves, Yang Hao finally speaks up. Do not be afraid. I have a way to save you, but you need to cooperate with whatever I do next. It is hard to explain right now, but please, just trust me. Even though she is confused, she chooses to believe him. Suddenly, both their clothes vanish, leaving Gu Qingyi blushing hard. You and I know what happens next. The system begins the modification, and they become completely inseparable. A moment later, the sphere vanishes. Yang Hao reappears in some seriously epic gear, holding his beautiful companion in his arms. He got the Glen battle armor, reducing damage by 30%, and the Glen boots for a temporary jump boost. His 7-star blade is now enhanced with fire damage. Plus, he earned the Guardian title, which comes with a massive storage space reward. On top of that, the achievement system has officially opened. Seeing 2 items already unlocked, Yang Hao realizes his previous rewards came from these achievements. To get more loot, he needs to find more achievements. But honestly, thinking about this now is useless. He needs to get them out of here first and then plan. Immediately after, Yang Hao and Gu Qingyi reappear. Looking at the crowd on the second floor, Yang Hao is absolutely disgusted with them. These spoiled rich kids only know how to whine. They are not worth protecting at all. Gu Qingyi is still weak, so staying here is dangerous. He needs to get her back to Ye Fenghua. Before leaving, he casually takes out a zombie. They only take a few steps before the crowd upstairs starts screaming at them. Teacher Yang, do not take the goddess away. Who will protect us? If you are leaving, you better take us with you. Yang Hao gives them a cold look. Sorry, but I am not your savior. Whether you live or die is none of my business. Besides, there are too many of you. Following me will just get you killed faster. Just stay here and wait for rescue. He only cares about the pretty girl and ignores the rest of us. I thought he was different from those rich snobs, but he is just the same. I hope he gets bitten by zombies. Selfish people are useless. These people are unbelievable. Gu Qingyi cannot take it anymore, grabbing the blade from Yang Hao and glaring up at the second floor. You bunch of cowards. You do not have the guts to face the zombies. You only know how to resent others. She hurls the blade straight at them and screams. What the hell are you all so angry about? The zombies on the ground floor are cleared out for you. If you have the guts, pick up a blade and fight. If not, just shut up. The guys are stunned into silence, just looking at each other. Why are you looking at me? I am not going out there. Yeah, let's stay here. Trust me, you and I know waiting for help is their only hope. Let's dive in while everyone else is just waiting to be saved. Gu Qingyi isn't having it. Fed up with their laziness, She grabs Yang Hao's hand and walks away. That bold move definitely left a strong impression on Yang Hao. Gu Qingyi is a real one, she says what she means and actually does it. Back at the base, Ye Fenghua excitedly opens the door, but seeing Gu Qingyi makes things awkward, so Yang Hao steps in. This is our new teammate, he explains. Now let's get inside before talking details. The second they step inside, Fang Qingqing suddenly lunges forward and hugs Yang Hao. She cries out that she knew he wouldn't abandon her, while Ye Fenghua explains she just couldn't leave the poor girl outside once she knew it was safe. Once she got inside, she spilled everything about your situation. Yang Hao just has to accept it, but while they're arguing, a massive explosion echoes from outside. Everyone rushes out to see what's happening. Did you hear those gunshots? Could it be the military coming to rescue us? Hearing that, Fang Qingqing is overjoyed. It has to be my father coming for me. She's so excited she loses her balance and almost hits the ground. Luckily, Yang Hao is fast enough to catch her leg. I told you to get down earlier, but you just had to keep clinging to me. Fang Qingqing just jokes back, asking why he's holding her leg now and making it impossible for her to move up or down. Yang Hao ignores her and tells everyone to gear up before heading toward the gunfire. Fang Qingqing just complains about the ground being dirty. Seeing Gu Qingyi covered in grime, she suggests a group bath. Ye Fenghua is just happy she might get some alone time with Yang Hao later. But Qingqing drags her along for a 3-person bath. While scrubbing down, Ye Fenghua starts asking questions. I feel like Yang Hao is naturally defensive and hostile toward everyone. Do you guys know why he's like that? Fang Qingqing looks guilty. I might know a little bit, she admits. His attitude probably has everything to do with how I treated him. Now pay attention back when he first started school. He was actually a really helpful guy. Memories of that night start flooding back to her. Late at night, 2 male students were desperately banging on the dormitory doors. Please, sir, open up. We'll never be late again. We were just helping an old lady who fell on the road. That's why we missed curfew. Feeling sympathetic, Yang Hao opened the door for them. But the next day, Fang Qingqing showed up with a security guard. A student reported that a laptop went missing from the dorm rooms. The cameras show you letting in people who aren't even students, she accuses. Explain yourself. Before he can say a word, Yang Hao is dragged away. Eventually, the investigation cleared him of any wrongdoing, but the damage was already done. His reputation was completely trashed. Everyone started treating him like a criminal and constantly making his life miserable. Fang Qingqing tried to apologize later, but she didn't realize how deep the scars went. Hearing this, Ye Fenghua is absolutely furious. You're terrible. How could you frame him without any proof? No wonder he hates your guts so much. Gu Qingyi doesn't even use words. She just steps up and slaps Fang Qingqing right across the face. I didn't mean to frame him, Qingqing cries. I just wanted him to explain things to the police. Plus, I already apologized. But Gu Qingyi shuts her down. You think a simple sorry fixes the life you ruined? He still saved you despite everything. If you have any conscience left, you better start making up for your sins. You and I are switching scenes now as the 3 girls head to Yang Hao's room. Honestly, they're so beautiful it's enough to make anyone's heart skip a beat. Gu Qingyi apologizes first, saying they're sorry for taking up so much of his time. A blushing Fang Qingqing covers her swollen cheek and lies, telling him not to look because she accidentally burned her face and looks ugly. Yang Hao just stares, wondering if she's for real. A burn is one thing, but why is she blushing like a schoolgirl? He clears his throat and tells her he has questions. Fang Qingqing immediately slides onto the sofa next to him, clutching his arm with sparkling eyes. Ask me anything. If I know the answer, I'll tell you absolutely everything you want to know. Ye Fenghua and Gu Qingyi's faces go dark. Both of them are clearly burning with jealousy at her bold move. Yang Hao gently nudges her away. You don't need to be this close. Why did you say your father was coming to save you? She crosses her arms proudly. Because my father, Fang Zongyue, is a high-ranking colonel in the military. With things this dangerous outside, he's definitely the one sending troops. The other 2 realize she's just a spoiled brat with a big ego. Gu Qingyi suddenly gets an idea and suggests they use this chance for something else. Let's properly introduce ourselves so we can understand each other better. Ye Fenghua agrees and reveals she comes from a martial arts family. She has the skills to protect herself and hopes they can all stick together while searching for their families. And trust me, you and I are about to see if this team actually survives. Alright, you and I are watching as Fenghua shyly introduces herself. She is a fresh graduate working as a teaching assistant who owes her life to Yang Hao. Yang Hao comforts her, telling her to let the unhappy past stay buried as she blushes and quietly obeys his words. Then it is Yang Hao's turn, explaining his simple life as a dorm manager with farmer parents. He worked hard while studying for his college dreams before the city was suddenly swallowed by fire. His expression darkens, noting the apocalypse arrived too soon, and now he must go find Kai Jing. He tells the girls to think carefully about their own plans before the military rescue finally arrives. Feng Hua steals a glance at Qingyi, feeling small compared to her strength. She wishes she had Qingyi's abilities so she could actually help Yang Hao instead of being a burden. He turns to leave, giving the girls one last bit of encouragement to stay strong. He tells them to rest up and keep their spirits high before the rescue team gets there. The blue sky fades into a dark night, as Yang Hao lies exhausted on his dorm bed. Now pay attention here, because even while he is staring at his phone and worrying about his parents, the signal is dead. He worries about his parents in the countryside, hoping they are safe from the chaos. Suddenly, a dark figure creeps into his bed and wraps their arms around him from behind. Yang Hao realizes someone is there and moves instantly, pinning the intruder to the pillow with their arm twisted back while shouting to see who they are. In the dim light, he realizes the person he just subdued is actually Cheng Cheng. He demands to know why she is there, while a struggling Cheng Cheng begs him to listen. She claims she came to apologize, but he coldly tells her to leave immediately. He stands up and opens the door, stating clearly that she has crossed the line too many times. If the world outside was not so dangerous, he would have thrown her out already. She puts on a pitiful act, admitting she was wrong and that she deeply regrets her actions. She realizes now how kind he was to save her despite everything she did to him. Blushing, she tells him she will do anything he wants if he can just forgive her. You and I are thinking the same thing. Is this girl actually out of her mind? Or did she just take the wrong medicine today? He tells her that while he dislikes her arrogance, he just wants her to stop causing trouble. He has no other demands as long as she stops making his life more difficult than it is. Suddenly, a loud, frantic knocking at the door shatters the awkward silence between them. Qingyi and Feng Hua burst inside, with urgent news that the military has finally arrived. Yang Hao looks down from the window as soldiers shout for any survivors to come forward. Down below, amidst the sound of gunfire, the military is busy wiping out the aggressive zombie horde as Yang Hao notes they arrived much faster than expected. He asks the girls if they have decided where they are going now that help is here. Feng Hua decides to stick with the military, while Qingyi has a different proposal. She suggests that Yang Hao should come with her after he finishes his search for Kai Jing. He rejects the offer, insisting he should head out alone to find her first. He explains that finding Kai Jing is personal, but maybe they can meet up later. Chung Chung angrily throws a pillow at him, asking if he thinks he is some kind of web novel protagonist trying to be a lone hero. She worries for him and offers her father's men for protection, but his face remains cold. He refuses to waste their resources, confident that he is faster and safer on his own. She pouts in frustration, wondering how she can ever make up for her past mistakes now. He acknowledges her kindness, but refuses the help, then turns to ask Feng Hua if she remembers exactly where Kai Jing was heading before everything went to hell. She quickly explains that before they split up, Kai Jing mentioned she was heading straight to her older brother's house. The address is house number 233 in the Qingyi district. Qingyi worries about the hour-long drive through zombie territory, but he tells her not to fret. And that's where we leave it with Chung Chung jealous of how much he cares for another girl. Feng Hua explains that when Yang Hao was at his lowest, Tai Jing was the only one who truly cared. She falls silent, wondering why Yang Hao cares so much when she saw Tai Jing leaving school with another man. Outside, chaos reigns as apartment buildings are engulfed in flames and smoke, while hordes of zombies roam the streets below. Alright, follow me as we watch Yang Hao maneuvering across rooftops, feeling pretty good about his master plan. He thinks he is a genius. The rooftops are totally clear of zombies, making his journey effortless and safe. Meanwhile, Qingyi, Feng Hua, and Qing are following the military to escape the growing madness of the city. Armed soldiers patrol the path, shouting for everyone to keep up. Gunshots echo through the silent streets, rattling the glass windows. In a narrow side alley, the ground is littered with the mangled remains of both humans and the undead. A few remaining zombies are huddled together, savagely tearing into the corpses scattered across the pavement. Suddenly, one of the zombies starts to change. It stops its feeding frenzy and slowly looks toward the sky. Pay attention here. Another zombie appears behind it, its mouth splitting open like a 5-petaled flower. It swallows its own kind in a single gulp. Its body swells and veins bulge as it stands perfectly still. Suddenly, its muscles swell and ripple with new power. It digs its massive, clawed hand deep into the stone wall. The creature evolves, transforming into a massive mutant zombie with a mouth full of teeth as sharp as jagged blades. The sky finally begins to brighten after that horrific night of chaos, with faint light filtering through the white clouds. Arriving at the villa, Yang Hao stares at the building, pausing for a moment to collect his frantic thoughts. He is finally here. He wonders if Tai Jing is inside, then knocks loudly and shouts to see if anyone is there. Memories of Tai Jing flash through his mind, and he cannot help but feel a surge of nervous anxiety. He worries if she will recognize him or if she is still there, but a sudden voice cuts him off. A man yells for him to get lost or get killed. Hearing this aggressive threat, Yang Hao is caught off guard. The door slowly opens to reveal Chen Bei holding a baseball bat, who is stunned to see Yang Hao standing there. Yang Hao asks who he is, then realizes it is Chen Bei. Chenbei is equally shocked to see him. Chenbei celebrates and hugs him tight, asking how his friend got so thin while gripping Yang Hao by the shoulders. Yang Hao says it is a long story, then asks why Chenbei is here and where Tai Jing is hiding. Ignoring the question, Chenbei hurriedly asks how Yang Hao managed to survive the zombie-infested streets to get here. Yang Hao claims it was mostly luck and he avoided the monsters. He desperately asks if Tai Jing is inside. Chenbei leads him inside, confirming she is there. Yang Hao follows, still wondering if Tai Jing is truly safe. Chenbei enters the room and calls out to Tai Jing, but she just lies there on the bed, completely motionless. She doesn't move an inch. Chenbei explains that her brother is sick and they stayed up all night caring. Chenbei approaches the bed to wake her, telling her to get up because a special guest has finally arrived. Seeing her like that, Yang Hao stops him, suggesting they should just let her rest. Chenbei quickly agrees to wait. Yang Hao asks how Chenbei managed to survive the initial outbreak and end up here at Tai Jing's house. When asked why he is with Tai Jing, Chenbei looks incredibly startled and starts to hesitate with his answer. Yang Hao's expression turns cold. He demands a straight answer and tells Chenbei to stop avoiding the question. Okay, I know what you're thinking. And yeah, Chenbei finally admits he has known her for a very long time. Yang Hao is furious. His best friend lied to his face about his feelings, leaving him feeling completely betrayed. Heartbroken and disappointed, Yang Hao turns to leave, saying he shouldn't intrude on their little world any longer. Chenbei tries to stop him, urging him to stay because the streets are crawling with dangerous zombies. Yang Hao coldly replies that he can handle himself and doesn't need any help or concern from a liar. He only came to ensure her safety. If Chenbei is protecting her, then he can finally leave in peace. Suddenly, Chenbei mentions that Tai Jing prepared a gift for him, suggesting he should see it before he leaves. Curiosity gets the better of Yang Hao. He asks what it could be as Chenbei leads him toward another room. Chenbei opens the door and tells him the item is on the table inside for him to go check. The room is pitch black. Yang Hao wanders inside, complaining that he cannot see anything and asking for the light. And that's where we leave it. Chenbei's face turns terrifying as he tells him to find it himself. Stick with me, we're about to witness a truly cold-blooded betrayal. He slams the door shut, trapping Duong Hao inside while screaming that he's a total fool for trusting him. Tran Bok has completely lost his mind, screaming that he spent months manipulating her brother just to get close to Tai Kin, and the apocalypse was just a lucky break for his sick plan to finally claim her as his own. Now that her brother has turned into a monster, he finally planned to have his way with her. He tells Duong Hao to rot inside and get eaten by the zombie, completely intoxicated by his own evil plan as he shakes with excitement while leaning against the door. But don't blink, because the tables are about to turn in the most epic way. The zombie brother stands there, but Duong Hao just glares back at the traitor through the opening while shouting, "I treated you like a brother, but you actually tried to kill me." He pins the zombie to the wall, telling Tran Bak that after killing over 100 monsters, this one is just a toy. Tran Bak realizes he messed up and tries to fake an apology, hoping to find a new way to get rid of him. He puts on a pathetic, innocent face, claiming it was all just a huge misunderstanding. Duong Hao isn't buying it. He lets go of the zombie with a cold smirk. Trust is gone. He tells the monster to finish the conversation, as Tran Bak's terrified screams echo through the entire house. The noise wakes Tai Kin up, her mouth still covered tightly with heavy tape. Dizzy and confused, she wonders what's happening until a shadow looms over her trembling, defenseless body. Duong Hao sees her bound, finally realizing how evil that bastard Tran Bak really was. That coward. She looks up, realizing her savior might actually be her old friend. He peels the tape off gently. She whispers his name in shock, and he just gives her a firm nod. He quickly cuts her ropes. She's stunned, asking how he suddenly got so tall and muscular lately. Tai Kin is absolutely furious. She clenches her fists tightly, swearing to drag that psychopathic monster straight down to the deepest 18th floor of hell for what he did. Outside, Tran Bak is desperately smashing the zombie's head into the floor with a heavy rock. He curses the weak monster for biting him instead of killing Duong Hao. The virus is quickly spreading through his bitten arm. He's slowly turning into a monster, but his twisted rage keeps him screaming curses. He screams that he was so close to having his way with Tai Kin, and since Duong Hao ruined everything, he's going to drag everyone down to hell with him. The duo arrives just in time to see the tragic fate of her brother. Crying, she screams for Tran Bak to pay for his crimes with blood. The traitor has fully turned, lunging at her with primal hunger. Watch this. Just when things look grim, a blade cuts through the air from behind her. The force of the strike pins the monster directly against the back door. Duong Hao places a hand on her shoulder, but she tells him not to stop her. He hands her a sharp, gleaming dagger instead. She grabs it and unleashes every ounce of her bottled-up rage to avenge her brother, stabbing the monster in the head over and over again until he stops moving. Tears stream down her face, but she doesn't stop, screaming that even if he's already a zombie, she will never let him escape the punishment he deserves for being such a beast. She screams, demanding to know why he would betray them and kill her own brother. Tai-kin is broken. She blames herself for bringing such a demon into their home. Duong Hao pulls her into a warm hug, telling her it's over and she can finally let go. She sobs uncontrollably, safe at last in his strong arms. Later, they bury her brother in the garden, marking the spot with a humble, small grave. She kneels there, apologizing for the mistake that led to his tragic death. Duong Hao stays by her side, reminding her that a snake like Tranbok was too cunning for anyone to predict, so she shouldn't blame herself. He then asks how the traitor even found their house. She explains that on the way to bring her brother some medicine, she ran into Tranbok, who insisted on coming along. He strokes her hair, promising that as long as he's here, no one will hurt her again. Tai-kin blushes and asks if he came for her, and trust me, we're all wondering how he got so buff. Alright, you and I are about to see Yang Hao struggle to explain his sudden transformation to the girl he just rescued. Tai-kin understands and doesn't push him, knowing he must have a secret that he just isn't ready to share yet. Suddenly, her face turns bright red as she shyly asks if he came to rescue her because he actually likes her. Yang Hao looks completely stunned by the question. Was she really being this direct with him right now? Tai-kin leans in close, resting against him while teasingly asking if he truly has no feelings for her at all. After a moment of hesitation, Yang Hao decides to be honest, confessing that she was the only one who treated him fairly at school. Tai-kin nervously plays with her fingers, admitting she always noticed him and thought his honest, clumsy nature was actually quite cute. She stands on her tiptoes to get closer to Yang Hao and finally confesses that she likes him too. The distance between them finally disappears as Tai-kin gently gives him a sweet and tender kiss. The entire room fills with an undeniable and heavy romantic energy under the dim lights, while their discarded shoes lay scattered on the floor. On the bed, the two of them share an intimate moment, their hands locked tightly together as they grow closer. Now here is where it gets interesting. They connect through a sincere bond that goes far deeper than just physical attraction. Afterward, Kai Jing lies beside Yang Hao, holding him tightly and telling him how good it feels to finally be protected. Suddenly, she realizes that Yang Hao hasn't eaten anything yet and needs to get some food in his system. Tai-kin immediately gets up to head for the kitchen, insisting on cooking a meal since he must be starving by now. Before she can take a few steps, she trips and falls hard, causing a worried Yang Hao to jump up and check on her. He asks if she is hurt, but she shyly responds that she is fine, though something feels very different about her body. Alright, you and I are diving back in as Yang Hao notices something strange. He is faster. Looking at Kai Jing, he wonders, is she changing because of him? Does this system have hidden features? To clear things up, our main character knows there is only one way to find out for sure. Suddenly, Kai Jing is lifted into the air. Yang Hao pulls her close, asking for another round, leaving her blushing and calling him a jerk. As night falls, a group of desperate thugs makes their way toward the luxury villa where Yang Hao and Kai Jing are staying. They stare at the massive estate. Yang Bao confirms this is the spot they were looking for. This rich neighborhood must be loaded with supplies, but they have to stay sharp. The zombie count here will be high. The leader orders everyone to spread out and search, but warns them to stay safe out there. Ta Xuan, Yang Bao, and the rest split up to scout. One thug spots a zombie biting a lamppost and laughs out loud. "Boss, look! This zombie is insane. It is actually chewing on the concrete." Someone else shouts from the shadows. "This one is eating a whole refrigerator." Now pay attention, because this is where things get creepy. Normal zombies want flesh, not metal. The boss screams for everyone to run. One thug stays put, mocking his boss for being a coward. He swings his massive blade with total confidence. One strike to the back. He is ready to chop this thing into pieces. Confidence turns to pure terror in his eyes. The zombie takes the hit but is not even scratched. He is stunned. The monster lunges, sinking its teeth into his neck. Blood sprays everywhere. He screams for help, but the boss is already long gone. He chooses survival. You and I saw that coming, right? These zombies have mutated. Run or die. Yang Bao points toward the villa. "Boss, there is light over there. Is someone alive?" The boss orders everyone toward the light. Meanwhile, Yang Hao and Kai Jing are enjoying a quiet dinner inside. After dinner, Yang Hao watches Kai Jing closely, lost in his own thoughts. The experiment worked. She is faster. She is changing because of him. Trust me, it is about to get wild. Alright, you and I are diving back in as her body starts changing. It's subtle, but Yang Hao's plan is working. Soon, she'll finally have the strength to protect herself in this hellscape. Next, he lays out the mission for Kai Jing. First, gather supplies. Then, head straight for the refugee camp to find their parents. It's a solid plan, but the world outside is crawling with monsters. There are zombies everywhere now. It's way too dangerous for her, so he tells her to stay at the base and wait for his return. Kai Jing isn't having it. She stands up, eyes filled with determination, and insists on going. She needs to find her parents just as much as he does. Yang Hao tries to reason with her. He explains that out there, things are 10 times more dangerous than they are here. He promises to find them for her and come right back. But Kai Jing just looks down, her voice breaking. She asks him if she's really just a burden, someone who only exists to be protected. Alright, you and I are diving into a world where Thai Kin insists her old, weak self died with her brother. She tells him she won't be that helpless girl anymore, promising to work hard, protect herself, and stop being a burden. Dung Har smirks, thinking she is exactly the kind of woman he likes before officially agreeing to her new terms. Fine, since you are so determined, I will work hard to protect you too. Then he suggests they leave for the camp tomorrow. That is perfect. We need to move fast and start gathering as many supplies as we can right now. Thai King turns to check the neighbor's house for snacks, knowing little Lin always keeps a massive stash of food there. She remembers that the neighbor likely abandoned this place a long time ago during the initial outbreak. As she reaches for the door, she turns back, asking if he is just in a hurry to find his parents. Just as she cracks the door open, a rough hand slams against it. Long Dao and his two thugs suddenly appear. Thai King gasps, asking who they are. One look at these shady guys tells her they are definitely not the good guys. The thug named Dung Bao spots her revealing clothes and begins leering at her with pure, disgusting greed in his eyes. He cannot believe his luck, finding a woman with a body like that hiding out in this lonely house. She tries to slam the door shut, but Long Dao quickly puts on a fake smile, claiming they are not bad people. His eyes never leave her as he tries to calculate if there are any dangerous men hiding inside the room. Within seconds, he starts spinning a pathetic sob story to lower her guard and get them inside the house. He claims they were looking for relatives who died, and now zombies are chasing them. Dung Har watches, seeing through the lie. Now pay attention here, these idiots are using the oldest trick in the book, so our main character decides to play along. He calls out for Thai Kin to let them in. She is hesitant, but he insists on welcoming these strangers. The thugs walk in, and the bald one, Chalk Deer, smirks. He sees only one man and thinks this will be easy. They fake their gratitude, saying they would have been zombie dinner if he had not let them in from the street. Sitting calmly with his legs crossed, our main character asks why they are not looking for the army instead of relatives. He mocks their story, knowing it makes no sense. It is obvious they are just looking for someone to rob or worse. Long Dao tries to explain it away, but his bald buddy has already lost his patience and shows his true colors. Chalk Deer pulls out a blade and steps toward him, ready to end the charade right then and there. Since we are already inside and you are outnumbered, we are taking everything. Our main character just sighs at their stupidity. The bald thug lunges forward, screaming that he will kill him for acting so arrogant while being all alone. Long Dao yells for him to stop, calling him a pig brain for not realizing the man let them in on purpose. But the bald idiot is blinded by his own lust and greed, refusing to listen to a word of caution. He flips a wooden table over, shouting that once the man is dead, the girl will belong to them. He swings his blade, bragging about how his weapon is thirsty for blood and how he will enjoy the girl later. Now watch this. In a flash, our main character disappears, leaving the thug in pure shock. I am right behind you. Before the bald guy can react, his head is kicked like a soccer ball into the wall. The idiot is sent flying across the room, crashing hard after underestimating the monster standing right in front of him. You are the one who told me to fight back. Seeing this, the other thug, Dung Bao, breaks into a cold sweat. Terrified, he looks at Thai Kin standing nearby and realizes he needs a hostage if he wants to survive this. The system pings, giving a small boost to strength and speed. Our main character grumbles about the low quality of the loot. While he is distracted by the system notifications, the thug suddenly lunges at the girl, screaming like a madman. He grabs her, pressing a knife to her throat and warning our main character not to move or she dies. He licks the blade with a creepy grin, claiming it is coated in deadly zombie poison that will turn her instantly. Thinking fast, she refuses to be a victim and stomps down hard on his foot with everything she has got. Startled by the pain, the thug's hand slips and he accidentally slices his own tongue with his poisoned blade. He panics as the girl escapes his grasp. He realizes too late that he just infected himself with his own poison. Long Dao steps up and chokes his own man to death to keep him from turning, then lets the body fall. Our main character watches closely, noting that this leader is the only one in the group with an actual brain. And that is where we leave it. The leader surrenders, begging for mercy now that he knows they are outmatched. Alright, you and I are jumping right into a zombie apocalypse that is about to go south. The air turns cold as Yang Hao, Tai Kin, and Long Dao stare at the door. Suddenly, boom! A massive explosion shatters the entrance. A terrifying mutant zombie suddenly emerges from the smoke. Everyone is stunned. Yang Hao wonders how such a beast appeared. It lunges forward, making Long Dao retreat while Yang Hao protects Tai Kin. He pulls her close. Got her just in time. He pulls off an epic mid-air dodge to protect her, while poor Long Dao is downstairs running for his life. Yang Hao lands perfectly and gives some cold, hard instructions. Protect my girl. I know you are different, but if she loses even one hair, I will make your death miserable. The guy agrees, trembling. Tai King grabs Yang Hao's clothes, terrified. She whispers, Yang Hao, are you really okay alone? He just stays calm. I have killed countless zombies, but this one, it is a different breed of monster. Watch this closely, things are about to get very real. He jumps, swinging with massive force. The blade hits the mutant's arm, but doesn't even leave a single scratch. He tries to pull back, but the beast's muscles have clamped down on his weapon. It tosses him aside like trash and snaps the blade easily. This thing is mutated. Yang Hao analyzes the threat while the monster roars. He pulls out a sharp white arrow. He puts everything into a devastating arrow throw. It catches the arrow and breaks it like a toothpick. Yang Hao pulls an axe. You must have a weak spot. The two of them clash in total chaos. The mutant swings, but he dodges and strikes back. This fight is getting insanely intense. The beast is sweating and slowing down. Yang Hao watches carefully. He finds the opening. Continuous pressure is working. He lands a brutal kick to its face. The monster falls, but it is not staying down for long. It screams, releasing powerful sonic waves. I know what you are thinking. One mutant was bad enough, right? It is calling the horde. Long Dao is absolutely shaking with fear. Yang Hao tosses a crossbow to his ally. The beast lunges again. A sneak attack from behind. He quickly blocks the strike with his remaining arrows. Playing dirty now, he gets thrown across the room. His friends scream his name as he stands back up. Just a scratch. My armor actually saved my life there. He raises his axe and starts taunting the monster. Hey you big fake, is that all you got? I am fresh meat, come and get me. It rages, muscles bulging as it charges. He dodges just in time. As long as it focuses on me, Tai Kin will be safe. While they trade blows, the bald guy finally wakes up. He is still dazed, holding his head after that heavy kick. He looks up and sees the monster. Wait, did that kid turn? He charges in recklessly. Even if you are a zombie, I will. Before he can move, a fist sends his teeth flying. He hits the wall. He is literally stuck to the wall. Yang Hao is speechless. Totally forgot about him. Another zombie lunges, but he cleaves it in half. More are coming. Is it throwing them? Trust me. You and I can see he is in real trouble now. Snap. The axe is gone. All right. You and I are about to see him fight a monster with a trash hammer. Suddenly, something streaks through the air. An arrow pierces the beast's eye with lethal, blinding precision. It is Long Dao's shot. Yang Hao shouts for him to stay focused over there while he handles this side, promising he can take care of things himself. Long Dao acts cool, saying his side is clear, but inside, he is screaming from pure, absolute terror. The blinded monster is still bloodthirsty, clutching its face as it charges forward with primal, mindless rage. Yang Hao realizes that without sight, the creature is no longer a threat. It is time to end this. He clenches his fist, channeling every ounce of power he has to see what his max strength can do. He lunges, burying his fist deep into the monster's gut. One full power strike is all it takes to win. A massive hole opens in the beast's gut. Now watch this, it finally collapses in total defeat. The system rings. Yang Hao, Strength 222, Speed 70, Spirit 80, plus 10 more bonus points to his stats. Checking the screen, he sees a huge strength boost and new gear to replace his broken weapons. The sun finally begins to peek over the horizon, marking the start of a brand new day for them. Yang Hao wakes up on Tai Kin's lap. She happily cries out that he is finally awake and safe. She explains he's been out a while. Meanwhile, the other guy has been guarding the door against the zombies. Yang Hao watches Long Dao. He's behaving, but with mutated zombies appearing, he needs to find his parents fast. He immediately calls out to his companion. Tai Kin, let's head to the rally point. Once we regroup, we find my parents. She agrees, ready to move now. Long Dao nervously speaks up, asking if the two of them can bring him along on their journey. Yang Hao thinks it over. Suddenly, we see him cutting through a massive horde of zombies in seconds. He asks Tai Kin, who knows the city, how long it will take to reach the northern suburbs. At their current pace, fighting through the undead, she estimates it will take over half a day to arrive. A voice cuts through the air. Big Brother Hao, we finally found a car for us to use right here. The bald guy and Long Dao bring over a four-seater, desperately fighting off the surrounding, hungry zombies. Turns out they are useful after all. Stick with me as Yang Hao clears the entire path with absolute ease and power. The bald guy's jaw drops. Brother Hao is insane. He's slicing through zombies like they are nothing at all. Long Dao brags about how Yang Hao killed a giant zombie with just one punch the night before. Yang Hao jokingly asks if they want to spar. They immediately wave their hands in absolute terror and refuse. The gas tank is full, what a win. He tells Tai Kin to lead the way north as fast as possible. She nods, and the car engine roars to life as they finally head out toward the rally point. As the car rolls away, a massive foot crushes a zombie. A new red-eyed monster has finally arrived. At the survivor rally point, people are lined up, waiting patiently for their turn to get some food. Fuang Hoa serves the crowd, while Than Yi notices a very familiar, annoying face approaching from the distance. Hon Thien appears, acting like a gentleman. Yi Yi, you look as beautiful as ever today, my dear. Why stay in Sector 2 with these losers? Come with me to Sector 1 and live comfortably instead. She's not amused. Hon Thien, you again? I know exactly what you're up to, and it is pathetic. He tries to sweet-talk her. Sector 1 is great. No work, plenty of food, and total, guaranteed protection. Plus, with me there, nobody will touch you. Even my friend is being taken care of by me. Than Yi snaps, pointing a loaf of bread at his face. You people are just disgusting bottom feeders. It's the apocalypse, yet you're still parasites. Yang Hao should have thrown you all to the zombies already. Hearing Yang Hao's name, his face twists in rage. That damn dog. You still dare mention his name? Hearing that name makes him snap. I gave you face by offering a better life. And this is the thanks I get? She yells back, warning him to stop harassing them or she will break his legs herself right now. He walks away, fuming. That woman thinks she's so tough just because she knows a little martial arts. Looking at the little girl deep, Than Yi asks if she is here for food today too. She hands over the food and candy. Trust me, you and I need to see what's next. Alright. You and I are about to dive into a story where kindness meets a dark betrayal. The little girl happily skips away, saying goodbye. But this sweet moment between Xiao Di and Qing Yi is watched by Huan Tian. The sinister plans in his heart are written all over his face. So, Qing Yi, you really like this little brat, don't you? Fine, I'll use her to give you a surprise you will never forget. The scene shifts to the Area 2 assembly point. Feng Hua is busy helping Qing Yi with her gear. She complains that back in Area 1, even Feng Qingqing helped out sometimes. Unlike that annoying Huan Tian, he only knows how to make trouble for others. Qing Yi replies. Feng Qingqing might be sharp-tongued, but she has a good heart, nothing like a piece of trash like Huan Tian. Feng Hua laughs, noting how Qing Yi always mentions Yang Hao. She is curious when he will actually show up. Qing Yi looks at her suspiciously. Wait, don't tell me you are also. Watch closely, a knock interrupts them. Xiao Dai has turned into a zombie, and Qing Yi is horrified by the girl's mangled face. Xiao Dai, what happened to you? Come inside, quickly. But Xiao Dai just growls, lunging at Feng Hua. The girl has gone completely feral, and Feng Hua stands there frozen in pure terror. Just in time, Qing Yi rushes over and kicks the infected girl hard against the wall. Feng Hua cries out for the little girl, but Qing Yi is furious and confused. This is a safe zone. How on earth did she get infected? I have to find a guard and get some answers. Qing Yi opens the door and grabs the first soldier she sees. Is something happening at the assembly point? I just ran into a fresh zombie. The soldier is stunned. What? Are you girls hurt? He quickly explains the situation. For some unknown reason, a massive horde of zombies has suddenly appeared inside the camp. Meanwhile, the commanders are monitoring the chaos outside through their screens. The situation at the assembly point is spiraling out of control. Colonel Zhang Yue is in charge here. His daughter, Feng Qingqing, bursts in screaming. Dad, there are zombies everywhere in the camp. Send men to handle it now. If we don't act, their numbers will just keep growing. Her father stays calm. I know. We have already deployed teams. Zhang Yue orders Captain Liu to take his daughter to the safe room while he handles the cleanup. Liu barks out his compliance. Right then, Qingqing grabs his sleeve. Dad, my friends are in Area 2. Can I take a few men to find them before heading to the safe room? Zhang Yue snaps at her. Just go with Captain Liu and stay put. Area 2 has its own guards. They will protect your friends. He leaves her standing there, frustrated. She turns around, her eyes locking onto the handgun holstered on a nearby soldier's hip. If I don't see them safe with my own eyes, I won't be at peace. She waits for the soldier to look away, then snatches the gun. If her dad won't help, she'll do it herself. Qingqing storms out of the room with the weapon. Zhang Yue panics, shouting for her to stop. But she's already gone. Cut to the camp entrance. Yang Hao has just arrived with Kai Jing, Long Tao, and Zhuo Di. As the four of them step out of the car, Yang Hao looks at the absolute carnage inside. What the hell happened to this place? A massive explosion rocks the camp. He suddenly remembers. Qing Yi and the others are still in there. I have to find them. Yang Hao pulls out his blade and gives orders. Find somewhere safe and protect Tai Jing. I am going in alone to check on them. Tai Jing yells after him, telling him he better come back in one piece. He gives a confident nod. Meanwhile, back at Area 2, Qing Yi and Feng Hua are following a guard. He grips his rifle tightly, staying alert. Stay close to me. I am taking you both to the safe zone. Qing Yi holds her staff, scanning the hallways. It's eerily quiet. It is weird. I don't see anyone else around. Stick with me here. They have no idea. They just walked past a room where someone's doing something truly horrific. The guard replies to Qing Yi, suggesting everyone might have already reached safety. She softly wonders if that's true. Suddenly, they run into an old man. The guard quickly asks, "Sir, why aren't you with the other evacuation teams?" The old man's clothes are worn, and his face is full of worry. His voice trembles as he asks, "Officer, have you seen my granddaughter? She went to get lunch and never came back. I'm afraid she is lost and looking for me." Qingyi feels like she's been hit by lightning. It is Xiao Di's grandfather. Behind the old man, a pack of zombies emerges from the shadows. He has no idea they're right there. He keeps talking to them. "She's my only granddaughter. I can't lose her." The guard reacts instantly, opening fire on the monsters. He screams at the old man to get out of the way, but it is too late. A zombie lunges and sinks its teeth into the old man's neck. Blood sprays everywhere as he lets out a final cry. The guard doesn't stop firing, but his face is a mask of horror. His hands are shaking as he grips his weapon in pure desperation. Damn it, where did all these zombies come from? He realizes they are being overrun and shouts for the girls to run. "Forget it. We have to go now." Suddenly, a zombie leaps from a side hallway, completely blocking their path. Qingyi panics and raises her staff. "Oh no, you don't." She swings with everything she has got, slamming it into the zombie's head. And that's where we leave them with the guard thanking her for a life-saving strike. "Trust me, you and I need to see what's next." All right, you and I are diving into a nightmare where a lightning-fast zombie lunges for the kill. The guard is caught off guard as it bites his neck. He screams in shock, grabbing his throat to stop the bleeding. With his other hand, he fires 5 rounds into the monster and kicks it back. "Die, you piece of trash." Knowing his time is up, he tells the girls to head north toward the safe room immediately. "You will have to make it on your own now." Fenghua is choked with grief, barely able to speak. Tears streaming down their faces, they force themselves to leave. Fenghua whispers a final apology as they run. Behind the guard, a pack of bloodthirsty zombies slowly closes in. Pay attention here, because this is where a hero makes his final stand. Trembling with despair, he refuses to turn into one of them. Meanwhile, Qingyi and Fenghua sprint down the hallway. Qingyi shows zero fear, skillfully striking down every zombie that dares to cross her path. They finally reach the first floor. Fenghua gasps that they need to find that safe room right now. The scent of living flesh draws them in. A zombie lunges at Qingyi, and Fenghua screams out a warning. Our beauty reacts instantly, swinging her wooden staff. But the monster blocks the strike, and the weapon snaps in two. Her heart sinks as she realizes she is defenseless. But suddenly, 3 bullets ring out and hit the distracted zombie. Seizing the opening, Qingyi leaps up and delivers a crushing kick that shatters the monster's jaw. In the distance, Qing stands tall with her handgun, the smell of gunpowder still lingering in the air. "Are you two okay? I am here to save you." Qingyi is stunned to see her teammate there. Qing smiles, saying she could not just leave them behind. But suddenly, Fenghua shrieks a terrifying warning. The horde shifts its focus, swarming toward Qing as she screams in pure terror. "No, you do not." Qingyi lunges forward and blasts the zombie back with a massive, bone-breaking punch. Without missing a beat, she follows up with a strike that practically tears the next zombie in half. Qingyi is a whirlwind of destruction. Qing watches in awe, amazed by the power of ancient martial arts. Qingyi does not stop to celebrate. She yells for them to stop staring and move while they still can. Qingyi knows her strength is fading and they need to move. Suddenly, a massive crash blocks their path. Don't blink. This is where it gets crazy. Through the thick dust, a gargantuan zombie emerges, its back covered in jagged, deadly spikes. Its glowing eyes lock onto the group. Fenghua realizes this thing is on a completely different level than the others. Qing trembles, suggesting they should just run, but Qingyi knows that is not an option. Based on its sheer speed, running away now would only lead to them getting hunted down. She charges forward, telling the girls to get to the safe room while she acts as a distraction. Qingyi keeps up the pressure with a barrage of kicks, shouting for them to go before she loses focus. They finally agree, promising to bring help back as they race toward the safe room. "Hold on tight. Qingyi!" The spiked monster roars, swinging a massive arm to crush the girl in front of it. She dodges and lands a heavy kick. Now that they are gone, she can finally go all out. But the zombie catches her leg and hurls her against the wall with enough force to shatter the bricks. She collapses to the ground, watching the red-eyed beast charge. Is this really the end for her? Just as the monster reaches her, a sword flies through the window and impales it through the chest. The beast howls in pain as a figure appears. Yang Hao stands like a hero, declaring that his friends are off limits. Qingyi looks up, her eyes wide with hope as she whispers his name. The surrounding zombies begin to recover, but Yang Hao is ready to clear a path and get her out. His eyes glow with fury as he swings his blade. "Every single one of you dies right now." With a single devastating strike, the lead zombie is obliterated, the impact of his blade shattering the ground. Yang Hao grips his sword tight, his resolve as sharp as the edge of his blade. He fights like a demon possessed until the area is clear. Finally, he reaches out to help Qingyi up. Amidst the carnage, he asks where the rest of the group went. She tells him she can lead the way. Let me take you there. Meanwhile, at the safe room, the guards are barely holding back the undead tide. Inside, survivors huddle in fear, while Fenghua cries for her friend. Trust me, you do not want to miss what happens next. Alright, you and I are jumping back into the chaos as the shelter falls into total madness. Qing tries to stay calm, telling herself that Qingyi will definitely make it back alive. Suddenly, the arrogant Huantian appears right in front of them, mocking the daughter of the high-ranking commander. He steps closer to Qing, reaching out with a disgusting hand, but she reacts instantly, slapping his arm away with pure disgust. He sneers at them, asking why they ran all the way here just to suffer when they had nowhere else to go. The creep offers them a deal, follow him for food and comfort. Qing grits her teeth in anger, pointing out that he is also just hiding here like everyone else. He sits down and puts a filthy hand on her shoulder, laughing as he explains that he is not actually here for shelter at all. His grandfather arranged a private helicopter to move him to a safe zone because a super zombie is currently hunting everyone in this area. The guards are no match for it. Qing pushes his hand off, her face twisting in worry as she demands to know more about this threat. Now watch this, our main character is about to give this creep exactly what he deserves. Yang Hao has been standing right behind them the whole time. Huan Tian tries to flirt, suggesting they find a private place to talk. But suddenly, Yang Hao's hand clamps around his throat like a vice. He lifts the coward into the air, demanding to know if the outbreak in the shelter was his doing. Huan Tian is terrified into silence, while Qing gasps in surprise. She cheers, thrilled to see that Yang Hao has finally arrived to save them. Fenghua is moved to tears, seeing that Qingyi is safe and sound. Everything is finally looking up for them. Yang Hao maintains his iron grip. Huan Tian breaks into a cold sweat, stuttering in disbelief that Yang Hao is actually still alive. Yang Hao is radiating pure rage. He squeezes tighter, holding back the urge to end this piece of trash right now. He tells him that his survival is none of his business. Either he talks now, or he gets tossed out to the zombies. Huan Tian panics, begging for mercy. The commotion draws a crowd of survivors who whisper among themselves, wondering what all the fighting is about on the other side. Yang Hao slams the coward onto the hard floor. Gasping for air and clutching his neck, he confesses that Chu Xiang transformed into a zombie shortly after they arrived at the safe zone. He realized the zombie was weak at first, so he used it as a secret tool to eliminate his enemies. Qingyi is shocked. She asks how he bypassed the medical checks. Everyone was supposed to be cleared for infection before entering the facility. Huantian slowly stands up, his arrogance returning. He explains that Chu Xiang must have been in the incubation phase after contact. Plus, for people with their high-level status, the guards never perform the same strict inspections they force on the common refugees. You and I have seen some villains, but this guy is on a whole different level of sick. He laughs while bragging about his crimes. He admits Chu Xiang escaped while he was distracted killing a young girl. Yang Hao loses it and grabs the monster by his collar once again. He calls him a worthless piece of trash. Huan Tian just laughs maniacally. With a twisted look in his eyes, he claims that nothing compares to the thrill of watching people beg for their lives before dying. Yang Hao has reached his limit. He declares that today is the day this scumbag finally pays the price. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoes through the building. Someone yells for help as a high-speed zombie begins tearing through the crowd. Everyone turns toward the chaos. Huan Tian smiles, realizing that his pet, the zombie Chu Xiang, has finally arrived. Yang Hao drops the lunatic and sprints toward the danger. He tells the girls to stay back while he goes to deal with the monster personally. He warns Huan Tian that he will be back to finish him later. He can't let this evolved zombie continue its slaughter inside the safe house. Qingyi refuses to stay behind, telling him to stop acting like a solo hero as she draws her weapon to join him. Upstairs, a terrified girl is cornered. She trembles as the monstrous zombie slowly closes in for the kill. Just in time, Yang Hao arrives and roars for the monster to stop. Chu Xiang has fully evolved. His face is a nightmare of purple veins and rotting flesh. He glares at the human who dared to interfere with his meal. Yang Hao leaps through the air, delivering a powerful kick straight to the zombie's head. The monster is sent flying back, crashing into the debris. He quickly recovers, his eyes still locked onto the terrified girl nearby. Yang Hao tells her to run while she can. She quickly scrambles away, shouting a breathless thank you over her shoulder. Our hero channels his internal energy and summons his weapon. A massive, glowing, heavy sword appears instantly in his hand. He points the blade at the monster. He tells Chu Xiang that his past arrogance has finally caught up to him as karma. Like a god of judgment, Yang Hao swings his blade. It is time to send this monster to his final resting place. But the zombie is incredibly agile. It twists its body in midair, barely dodging the lethal strike that would have ended it. It immediately counterattacks. Yang Hao narrowly avoids the claws, cursing under his breath at the creature's insane speed and reflexes. And trust me, we're just getting started. This fight is about to go off the rails as the zombie becomes a literal blur. Alright, you and I are jumping right into the chaos as Yang Hao blocks a flurry of strikes, totally unaware that Chu Xiang is baring his claws right behind his back, ready to end the fight. But out of nowhere, a rock comes flying in and slams directly into the mutant's ugly face, stopping him dead in his tracks. As the beast falls, Yang Hao spins around in total shock to see who just saved his skin. Qingyi stands there confidently, tossing another stone as she teases him for running off without waiting for her. Yang Hao just smirks and turns his blade back toward the monster, telling her she is just too slow. Qingyi watches as Chu Xiang panics, desperately trying to escape Yang Hao's devastating sword strikes that rain down like judgment. Suddenly, Chu Xiang rips off his shirt, revealing a row of razor-sharp bone spikes growing from his skin. Now pay attention here, this is where it gets terrifying. The mutant wears a sinister grin as Yang Hao watches in horror. Before he can react, the bone shards launch from the mutant's back like high-speed bullets right at him. Yang Hao shreds the spikes with his blade, mocking the beast and saying that cheap tricks won't save it now. Terrified by Yang Hao's power, Chu Xiang shifts his target and lunges straight for Qingyi. She screams in fear, but Yang Hao is already moving, throwing his sword like a spear at the zombie. He snarls in rage, cursing the monster for trying to use such a pathetic feint against them. The powerful blade flies through the air, impaling Chu Xiang and slamming him backward with insane force. The sword pins the mutant to the wall like a specimen, leaving him gasping in agony. Yang Hao rushes over, whispering that he finally caught him. He rips the sword out and delivers a relentless flurry of slashes, leaving the demon no chance to fight back. Yang Hao coolly rests the blade on his shoulder and turns away. He doesn't even look back at the dying mutant. Chu Xiang is finished, so it is time to head home. Qingyi follows close behind, asking what they will do about that traitor, Luo Huantian. They need to make him suffer for everything he has done. Meanwhile, near the safe zone, a massive horde of zombies is closing in while the guards fight desperately to hold the line. Yang Hao and Qingyi emerge from an alley, shocked to see so many monsters swarming their sanctuary. Yang Hao just gives a cold smile, ready to kill every last one of them. The zombies charge like mindless beasts, forcing the brave guards to grip their weapons and fight for their lives. Suddenly, one fast zombie lunges toward a distracted guard. The man fires his rifle rapidly, cursing in fear as his ammo runs low and the monsters just keep getting faster and faster. But then, a massive blast of energy slams into the zombie, ending it before it can even make a sound. The guard watches in confusion as the monster hits the dirt hard. Yang Hao steps forward with confidence, asking if they are okay and why the safe zone is under such a heavy attack. The guard explains that some black-haired student lured the entire swarm here on purpose before making a run for it. You and I both knew it was that psycho Luo Huantian behind this whole mess. Suddenly, the guard begins gasping for air, clutching his chest. Yang Hao freezes as he realizes these are the signs of infection. The guard makes a heartbreaking choice. He begs Yang Hao to kill him before he turns into one of those monsters. Yang Hao hesitates, asking if there is any family he wants to see one last time. The guard shakes his head. He is an orphan with no one left. Yang Hao nods, his heart heavy. He delivers a final, merciful strike to the hero, praying that he will find a more beautiful world in the next life. The man smiles as he fades away, thanking him. Yang Hao is absolutely livid now, swearing that he will find Luo Huantian and make sure he has no place to hide. He gently lays the fallen guard on the ground. A zombie tries to ambush him, but Yang Hao is ready to send it straight to hell with his blade. Suddenly, 3 gunshots ring out, piercing right through the monster's rotting flesh before he can strike. Yang Hao stands there as the dead zombie hits the floor. Qingyi walks up, wondering where that gunfire came from. A group of elite guards approaches with their rifles raised, and everyone cheers as reinforcements from the other district finally arrive. Their commander, Zhang Yi, immediately orders his team to focus all their fire on the remaining monsters. He loads his weapon, ready to end this bloody battle once and for all. A crazed zombie lunges at him, knocking aside several guards as everyone screams in pure terror. Zhang Yi shouts for everyone to watch out as he opens fire on the beast. Blood sprays everywhere as it dies, but 2 more zombies are already charging from behind. He just sighs in frustration. He stays on guard, delivering a brutal elbow to the zombie behind him, while complaining that they just never stop coming. He chokes out the monster behind him while simultaneously blasting the one in front of him into pieces. You and I just witnessed a legend in action as he pins the last monster to the dirt and finishes it for good. Stick with me, we're about to witness a total zombie nightmare. They swarm in like monsters, and the guard unit can't stop firing while Zhang Yi curses in frustration. He doesn't even have time to reload, so he grips his rifle and starts bashing skulls, screaming for them to just die. Suddenly, Yang Hao's sword flies in to save him as he shouts a warning to watch his back. Zhang Yi ducks just in time as the blade pierces a zombie's skull, and he quickly grabs the weapon. He uses it to hold off another monster, eventually collapsing in exhaustion while using the sword as a crutch, staring at the figure behind him. Zhang Yi gasps out a thank you, but Yang Hao just pulls him up, saying they were even now. Zhang Yi places a hand on his shoulder, offering some genuine praise. Taking down that many zombies alone at his age? Pure talent. Yang Hao just stays humble about it. Zhang Yi gestures toward the others and laughs, telling them to get to safety while his team handles this. Yang Hao grabs Qing Yi and leaves, though inside he's already planning to settle the score with Luo Wantian. As the two of them run for their lives, a helicopter suddenly appears in the sky above them. Yang Hao's stunned. Why is there a chopper here? Could it be reinforcements or something else? Inside, everyone is huddled in groups, panicking, just as Qing Yi and Yang Hao burst into the room. He asks what's happening, then spots Fang Qingqing's injury and rushes over to check on her bleeding arm. Qingqing grips her arm and explains that Luo Wantian lost his mind when he heard that helicopter outside. She tried to stop him until Yang Hao returned, but he heard her and escaped. He can't get away. Hearing that, Yang Hao turns to leave immediately, telling Qing Yi to stay behind and protect the group. He tells her to guard everyone while he goes to settle the debt with Luo Wantian once and for all. Near the safe house, Yang Hao spots him. Luo Wantian is sprinting toward a tall building with zombies behind him. Now watch this part carefully, because Yang Hao realizes that helicopter is actually a getaway ride for that coward. Over on the other side, Luo Wantian stops to smash a few zombies with his baseball bat. He laughs, saying he's finally done with them, before making it all the way to the rooftop. The helicopter is hovering right there, and he screams out for his father to save him. As the ladder drops, his father yells for him to move his ass because the zombies are right on his heels. He starts to climb, but then he spots a familiar figure watching him from below. He realizes Yang Hao is still alive and has followed him all the way to this building. He decides to climb back down, telling his dad to wait while he finishes this business personally. Inside the stairwell, Yang Hao is outrunning the horde when he senses someone waiting behind the door. He smirks, knowing Luo Wantian thinks he's clever, but that sneak attack isn't going to work on him. Luo Wantian hides behind the door, gripping his bat, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. He swings with everything he's got, but hits nothing but air, leaving him completely baffled. You and I both knew Yang Hao was faster. He appears behind the traitor with a deadly smile. Luo Wantian spins around in shock as Yang Hao kicks him straight into the incoming zombie horde. They swarm him instantly as he screams for mercy, but it's far too late for that now. As the monsters tear him apart, his father screams in agony from the helicopter above. Losing his mind, the father pulls out a gun, determined to kill Yang Hao for what he did. Yang Hao dives for cover as bullets explode around him, hiding behind a thick concrete wall. While the father curses him out, Yang Hao just scoffs at his terrible aim and lack of skill. The helicopter circles around, and the father quickly spots where Yang Hao is hiding. Furious, he vows to kill him and keeps firing, making Yang Hao grit his teeth in annoyance. He sprints out from cover through the smoke, finally drawing his powerful jade sword to end this. He didn't want to kill them, but he hurls the blade at the helicopter with insane force. The blade flies true, slicing through the propeller blades and sending sparks flying everywhere. And that's where we leave it, with the pilot screaming to jump before the whole thing crashes. Stick with me, you and I are about to see a powerful father lose everything as his world goes up in flames. As the helicopter ignites, the pilot and the father bail out, but the old man does not stop screaming his threats. Back on the ground, Colonel Zhongyi ignores the chaos, focused on a report confirming the central zombie threat is neutralized. He hands the report back to his guard, ordering an immediate sweep for any lucky survivors left in the area. He is about to order a check for hidden infections when Huan Tian's father arrives, screaming Zhang Yi's name in rage. He yells about how much money he spent on supplies, furious that the army failed to protect his only son. Seeing no reaction, he doubles down, find my son's killer in 3 minutes, or the supply line is cut off forever. That is when Yang Hao finally steps out, hands in his pockets, looking completely unbothered by the old man's tantrum. Without a hint of fear, he confesses, and the father immediately tries to grab a guard's gun, screaming for bloody revenge. Than and the rest of the group step out behind him, ready to stand their ground against the angry mob. She steps forward with icy authority, warning everyone that if they touch Yang Hao, they are not leaving this place alive. She exposes the truth. Huan Tian hid zombies for his own gain, causing this disaster, and his death was more than justified. Than Yi jumps in, backing her up, and making sure everyone knows that Yang Hao is the real hero here. She reveals that without him, they would all be dead, especially after Huan Tian started hiding the infected from everyone else. When the coward fled, he lured the horde toward the hub, and soon, the entire crowd starts shouting their own accusations. They all agree Huan Tian was a traitor to humanity who got what he deserved, and rich kids are never any good. Cornered by the facts and the angry crowd, the father realizes he has absolutely no logical leg to stand on. Suddenly, he pivots, making a desperate offer to the colonel: just kill this boy, and the supplies will keep flowing again. Now watch this. Pay attention to how fast these people flip their morals the moment the father offers 5 times the supplies and extra security. Suddenly, the crowd is all smiles, thinking about how easy their lives will be with all that extra food and gear. They start arguing that more guards and supplies are way more important than one man like Yang Hao could ever be. Some hesitate, but others shout them down. Why keep a killer around who might just turn on us next for no reason? It is a classic case of biting the hand that feeds them human greed on full display as they turn their backs. In a total 180-degree flip, they start chanting for Yang Hao's death, begging the colonel for execution. Emboldened, the father points a gun directly at Yang Hao's head, a smug and twisted grin spreading across his face. He demands that the colonel arrest him immediately, promising to make Yang Hao beg for the sweet release of death itself. Yang Hao just shakes his head in disgust. One minute they are cheering, the next they are selling him out for food. His eyes turn razor sharp, staring down the father before he suddenly turns around and starts to walk away in silence. He lets out a cold, hollow laugh. This place is absolutely nauseating, and he is done protecting people with no souls. The father screams at Zhang Yi to stop him, acting like the colonel cannot even understand plain words anymore. That is the final straw, Zhang Yi snaps, grabbing the old man by his expensive collar and lifting him into the air. He growls that the only reason they are in this mess is because of his son, and without Yang Hao, they die. You and I both know he deserved this. Zhang Yi growls that letting Yang Hao leave was his final limit, and if the old man says another word, he will throw him to the zombies. The father's bravado vanishes instantly, and he collapses to the ground, stuttering in pure, unadulterated terror as his legs give out. Fan He turns to Feng Hua. She is leaving with Yang Hao to find her sister because these people make her sick. Feng Hua agrees instantly, and even Than shouts for them to wait. She is not staying in this dump either. Zhang Yi's face hardens as he steps in, shouting at his daughter that she is not going anywhere. She stays right there. She pulls a face, telling him that nobody wants to stay with a bunch of greedy cowards. She is following Yang Hao. Zhang Yi marches toward his daughter, and for the first time, Than looks genuinely terrified of what is coming next. A sharp slap echoes through the air. As Zhang Yi strikes her, he orders his guards to lock her in a room. He barks the order again, demanding the guards take her away until she finally regains her senses and learns her place. He stands there with crossed arms, coldly stating that while the others can leave, his daughter's life is his business alone. Realizing they cannot help her now, Than He sighs and turns away. Every family has its own set of hidden scars. Than struggles against the guards, her voice cracking as she screams for them to let her go right this second. Trust me, you're going to want to see what happens next because she just told him her mother will never forgive him. Zhang Yi turns away with a dark expression, ordering the girl to be locked up. Qing struggles desperately, screaming for Yang Hao to set her free. Meanwhile, Yang Hao, Qing Yi, and Feng Hua prepare to leave that place behind for good. As they step outside, they run into Long Tao and his crew. He waves his hand and calls out to them, shouting, "Boss Hao, we are over here." The whole group is finally back together, but the mood is incredibly heavy. Long Tao rushes over, asking how things went inside and where they are heading next. He wonders if they should stay to help rebuild the base after all the damage. Yang Hao hides his inner turmoil, simply replying with a cold, "Let us get out of here." The sky is clear and quiet, with sunlight peeking through the clouds like a peaceful painting. But on the ground, the car carrying Yang Hao and his friends is tearing through the city streets at high speed. Yang Hao focuses on driving while the others gossip. Feng Hua mentions she did not expect so much drama at the villa, noting that Qing Yi's aura feels completely different than before. Qing Yi softly replies that the past is the past, but she is lucky to have Yang Hao. Without him, she would not be here. Still, she cannot believe the people at the base were so ungrateful after everything Yang Hao did for them. In the end, they just sold him out. Long Tao leans against the car door, looking out at the ruins and cursing those bastards back at the gathering zone. They only care about themselves, he snarls. If he were there, he would have killed those troublemakers himself just to settle the score. He just cannot swallow this anger. Yang Hao calmly tells him to let it go. Since they have no connection to those people anymore, it is not worth mentioning their names. Suddenly, a strange sound echoes through the air. Everyone freezes, wondering what is happening. Yang Hao immediately warns them to stay alert before slamming on the brakes. Now watch this. The tires screech against the asphalt, leaving thick smoke behind as Yang Hao grips the wheel, staring at a massive, chaotic crowd appearing in the distance. Qing Yi asks, confused, "Who are they?" She wonders if that is the military supply convoy they heard about. But very quickly, she realizes something is terribly wrong with the scene ahead. Those are not soldiers, they are zombies. And it looks like there are mutated ones leading them in an organized, large-scale march. This is definitely a planned attack. Yang Hao hides the car behind a wall to observe their path. Qing Yi gasps in shock. Their direction? Could they be heading straight for the gathering zone? She asks if they should turn back to warn them, but Long Tao furiously refuses. Why bother helping those greedy, dead-eyed traitors? He says they deserve to be killed by zombies. Yang Hao stays silent, but Qing Yi quickly points out that Qing is still there. They cannot just leave her to die with the rest. Hearing that, He immediately hits the gas and pulls a U-turn back toward the base. Meanwhile, at the observation tower, guards report to the colonel that Zone A is clear. Over the radio, the response comes back, loud and clear. They are told to stay alert during the internal maintenance. Do not let your guard down, or we might have another riot on our hands. The guard acknowledges the order, but suddenly spots something approaching fast. Dust is kicking up everywhere as something moves toward them with incredible speed. He tells the other end of the line to wait. He quickly grabs his binoculars to get a better look at what is coming. You and I can see the panic in his eyes as he broadcasts an emergency warning. A massive-scale zombie horde is spotted 1,000 meters to the northeast. Zhang Yi screams into the radio in total shock. What did you just say? He immediately orders reinforcements to be sent. Keep a close eye on their movements and do not lose sight of them. Over. He turns to his subordinates, telling them to mobilize the remaining guards. Divide the teams to reinforce the structures and the watchtowers immediately. Then, he tells them to check the weapon inventory because a fierce battle is coming. As for the refugees, send them back to their homes for safety. We need to be ready for anything. Get a fleet of vehicles ready to abandon the base at any moment. The subordinate quickly salutes and carries out the order. A moment later, another guard rushes in, panting and frantic. Colonel, we have a major problem. With a fresh wound on his forehead, he reports that the colonel's daughter attacked him from behind and knocked him out. She stole his gun and ran away. Zhang Yi slams the table, cursing. Damn it! Why is everything going wrong at the same time? Meanwhile, outside the base, Qing hides behind a large rock, looking around cautiously. She stays on high alert. Gripping her gun, she wonders if it is too late to find Yang Hao and the others. Seeing no one following her, she moves forward, unsure which direction they even went. Suddenly, she spots an old, battered car. She approaches it slowly, wondering if this could belong to Yang Hao's group. She opens the door but realizes she was wrong. Inside, she finds a woman and a small child huddled together. The woman looks barely alive, her face covered in horrific wounds. The child next to her is shaking and won't stop crying from pure terror. Qing looks at the kid with worry. Who knows how long they have been trapped here? The poor child has cried himself hoarse. She thinks about her own cold-hearted father. She decides that if she just ignores this baby and walks away, then she is no better than him. Suddenly, the woman's eyes snap open. Veins bulge across her face in a terrifying way, and her eyes turn a predatory, bloody red. The zombie lunges at Qing. She gasps in terror, realizing the woman was already infected and has finally turned. This is bad. She quickly uses her gun to take the woman down, whispering a sad apology. Then, she pulls the baby into her arms. She needs to get this kid to the base immediately because he looks starving. The car door slams shut as the child finally falls asleep in her arms. Qing looks down at the little one, her heart softening. Be good now, she whispers. I am going to take you to the base. And trust me, you and I are both wondering if they will even make it. Stick with me, you and I are jumping back into the apocalypse with Qing as she protects a baby. As she leaves, the zombies arrive and instantly crush her vehicle into scrap metal. Legions of mutant zombies are right on her heels, snarling and growling in a massive, terrifying wave. They're charging the settlement at full speed while guards on the watchtower open fire. Some zombies aren't fast enough and get sent straight to the afterlife. The guards keep unloading their magazines into the crowd, but human endurance has its limits. Suddenly, a bloated mutant spits a cloud of toxic gas. The guard barely dodges, as the corrosive bile slams into the wall with a deafening explosion. Another zombie uses its mutated intestines to snatch a soldier right off the wall. The other guards can only watch in pure horror. Gripping his rifle tight, one soldier panics, swearing that these mutants are just too damn hard to kill. Some of them won't even go down after a headshot. That's when Zhang Yi and Wei Ping arrive at the lookout, shouting for everyone to hold the line no matter what happens. This settlement cannot fall. He orders his men to unleash every weapon they have left, and they quickly scramble to obey. The soldiers quickly set up the heavy artillery. But then, one of them freezes, his eyes wide as he screams out in terror. Now pay attention, this is where our hero returns. A massive boulder flies at them, but it's suddenly shattered into a million pieces. Yang Hao stands on the railing, sword in hand, casually asking the guards if they're still in one piece. He tells them to stay back before turning to Zhang Yi and the others. He tells them to evacuate so no more soldiers die. Zhang Yi immediately agrees, ordering everyone into the underground bunkers. He calls for the demolition squad to prep the armory. Yang Hao is going to lure the horde inside so they can blow those bastards to hell. Stepping down from the ledge, Yang Hao likes the plan, but he warns them to keep his friends safe during the explosion. Zhang Yi grabs him, relief written all over his face, but he warns the young man to be careful out there. He tells him he's their only hope, so he shouldn't get injured just for the sake of a fight. He hands Yang Hao a device, a timer set for 20 minutes until the entire armory detonates. He needs to lure the zombies in before time runs out. Yang Hao takes it and leaps off the watchtower with total confidence. Clutching his sword, he figures 20 minutes is plenty of time as long as there aren't any nasty surprises. He launches his first strike, landing perfectly, just as a zombie loses its life beneath his blade. Zhong Yi orders his men to pull back. Meanwhile, another mutant lunges at Yang Hao, but he effortlessly flips through the air to dodge. Suddenly, a massive, glowing spear appears in his hands. He shouts for the monster to taste his legendary weapon. He hurls it, impaling the zombie right through the skull. He looks at the horde with pure disdain, calling them nothing but trash. Raising his weapon again, he laughs at them, saying they aren't even worth his effort before unleashing his Gale Rain technique. He mows them down, but one tries to sneak up from behind. Yang Hao just slams his spear deep into the dirt. He swings the shaft around, cursing the zombie for thinking it could actually get the drop on him. One final swing to the head and it's over. More keep coming, and while they're easy to kill, their numbers are starting to get ridiculous. He keeps swinging, knowing that if he lets himself get surrounded, even he might be in trouble. Every swing of his spear carries devastating power, shredding the zombies. He sweeps through the crowd and leaps into the air, aiming his 200-centimeter spear at the next target. The tip sinks deep into the creature. He lifts the zombie high and spins it around like a ragdoll while others rush in. He slams the body down, crushing the other two attackers instantly. Suddenly, his system notifications start going crazy. You and I both know what that means, it's loot time. He's thrilled that these monsters are dropping so many attribute points. Speed +1, +1.4, +0.5. Then power, +3, +1, and +2.1. Yang Hao looks at the remaining horde, mocking their inability to touch him. One zombie tries to hurl a massive stone. He dodges with ease as the rock shatters the ground, immediately countering with a flurry of strikes. They fall one by one, sent straight to hell. His strength continues to skyrocket with every kill. Power +3.1, speed +3, +2.4, and 0.7. Then spirit +1, +0.4, 1.3, and Asura Scythe +1. He's thrilled with how much he's cultivated. Not bad at all. Meanwhile, Ching Ching is hiding nearby with the baby, watching the chaos unfold. The zombie tide is rushing the center, and she's worried about how fast this outbreak is spreading. You and I are seeing her world get turned upside down again. She spots Yang Hao in the chaos and realizes he never actually left. She thought he had already left. Yang Hao senses eyes on him and turns to see who's watching. Stick with me, because you and I are about to watch an insane rescue. Fang Ching Ching waves, and a surprised Yang Hao rushes to her side. As soon as he reaches her, he asks, "What happened to you? Why are you still out here?" She explains she was trying to find them but found a child whose mother turned into a zombie. She had to save him first. Yang Hao quickly decides, "All right, it is too dangerous here. Get this kid to a safe place immediately." He checks his watch. 10 minutes have already passed, and time is running out. Suddenly, he picks her up, making her jump in surprise. He calms her down. "Do not struggle. Just hold the kid tight. We are in a hurry." Underground, Qing Yi treats the wounded while everyone gathers. Kai Jing anxiously asks Zhong Yi why Yang Hao is not back yet. Long Dao reassures him, "Do not worry. That guy is not normal. He will make it back in time." Zhong Yi stares at a photo of Fang Ching Ching as a child, silently praying. His only daughter survives this nightmare. Suddenly, dust and rocks begin to rain down from the ceiling without warning. As the ceiling cracks, a terrified soldier asks what that was. "Something just jumped over us from above." Now pay attention, because here is where the tension hits its peak. Yang Hao sprints toward the shelter with a horde of zombies screaming behind him. Kai Jing shouts with joy, "It is Yang Hao. Open the door, quickly." Long Dao rushes to the door, but a gunshot stops him cold. Huan Tian's father is pointing a gun at him, threatening everyone. He screams that he will shoot anyone who opens it. Tai Jing yells back, "Why the hell should we listen to you?" The father snarls that Yang Hao killed his son and deserves to die. Then he aims his weapon directly at Tai Jing's head. Before he can pull the trigger, a bullet pierces his skull. He falls before he can even finish his sentence. Zhong Yi is the one who fired. Tai Jing is stunned, and the father's guard freezes in place from the shock. Zhong Yi quickly orders the door open so they can enter before the detonation. Outside, Yang Hao's voice rings out again. Suddenly, a massive, mutated zombie drops from above, blocking Yang Hao's path in a thick cloud of dust. Yang Hao bites his lip, wondering how long it was waiting there. This safe zone was supposed to be clear of monsters. You and I can tell this was a trap. Yang Hao sets Fang Ching Ching down and tells her he will lure the monster away. He plans to lead it toward the weapons cache so she can slip into the bunker while it is distracted. She asks about his safety, but he tells her to just go. He taunts the beast. "Hey big guy, come and get me." The zombie stares at him with glowing red eyes and a terrifying aura. Yang Hao turns and starts to run. He looks back at Fang Ching Ching and screams, "Now, run while you still can." The zombie slams the ground, chasing him through the debris. Yang Hao turns to face the monster head-on for the fight. The beast lets out a violent roar, trying to show off its overwhelming mutated power. Yang Hao draws his spear, his eyes locked on the target. Too bad for you, monster. Prepare to die. The zombie strikes first with its mutated claws. Yang Hao quickly uses his spear to block the massive, heavy blow. The monster stomps down with insane force, leaving a massive crater where Yang Hao was just standing. Luckily, Yang Hao jumps away just in time. But the zombie is relentless, throwing another heavy punch at him. Yang Hao dodges again. He is impressed that something so big can move with such incredible predatory speed. He swings his spear with everything he has, shouting for the monster to take his best shot. But the zombie is too strong. His spear snaps in half. Damn it, he curses, frustrated by the loss of his weapon. He is worried. If that spear broke, this monster is as strong as he is. He immediately reaches for another weapon. Suddenly, the system alerts him. He has obtained the Asura Scythe. Attack power plus 50. Stats show speed plus 10% and frost attribute plus 10. Asura power plus 10 and speed plus 5. Mental state drops by 10. The system details every single one of its dark attributes for him. The scythe grants a frost buff with a chance to freeze the enemy. He ignores the red warning text entirely. This weapon is exactly what he needs. He swings the scythe toward the zombie with lethal, cold intent. At the same time, Long Dao opens the bunker door. Feng Qingqing quickly hands the baby over to him for safety. Then she grabs a gun and turns back toward the fight. Close the door. I am not leaving Yang Hao out there alone. Zhang Yi is horrified. He begs her to come back, saying those mutated zombies are far too dangerous for her. And trust me, you and I know she is not backing down. She tells the old man she will be fine and charges back out. All right, you and I are dropping right into a brutal war against an angry mutant zombie. Duong Hao charges in, taunting the monster to bring its best help and face its grandpa. Hearing the variant's call, a swarm of zombies rushes forward while Duong Hao prepares for a slaughter. He moves like lightning, swinging his scythe and carving through the horde. You picked the wrong opponent, pal. Looking back, the zombies are frozen solid. Man, that ice effect is even more broken than I thought. Meanwhile, Thanthan is hiding behind a mound, watching Duong Hao fight while staying out of sight. She is trembling, aiming her gun with shaky hands and telling herself to get a grip. Calm down, she says. You're here to help him, not be a burden. Suddenly, a bullet drills a zombie's head. She celebrates for a second. Not bad at all, that was a perfect headshot. But she knows the rules. Stay in one spot too long, and you are dead. Duong Hao notices the shot and realizes she's actually got guts. Suddenly, the mutant launches a magical strike. He eyes it coldly. Finally lost your patience? He pivots to tear through the lesser zombies, Lola and Cody. The mutant zombie loses it, accidentally punching its own underlings into the ground with a heavy strike. Now, pay attention, because this massive explosion is about to change the entire battlefield. A streak of light flashes past. Duong Hao just sliced both arms off the mutant before it could blink. He doesn't let up, swinging his scythe again. I thought you were supposed to be a challenge. But the severed limbs start twitching. Right before his eyes, the arms begin to grow and expand. Annoyed by the endless crowd, he freezes another wave. Seriously, do you guys ever stay dead? He turns around and freezes. The mutant's arm is now massive. What on earth is this thing? He doesn't hesitate. His survival instinct screams at him to dodge to the side immediately. The variant returns to its original form, then suddenly stretches its arm for a heavy, bone-shattering punch. This upgrade is getting on his nerves. Great, it resurrected itself and even came back with armor. He decides to push its limits. Let's see exactly how many times you can crawl back to life. Both sides unleash their ultimate techniques in a final, desperate clash for victory. Inside the base, Tai Qin covers her ears as a deafening screech erupts. Outside, Duong Hao spots an opening. While the mutant is distracted, his scythe aims directly at the monster's most vulnerable weak point. The strike connects, but a strange piece of flesh flies off the zombie's body during the impact. He sighs. Not this again. Those falling chunks of meat are actually turning into clones. You and I both saw that coming, right? The mutant transforms, and the tension hits an absolute peak. Tai Qin can't take it. She screams for a way to save him before he dies of exhaustion. The commander suggests a desperate plan. Detonating the weapon cache is the only way to kill them all. But there's a catch. If they blow it, Duong Hao and Thanthan will be caught in the blast. Only the bunker can withstand the shockwave. Fuang Hoa breaks down in tears, fearing for their lives. It's a life-or-death situation balanced on a razor's edge. They have to trust him to finish the fight and hide. Meanwhile, Thanthan tracks the enemy carefully. Another mutant appears, making her panic. If this keeps up, Duong Hao won't have any energy left. She reloads, counting her remaining bullets. Only 2 shots left. She has to make them count. Back to the fight. Duong Hao realizes these clones are just as strong as the original. If another one pops up, it's game over. He has to end these two annoying monsters now. He narrowly dodges a steel punch from one mutant, but the second one is already closing in. Unfortunately, luck runs out. Duong Hao takes a direct, devastating hit from the beast. Back at the base and in the field, they scream his name in pure terror. But he slowly stands back up. It's the first time since his power-up that he's been hurt this bad. A dark spark of interest flickers in his eyes. This feeling. It's actually getting good. Trust me. You and I are about to see Duong Hao truly go berserk. Let's see who survives. Alright, you and I are about to watch an intense zombie showdown. Ice traps the mutant as another one lunges forward. You think you can take me while your friend is down? Duong Hao leaps into the air. If you want to die, I will help you. Suddenly, he notices something very strange about this situation. It is commanding other zombies to attack the safe zone. Duong Hao delivers a brutal kick straight to the monster's face. He moves fast, thinking to himself, I cannot let them ruin the Colonel's master plan right now. But things are not that easy. The monster swings a heavy fist toward Duong Hao. From afar, Than Than screams in terror. Duong Hao, are you all right? She fires at the zombie's head while he responds. I am fine. It is just a flesh wound. Do not worry about me. That monster really tried to ambush me, he shouts out loud. If that hit had landed, I would be finished. Phuong Than Than, run now. But it is too late. The monster reaches her and delivers a punch that sends Than Than flying back in pain. She hits the ground hard, leaving everyone speechless. Duong Hao immediately rushes to her side. Phuong Than Than, stay with me. While he helps her up, the mutant zombie raises its leg for a powerful kick. Than Than, please wake up. That punch did some serious damage. Duong Hao's hands are clenching tight, his knuckles turning white as his pure rage finally boils over. He loses it and throws a massive punch. Damn it, why won't you just stay down and die already? The mutant zombie is immediately sent tumbling across the floor from the force. No mercy left. Duong Hao's eyes burn with killing intent. How dare you hurt my friend? He leaps high for the next strike. Gathering every ounce of his power, Duong Hao growls. All of you, just die. His strike slams directly into the zombie's chest. He pins it down firmly. Before you kick the bucket, leave some loot for me. He thrusts his hand into the zombie's chest and grabs the glowing energy core hidden deep inside its body. After checking the body, Duong Hao confirms it. This time, it is finally dead for real. Suddenly, a glowing orb appears in the air. This is the energy quickly flows directly into his body. Now watch this part carefully. This is where Duong Hao gets a broken new ability. The system unlocks weakness perception for him. Reading the new info, he gains a massive boost in confidence. The rest of you, time to die. Two zombies, one thin and one fat, are slowly closing in on him from the front. The system displays their stats. Zombie A is level 1 with strength 18, speed 11, and spirit 21. Zombie B is level 1 with strength 20, speed 15, and spirit 9. He is impressed. Weakness perception even shows their attributes. This info gives him the edge he needs. Since your stats are trash, go meet your maker. Before those two zombies can even move, he crushes them until they are spitting out black blood. Suddenly, a new warning appears. Mutant zombie strength, 300 degrees Celsius, 80 degrees Celsius, 121 degrees Celsius. We thought it was dead, right? Think again, it is back on its feet. He realizes its attributes are much higher than his own. He quickly refocuses and charges forward. But your weakness is written all over you. While attacking, Duong Hao triggers his brand new skill, weakness perception. Just as he hoped, a red target appears on its head. Activate. He swings his scythe, but the monster manages to block it. He smirks. So you blocked it? You won't be that lucky again. In an instant, he is back in the air, continuing the assault. The mutant zombie barely manages to stop his strikes. Duong Hao's terrifying power continues to rain down on the monster. Sensing its end is near, the mutant lets out a piercing scream, calling every nearby zombie to its location. The horde swarms toward the unconscious Than Than. Duong Hao spots the danger immediately. This is bad. Phuong Than Than, Duong Hao leaps over to protect her. Since you want to play dirty, I will give you exactly what you deserve. He kicks the mutant aside. I will finish you off later. Duong Hao rushes to the zombies near Than Than and unleashes a massive wave of ice. Long Dao and the others arrive shouting, Boss, we are here to back you up. Trung Duke orders everyone to stay sharp. We need to survive this wave. 15 people, follow me to the armory now. Than Than, hold on. Old Man Cao takes command. Everyone, provide cover fire. Give Duong Hao some time. After clearing the minions, Duong Hao checks his experience. It is barely anything. Then he notices something. It just vanished. Before he can think, the mutant zombie lunges at him for another round. Trust me, you're going to want to see how this fight ends. He slashes it repeatedly. Know your place, you filthy monster. All right, stick with me, because Yang Hao is about to pull off something legendary. He unleashes a freezing strike that turns the mutated zombie into a block of ice before it instantly shatters. The moment that ice breaks, his follow-up attack slams down, completely obliterating the mutated monster once and for all. Staring at the remains, Yang Hao breathes a sigh of relief. Finally, it is over. His freezing attack was incredibly effective. As experience orbs float around him, he notes that while this enemy was tough, the attribute drops are definitely worth the struggle. His eyes lock onto those glowing attribute orbs. He has hit the jackpot this time. He jokes about farming a zombie like this for infinite experience. But he knows that is just a dream for now. The other soldiers erupt in cheers. The giant zombie is dead. Victory is finally within their grasp. System notifications pop up. Yang Hao's strength is 287, and his speed is 72. His spirit reaches 115. He also gains a recovery potion that can heal even the most fatal wounds instantly. Now, check this out. This boss loot is insane, and this recovery potion is an absolute game changer. It should be enough to save Thon Thon. After all, he could not have beaten this monster without her help. Commander Trung Duok's voice cuts through his thoughts. He orders everyone to maintain their suppressive fire immediately. Tai Qin shouts for Yang Hao to fall back to the bunker. More zombies are coming, and who knows what else. As Yang Hao scans the crowd, the system displays Tai Qin's stats. Strength 86 and speed 24. Thon Thon is weak. Her strength is now only 5.3. Lai Longdao stands at strength 57. Yang Hao quickly realizes that Thon Thon is in a truly critical state. He tells them to get her to the bunker while he handles the rest. He can even see the attributes of normal humans now. Thon Thon needs medical attention fast. Tai Qin tells Yang Hao to hurry back soon because they will be waiting for him. Armed with his new skills, Yang Hao is feeling incredibly confident. He promises to lead the horde straight to the armory and blow them all the way back to their ancestors. He starts taunting the zombies like a total madman. He even strikes a pose just to mess with their tiny brains. The zombies seem completely drawn in by the scent of his flesh. His plan is working perfectly as he lures them away. He suddenly activates his weakness detection skill to end this quickly. Before they can even react, he delivers a massive horizontal slash. These low-level monsters are nothing compared to his current power as he strikes their weak points. And yeah, you and I both know these zombies don't stand a chance against him now. He's totally in control. Meanwhile, at the armory, a massive zombie is relentlessly bashing against the doors. Inside, a lone soldier is desperately firing his weapon. He screams into the radio that the main entrance is about to give way right now. Looking through a gap in the door, he spots another wave of zombies approaching from 30 meters away. Another soldier next to Trung Duok is confused. Are they attacking on their own? Did Yang Hao fail? No, that is not it. Suddenly, he realizes there is something moving inside that massive horde. The soldier shouts with pure joy. It is Yang Hao. He is alive. After clearing out the smaller zombies, Yang Hao sighs. He made it just in time to save the commander's squad. He approaches the giant zombie with a smirk. Its weak points are practically glowing in his eyes. While it is distracted, he leaps into the air with his scythe. He has brought a special meal for these bastards. His strikes hit the giant's weak spots perfectly, making it scream in agony. Everyone watching is absolutely stunned by his incredible strength. Ignoring their shock, he calmly tells Commander Trung Duok that the mission is complete. The zombies are all here. The commander snaps back to reality and orders a full retreat to the bunker as the team quickly responds. 5 minutes later, Yang Hao stands ready with a remote detonator in hand. As the zombies mindlessly swarm forward, he presses the button and triggers a massive explosion that levels everything in sight. Back at the bunker, Thon Thon lies unconscious and bandaged. Yang Hao softly apologizes for failing to protect her better. Thankfully, Trung Duok is understanding. He says they would all be dead right now if it was not for his help. To the commander's surprise, Yang Hao hands over a bottle and tells him to give this to Thon Thon. Trung Duok looks at the potion, wondering what it could be. Yang Hao casually lies, saying he found it in an abandoned supply truck. And honestly, we both know that little lie was definitely for the best. Alright, stick with me. You and I are about to see how one mysterious pill changes everything in this apocalypse. Commander Zhang Yi knows there were no supply trucks, proving Yang Hao is hiding something massive. After thinking it over, Zhang Yi speaks up, admitting he was wrong about Yang Hao and asking for a clean slate. Yang Hao doesn't hold a grudge, simply telling the commander that their misunderstanding is officially water under the bridge. As he gives the medicine to his daughter, Qing Qing, the old man offers a heartfelt thanks to the young hero. Suddenly, the system screen pops up, showing Qing Qing's base stats. They're incredibly low, just those of a normal, fragile human girl. Yang Hao watches closely, thinking she just needs time to recover and everything should be fine. Now pay attention, look at those numbers, go! Her power, speed, and spirit stats are exploding into the superhuman range, leaving Yang Hao completely speechless. Right as he processes the change, Qing Qing's eyes snap open. She's awake, and her father's joy is absolutely overwhelming. But wait, the the system screen glitches. It can't even track her data anymore. Her new power level has officially broken the scale. At the same time, the poor girl looks totally lost as the commander pulls her into a desperate, crushing hug. Without a second thought, she shoves him away, screaming for this total stranger to get his hands off her. Zhongyi's heart shatters as he begs her to remember him. He panics, turning to Yang Hao to figure out what went wrong. Yang Hao steps in for a closer look, suggesting that the extreme trauma might have caused a total mental blackout. You saw that coming, right? But then she spots Yang Hao, her eyes light up, and she throws herself into his arms. The commander is absolutely floored. Why does she only remember Yang Hao and not her own father? Trying to help, Yang Hao points back at Zhongyi, hoping she'll recognize the man who raised her. But she doesn't hesitate for a second. She points right back at the commander and calls him a bad person. The old man breaks down in tears. Yang Hao quickly tries to calm him, saying she just needs time to adjust after waking up. He explains that her brain suffered a serious injury, so they're lucky she's even alive. He suggests she stays by his side for now. He'll protect her and help her piece her shattered memories back together. With a heavy heart, Zhongyi realizes he has no choice. He agrees to leave his daughter in Yang Hao's hands. The next morning, as the team prepares to roll out, the commander asks if they really have to leave for the West. Yang Hao just gives a small, knowing smile, ready to explain his vision for the future. He knows nowhere is safe. He's heard of a legendary survival squad saving people, and he needs to find his parents before it's too late. Zhongyi places a hand on the young man's shoulder, officially entrusting him with Qing Qing's life and safety. There's a satellite phone in the car if he needs help. Yang Hao nods, telling the commander to stay safe too. Moments later, the engine roars to life. The wheels start turning as they prepare to head into the unknown. The crowd gathers around, cheering for their hero. They'll never forget the man who saved them from certain death. Seeing the massive crowd, Long Tao asks if they should stick around a bit longer to soak it in. But Yang Hao stays sharp. No time for fame, they need to move while they still have the chance. He reminds himself that glory is just a target in this world. They have to stay alert 24/7 to survive. Half a day later, their two vehicles pull up to a lonely, abandoned mansion in the middle of nowhere. Long Tao hops out first, spotting clear signs that someone was living here very recently. After a quick sweep, he signals that the coast is clear. No zombies, no survivors, just an empty house. Yang Hao tells the group to head inside. They'll get some rest, but they need to keep their guard up. Feng Hua is already starving, hoping there's something left in the kitchen so she can whip up a hot meal. Inside, Long Dao wonders why anyone would abandon such a perfectly fortified villa. It doesn't make any sense. Yang Hao figures they were probably like them, just people out there looking for their families. He gives his team a stern warning. In this lawless world, they must never lose their humanity or become monsters themselves. Before he can finish his thought, a massive spread of delicious food appears, and the atmosphere completely shifts. Taking a big bite, Yang Hao admits it's been way too long since they had a meal this good. They're all praising the chef when suddenly, a creepy zombie cowboy appears in the moonlight outside the house. Behind him, a massive herd of mutated cattle is charging forward with terrifying, mindless aggression. It looks like the cowboy is controlling them, but then one massive bull turns and gans the zombie instead. That's where we leave it, trust me. You and I are about to see a whole new level of chaos unfold. Alright, stick with me, because after taking down that zombie cowboy, a massive herd of mutant cattle is closing in fast. Long Dao screams out a warning, this isn't good. Boss, we're completely trapped and surrounded by these beasts. Yang Hao studies the herd for a moment, narrowing his eyes before coming to a grim conclusion. These mutants are hunting us. They've clearly tasted human before and want to make us their dinner. Long Dao looks at the situation and suggests, boss, should we just hide in the basement for now? We could wait until those mutant cattle wander off before we try to make our next move. His cowardice just makes Yang Hao laugh. Seriously? You're actually letting a few overgrown cows intimidate you already? After a quick talk, Yang Hao rallies the entire group. Listen up, we've got full bellies, so let's use these animals for a little post-dinner workout. Just as he finishes, a mutant head smashes through the window right next to Qing Qing. As she freezes in terror, the beast opens its mouth and lets out a deafening roar. Everyone holds their breath, trying not to make a sound. Once it leaves, Chokda laughs, man. They didn't even notice us. These things are pretty stupid, huh? As if it understood the insult, the mutant buffalo turns back and lets out a low, menacing growl. Now pay attention here. Yang Hao's actually impressed. It understands us? His curiosity makes Long Dao and Chokda scream in unison. That's not the point right now. Outside the house, the entire herd of mutant cattle charges at once, launching a massive, coordinated assault on their position. Yang Hao barks out orders as the team splits up. Everyone stay sharp and watch your backs. Find an opening and carve a path through them. Predictably, the beasts smash through the doors. Long Dao and Chokda don't hesitate, unleashing a hail of bullets to tear the invaders apart. Kai Jing isn't holding back either. She drops 2 mutants, but a third lunges for a sneak attack. Luckily, Qingyi rushes in just in time to block it. Helping Kai Jing back up, she gives her a nod that move wasn't bad. Kai Jing breathes a sigh of relief and says thanks. In another corner, Long Dao is going wild with his trigger finger. Taste my lead, you overgrown pieces of steak. Yang Hao watches Chok Di and Feng Hua fighting in perfect sync. Their teamwork is getting smoother, man. There's nothing like having a reliable partner at your back. Yang Hao's scythe swings down, cleaving through a mutant. Die! But before he can move on, a scream of pure terror echoes through the room. It's Ching Ching, screaming for him to move. A split second later, a bullet rips through the skull of the mutant charging right at Yang Hao. Feng Hua was the one who took the shot. Talk about a close call that was almost a disaster. The scare sends Ching Ching rushing into Yang Hao's arms, trembling. He holds her tight, asking if she's okay, while Feng Hua stands there with her jaw dropped. She can't believe her eyes. Is that even human speed? You and I saw those stats pop up, right? Ching Ching's strength, speed, and spirit numbers are all over the place. Yang Hao's completely baffled by these mysterious readings. Is the potion still working, or is her power just hidden? 2 hours later, standing over a mountain of mutant corpses, Yang Hao finally exhales it's over. Suddenly, his system interface flashes with a brand new notification. Yang Hao's stats are climbing: strength 380 plus 0.8, speed 100 plus 0.5, and spirit at 140 plus 0.6. He realizes that after fighting that elite zombie, these common monsters just aren't giving him the same massive stat boosts anymore. A moment later, Yang Hao turns to the group with a proud smile. Everyone worked hard tonight. That was a hell of a fight. Before he can finish, a rifle wrapped in mysterious energy appears out of thin air. What is this? Immediately, the system screen explains everything. It's the fire Qilin gun. It comes with built-in flame effects, a high rate of fire, and can switch between rapid fire and precision strikes. This thing's power is absolutely insane. Yang Hao gets an idea perfect. This weapon is exactly what Long Dao needs. Suddenly, a voice rings out, making him spin around in shock. Hero, thank you so much, Hero. It's the townspeople, kneeling in pure gratitude. Tears streaming down his face, old Liu begins to tell their tragic story. Ever since the world ended, those mutant cattle have ruled this place. They ate people every day and slaughtered anyone who tried to pass through. He continues, voice shaking, you people are so strong. We've watched groups die here, but you wiped them all out by yourselves. Driven to the brink, old Liu begs for help. The rest of us have been hiding in the shelter, terrified to leave. Our food ran out days ago. If you hadn't come, we'd be finished. Looking at their desperate faces, Yang Hao feels a wave of sympathy rising in his chest. In this wasteland, a human life is worth less than a dog's. Who knows if this world will ever truly recover? Without hesitating, he tells Long Dao to check the supplies and give these people some food. Long Dao is stunned, but, boss, we're low too. We need this for the road. Yang Hao repeats the order, his voice turning cold and firm. I said go do it. If we run out, we'll just scavenge more later. Seeing that look in his eyes, Long Dao quickly obeys. Yes, boss, I'm on it. As the villagers celebrate, Yang Hao tells them this is all they can spare. While they're cheering, Chok Di is in the corner, literally weeping over his lost chocolate. Suddenly, old Lu's eyes widen as he catches a glimpse of the high-value gear hidden in the back of Yang Hao's vehicle. He stands there in stunned silence, staring intensely at the stacks of food crates. So what do you and I make of this? Old Lu acts polite, but that dark look on his face says it all. No, you've given us more than enough, he says. But trust me, this story is far from over. Yang Hao says his goodbyes as it is getting late. The villagers shower their savior with endless thanks. Bridge. As the house grows quiet, trust me, you are going to want to watch what happens next. Yang Hao holds Ching Ching as she sleeps soundly. Suddenly, his eyes snap open. Something is wrong. His gut feeling is dead on. Two shady figures, including Old Lu, are whispering outside the house. Old Lu is snitching to a local guild. Wu Dian asks him what is in it for them. He grins like a creep, saying they will get food and even a woman to play with. Wu Dian wants in next time, but wonders if they are taking things a bit too far. Old Lu snaps that in this apocalypse, it is every man for himself. Those outsiders must have killed too. After watching from the window for a moment, Bridge. Now pay attention, because Yang Hao is about to catch them red-handed in their little plot. Old Lu was talking big, but now he is shaking like a leaf. Hero, we were just. His brain works fast, lying that they were just discussing how to say goodbye the next morning. They play along, acting grateful for the food. Yang Hao stays calm and rejects their fake kindness. No need, we leave early. Get inside, zombies are a real threat after the sun goes down. Relieved to be alive, Wu Dian urges Old Lu to go. They have dodged a major bullet. Their suspicious behavior is noted. Morning arrives, and the entire convoy begins its journey. Long Dao is acting like an excited kid. Boss, I absolutely love this new weapon. His joy is contagious. Young Hao smiles. I promised you something good, didn't I? After traveling for a while, Young Hao calls out. Gas station ahead. Everyone, stop the cars. Inside, he gives the order to split up and scavenge for any useful supplies they can find. Long Dao and Xiao San find a car packed with food. Xiao San's eyes are glowing with hunger. This makes the team suspicious. Why is there so much food just sitting here untouched? Yang Hao scans the area and spots a supply drop. This is bait to lure people in. Qing Yi calls out from the roof about military weapons, but Yang Hao is not happy about it. Weapons? Left out in the open like that? His eyes widen as he finally realizes the trap. Ambush! Everyone, take cover right now. A hail of bullets shreds the trucks. Long Dao and Xiao San immediately dive for safety. Hiding behind the vehicles, Long Dao spots Yang Hao running toward them and waves him over. He panics. Boss, their firepower is way too heavy. What is our next move? More bullets fly from the west. Long Dao is confused. Are there shooters over there too? Yang Hao reacts instantly. We are surrounded from all sides. Everyone, stay sharp. He leaps into the air, deflecting every single bullet with his blade like an absolute master. He orders the team to rush the supermarket while he draws all the enemy fire. Bridge. He actually taunts them with a middle finger. You saw that too, right? He is totally fearless. He puts all his strength into a single throw, hurling his knife toward the sniper nest. The second floor window shatters as screams erupt from inside. Now is the time. Everyone, follow me. A gunman tries to fire, but Yang Hao is already there, swinging his blade with lethal precision. He enters the room and is immediately surrounded, but his energy blast knocks the weapons from their hands. Seeing their hands frozen solid, they stammer in shock. What? What kind of weapon is that? A deep voice tells him to wait. Brother, we are not with those thugs from the west. Ling Yun walks out, calmly smoking a cigar while Yang Hao holds his scythe ready. Ling Yun raises his hand to calm the tension. Take it easy. This is a misunderstanding. We thought you were that trash from the west. Everyone wants a piece of these military supplies. Yang Hao is stunned. Does this mean the shooters from the west are not his men? Bridge. And that is where we leave it. Trust me, you and I need to see how this unfolds. You and I are about to dive into a story where power is the only law. This is Lang Yun, explaining the map. 3 major factions are currently fighting over the military supplies dropped from the sky. We have the Lust Demon, Savage Wolf, and the 3 strongmen. The Lust Demon holds the territory on the left. Those shots from earlier were his men. They are absolute scum who kidnap girls and lock them away. He points to the warehouses. To the east is the Savage Wolf territory. As Lang Yun explains, he walks over to the window. Yang Hao follows closely as they look out at a row of tightly locked buildings. Right across from us are the 3 strongmen. They are incredibly fierce, but currently away from the area. We only fired to stop the Lust Demon from getting weapons to hurt more girls. Lang Yun turns with a warning. You are strong, so I won't stop you from taking weapons, but the other factions definitely will. Yang Hao snorts in disbelief. Don't think a few smooth words are enough to make me trust you. Take me to the Lust Demon now. If things aren't as you said, you'll wish you were dead. Yang Hao and Lang Yun head out immediately. Pay attention here, because what Yang Hao finds next is going to make your blood boil. Damn. Thugs are screaming at the women to eat faster so they can be ready to serve the boss. Women are bound and beaten, cowering on the ground in total fear. Looking at the plates of plain rice, Yang Hao is fuming. These guys are pure trash for doing this. Up on the second floor, guards stand watch while the boss, Dong Li, enjoys himself with. Meanwhile, a girl coos at a man named Dong Li. She asks if they've been serving him well these past few days. He just laughs, completely satisfied with himself. He's loving every second of it. Not to be outdone, the other girl gives him a playful wink. She's wearing a tight pink dress that perfectly shows off her curves. Dong Li's eyes are glued to her as he lets out a sleazy laugh. Now watch this. His face suddenly twists as he mutters that even playing with these girls gets boring after a while. He barks at the subordinate by the door, demanding to know why the army outside isn't handled. He was promised more girls. Stick with me. You are about to see what happens when you mess with the wrong survivor's home base. Dong Li warns him to stay safe, but before the henchman can even react, boom, the door is kicked wide open. Yang Hao strides in with a massive scythe, flanked by the lethal Feng Hua and Qing Yi, wearing a terrifying smile. He demands to know which shameless coward not only tried to steal his bunker, but also put hands on his people. Dong Li shoves the girls aside and loads his gun, barking at the intruders for barging into his private territory. Pay attention here. Yang Hao's face darkens as he tells them they're going to pay for shooting at his people. Dong Li just mocks him, aiming his pistol and telling the kid to leave the 2 girls behind if he wants to live. He threatens to turn him into a human sieve with his pistol, but Yang Hao just raises his scythe with a chilling reply. You really have no idea who you are dealing with. The muzzle flashes erupt as Dong Li's men start spraying lead everywhere. Yang Hao dodges bullets like it is nothing, zigzagging through the fire while tightening his grip on that scythe to prepare for a truly devastating counterstrike. His blade slices the gun, and trust me, you and I won't forget that frozen barrel. Stick with me, you and I are about to see this pathetic villain get absolutely roasted by our main character. Dong Li collapses in terror, still cursing as Yang Hao mocks his useless weapon. He frantically gathers every single henchman he has left. These guys are pure muscle and armed with machetes. Dong Li screams the order. Get in there and kill them all right now. Whoever takes his head gets their pick of the beautiful women in this room. The thugs charge, but Qingyi is way faster. She delivers a brutal, lightning-fast kick straight to the biggest guy's face. Long Tao slams his staff into a bald guy's jaw, mocking them for being so easy to handle. Dong Li tries to flee like a coward, yelling for his brothers to hold them off. Watch this part carefully. Kai Jing spots him and shouts for Yang Hao to give chase. We will handle these low-level trash heaps. Yang Hao gives a confident smirk. Do not worry, that rat is not going anywhere. Dong Li sprints through the hallway with Yang Hao right on his heels. Stop right there. Dong Li turns and fires his weapon, but Yang Hao blocks the bullets with a smooth flick of his scythe. Is that all? Suddenly, Dong Li smirks and hits a hidden switch on the wall. The floor beneath Yang Hao vanishes. He loses his footing and plunges straight into the dark pit below. All right. You and I are about to see what happens when a villain thinks he has finally won. But before his laugh even ends, the floor splits open and Yang Hao's hand shoots out, grabbing his leg. Tong Li's ankle is caught in a death grip as he grits his teeth and screams for Yang Hao to let go. He struggles with all his might, but it is useless as he's violently dragged down through the floor while screaming in terror. Yang Hao hooks his scythe into the floor, flipping Tong Li headfirst toward the starving monsters below while the villain turns pale. Tong Li panics, begging the hero for mercy and offering women, food, or anything else just to stay alive. Yang Hao just scoffs, asking if it is a bit late for negotiations before suddenly letting go of the villain's leg. Tong Li crashes down hard, and the waiting monsters immediately swarm him, tearing his body to pieces in an instant. Meanwhile, in the basement where the women were held, Qingyi and Feng Hua are busy untying the traumatized captives. Qingyi reassures them not to be afraid, earning tearful thanks from the girls who finally feel a moment of safety. As Yang Hao and Kai Jing approach, she worries if these survivors can even last a day without Tong Li's resources. Yang Hao's eyes turn cold as he says that in this apocalypse, everyone must ultimately find their own path to survive. He wonders why Li Long and the others haven't returned with the supplies yet, but Kai Jing just gives a smirk. She explains the girls inside have no clothes, so she told the men to stay away, warning Yang Hao to watch his eyes. Suddenly, a girl wrapped in a towel walks past, and Yang Hao's face turns red as he admires her incredible figure. His pervy side kicks in, suggesting they leave their supplies for the girls, making Kai Jing's fist tighten in pure anger. She delivers a massive kick to Yang Hao's backside, reminding him that she literally just told him not to look. He's sent flying with a nosebleed, desperately apologizing and claiming it wasn't on purpose while tumbling through the air. Kai Jing sighs at the typical male behavior, while Yang Hao quickly makes an excuse to go check the nearby area. Arriving at a warehouse, Yang Hao hears desperate screams from inside and realizes he's entered the East Sector's territory. He remembers this is Zhu Gan's zone, and as he gets closer, the sounds from within become disturbingly clear. Yang Hao curses under his breath, realizing this Zhu Gan is just as much of a perverted creep as Tong Li was. But pay attention here, because what is behind this door is definitely not what we were expecting. Several girls are kneeling on the crabble. He panics, asking what is going on, but suddenly a group of girls surrounds him. Xiaomei pins him down, begging for his attention. His face turns bright red as a nosebleed erupts. Is this a dream, or am I actually in heaven? You saw those numbers on their collars too, right? Yang Hao instantly snaps out of it and pushes Xiaomei away. Get off me right now. Yang Hao shouts for Ma Lu to show himself. A chilling, arrogant laugh echoes through the entire room. Ma Lu strolls out with his hands in his pockets, acting like he is genuinely disappointed. Yang Hao glares at him. You calling me a hero? Ma Lu smirks. You did us a favor by killing Dong Li. The girls surround him again, and Yang Hao is suspicious. What is the meaning of all this? Ma Lu's smile gets even creepier. I would never trick a hero. Think of these girls as your reward. Trust me, things are about to get dark. Let's see what happens next. All right. You and I are about to see just how twisted this apocalypse gets. These girls are begging for mercy, calling him master, but Yang Hao can't stand it. He asks if they treat humans as trash. Ma Li just waves his hand and answers plainly. That is right, this is the end of the world. To him, people without value are lower than livestock. He walks over and pats Yang Hao on the shoulder, saying he is different. If he joins them, they can split everything in this place right down the middle. With those words, he grabs little Mei and pulls her close. Ma Li gives a dark smile, suggesting they build a massive base together and rule like lords. He says they can have any woman they want. Yang Hao just glares, disgusted by the idea of becoming some petty warlord. He says he has zero interest in that. Even if he wanted power, he would get it himself without a scumbag teammate. Molly stops laughing, his face twisting into a cold mask. He snarls that Yang Hao is choosing the hard way instead of the easy one. Yang Hao points at the suffering girls, refusing to participate in such pathetic and lowly acts. He refuses to team up with monsters who are worse than animals. Now, pay attention because this is where Ma Li loses it. He pulls out a remote and clicks a button with a sneer. Suddenly, a massive iron cage drops from above, slamming down on Yang Hao. The girls are trapped too, their faces turning bright red as they choke and cough, clutching the rings around their necks. Yang Hao lunges toward Ma Li, demanding to know what he has done to these poor women. The villain laughs, revealing they were injected with a virus and are about to turn. He tells Yang Hao to enjoy his new kingdom. You and I are about to see a hero deal with a total nightmare. Their eyes turn blood red as Yang Hao calls them absolute monsters. Their faces distort into something inhuman, voices losing all sweetness. Xiao Mei begs him to let them bite him, her eyes turning a ghostly white. Yang Hao pulls out his massive scythe and offers a final warning. You girls trusted the wrong person, this virus is a death sentence. Xiao Mei completely loses her mind. With a guttural scream, she lunges straight for him with zero hesitation. Yang Hao swings his scythe, slicing Xiao Mei in half as blood sprays everywhere. There is no cure for this. He sweeps through the rest, cutting every single girl into two with one cold, clean strike. It is a massacre, and no one is spared. Yang Hao whispers a quick apology. Once finished, he shatters the iron cage with two powerful strikes. Ma Li sees the slaughter and immediately flees, shouting for his men to kill the kid while he saves his own skin. Yang Hao springs into the air, dodging a hail of bullets with ease. He lands right in front of Ma Li's lackeys, sending them straight to the afterlife. Yang Hao glares at the fleeing coward and roars for Ma Li to show his face. Ma Li pulls out a heavy shoulder-mounted launcher and laughs like a maniac, claiming he is not going anywhere yet. Yang Hao smirks, asking if that toy is supposed to kill him. Ma Li just grins wider, calling him a fool. Pay attention here, this is not a weapon, it is a blood flare. One shot, and every zombie will swarm us. Ma Li threatens him to let him go, or else they will all be torn apart by the incoming horde. Neither Yang Hao nor his friends will escape alive. Yang Hao just laughs at the pathetic threat. He challenges the coward to see who is faster, Ma Li's finger or his blade. Suddenly, a female zombie appears behind Ma Li. Without a sound, she lunges forward and sinks her teeth deep into his neck. While struggling, Ma Li accidentally pulls the trigger. The flare streaks into the sky, lighting up the entire area in red. In the dark forest, the zombies stop in their tracks. They look up at the glowing signal and let out a collective, terrifying scream. Yang Hao watches from the roof, realizing there is no time to move. He orders everyone to prepare for battle, and Zhuodi quickly confirms the command. Yang Hao rushes downstairs, grabbing the railing and shouting at the top of his lungs. The horde is coming. Everyone, grab your weapons and prepare to fight for your lives. He orders Chu Langyun to hide the women and stay put. Outside, the zombies are already closing in as Zhuodi readies his sniper scope from above. Boom! The rifle fires, blowing apart zombies surrounding the supplies. Long Tao leads the charge, shouting for the men to move out. Yang Hao cannot just sit back. He leaps into the center of the horde with his scythe, ready to start farming these monsters. Watching through his scope, Zhuodi can only marvel at how insanely strong their leader really is. With a few swings, Yang Hao clears the area. The system pings, granting him +1 to strength, speed, and spirit. He looks at the pile of corpses with disgust, complaining that these tiny stat points are barely worth the effort. Suddenly, Yang Hao senses something dangerous. He spins around, realizing he is no longer alone. A massive, elite monster towers over him with 420 strength and 50 speed. Yang Hao admits this guy might actually be a challenge. The beast's eyes glow red as it growls, smashing its massive hammer down right where Yang Hao was standing. He jumps back just in time as the ground shatters. He notes the insane power one hit would turn a normal human into paste. From his perch, Zhuodi opens fire on the beast, trying to provide cover for his boss. But the monster uses its hammer to block the bullets. Zhuodi yells out in shock, unable to believe its reaction speed. The beast turns its rage toward the sniper and starts charging. Yang Hao screams, knowing he cannot let that monster reach their base. He sprints forward, taking a massive leap to intercept the giant. The monster predicts the move, swinging its hammer around to counter Yang Hao's mid-air assault. The impact sends Yang Hao flying. He crashes hard into a nearby truck, leaving his allies screaming his name in terror. Let's pause. Did the system just reward him for getting smashed? It just unlocked a new skill called Iron Bone. Level 10 will activate the first tier of this skill. Despite his bruised face, Yang Hao is stunned. Getting beaten actually makes him stronger. He stands up and walks back toward the monster, which immediately charges and swings again. The massive force blasts Yang Hao away for a second time. As he rolls across the ground, the system announces the second stage of his tempering. Long Tao is confused, wondering why their leader keeps taking hits he clearly cannot handle. Zhuodi is equally speechless, having no idea what is happening. Yang Hao pushes himself back up, taunting the monster. He mocks the beast, saying that last hit was weaker than the first. Are you out of breath already? The monster roars and swings with everything it has. Yang Hao raises his scythe to meet the blow head-on. The shockwave makes him cough up blood, but the system confirms the third stage of his brutal refinement. Zhuodi realizes the truth their boss is using the monster to level up. You and I just witnessed a madman turning pain into power. Alright, stick with me because Yang Hao is about to take the beating of his life just to level up. Dust is everywhere. The monster is relentless, and the lackeys are starting to panic, wondering where their leader went. Long Dao shouts, asking if the boss is actually dead. The monster stops as a massive crater forms in the ground. As the smoke clears, Yang Hao's face emerges. He is battered, but his eyes are glowing with a new intensity. Now watch this. The system alert goes off, and the crew realizes their boss is far from finished. He stands tall, checking the new data. A new ability has been unlocked, Ironbone. It grants absolute invincibility for 1 second with a 600-second cooldown. His strength hits 380. He almost died for this power, but now his health is critically low and he needs a quick fix. Suddenly, Yang Hao vanishes right in front of everyone's eyes. The monster is stunned, and Long Dao looks at the empty crater. Meanwhile, Yang Hao is soaking in a healing pod. He thinks to himself that it is a good thing the pod's cooldown just ended, or he would be done for. Because of the high energy drain, the pod enters a massive 240-hour recharge phase. His wounds finally close. Stepping back into the fight, Yang Hao taunts the monster, telling it that now it is his turn. He charges forward like a literal arrow, energy swirling around him as he activates his Ironbone skill. The monster tries one last desperate hammer strike with all its might. But this time, Yang Hao catches it with a single hand and smirks at the monster's total shock. While the beast is frozen in confusion, Yang Hao swings his scythe, tearing right through its gut. Fresh blood sprays everywhere as the monster screams. Qingyi can't believe how much stronger he has become so fast. He circles behind for one final massive slash. The system confirms the kill as he roars for the beast to die. The monster is finally brought down for good, collapsing into the pit. It leaves behind a pile of glowing crystals. Yang Hao's stats jump again, strength 380, speed 100, and spirit 140. He kneels to inspect a crystal. Taking down an elite mutant zombie really pays off. You and I both know something good is coming. Look at that glowing chest he just found. He tries to force the lid open, but it won't budge. Why is this thing locked so tight? A day later, under a clear sky, the group prepares to leave for Jiangzhou to find more answers. He tells the survivors they are safe now, and that Colonel Feng Zhongyue is sending men to escort them. Ling Yun thanks him, looking at the massive stash of weapons and supplies Yang Hao left behind as a gift. With high spirits, Yang Hao leads the way. Destination, Jiangzhou. Soon, they reach a massive bridge. Qingyi checks the surroundings, noting that Jiangzhou is just on the other side of the river. There are no zombies nearby, so they decide to take a quick breather before pushing forward. Qingyi mentions news of a Lord-tier zombie at Daby Mountain that was barely stopped by a powerful ability user. Yang Hao asks about these Lord-tier threats, and Long Dao jumps in, eager to share the latest intel. The world is now using international rankings: normal, elite, and the terrifying Lord tier. Experts warn that even scarier monsters than Lord tier might appear soon as the virus evolves. Long Dao admits he doesn't know much about ability users, only that they appeared when the apocalypse started. Yang Hao asks Qingxi for her thoughts, but she just turns away, claiming she only knows traditional martial arts. Time passes slowly as the convoy continues its journey deeper into the unknown. While driving, Yang Hao notices something weird. Why is it snowing in the middle of this season? Thon hugs his arm for warmth, complaining about the cold while Yang Hao tries to stay on the road. The car suddenly stops in the middle of a frozen wasteland. Qingyi asks what is going on. Yang Hao tells everyone to stay put while he heads out alone to investigate the area. Qingyi catches a falling snowflake, wondering if an ability user is behind this unnatural weather. Walking towards some nearby houses, Yang Hao spots several strange ice statues standing on the porches. He touches one, noticing the detail is hauntingly realistic. It feels almost too real to be just a statue. Trust me, you and I are about to see something truly terrifying as Thon enters the yard. Alright, you and I are diving into a world where even the snow is out for blood. Building a snowman? Forget it. This weather is too extreme to be natural. Suddenly, the ice statue behind Yang Hao moves its hand. He spins around, wondering if his eyes are playing tricks. Qing is still wandering around the statues, completely oblivious. She thinks these frozen figures look amazing, almost like real art. Yang Hao looks over and his heart drops. Those statues were frozen solid a second ago, but now they are moving with terrifying speed. They lunged for Qing, making her scream in terror. Like a flash, Yang Hao summons his scythe and cleaves a head clean off. The other statues begin to wake up one by one. Yang Hao steps forward and tells her to stay behind him. He analyzes the situation carefully. These ice statues are actually zombies, but why was there no warning about them? High above on a rooftop, Qing Xuan watches them. Below, Yang Hao shouts a warning to his team to prepare for a zombie ambush. Qing Xuan smirks, watching him with twisted interest. She thinks he would make a perfect sacrifice for the god of the apocalypse. Amidst the whiteout, Long Yao leads Qing Yi and Kai Jing forward. They grip their guns tight, ready for the incoming slaughter. They split into two groups, one to hold the perimeter and the other to support Yang Hao. It is so cold they are breathing out thick white mist. Long Yao asks Qing Yi if she is freezing in those thin clothes. She keeps running, calmly stating she does not feel the cold at all. As she engages the ice zombies, she wonders if it is because Yang Hao cleared the virus from her system earlier. Her physical body has been strengthened, giving her massive cold resistance. Long Yao signals the team that it is time to strike. Back with Yang Hao, the ground is already littered with shattered ice zombies. He rests his scythe on his shoulder, looking at the defeated monsters with pure disappointment. He expected a much bigger challenge than this. Now pay attention, because this is where the real threat reveals herself. A sharp ice shard suddenly whistles toward his head. Qing Xuan looks down from the roof, praising his skills. She invites him to join her cult and serve their dark god. Yang Hao looks up at her, completely unimpressed. God of the apocalypse? Pretty girl, you have clearly been brainwashed. He warns her that she is being scammed by some weird organization. In this world, you can only trust yourself and your own power. Qing Xuan is not listening and manifests two ice blades in her hands. She claims her organization is the real deal. Her ice powers were a gift directly from the god of the apocalypse himself. She creates a massive ice pillar to slide down and attack. Join the faith, or become food for her god. She moves like a blur, her twin blades clashing against Yang Hao's scythe in a storm of sparks and ice. Yang Hao parries her blows, arguing that a true god would save people, not hunt them down for food. He shuts down her attack, telling her that her ice powers have nothing to do with any god. He is going to expose her lie. Qing Xuan does not care and unleashes a barrage of razor-sharp ice shards. Yang Hao barely dodges, surprised by her sheer raw power. While dodging, he uses his scythe to snag a nearby trash can. The moment it touches his weapon, it freezes solid. He uses the frozen bin as a makeshift shield. She smiles, realizing that he can manipulate ice just like she can. Let's pause for a second. Is he really trying to recruit the person trying to kill him? He tells her he likes her spirit. He suggests they stop fighting and join forces. He wants her on his team so they can actually save the world together. Qing Xuan is not convinced at all. She hurls an ice blade at him, laughing at his arrogance. Only her god can save anyone. The blade zips toward him, forcing Yang Hao to leap high into the air to avoid being skewered. But then, sharp ice spikes erupt from the ground beneath him. While falling, he activates his system skill, Frost Iron. Yang Hao is swallowed by a massive pillar of ice. Suddenly, a deafening explosion echoes as he shatters the prison from the inside. He emerges without a single scratch on him. He looks at her confidently and asks if she is out of tricks yet. A system notification pops up in his vision. The cooldown timer is set to 599 seconds. Yang Hao grips his scythe tightly with a smirk. Now it is his turn to go on the offensive. Before they can clash, a creepy nun appears behind Qing Xuan. She demands to know why the sacrifices are not ready for the god. Tired of the constant nagging, Qing Xuan coldly ends the nun with an ice blade. She complains about the noise, telling the dead woman not to order her around. The scene shifts to a derelict, decaying house. A bone-chilling roar echoes inside. A massive, bloated mutant zombie is chained up, with a man dressed like a priest standing nearby. He calms the beast down like a child, promising that a fresh meal will be arriving in just a few minutes. Yang Hao is baffled by what he just saw. He asks why she would kill her own ally so ruthlessly, and that's where we leave it in a world where mercy is just a fast track to the grave. To her, allies are just enemies waiting to strike. Without a word, she lunges forward. Her power so intense the ground literally shatters beneath her feet. Stick with me, you and I are about to see a girl unleash absolute chaos as she presses her attack with relentless fury, forcing Yang Hao into a desperate defense. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Thon Yi finishes off the zombies and rushes over, confused. Wait, who is Yang Hao fighting? Her eyes widen as she recognizes the girl. It is Xiao Quan. Seeing them locked in combat, she screams at the top of her lungs. Yang Hao, stop, that is my little sister. Yang Hao is stunned. Her sister? Xiao Quan grinds her teeth, cursing her luck. Why did she have to run into her here of all places? The two instantly stop fighting. Thon Yi rushes forward, eyes tearing up, desperate to finally hug the sister she has searched for everywhere. But Xiaoquan isn't happy to see her. She cold-heartedly pushes Thon Yi away, declaring she has no sister like her. Yang Hao senses the deep-rooted friction between them. He steps in, asking what on earth is going on with these two. Thon Yi closes her eyes in pain. She explains it is all her family's fault, flashing back to when they were children, playing happily in the snow together. Since she was a child, Xiaoquan possessed a special power to control ice and snow. She would throw snowballs at Thon Yi, laughing and playing. Because the family couldn't control her power, they were afraid to teach her martial arts. They feared she would lose control and hurt herself, so they gave all the secret techniques to Thon Yi, just so she could protect Xiaoquan. Unfortunately, this decision only led to deep resentment and a broken heart for Xiaoquan. Xiaoquan misunderstood their intentions and ran away, vanishing without a trace. Hearing this, she screams back, claiming they only held her back because they feared her talent. She refused to be weak. Now, with the blessing of the Doomsday God, she believes she will finally become the strongest. Yang Hao puts his weapon away and warns Thon Yi. Her sister has been brainwashed by a dangerous organization. Now, pay attention to the roof while they're arguing. Xiaoquan has no idea she's being targeted by a deadly sniper. The blonde sniper adjusts his scope, muttering that it looks like the girl has finally turned traitor. He pulls the trigger, deciding to execute her in the name of the Doomsday God. A bullet screams through the air, aimed straight for her head. Luckily, Yang Hao lunges forward, pinning her to the safety of the ground. This heroic rescue makes Xiaoquan blush as she whispers a shy thank you. Not wasting a second, Yang Hao stands up and scans the area, warning everyone that they are not alone. High on the rooftop, the blonde sniper curses in frustration. How could anyone have reaction speeds that insane? Suddenly, a group of fanatics in black robes appears, shouting about sacrificing everyone to their doomsday god. But before they can even get close, Yang Hao sweeps them all to the ground with zero effort. A bunch of fools. Xiaoquan watches them fall, explaining they believe their powers are gifts from this doomsday god. They think blind faith is the only way to master their abilities. Thon Yi is baffled, wondering what this world-ending cult even is. Let's pause for a second. You and I are probably wondering the same thing. Who is this doomsday god anyway? Yang Hao is a man of action. He laughs and rips the hood off one of the captured men, revealing a long scar across his face. Thon Yi points her gun right at him, demanding to know exactly what this doomsday god is all about. The scarred man doesn't care about the cold barrel on his forehead. He just grins, saying they can't even imagine the power they're up against. Without another word, he bites down on a poison pill hidden in his teeth, choosing death to protect the cult's secrets. Foam bubbles from his mouth as he dies instantly. Thon Yi is horrified. How deep does this brainwashing actually go? Realizing they won't get answers from the dead, Yang Hao turns to Xiaoquan, asking about the size of her organization and their leader. She explains she's been with them for years. Their leader? They call him the Divine Envoy. Yang Hao thinks it over. If the problem is this envoy, they need to regroup with the team first before making a plan. That night, back at the base, a shirtless Yang Hao lies on his bed, trying to make sense of everything. This doomsday god stuff? Absolutely ridiculous. He knows he can't just leave people like that alone. Suddenly, his door is kicked open with a loud bang, startling him. He looks up at his visitor, asking Xiaoquan what she could possibly want at this hour. Xiaoquan stands there blushing. She heard from her sister that he has a secret method to make people stronger, and she wants him to teach her. Yang Hao is caught off guard. He stammers, feeling incredibly awkward about a girl showing up in his room in the middle of the night. He silently curses Thon Yi for blabbing about their training secrets to her sister. She blocks the door, threatening to tell everyone his secrets if he doesn't agree to train her right now. Yang Hao's nose begins to bleed from the pressure. If the others find out his training secrets, he'll be worked to the bone every single night. It would be a total nightmare. So what do you and I think? Will he actually train her? Or is he just trying to save his own skin? We'll find out soon. All right. You and I are jumping into a moment where the tension is finally about to snap. Qingshuan agrees. The door shuts, and as a sweet scent fills the room, Yang Hao speaks up. There they are on the bed, hands locked tight. That mysterious black stocking on Qingshuan's leg has finally been tossed aside. Yang Hao gently presses her onto the mattress, whispering for her to stay calm and just relax her body. He reaches down to peel off the last stocking. Qingshuan shivers from the touch of a man, her face flushing red as her breathing turns heavy. Without a second thought, Yang Hao leans in for a deep, passionate kiss. In an instant, they both lose themselves in the heat of the moment. Faint sounds echo through the room while outside. Two butterflies dance around each other. A short while later, the intensity begins to fade. Eventually, they pull apart and lie there. Yang Hao asks her how it felt, and a blushing Qingshuan asks what he means. Yang Hao sits up to clarify his question. He is literally just asking if she feels her power increasing yet. Realizing she was being a bit silly, she remembers she came here for a power boost. She reaches out to let him test her strength. But wait, pay attention here because things just went south. She can't use her ice powers at all, leaving Yang Hao completely panicked. A frustrated Qing Xuan sits up and glares at him. He desperately checks his system for any info on power users, but there is absolutely nothing. He has no idea what is actually happening. Yang Hao tries to make an excuse. This is the first time he's failed since it worked for everyone else before. Heartbroken and crying, she starts punching him. She calls him a total liar and demands he give her powers back right now. He swears he is not tricking her. Then he suggests that maybe one time was not enough and they should try a few more rounds to be sure. By day 2, Yang Hao is exhausted with massive dark circles under his eyes. Qing Xuan looks at his effort and decides to go easy. She won't settle the score just yet, but until her powers return, he is officially her personal bodyguard. He quickly sits up and agrees. He promises to take them to the organization base in just a little bit. They arrive at a derelict building in this wasteland. Qing Xuan explains that this is a base for the descendants where survivors are often taken. Yang Hao is curious about what is inside. But before they can enter, 3 female cultists rush out with guns. Qing Xuan immediately goes for a kick. Yang Hao swings his massive scythe and takes one down instantly. One cultist remains and starts firing her weapon. She screams for them to become food for the apocalypse god so their sins can be forgiven. A bullet tears right through Fang Qingqing. She gasps out Yang Hao's name as she collapses, and he looks over in pure horror. Furious, he swings his blade and ends the last cultist. He can't believe this is happening to his teammate. Holding her in his arms, he knows they have to move fast. Back in a bedroom, a delirious Qingqing mumbles his name while he asks about her condition. Qing Xuan crosses her arms and looks at the girl. The wound from that bullet is deep and looks incredibly dangerous. She managed to stop the bleeding for now, but they need a real doctor. They have to get her to a hospital immediately. Apparently, there is an apocalypse hospital nearby that treats people for free. It might be their only chance to save her life. Yang Hao checks his system, but his healing pod still has 72 hours left on cooldown. A free hospital in this hellscape sounds too good to be true. The recovery chamber is still recharging. He has to wait 3 more days before he can use it again. Now, you and I need to watch this closely. He tells Qing Xuan to take good care of the girl, while Long Dao reports that the cultists have vanished. The main group is gone, but they spotted some guys in black robes hanging around a nearby factory. Hearing that, Yang Hao makes his move. It is time to head over there and see what they are hiding. Near the warehouse, a man in black is being chased by 2 zombies. He runs toward the factory, but the monsters suddenly stop dead. The man stops to catch his breath when he realizes he is safe. The zombies growl aggressively, but refuse to take another step forward. Hiding behind a massive tree, Long Dao is confused. He asks his boss why the zombies just gave up the chase. Yang Hao is just as curious. He wonders if there is something inside that factory that actually scares the living dead. 2 armed guards are standing at the entrance. The man in black approaches them to exchange some kind of information. From a distance, Long Dao asks what they are talking about. Yang Hao figures they must be using a secret password. The guard asks how to survive the end of the world. The masked man raises his hands and vows to give everything to the apocalypse god. The guard shakes his hand and lets him in. He welcomes his friend back home to the fold. A moment later, Yang Hao and Long Dao walk right up to the gate. The guards immediately stop them and demand to know who they are. They don't exactly look the part, but Long Dao confidently claims they are new recruits who know the secret code. Yang Hao asks if he really remembers it, and Long Dao says he does. But then the guard asks them to recite 3 of the 13 holy commands. Both of them freeze for 2 seconds. They start mumbling at the same time, trying to fake their way through it. And that is where we leave it. You and I both knew they'd totally blow the password. Alright, stick with me, because you and I are about to watch Yang Hao talk his way out of a total disaster by claiming they only remember the apocalypse survival signals. The guards aren't buying it. They bark at them to get lost, since they don't have the divine oracle to receive the god's grace. As they turn away, Long Tao whispers that if they won't listen to reason, it is time for a little violence instead. Yang Hao hesitates with a sigh, really not wanting to use force, but they both strike with total precision, leaving the 2 guards beaten and completely unconscious. Yang Hao is extremely curious. Seeing guards worship a god like this makes me want to know exactly how they are brainwashing these survivors inside. After tying the guards up, Yang Hao heads into the factory, ordering Long Tao to stay behind and wait for Gu Qingyi to provide support. Inside the factory, a man dressed like a priest plays the role of the envoy for the god of apocalypse. He screams at the crowd, claiming their god needs them to sacrifice their strength to receive his protection. Traitors will be punished as the followers chant the name of the apocalypse god in a terrifying unison. Hiding above, Yang Hao watches calmly, thinking these people are way too easy to manipulate with fake hope. Pay attention here, because this is where a fake god becomes a life jacket for the desperate. The envoy signals for silence as the time for sacrifice finally arrives. Choose now, rot in this hell, or sacrifice yourselves to fight the darkness. The decision is yours to make. The crowd goes wild, fighting for the chance to be a sacrifice. Everyone is begging to be chosen. But Yang Hao just stares down coldly, asking if these are even human words. The priest raises his hands, telling them to wait and listen for the actual voice of their god. A terrifying growl erupts from behind him. Yang Hao flinches, forced to look away from the sheer pressure of that overwhelming power. So that is why the zombies outside were too scared to come near this place. When the sound stops, the followers beg for the result. The priest picks a girl with hair buns, telling her she has been chosen by their god. She is thrilled to be picked, having no idea what kind of nightmare is actually waiting for her. Heavy footsteps echo as a massive blue foot with thick skin emerges from the darkness inside the factory. A massive roar sends the girl and the nearby guards stumbling back, struggling to stay upright against the force. An elite giant zombie with glowing red eyes and chained limbs slowly looms over the terrified girl with every clank of its chains. Her heart sinks as she looks up, realization hitting that this god is not at all what she imagined. The monster roars again, clearly wanting the guards to leave so it can finally enjoy its dinner in peace. The brainwashed girl begs the zombie to enjoy her body and banish the darkness for everyone else. Just as the zombie swings, Yang Hao zips in, snatching her away and carrying her to a safe spot. The monster is furious. Since it is chained up, it uses a massive sonic roar to express its anger. You and I can see this is an elite mutant. That roar is way more dangerous than any lion. The girl is confused, asking why he saved her, but Yang Hao tells her to open her eyes and look. It is just a zombie. He pulls a weapon from his system space, preparing for battle while telling her to run or be eaten. System stats show an elite mutant with over 570 power. With speed at 68 and spirit over 100, Yang Hao grips his scythe. Time to hunt. Because of the height difference, he swings his blade low, aiming straight for its legs. The scythe draws blood, making the giant scream. The sonic wave is so strong it blasts Yang Hao backward. He slams into the wall, a sharp pain shooting up his spine from the massive attack range. But he is not the type to quit. He stands and strikes again, but another roar from the zombie easily knocks him back. Suddenly, 2 bullets fly through the air, embedding themselves deep into the zombie's thigh. Gu Qingyi, Long Tao, and Chao Di have arrived. Yang Hao quickly orders them to help him out. Great timing, its sonic attacks are too much for me. Distract it so I can finally get close enough to strike. Long Tao and Chao Di start blasting away with their guns, trying to draw the monster's focus toward them. They taunt the beast, and it responds with waves of sonic energy directed right at them. If Yang Hao could barely handle those waves, there is no way these two can stand firm. They both get sent flying into the wall, leaving massive holes behind. Trust me, you and I need to see if they can survive this. Alright, you and I are about to watch our main character take on a literal nightmare. Just as things get heated, 2 bullets strike the zombie from behind. The beast spins around in a rage, only to see Than Wai and Tai Qin. These two have been with Yang Hao for a long time, and trust me, they are just as lethal as any man here. Than Wai taunts it. Hey, you ugly fat freak, over here. While the monster is distracted by the girls, Yang Hao seizes his moment, leaping high and swinging his massive scythe. The razor-sharp blade bites deep, causing such a roar of agony that the zombie shatters its heavy metal restraints. This massive mutant is absolutely livid. Now that it is free from the chains, it is no longer confined to this dark room. The monster lets out an earth-shaking scream, flexing its muscles until the remaining shackles snap like toothpicks. Yang Hao screams for everyone to run. The whole place is coming down. Everyone, get out of here now. The crowd is panicking as the building trembles. Meanwhile, the fake messenger is still lying to everyone, claiming the zombie is a holy god. Hear that? The god of the apocalypse has answered our prayers. The brainwashed crowd actually falls for it, cheering for their savior. They chant for the messenger and his god while the zombie literally smashes through the wall to make an entrance. Everyone freezes in pure terror. This is an elite tier zombie, but that con artist keeps preaching. Stay calm, everyone. This is our divine protector. But this time, the crowd starts to see the truth. They scramble for their lives. The messenger looks at the beast. Xiao Wei, why won't you listen to your father? As people scream and run, the monster grabs a survivor. Help me. It starts devouring the poor soul right then and there. Yang Hao appears behind it, delivering a brutal slash. You bastard. How many people did you eat to get this big? He barks orders to Long Dao's team. Get these survivors to safety immediately. I will handle this freak myself. Long Dao nods. Got it, boss. Watch your back. The zombie lunges again, and Yang Hao barely blocks it. Damn, here it comes. The monster's counterattack is lightning fast. Man, if I only had some better equipment, this would be easy. Suddenly, he remembers the system. He can trade attribute points for rare items. This might be his only shot. Now watch this. He grabs a pressure resistance cloak from the system, and the moment he puts it on, the game changes. The zombie's aura doesn't suppress him anymore. He checks out his new gear with a smirk. Alright, this works. Yang Hao focuses his energy and charges straight ahead. Come on then, taste your grandpa's real power. He leaps for the kill, but the monster breathes a massive wall of fire. The unexpected blast sends him flying back. Battered and bruised, he wipes the blood from his mouth. Fire breath too? This guy is seriously hacking. As the flames come again, he starts calculating. There is a 2-second gap between its skills. He just needs to nail the rhythm. He dodges the fire and finds the perfect opening. He lunges forward for the killing blow. This is it. He slashes the beast across the chest and immediately spots the fatal weak point. It is right at the nape. One final, devastating strike hits the zombie right where it hurts. I'm taking your life right now, you monster. The zombie collapses, lifeless on the ground. Yang Hao picks up a spirit orb, his eyes widening. Wait, no way. This single zombie just gave him a massive boost to his mental attribute points. His stats are soaring, strength 396, speed 109, and spirit 158. Thon Wai runs over, terrified. Yang Hao, are you hurt? He just shakes his head. I'm fine. The big guy is finally taken care of. Long Dao drags the messenger forward. Boss, we caught the leader. They were luring followers just to feed that thing. Yang Hao presses his blade to the man's throat. Why lie to them? What do you get from this? You and I are about to see just how twisted people can get. The man starts sobbing. Xiao Wei, Dad failed you. Yang Hao is stunned by the revelation. What? You are telling me that Zombie was your son? The man confesses through tears. It was his fault. The boy ran into a park and caught the mutant virus. He would only eat living flesh. Dead meat did nothing for him. I had to do it for my boy. Thon Wai can't hold back her rage. Your son is dead. You murdered innocent people for a corpse? You are insane. The father doesn't care. As long as my son keeps moving, I don't care how many lives it takes. Yang Hao has heard enough. He swings his blade with cold fury. That's enough out of you. He points his weapon at the man's heart. Other lives matter too. Go to hell and apologize to them yourself. And that's where we leave it, another monster dealt with in this crazy world. Let's see where the road takes them next. Long Dao looks at the horizon and asks, Boss, what about all those followers who just ran away? Alright, stick with me because Yang Hao's journey into the zombie-infested wasteland is about to get intense. Back at the base, Yang Hao enters the clinic to check on Fang Qingqing's condition. How are her injuries? Cheng Tone looks grim. Not good. The wound is infected, and we need to perform surgery to stitch her up immediately. She also needs antibiotics. Hearing this, Yang Hao's mind races as he realizes her recovery will take significant time. With only 33 hours left for her recovery, Yang Hao needs another plan fast. Suddenly, he remembers a crucial detail and turns to Cheng Tone. Didn't you mention a doomsday hospital before? Cheng Tone nods. Yes, Ganzhou Hospital is just a few kilometers away from here. I heard through the grapevine that they provide medical treatment for free there. Regardless of the risk, Yang Hao moves out. Let's go. In another city overrun by the virus, Yang Hao's voice rings out. Qing Qing, hang on, we're almost there. Holding Qing Qing tightly, Yang Hao rushes through the halls, shouting desperately, Is there a doctor? Anyone? Suddenly, bullets fly. Now watch closely as Yang Hao yells for everyone to take cover from the ambush. 3 thugs armed with weapons step out, looking menacing. This hospital? It belongs to us now. They sneer. Their leader, Boss 1, stares them down with a grin. Yang Hao lowers his voice, trying to talk sense into them before things get violent during this crisis. Boss, our friend is seriously hurt and needs surgery right now. We need medicine and antibiotics fast. Can you please help us out? Boss 1 lets out a cold laugh. Sure, but nothing in this world is free. Yang Hao tries to negotiate. Look, I know survival is hard for everyone. My truck is loaded with supplies. If you help us, you can take whatever you need. The thugs head toward the vehicle. Don't get us wrong, brother, Boss 1 says with a smirk as he stands in front of the truck. We aren't taking some, we're taking everything. He eyes the girls greedily. The supplies are ours, and these beauties? They're staying with us too. I know what you're thinking, big mistake. Yang Hao sighs and asks, Can't you just let us go? Boss 1 aims his gun at them and barks, No way, nobody is leaving this place alive. Seeing their arrogance, Yang Hao snaps. He teleports forward and lands a devastating punch with all his strength. You asked for this, he shouts, pulling out his massive scythe to end them. The blade swings, blood spraying everywhere. Yang Hao yells to his team, Take them out. Standing over their broken bodies, Yang Hao scoffs. I told you to take a little, but you got greedy. I offered to spare your lives, but you chose death. Without wasting time, he and Cheng Tone head inside. Carrying Qing Qing, he desperately searches for help. Cheng Tone and I will find the doctors inside. The rest of you, guard the perimeter. Outside, the hospital looks like it survived a natural disaster. Inside, it's eerily quiet. Yang Hao is confused. Wait, wasn't this place supposed to be open for business? Cheng Tone sighs, figuring those thugs probably killed everyone or chased them off. Did we come all this way for nothing? Chung Tone checks the cabinets and finds some vials. Not exactly. There's still some medicine left. Let's start the operation. I'll guard the door for you. They rush Ching Ching into the surgery room. Inside the room, Cheng Tone prepares the tools. Donning her surgical gear, Cheng Tone finds a bullet deep in the wound. No wonder it wouldn't heal. Even unconscious, Ching Ching whispers Yang Hao's name over and over. Cheng Tone comforts her. Don't worry, you'll see him again very soon. Outside, Yang Hao paces nervously. It's taking so long. I hope the surgery is going smoothly. Suddenly, a zombie shambles into view. Yang Hao is shocked. A zombie? How did one get inside the hospital? He kills it instantly, but then hears a cry for help. Is there someone else still alive in here? A man fends off a zombie, shouting to his daughter, "Run! Go now! I'll hold it back!" The terrified girl covers her eyes and screams, "No, Daddy!" Yang Hao leaps in and slices the zombie down. Are you two okay? Suddenly, the man drops to his knees. The whole family joins him, crying out, "Thank you, Savior." Feeling awkward, Yang Hao helps them up. Please, don't, it was nothing. He asks about the situation. The doctors fled long ago, the man says. If you came here looking for medical help, you're better off looking elsewhere, the woman explains their story. My mother is sick at home with a high fever. We heard on the radio this place was free, so we came to check. Yang Hao is puzzled. With those thugs outside, this place should have been secure. Where are the zombies coming from? Outside, the sun is shining, but the hospital interior remains dark and oppressive. Before they leave, Yang Hao warns them. There's medicine in that room. Go check it out. If you run into danger, go to the entrance. My friends are out there, and they will help you. The woman nods. Thank you, hero. You be careful too. Yang Hao heads back. Finally, Cheng Tone opens the door. You and I can finally breathe. All right. You and I are diving back into this mess as Yang Hao tells Thon Tone to rest while he watches the patient. He warns her that zombies are likely lurking in this hospital, so she better stay sharp. He looks at the unconscious Thon Thon after her surgery, wondering if she really lost her memory or if she was actually hit by a bullet. It feels like the heavens have it out for her. He just hopes that after this, she finally reflects on herself. Outside, Thon Tone is lost in thought about Yang Hao. She wonders if he forgot that he actually lost his supernatural powers. She realizes she needs to find the right time to tell him the truth. Suddenly, a cry for help breaks the silence. The little girl Yang Hao rescued comes running toward her, screaming for someone to save her. Thon Tone is confused and asks what happened. The girl, shaking with fear, says a zombie just ate her parents. Thon Tone immediately demands to know where it is. Sobbing, the child points toward a nearby room, claiming there is a terrifying monster hiding right inside there. Thon Tone leans down to comfort the girl, telling her not to be scared. She promises to get her to a safe spot first before checking it out. Long Dao sees her walking with a strange child and asks where she came from. He complains that they do not have enough resources to be playing hero right now. Thon Tone snaps back, telling him to mind his own business and watch the kid. She explains there is a zombie inside and she is going to investigate. Thon Wai is worried and offers to go with her. But Thon Tone coldly rejects the offer without a second thought. She claims she is a power user and is not that weak, telling them they would only get in her way if they followed. Now pay attention, because this silence is the calm before a very ugly storm. Entering the hallway with a gun she is not used to, she feels nervous without her powers. The heavy, quiet atmosphere starts making her suspicious. Something feels very wrong about this place. It is strange because there is not a single sound of a zombie nearby. Suddenly, a noise comes from the end of the hall, and she kicks the door open. She sees a strange man standing there and wonders why on earth there is still a doctor in a place like this. The man asks her what is going on, noting she does not look like a patient. Immediately, she levels her gun right at his head. She demands to know who is on the hospital bed, but the man remains calm. He tells her he is not doing anything wrong and to put the gun down. He pulls back the sheet to show her a zombie, explaining he is just a researcher studying these mutated creatures, though this one is already dead. Holding her nose in disgust, she mutters about how absolutely revolting the whole thing looks. Uninterested, she turns to leave, warning him to stop messing with these things before he gets infected himself. Suddenly, the man lunges at her with insane speed. She fires a shot, but he somehow dodges the bullet and pins her straight to the floor. With a hungry look in his eyes, he tells her she looks delicious. She tries to break free, but his grip is like iron. He is way too strong. Thon Tone screams for the pervert to let her go. He just laughs, saying even though the little girl escaped, catching someone as tasty as her makes it all worth it. Furious, she drives, but it seems the threat does nothing to him. Mali tells him to just be eaten. Suddenly, something makes the doctor turn his head in a hurry. He barely manages to leap away as Yang Hao swings a lethal scythe right at his neck by pure reflex. Now, Here is a twist you and I did not see coming. Young Hao stands over him, revealing he followed the gunshots, only to find a zombie pretending to be a human doctor. He checks his system screen to see the truth. An elite mutant zombie. Strength 706, agility 183. How are this thing's attributes so high? Knowing his cover is blown, Ma Li instantly begins transforming into his true zombie form. He is surprised Young Hao saw through it, but boasts about being a perfect hybrid of animal and human. He asks if his masterpiece is not absolutely beautiful. Since the apocalypse began, he fused his DNA with a lion zombie. He has become a powerful half-breed monster, transcending what it means to be human. By luring innocent people into his trap, he has grown stronger every single day. One of the survivors realizes the hospital rumors were just a bait he spread to find food, and that's where we leave it in a world with no resources. People actually believed in free help. Talk about a deadly mistake. Alright, stick with me, because this mystery is about to get dark. Young Hao spots something on the ground. Why are the clothes of those 3 girls here? Where did their family go? The monster just sneers in response, telling him that he has already talked far too much. He says he will capture the girl and eat her because she must taste better than her parents. Enraged, Young Hao swings his blade. Die, you bastard. But the monster dodges the strike and counterattacks. It turns out his hide is incredibly thick and hard to pierce. Qing Tone provides backup with her gun. Young Hao, I will help you, she shouts. But the bullets bounce off his skin like he is made of buffalo hide. Young Hao is stunned. No way, even the bullets? The monster then turns toward Qing Tone, wanting to turn her into his next meal. Young Hao leaps in to protect her. You freak, why are you targeting little girls? If you are so tough, come at me instead. He plants his feet firmly to gain momentum. With a massive swing of his arms, Young Hao slams his scythe into the zombie. He signals to Qing Tone to go get help while he holds the monster off. But the creature warns that no one is getting out alive. The zombie suddenly changes direction to chase Qing Tone. Die, he screams as he attacks. Young Hao blocks him again, making the monster roar in frustration. Stick with me as Young Hao activates his heavenly bone, making this zombie scream in agony because our hero's head is just too tough. Thon Thon is completely frozen in shock, but he reassures her, promising to keep her safe no matter what, and tells her to run while she still can. She rushes off, telling Young Hao to hang in there while she goes to find some reinforcements for him. He studies the monster, searching for a weakness, and suddenly a glowing red spot appears right on the creature's head. The weak point was hidden under its mane. Young Hao lunges forward with a precision strike, and the beast collapses instantly. The system screen pops up, showing power levels at 419 and 118.9 degrees. His spirit increases by 12 to reach over 150. He checks the stats and wonders if he is destined to become some kind of psychic master. The system updates again, giving him quite a surprise. He earns the new title of Apocalypse Brave, boosting his basic attributes by 30, which he equips right away. This new gear is actually great since he won't have to worry about catching fire anymore. It grants fire immunity and corrosion resistance, plus he opens a supply chest. He realizes this was the chest he couldn't open before because of the restrictions. Now he wonders what kind of loot is waiting inside. Now watch this. He opens it and a blinding golden light appears, leaving Young Hao completely speechless. The system functions expand, upgrading the medical ward and adding a brand new potion crafting feature. He is amazed that he might actually be able to make his whole team stronger. Long Dao rushes in, calling out for his boss. He's confused how the zombie died so fast, but Young Hao tells him there will be plenty of action for them later. He tells everyone to head to the car while he goes to check on Thon Thon. He checks the medical ward's cooldown and manages to fully heal her. They have already stayed here way too long and need to hit the road immediately. The ward begins working as her consciousness fades. A beam of light hits her forehead and she lets out a weak, soft groan. Things are looking up as her condition finally starts to stabilize. She wakes up confused, asking where she is and what happened to her father, all while he checks her updated system profile. Her stats are impressive now, with 65 spirit. Young Hao is relieved to see she is finally cured. He leads her outside to meet up with the rest of the group. Young Hao stops to tell the little girl he saved that he has finally avenged her. He promises she can stay with them and he will always protect her. She tears up, and he comforts her, telling her it is okay to let it all out. The little girl hugs him tightly and begins to sob loudly. Young Hao tells the group they need to head to Zhengzhou right now, hoping deep down that his parents are still doing okay. You and I can tell something is off as Young Hao hops out at the outskirts of Zhengzhou to scout, telling everyone else to stay in the car. He enters a house that looks abandoned and starts worrying about his parents, knowing he needs to search the area thoroughly. Finding nothing, he tells the team to turn on their Bluetooth so he can send over his parents' info to help the search. Everyone agrees, and Young Hao jumps onto a rooftop to get a better view of the surroundings. A voice suddenly screams out, begging someone not to come any closer. Thugs tell a girl to shut up since no one is coming to save her, warning her not to attract any nearby zombies to their location. They plan to kill her after they are done and throw her to the zombies, but Young Hao moves fast, taking each of them out on the spot. He heroically checks on the girl to see if she is hurt, and she thanks him for saving her. He asks if she lives nearby or if she has seen his parents, but she says she hasn't. Feeling disappointed, he starts to leave, but she stops him, saying she might actually know where to find the people he is looking for. Hope returns as he turns back and asks her exactly where they went. She explains that a group came by recently and took all the survivors from this area away. Those thugs he just killed were actually part of their organization. They have taken over the Fragrant Grass Resort and set up HQ in the main hotel. He jumps back onto the roof to investigate, telling the girl to take care of herself as he quickly disappears into the distance. They picked a good spot with plenty of supplies. The scene shifts over to the resort where everything looks surprisingly well-maintained and comfortable. Long Dao is distracted, talking about how he would love a girlfriend with a body like that. He wants to go inside to look for loot, but suddenly they hear a strange noise right behind them. A girl appears and traps them, asking where they came from. Long Dao realizes she is an awakened too. And trust me, you and I are going to want to see how this plays out next time. Alright, you and I are jumping right back into the chaos of this zombie apocalypse, where Blood Red demands more slaves for their labor force. She chokes them until they pass out, then orders her men to drag them away as the scene shifts to the Raobang area. More captives mean more workers, and that makes life a lot easier for the rest of the crew in this harsh world. It is safer inside than facing the zombies out there, but these parents are terrified, praying for their son Yang Hao to be safe. While they rest on the ground, a group of thugs suddenly appears, and the heavy atmosphere makes it hard for them to even breathe. Young Master Kwai struts in with his followers and arrogantly demands 5 units of the virus currency from each of the elderly couple. His lackeys back him up immediately. Just so you know, virus refers to the internal currency used by this ruthless organization. Young Hao's father looks completely confused, asking if they had not already paid their dues for the week just a few days ago. Kui lunges forward and grabs the old man by the neck, snarling that he decides when the rent is due, regardless of what happened last week. He is ready to get violent, but Lingzi suddenly rushes out and stands in front of the father, begging the young master to stop. She explains that Uncle Yang is not feeling well, and desperately offers to pay the fee on his behalf just to end the conflict. A wicked, greedy smile spreads across Kui's face as he realizes he can exploit her kindness for his own twisted desires. Now here is where it gets disgusting. He demands extra service on top of the money, leaving Lingzi completely frozen in shock. Her eyes widen as she refuses, but that only makes him snap. He slaps her across the face for daring to talk back to him. Nearby, Long Tao and Liao Wu are tied up together, finally starting to regain consciousness after their earlier encounter with the captors. Long Tao glances over at his partner and asks where they are, but Liao Wu has no idea what this place is. Suddenly, they see Yang Hao's mother crying and begging Kui to leave Lingzi alone, promising they will find a way to pay everything. Lingzi is touched by the gesture, softly telling her not to worry and wishing that Yang Hao were here to protect them. Kui hears that name and scoffs with pure contempt, mocking the idea of that fat loser Yang Hao ever being able to help anyone. He claims the guy probably died to zombies before he could even run 3 steps, leaving nothing behind but a pile of bones. Liao Wu hears this insult toward his boss and can hardly believe his ears, while Long Tao realizes exactly who those old people are. He confirms that he heard it too. Those are definitely the parents of their leader, and they are in serious trouble right now. Kui grabs Lingzi by the hair and starts dragging her away while she screams in pain, showing no mercy at all to her. Long Tao and Liao Wu cannot take it anymore, shouting at the thugs to pick on someone their own size instead of bullying women. The thugs hear the challenge and walk over, decided to teach these 2 new guys a lesson they will never forget about following orders. They start beating Long Tao and Liao Wu mercilessly, barking orders at them to stay quiet and submit to their new masters. Even through the pain, Long Tao glares at them, swearing that if he had his weapons, he would have shot every one of them. The scene cuts to Yang Hao and a woman standing in front of a building. He asks with a serious face if there is news. Qing Xuan shakes her head. There is no word from Long Tao or Liao Wu, and they are not responding to any of her messages. Yang Hao looks at a nearby poster and feels a wave of regret wash over him as he thinks about his past life. Okay, let's pause. This emotional moment where he wished he could earn money for his parents is about to get interrupted by a very loud noise. Suddenly, a massive noise erupts from the other side of the building, catching his attention immediately as he spots movement in the distance. Both of them carefully duck behind a wall, staying silent as they watch the chaos unfolding just a few yards away from them. An elite mutant zombie is roaring furiously at its attackers, looking absolutely terrifying with its massive frame and overwhelming presence in the area. It gathers energy into a glowing orb. The stats appear: power 730, speed 150, and spirit 210. Yang Hao is stunned by the high attributes of this elite monster, shocked that such a powerful creature would show up here so soon. While they continue to watch the scene from their hiding spot, something else begins to move toward their position at high speed. A figure suddenly bolts toward them. Qingxuan whispers a sharp warning that someone is rushing directly into their hidden spot right now. It is Xiao Li, running for his life while laughing at those fools fighting the elite zombie. He thinks he is so smart, finding a place to hide. To his absolute horror, Yang Hao and Qingxuan are standing right there, casually waving at him as he tries to take cover. Yang Hao gives him a simple greeting, but Qingxuan instantly draws her cold blade and points it directly at the man's throat. Xiao Li panics and throws his hands up, begging the beautiful lady to slow down and talk things through before doing something rash. Yang Hao holds up his phone with a picture of his parents, his voice calm but filled with a deadly serious determination to find them. He asks if the man knows where these two are being held. Xiao Li nods frantically, begging for his life as he starts talking. Xiao Li points the way. Trust me, you and I need to see this. Alright, you and I are about to watch Yang Hao turn the tables on this scum. He answers instantly, knowing 1 second of hesitation means death. Slaves, guards, he needs to know everything right now. Xiao Li explains that the farm is full of slaves, tasked with planting and laboring just to survive the virus organization. There are not many guards because for ordinary people, trying to leave alone is basically a suicide mission in this wasteland. Once Yang Hao gets what he needs, he delivers a brutal slap that sends Xiao Li spinning with a deformed face. Thanks for the info, he snarls. You are officially useless to me now. Now watch this. They leave him unconscious and bolt toward the farm. Yang Hao knows they have to move fast during the chaos to save his people. Qingquan nods, ready for anything. Moments later, the scene shifts to young Master Kui, who is arrogantly stepping on Lingzi while she lies helpless. If I want a woman, I get her, he sneers. Lingzi is covered in wounds, tears streaming down her face as she begs him to just let her go. Kui just laughs. Let you go? You must be dreaming. What is so great about that fat loser Yang Hao? Is he better than me? I will kill him the second he returns. Suddenly, a calm voice echoes from the wall. I doubt that. Yang Hao leaps down, landing right in front of the jerk. Why are there scumbags like you everywhere I go? Kui jaw drops in pure disbelief. How is Yang Hao even still alive? Lingzi looks up, her eyes wide with tears. Is she dreaming? That voice, it really is her brother Hao. Kui recovers from the shock and scoffs. It is a miracle the zombies did not eat you yet. You feel that joy? Lingzi struggles to stand, crying out that he is alive and his parents have been waiting. But Kui suddenly lunges with a confident fist. You are back just in time, Kui screams. Today I am going to show you exactly how powerful I have actually become. Before he can even land a hit, Yang Hao counters with a massive punch. Try me, he challenges with a smirk. Kui is sent flying, crashing into the dirt. Lingzi cannot believe her eyes. Yang Hao gently helps her up, his eyes filled with worry. Are you okay? Where are my parents? They are close by, she replies, leading him to where his parents sit with hollow, dazed expressions. It is a heartbreaking sight for any son. His mother's voice trembles as she looks up, choked with sudden hope. How? His father is equally stunned. Little Hao? They scramble to their feet, rushing toward the son they thought was lost forever. Mom, Dad, I am so sorry you have suffered, he says, his voice thick with emotion. I am finally back home. His mother reaches out to touch his face, sobbing. You have gotten so thin. Were you not eating? To ease her worry, he flexes his arm. Mom, look, I am stronger than ever now. See? But reality hits, there is no time for a reunion. We have to go now, he urges. I will explain later, just follow me immediately. Everyone nods and runs with him. Just as they escape, a frantic shout erupts from inside the farm. The slaves are escaping. A mob of guards rushes out to stop them. Where do you think you are going? Suddenly, a vehicle roars toward them at full speed. Qingquan rolls down the window. Get in. Once everyone is safe, Yang Hao stays outside, blocking the path like a shield. Go now, he commands. I will hold them off right here. Gripping his weapon, he charges into the crowd. He swings with lethal precision, determined to buy every second needed for Qingquan to get his family to safety. Young Master Kui wipes his mouth and grins. His body begins to harden unnaturally. Power surges as he smashes a massive boulder with his bare hands. You have got nowhere to run, brother. Yang Hao is stunned. What the hell happened to his body? He uses his blade to block Kui's heavy strike, feeling the jarring impact. His body is like steel. Is he an awakened? Yang Hao throws a counterpunch that sends Kui stumbling back several meters into the dirt. He is not impressed. Compared to my strength, you are still a joke. Suddenly, a guy named Old Hay leaps in, laughing like a maniac. Zhu Mingda joins in too, his hands erupting into fierce, roaring flames. It is a trap. Careful, Kui warns them. This guy is dangerous. He actually managed to injure me just now. They do not care. Zhu Mingda just bellows that the three of them together can easily crush one man. They charge at Yang Hao with a murderous roar. Kill him. This is getting intense. Yang Hao is confused. Why are there so many awakened here? He swings his weapon, forcing them back with a speed they did not expect. He glares at them, his voice dripping with challenge. Show me everything you have got. You are awakened, right? Trust me. You and I are both hoping for a real fight. Alright, stick with me as we jump right into the action, where Yang Hao barely manages to raise his weapon in time to block a lethal, sinister strike from the mantis. He screams out in a total, bloodthirsty rage. Young Master Kui takes advantage of the chaos, charging in to launch a heavy punch while Yang Hao is busy fighting off the mantis. Luckily, Yang Hao spots the attack and dodges the heavy punch, thinking to himself that while the power is great, the speed is way too slow. Suddenly, a fireball streaks toward him as someone shouts in triumph, thinking they have finally succeeded in taking him down. Yang Hao shields himself, realizing the punch was just a diversion. Luckily, his new equipment has high fire resistance. He continues calculating his next move. He notes the fire user is long range, the armored guy is the tank, and the mantis is the speedster. This combination is annoying, so he must take one out first. The man tries to sneak up for another backstab, but Yang Hao catches him out of the corner of his eye and quickly evaluates the situation. Deciding the mantis is the most vulnerable, he prepares to strike. The mantis swings his weapon with everything he has, showing absolutely no mercy toward Yang Hao. With eyes full of pure malice and a voice filled with joy, the villain cheers, certain that his blade is finally cut deep. But Yang Hao blocks it easily, mocking him with a cold grin. Sorry, you failed by the way. Ironbone cooldown is 599 seconds. With a massive swing, he sends the guy flying into the distance. Yang Hao just scoffs, telling the man it is time to say goodbye. Xu Mingde takes his chance and fires a blast of flames, yelling for Yang Hao to apologize as he and the others turn into piles of ash. Suddenly, Yang Hao teleports behind him. As he prepares to strike, a terrified Xu Mingde gasps in shock, wondering where he went. Then, Yang Hao's cold voice rings out. A powerful horizontal slash from his sharp blade sends Xu Mingde crashing into the distance, screaming in absolute agony from the impact. Seeing the tide turn against them, young Master Kui turns tail and runs for his life, wondering how this guy could possibly be this insanely strong. He needs to report this to the boss immediately. Meanwhile, Yang Hao looks down at Xu Mingde and notices a strange energy sphere floating above him. Watch this closely as he reaches out to touch the sphere. A mysterious ability essence screen appears, showing him all the hidden details of the power. It is a rare ability core that allows the user to manipulate and launch devastating fire attacks against their enemies. The attack power is directly linked to the user level and the specific rarity of the ability essence itself. These rarity tiers are ranked as normal, rare, epic, and finally, the ultimate legendary level. Fusing identical cores can upgrade rarity, and once implanted in a body, the power cannot be removed. Yang Hao is stunned as he touches the glowing core. He realizes that defeating other ability users can actually cause these powerful essences to drop as loot. However, it seems it is not a 100% drop rate. Suddenly, Yang Hao senses a presence and quickly glances behind him. An elite mutant zombie suddenly lashes out with its tentacles, and Yang Hao realizes with a dark look that he is facing a high-level monster. The beast roars, firing deadly energy beams that Yang Hao desperately parries, wondering if the noise from the previous fight lured this thing over. The elite mutant zombie screams, slamming its tentacles down with enough force to send Yang Hao flying back through the air. He hits the ground hard, a sharp, searing pain radiating through his entire body from the massive impact. This thing is way too strong. As Yang Hao struggles to sit up, the tentacles of the elite mutant zombie come lashing back toward him again. Yang Hao is genuinely shocked. How is this monster still this fast after being attacked by so many people earlier? He barely ducks under the sweeping limbs, his mind racing as he tries to find a way to counter the creature. You and I know the system always helps. Suddenly, red weak points appear everywhere. He wonders why there are so many of them. Without hesitation, Yang Hao lunges forward, aiming his blade at those glowing spots to see if he can take the monster down. But the elite mutant zombie seems completely unfazed by the strikes, continuing its relentless assault. It only gets angrier, letting out an ear-splitting roar that leaves Yang Hao cursing in confusion as the weak point attacks seem to fail. He grinds his teeth, forcing himself to stay calm and analyze the pattern of the beast, telling himself to keep his cool. With so many weak points and the damage it already took, there must be an opening. The zombie continues to roar with primal fury. Its appearance is pure nightmare fuel, but then a sudden realization flashes through Yang Hao's mind as he finds the answer. He leaps into the air, deciding to go all in by striking every single weak point on the monster's body at the exact same time. Channeling every ounce of his strength, he brings his blade down in a massive, sweeping execution across the elite mutant zombie's body. With a heavy thud, the massive creature finally collapses to the ground, completely erased from existence. Suddenly, a system notification pops up, catching Yang Hao completely off guard and leaving him speechless. Mission complete. He earned the title of Seed Sower, along with a special reward, the Plant Seed Modification Room. Vibrant energy orbs scatter around him as the system asks if he wants to activate the new facility. Yes or no? Yang Hao says yes. Trust me, things are about to get wild. Alright, you and I are about to see how our main character finally secures his future in this apocalypse. Suddenly, a massive seed modification chamber appears, and Yang Hao is blown away. The system actually manifested a physical lab. He steps inside, eyes wide with curiosity. He wonders if this high-tech pod is truly meant for just modifying simple plant seeds. The interior is packed with advanced machinery that leaves Yang Hao speechless. This technology is light years ahead of anything he has seen. Incubation pods, nutrient tanks, fertilizer synthesizers, and even a pest control station. It is a complete farming ecosystem. Yang Hao takes it all in. Everything is fully equipped. He has not even touched the attribute modification functions yet. That is definitely for next time. He walks over to a desk and picks up a report. Reading it aloud, he sees the stats for these modified crops. Less than a week for a full harvest. A massive grin spreads across his face. This is not just good, this is a total game changer. He needs to regroup with the others first. Maybe their wandering days are finally over. Meanwhile, Long Tao and Lu Yu are still tied up, waiting for rescue. Lu Yu frowns, looking around the empty silence. Where is everyone? Why is it so quiet? He grinds his teeth, his mind immediately jumping to the absolute worst-case scenario. Watch closely here, this is where things get truly desperate. Long Tao looks at his friend, trembling. What if a zombie army just wiped everyone out? Did they just abandon us? Lu Yu's face goes pale as he screams out in pure panic. He was still hoping the old boss would find them and pull them out of this mess. Cut to a building outside, where the morning sun is finally hitting the windows. Inside, the atmosphere is heavy. Everyone is gathered together, looking completely restless and anxious. Yang Hao's mother is terrified, asking if her son is okay. Lingzi tries her best to calm the poor woman down. The door swings open and Yang Hao walks in. His voice is warm as he greets his shocked mother. I am back. Is everyone safe and sound? His mother rushes over, cupping his face. Her voice shakes as she cries his name. She desperately checks him for injuries, but he gently reassures her. I am fine, Mom. Once everyone settles around the table, Yang Hao gets serious. He looks at his parents. Mom, Dad, we need to talk. How exactly did you two end up locked in here? Tell me everything. His mother sighs and begins the story of how they hid at home after the world ended. His father pauses, his voice dropping an octave. Then, one day, they heard someone shouting for help outside. He remembers a man telling them not to be afraid. He promised there was a safe shelter nearby if they followed him. His mother continues the grim tale. They had no idea it was a trap. They were immediately locked up. They were forced to scavenge for supplies every single day. Their work was paid in Venus coins, which they had to trade just to get basic food. She describes the guards vicious men who whipped them and screamed insults, calling them useless old baggage while forcing them to work until they collapsed. The most terrifying part? Those who tried to escape were caught and hung from trees as a bloody warning to anyone else thinking of running away. If you ran, they killed you. And with zombies everywhere, there was nowhere left to hide. It was hopeless. His mother looks at him with such tenderness and a faint smile. We only made it because you finally showed up to save us from that nightmare. Yang Hao looks at them, his heart aching. You both suffered so much. Do you know who their leader is? He asks about the super-powered guards, but they do not know. They were kept in the cattle pens, far away from any important info. Lingzi speaks up, answering for them. She had been paying attention. Their numbers are not actually that high. Only the patrols have guns. There are 4 captains with powers: Earth, Fire, Skin Reinforcement, and Mantis Transformation. But even she has not seen the big boss yet. Yang Hao smirks, already calculating his next move. He is starting to see the holes in the enemy's defense. 2 captains are already dead, and the skin guy is no threat. Only the leader and the Earth user remain. You and I both know a base is the only way to survive long term, right? We have survived so much, and I still have 1 ability card left. He looks at the group, voice solemn. I have something important to share. I have acquired a way to modify seeds for massive growth. He smiles mysteriously. He has a grand vision for their future. He crosses his arms tightly. His expression turns thoughtful as he lays out the plan. I want to stay in Jiangzhou and build our base here. He asks for their honest opinions. His father nods immediately. Zombies are everywhere anyway. Building a fortress right here is a smart move. Qingquan agrees. It does not matter where they go, nowhere is truly safe in this world. Might as well stay. Gu Qingyi nods beside him. If we keep running, when does it ever end? We need a place to call home. Qingquan raises his hand, looking at everyone with determination. I am in. What about the rest of you? Hands go up everywhere. Their voices are full of trust. They have followed Yang Hao this far. He has been their leader since day 1. Yang Hao leans back, finally relaxing. Since we are all on the same page, I have a specific location in mind. I want to build at the lakeside resort. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see how this base turns out. Everyone gasps in total shock. The resort? Alright, you and I are about to see Yang Hao scout this resort. The location is perfect, the geography is great, and the defenses are already completely finished. It contains all the combat supplies and clean water we need. Plus, being near the coast means we have a clear exit path. If things go south, we can easily retreat by boat. Everyone looks at Yang Hao with pure admiration. Absolutely shocked he managed to find a place with such perfect conditions. You probably will not find a better spot in all of Jiangzhou. Lingzi quickly agrees with the plan, and the rest of the group follows her lead immediately. Yang Hao stands firm with determination. Let's move. Moments later, they arrive at a luxury building glowing beautifully under the night lights. Inside the grand hall, Yang Hao steps forward to begin assigning everyone their specific new roles. Gu Qingyi, you are in charge of training the combat team until Long Tao and Liao Wei return for guard duty. Then he turns to Feng Hua, putting her in charge of the food cultivation and planting. Cheng Tone finds Long Tao and Lu Yu still tied up. Lu Yu shouts out in pure relief as they arrive. I thought the boss had abandoned us. Cheng Tone asks why they were even left tied up like this. Later, Yang Hao approaches Gu Qingyi. I have a gift for you that you will definitely love. She looks at him, confused. A gift? Just close your eyes. He holds a mysterious card in front of Gu Qingyi as a surge of raw energy begins to swirl. He slowly presses the card into her chest, and a brilliant light erupts from her heart with massive, overwhelming power. She gasps, asking what just happened. Yang Hao tells her to imagine the feeling of holding fire in her hands. Gu Qingyi raises her hand, and a massive flame erupts. She stares at it, completely speechless and confused. How do I have powers? A hidden figure listens from the shadows as Yang Hao explains that this miracle is all thanks to his unique ability. Pay attention here, is where the real threat starts lurking in the dark. As night falls, hordes of terrifying zombies stand in perfect lines, waiting for something to happen. Among the monsters stands the leader. His face is twisted into a truly sickening and wide grin. We have quite a few of them now. He grabs his radio to speak to the other side. Wang Laoqi, what is the situation on your end? From the other side, Wang Laoqi's voice crackles through the radio, sounding completely panicked and frantic. The Crimson Shadow is gone and our men were slaughtered by mutant zombies. The leader growls in concern, telling him to stay back and keep watching. The elite zombies were wiped out. I will have to take a risk and prepare something even bigger. Back at the resort, the warm glow from the building cuts through the silent, oppressive darkness of the night. Inside, Yang Hao is focused on his research, working hard on modifying new plant species. He has been hoarding attribute spheres. It is finally time to see how many potions he can actually craft. Success. This attribute potion can boost all stats by 50 points for 10 minutes. Yang Hao analyzes the result, noting the specific time limit. I thought it was permanent, but this boost is still incredible. I need to find a chance for them to test it. High on the roof, Lu Yu and Long Tao keep watch while sharing a quiet, personal moment together. Lu Yu looks out, finally feeling safe. This place is great. I am glad we can finally stop running. Long Tao smiles. It is perfect, but I wish we were strong enough to actually help the boss more. Suddenly, Long Tao's face goes pale. Zombies! A massive wave of them is heading straight for us. Launch the signal. Lu Yu, go warn everyone now. Lu Yu turns and sprints away to raise the alarm. Got it. Long Tao fires a bright signal flare into the dark sky. Okay, I know what you're thinking. And yeah, this peace was never going to last. Look at that signal in the sky. Lu Yu is breathless. Boss, a massive horde of zombies is charging our way. We do not know the numbers. Despite the news, Yang Hao remains completely calm. He does not look bothered by the sudden threat at all. They attacked as soon as we arrived. This is not a coincidence, but it is a perfect chance for live training. Follow the 3-day training plan. Lead the team out and show me exactly what you are capable of. Everyone grabs their weapons and charges out, unleashing a hail of bullets into the oncoming wall of flesh. Fight for our home. Kill them all. Long Tao leads the front line, telling everyone to aim for the brain. Watch your step. If you get yourself burned, do not come crying to me. Gu Qingyi steps up, her new powers erupting as massive waves of fire incinerate the approaching zombie horde. You and I just witnessed the start of an epic battle. Trust me, with powers like these, things are about to get even more insane. Alright, you and I are back with Yang Hao as his team shows off some serious growth. Everyone has definitely gotten stronger, so it is my turn to step up. He grabs his weapon and charges in, sensing these zombies are being controlled. Yang Hao leaps high into the air, tracking a strange energy. He is betting the puppet master is hiding right in this direction. He hits the ground and shouts, "Do not even think about hiding." The leader appears with a smug grin, admitting he knew Yang Hao was special, so he prepared a massive surprise. Yang Hao narrows his eyes, locking onto a massive monster looming ahead. It is an elite evolved zombie with claws as sharp as razors, baring its teeth and growling at him. The leader folds his arms, confidently ordering the beast to kill him. But before he can do anything else, Yang Hao just laughs at the ridiculous scene. Man, you are really going big. Suddenly, a mysterious black orb manifests and begins floating right off the leader's body. Wait, pay attention here because this lucky drop changes the entire power scale. Yang Hao grabs the orb, smiling. It is an ability orb. Could it be that any ability user dying nearby has a chance to drop one of these power-ups? The zombie stands its ground, screaming as it blasts a wave of deadly energy toward Yang Hao. He barely dodges the hit and calmly mutters that he almost forgot the monster was still there. The zombie swings its razor claws down as the stat screen pops up. Elite Evolved Zombie. Strength, 623, Speed 167, and Spirit 134. Yang Hao jumps up, taunting that it is weaker than the last one. The furious zombie spits a thick, sticky web toward him. The silk wraps tight around his arm, trapping him in place. As he struggles, the Elite Evolved Zombie swings those deadly blades straight at his chest. But Yang Hao does not show a hint of fear. He suddenly pulls out a gun and points it point blank, coldly saying he has got more than one weapon. He aims for the head and fires, letting the beast taste lead. The massive zombie collapses, its heavy body hitting the ground with a thunderous thud. A purple orb appears over the corpse, and Yang Hao walks over to claim his prize. He admits his weakness detection skill is incredibly useful. Taking down these elites is becoming a walk in the park. The stats flash. Strength 458.72, Speed 160.9, and Spirit 223. You and I both know how rare these are, but this one? It is absolute insanity. He touches the orb, wondering what new power he just found. Suddenly, a powerful sound rings out, making him freeze in his tracks. A skill card appears. Notification. You have obtained the Epic Tier skill, Zombie Control, an epic ability to command the undead. Looking at the card, he realizes how broken this is. It could massively boost the base's power, but who should he give it to? Qingyi suddenly runs over, shouting to Yang Hao that the rest of the zombies have been dealt with. She adds that they even captured someone. Yang Hao nods, relieved that things on this side are finally settled. Later, inside a room, Wang Laoyi sits tied up and kneeling on the floor. Everyone gathers around as Yang Hao begins the interrogation, demanding to know who he is and why they were targets. Terrified, Wang Laoyi spills everything, begging for his life. He is from an organization called Virus, sent because the Eastern Zone supplies were late. Long Tao gasps. The Eastern Zone? Yang Hao leans in, asking what that means. Is the entire Jiangzhou province under their thumb? Wang Laoyi frantically explains that Virus has 3 zones, with the East handling all their logistics. The other 2 handle combat. This suburb is their hidden base, kept completely secret from the outside world. Yang Hao rubs his chin, worried. If those 3 strong guys were just foot soldiers, then real trouble is coming. He asks one more thing. Why does Jiangzhou have so many ability users compared to other cities? Wang Laoyi admits his boss says it is because of a secret laboratory hidden right here. A secret lab? Everyone is shocked by the news. The captive explains that these labs created the ability users and maybe even started the apocalypse itself. His boss claims to know everything, promising that following Virus will lead them to world domination. Yang Hao demands he explain exactly what that means. And that is where we leave it with a mystery that goes way deeper than we thought. Stick around for the next part. All right. You and I are diving back into the apocalypse as Yang Hao interrogates the prisoner for information about the virus and rival factions. Wang the Seventh begins spilling everything he knows, revealing that beyond the East Zone, the North and South areas are crawling with enemies. Powerful factions like the Freedom Legion and the Destroyer Alliance are everywhere, turning the broken city into a total war zone for survival. After 5 minutes of interrogation, Yang Hao has heard enough and coldly orders his men to feed the desperate traitor to the zombies. Wang the Seventh begs for his life, but Long Dao just mocks him for the time he lured the undead to kill them first. Once the traitor is dealt with and the screaming stops, Yang Hao turns his attention back to his loyal survivors with a serious expression. He gets straight to the point, mentioning how everyone already knows that Kai Jing has recently awakened a powerful new special ability for himself. Now, he reveals he has another ability card and promises to reward whoever contributes the most to the safety of their base. Many more opportunities like this will come in the future, he adds, but rewards will always be strictly based on hard work and merit. The crowd erupts in cheers, stunned that their leader can actually hand out godlike powers to regular people like it is absolutely nothing. While everyone celebrates, Yang Hao warns them that the Raz faction won't give up easily and they must keep building their defenses together. Motivation hits an all-time high as the survivors split into teams, carefully planting fresh new seedlings into the fertile soil of the farm. Others work on the irrigation canals, exhausted but smiling, grateful for the peaceful life their wise leader has finally provided for them all. Just 1 week later, vibrant green shoots begin to burst through the earth, defying all expectations of how fast natural crops should grow. The plants grow faster than anyone imagined, with thick stalks of corn appearing almost overnight right before the eyes of a stunned Yang Hao. He can't help but smile, staring at the golden fields that represent their hope for survival in this desolate and broken world. Kai Jing credits Ye Fenghua, their resident agricultural expert, whose doctorate in farming has been an absolute game-changer for their entire base. Suddenly, Long Tao and Qing Tuan approach with urgent news about a group of strangers who are currently waiting to join their ranks. Now pay attention here, because a mysterious spy is lurking in the shadows, watching their every move and listening to their private conversation. The spy is completely baffled, wondering how they managed to harvest full-grown crops in just 7 days, using secret laboratory technology and techniques. The scene shifts to a dark room where a group of soldiers stands at attention before their hidden commander in the East Zone. The shadowy leader asks for a situation report, and his subordinate reveals some shocking good news regarding the stolen farm they recently lost. He reports that the group who took their farm can somehow force crops to fully ripen in just 1 week of growing time. If they can seize that technology for the East Zone, their food supply issues will be solved forever, and they will be unstoppable. The mysterious commander immediately orders another attack, demanding total victory, this time after their embarrassing previous failure to hold the land. Back at the meeting hall, Yang Hao stands before his people to fulfill the massive promise he made to everyone the week before. He holds up a glowing ability card, explaining that it can grant anyone in this room a powerful and unique supernatural skill. You and I both know who deserves this, and Yang Hao makes his choice by approaching Ye Fenghua in front of everyone. He hands the card to her with a sincere look, acknowledging all the hard work she has put into the farm lately. Yang Hao turns to the rest of the room, encouraging them to keep working hard so they can earn the next big reward. Do not be jealous, he tells them, because as the base grows, everyone will eventually get their chance to receive a special prize. He asks Ye Fenghua to stay behind while dismissing the others, warning everyone to stay alert during these dangerous and uncertain times. He explains her new power allows her to control zombie movements, a devastating ability if used with the right strategy in a fight. But he warns her to keep the specific details a secret until they truly need to unleash her full potential against their enemies. Overjoyed, Ye Fenghua surprises him with a quick kiss on the cheek, whispering a heartfelt thank you for his trust in her abilities. A blushing Yang Hao stammers a shy reply as she quickly runs off, her heart racing with pure excitement and newfound hope. She feels incredibly valued by him, her face still glowing from the thrill of the moment as she heads back to her room. As night falls, a group of hostile invaders creeps through the dense brush, their eyes locked on the thriving and peaceful village ahead. Their leader whispers about the riches inside, calculating how this farm could secure their future in the wasteland for a long time. He orders his elite squad to move in, intending to capture the village leader and take all the resources for their own group. Li Lu and the others rush toward the center of the base, hoping to catch the sleeping survivors completely off guard and defenseless. However, in their desperate and greedy rush to pillage the base, they make one fatal mistake that they did not see coming. They trip the secret perimeter sensors Yang Hao installed, immediately alerting the guards currently on watch duty inside the high walls. A loud alarm suddenly blares through the night, making Long Tao jump as he checks the security monitors to see who is coming. And that is where we leave it, with the high-tech sensors proving their worth. Trust me, the next fight is going to be epic. Stick with me, you're about to see Yang Hao face down this ambush. He's been waiting, telling Long Tao over the radio to stay back, and let him handle this alone as the enemies approach. After 2 minutes of silence, he finally spots the group closing in on him from the shadows. A cold smile creeps onto his face as his voice booms with power, asking Ross what they think they're doing here. The intruders freeze in their tracks. They stare at Yang Hao in terror, letting out a collective scream of total panic. Yang Hao doesn't flinch, mocking them for thinking they were being stealthy. Huang Feng sneers back, claiming the boy is finally cornered and has nowhere left to run. Now pay attention here. This is exactly where the fight gets completely insane as the two sides finally clash. 2 goons charge forward on Huang Feng's command, but they don't realize Yang Hao isn't standing there alone in the dark. Qing Xuan and Gu Qingyi suddenly appear, as Yang Hao orders them to take the lackeys while he handles the leader himself. Huang Feng just scoffs, looking at Yang Hao with total contempt and calling him a naive little brat. He thinks Yang Hao is dreaming if he thinks he can win, especially with that 1-week crop-ripening tech at stake. Yang Hao narrows his eyes, noting that these vultures have clearly been watching him for a very long time. Meanwhile, Kai Jing ignites her flames and lunges straight for Li Lu. Li Lu quickly activates his ability, turning his entire body into a solid, unbreakable slab of gray stone. As Kai Jing's massive flames erupt, Li Lu mocks her, asking if she thinks he'll melt under that intense heat just because he's immune to burns. But his confidence vanishes instantly as the searing heat penetrates his stone skin, making him scream out in agony. Gu Qingyi frowns at the sight. She fires her gun and complains to Kai Jing for jumping into the fight before the sisters could even start. Chu Yang blocks the bullets with his blade, but someone is already leaping through the air toward him with a weapon raised. Qingxuan swings his blade down, shouting that his powers are back and he's ready to play. He triggers his ice ability, though secretly he wonders if the potion Yang Hao gave him will actually work. You and I are about to find out if this strange medicine is the real deal, or just a fake. The sudden frost spreads instantly, freezing Chu Yang's legs solid and leaving him wide-eyed with shock at the sudden power. Qingxuan doesn't stop. He's thrilled his powers are back, while Chu Yang tries to act tough, claiming his steel body is invincible against any blade. It doesn't last long though. Chu Yang collapses onto the ground, completely paralyzed as Qingxuan stands over his frozen body. He explains that a sword alone wouldn't work, but combined with his ice, that's a whole different story. Time for a nap. Nearby, Li Lu is still being roasted alive by Kai Jing's fire, screaming about his eyes as he burns. Kai Jing turns away coldly, showing zero mercy as she declares the job is already done. Huang Feng panics, shocked that his team was wiped out so fast by people with so many different abilities. Yang Hao just smirks, mocking them for being too reckless to even do proper research before trying to rob him. Furious, Huang Feng activates his mutation and blocks the path, giving them a choice: surrender or die. Yang Hao mocks his hideous new bee form, but Huang Feng snaps back, explaining he was bitten by a zombie bee, and this is his ultimate power. Yang Hao looks at him and thinks back to the other mutant freaks he's faced. First a lion, then a mantis, and now a bee. It seems these animal hybrid abilities are everywhere lately. Huang Feng lunges with his stinger arms, but Yang Hao is faster, slicing right through the attacking limb with his blade in one motion. After lopping off the arm, Yang Hao taunts him, admitting he's fast but unfortunately way too weak to win. Huang Feng rushes past him toward the fallen Li Lu, warning Yang Hao not to get too cocky just yet. Li Lu sees his leader coming and begs to be saved from the flames, thinking his rescue has finally arrived. Suddenly, things change. Huang Feng spits out a long, disgusting proboscis toward Li Lu, whose face turns pale as he realizes the truth. The grotesque needle pierces Li Lu's neck in a flash, leaving him staring in total disbelief. Huang Feng heartlessly drains his ally's life force until Li Lu is nothing but a shriveled husk hitting the ground hard. Now fully powered up, Huang Feng turns his rage back on Yang Hao, swearing that this time, he's dead. Kai Jing jumps in front of Yang Hao, determined to protect him from the coming attack. Suddenly, Huang Feng fires a poisonous stinger that catches Kai Jing right in the arm before she can react. She stumbles back, but Yang Hao catches her before she falls. He tells the others to stay back while he starts the upgraded healing ritual. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see how he saves her. Alright. Stick with me, we are jumping right back into the heat of this battle. Huang Feng looks down in confusion because his targets have vanished into thin air. Inside the healing space, a syringe is prepped while Yang Hao checks on the recovering Kai Jing. He mutters that it is a relief this space has healing mud, even if the process is slow. Outside, Huang Feng goes berserk, firing toxic needles at everyone else while screaming that he will finish them first. Qingtone quickly conjures a thick, unbreakable ice shield to block the massive barrage of venomous stingers. Suddenly, Yang Hao leaps from the void, swinging his Asura scythe to launch a flurry of ice shards at Huang Feng. He is not done yet. The system notification confirms his mastery of the Asura scythe is rising with every strike. Huang Feng is losing his mind trying to hit him, but Yang Hao just mocks him while effortlessly dodging every attack. This guy is too fast, and the energy Huang Feng stole from Li Lu will only last a few more minutes. Now pay attention, because this is where the villain makes a fatal mistake by targeting Qingtone instead. Yang Hao refuses to let him escape, trapping him with a relentless wave of ice spikes while shouting his defiance. Huang Feng struggles to dodge, wondering how one person can possess both space and ice powers at once. As he charges toward Qingtone, Yang Hao quickly warns her not to take him head-on. She nods and unleashes her freezing aura, creating a massive circle of frost to keep the monster at bay. Suddenly, the ice catches his legs, locking him in place and leaving him completely wide open. Yang Hao seizes the opening with a mocking smirk, telling his enemy that this is the price for being a thief. He delivers a devastating slash to the villain's back, leaving Huang Feng screaming about how virus will destroy them all. The weight of the blow sends him crashing violently into the earth with a thunderous impact. A golden energy orb suddenly drops from his body, making Yang Hao wonder if ability users drop attributes too. The attribute panel pops up, showing his strength at 527 and speed at 175. Yang Hao realizes they have been attacked twice now, and the situation is only going to get more dangerous. You and I both know what happens when Yang Hao decides to stop playing defense. It is time to strike back. The next morning, the scene shifts to the imposing headquarters of the mysterious virus organization. Inside, a subordinate kneels before a shadowed figure, reporting that Huang Feng's entire team has gone silent at the resort. He believes they were eliminated and begs the boss to send a larger force to wipe the survivors out. The mysterious leader remains calm, stating that he already has a plan in motion for their next move. He wonders who these people really are and if they belong to a rival faction. Outside the headquarters, Two soldiers walk out, debating if the people at the resort could be members of the Liberty Legion. The second one disagrees, suspecting that their internal intel was leaked to the enemy long ago. Their position was likely compromised before the mission even began. Hidden in the shadows, Qingyi and Qingtone are eavesdropping on every word of their conversation. Qingtone wants to go in alone, but Qingyi refuses to let her sister face unknown numbers of enemies. They watch the guards fighting off frozen zombies, wondering if the monsters escaped from some cold storage. A frozen zombie lunges forward, causing the panicked soldiers to call for immediate backup from the ability users. In the middle of the chaos, the sisters slip inside the facility while the controlled zombies act as the perfect distraction. The guards scream for help as they try to hold back the undead horde. Fang Qingqing watches them sneak in from a corner, determined not to be left behind this time. She calculates that if she performs well, Yang Hao might finally give her an ability card of her own. Once the sisters make it inside, they find themselves standing before a massive stockpile of heavy weaponry. They realize that if Virus used these weapons, their base would be destroyed in seconds. Qingyi looks around nervously and decides that they must destroy everything in this room immediately. She points to a box of explosives, planning to use the zombies to trigger a massive chain reaction. Suddenly, a loud voice from outside commands the guards to split up and check the weapon warehouse. A bald guard rushes in, forcing Qingyi to shout for her sister to freeze him instantly. "Trust me, you are going to want to see how this mission ends. Stick with me, we're jumping into a high-stakes escape that is about to go sideways fast." Before they can move, a group led by a man with an eye patch bursts in, shouting orders. The boss notices the zombie gang from before acting strangely and orders his men in, but they suddenly see something that makes them scream. Trapped! Thantone lunges out and hurls a grenade toward them. The leader roars, telling his men to catch them. Smoke fills the air as she grabs Thonhei's hand, urging her sister to run while they have the chance. They don't get far before the thugs are right on their heels. It is a game of cat and mouse as Thonhei spins around to create sharp ice spikes, but two massive mutant bears block their path, crushing her ice walls like they are made of thin glass. Trapped between the bears and the thugs, Thonhei leaps into the air, delivering a powerful kick to the white bear. It is no use, the beast dodges her strike with surprising agility. That kick just made the white bear furious. It swings a massive paw, forcing Thonhei to dodge as the floor shatters behind her. She realizes this monster is not just big and dumb, its strength and speed are on a completely different level. Watch closely here. Thantone stands her ground, realizing the narrow corridor is the perfect spot for her next move. She launches a barrage of ice needles, but the enemy swats them away like they are nothing but annoying flies. Seeing him shrug off her attack is a total shock. Suddenly, a strange blue light begins swirling around the enemy leader's hands. He smirks, revealing that Gakko is actually a powerful ability user too. He hurls two massive glowing cyclones at the sisters, mocking them for not knowing how to use their powers correctly. Thantone quickly summons an ice wall, but it is useless against the swirling cyclones. Both sisters are sent crashing back as they cry out in agony. Van Ki gloats, asking if they finally see the gap between them. He walks toward Thantone, intending to force her into total submission. He promises to spare them if they serve him, but Thantone is way too stubborn to give in that easily. She fires another round of ice at his face and tells him to keep dreaming. "Now, you and I both know she needs a miracle." She pulls out the potion Duang Hao gave her and downs the whole thing without a second thought. After drinking it, she stands tall and declares that while they might lose a fight, they will never lose their spirit. This battle is just starting. Icy energy begins radiating from her body, though Van Ki is still too arrogant to notice the shift. He reminds her she is outnumbered 3-1, demanding she become his woman or suffer the consequences. The white bear growls, saying they only kept her alive this long because of her pretty face. Van Ki boasts that their virus organization is the most famous group of ability users in the entire city. Thantone doesn't waste another word, lunging forward like a blur of motion to seize the upper hand. Swinging a blade of pure ice, she calls them a bunch of ugly bugs who aren't even worth her time. She screams for them to die, delivering a massive kick that sends the white bear flying backward. The bear slams into a wall, leaving Van Ki stunned by her sudden increase in speed and raw power. Seeing his brother down, the black bear roars, unleashing a wave of fire to turn her into ash. She catches the flame with one hand, mocking him for having such weak, pathetic strength. Panicking, Van Ki summons a massive green cyclone, ordering his men to kill her at all costs. She dances through the chaos, silently amazed by the power of this medicine. This potion is incredible, its effects are way beyond anything she ever expected. She creates an ice vortex, raining down sharp shards on Van Ki until the black bear jumps in to shield him. Van Ki watches in horror as his loyal bear is turned into a pincushion of sharp ice. She lunges for the kill, but a cold, slow voice echoes through the hall, telling her to stop immediately. Hat Vuong appears, holding Thon captive and threatening to end her life if they don't surrender. Despite being helpless, Thon screams for her friends to keep fighting and not worry about her life. Seeing her teammate captured, Thon freezes in shock, wondering how this happened. Ordered by their leader, the thugs quickly move in and bind the sisters, leaving them completely trapped. Panic sets in as Thon realizes the power from her potion has finally completely run out. And that is where we leave it, with a disgusting thug eyeing our leads while they are totally helpless. Stick with me, we're about to watch a hero walk straight into a cold-blooded trap. He stares deep into Thon's eyes beneath her red hood, commanding her to become his slave and tell him everything. Hypnotized and vacant, she obeys. Soon after, in the suburbs, she goes running back to find Yang Hao in a total panic. She screams out, "Yang Hao, it's bad. Thon and Thon have been captured." He's stunned. What? He clearly remembers giving them specialized potions for emergencies. Logically, they should have escaped easily unless they ran into an incredibly high-level ability user who was just too fast for them to react. No time for theories. Yang Hao immediately moves out to rescue them. "Let's go. Come with me." But deep down, he's already calculating his next strategic move. Yesterday, Ye Fenghua asked him to hunt zombies, but now he has to bail and send Kai Jing in his place instead. Half an hour later, they reach a massive, heavily guarded building. Yang Hao tells Thon to wait outside while he goes in alone. Suddenly, he swings his massive scythe at the two guards. In a flash, the guards are frozen solid. But Yang Hao feels a chill. Something here is definitely not right. He quickly makes his way to the room where the sisters are being held. "Hey, you two all right?" They're tied up in the center, totally silent. It's eerie. Why aren't they saying anything? He uses his weapon to slice through their ropes. He turns around, ready to lead them out. "Move fast, we need to get out of here." Now watch closely, he hasn't noticed their strange behavior yet, or the deadly knife Thon is hiding in her hand. Both sisters pull blades and lunge at the same time, aiming straight for Yang Hao's back. Sensing bloodlust, he spins around just in time. He's horrified to see the empty, hollow eyes of Thon and Thon. Gripping his scythe, he desperately tries to block their relentless attacks while his mind races to figure out what happened to them. Brows furrowed, he can't help but shout in worry. "What is wrong with you two?" Suddenly, Thon lunges again. Yang Hao leaps back just in time to avoid the strike. He pauses for a split second, his mind working overtime to piece this together. Then it hits him. This is a setup. From the shadows behind him, heavy footsteps echo along with a slow, raspy voice. "You actually showed up." Hearing the voice, he spins around to face the figure approaching from the darkness. The Black King activates his ocular technique, staring down Yang Hao with glowing red eyes. He glares at the boy, thinking if he can just take control of his mind, this whole fight ends right now. But you and I know he's not that easy to beat. Despite staring right into those eyes, Yang Hao's mind stays crystal clear. The Black King is shocked. How is he still standing? Suddenly, it all starts to make sense to our hero. He scowls and leaps high into the air, swinging his massive scythe with lethal intent. His cloak billows behind him, revealing his powerful physique beneath his tight gear. He's absolutely livid now, realizing the truth. So this was all just your sick little game, wasn't it? Just as his blade is about to strike the Black King, a sudden beam of magic shoots out from nowhere. Then more beams follow, forcing Yang Hao to back off and abandon his direct assault on the king. He frowns in annoyance, quickly repositioning his blade. Suddenly, the Black King's voice booms across the room. "Get him! Capture him!" Instantly, Blue and Black Panther charge forward to seal his fate. Even with high-level ability users closing in, Yang Hao doesn't flinch. He stands his ground, calculating the odds. This is the virus headquarters. Logically, there have to be way more enemies than this. He has to stay sharp. Suddenly, hundreds of sharpened wooden stakes fly right at him. He snaps out of his thoughts just in time to dodge. While dodging, he grits his teeth, trying to find a way to shift the battlefield. But then, a massive worm-like creature erupts from the ground and coils around him. He screams out in surprise, there's someone hiding under the earth. He loses his balance and slams hard onto the floor. Gritting his teeth, he mutters, "I'm in trouble." Seeing him down, Thon, Blue, and Black Panther instantly gather a massive surge of destructive energy in their hands and lunge at him together. Die. A massive explosion rocks the entire area right where Yang Hao was pinned to the ground. After a long moment, Yang Hao slowly steps out from the thick dust cloud. Veins are popping on his forehead. He's beyond angry. "You want me dead? Dream on." Suddenly, the system triggers Ironbone ability activated. He leaps up and slams his scythe straight into Blue. As he lands, the Worm Man grabs his legs again. Without hesitation, Yang Hao uses his scythe to slice the guy's body clean in half. Coldly, he speaks. "Keep coming. I won't fall for the same trick twice." Even with his body in two pieces, the Worm Man is still moving. Yang Hao mutters in disbelief, impressive for a worm. Still alive after that. From the distance, a cloaked figure has been watching everything. He slowly steps forward, his voice filled with genuine praise. "Well done. Your 10-minute invulnerability has already been running for a while now. He picks up his radio and asks Longwu, how much longer until you return? A panicked voice crackles over the radio. We're almost there. Yang Hao instantly closes the distance, swinging his scythe at the man while he tries to analyze the enemy's style and find an opening. This guy's long-range moves are definitely a problem. To finish this off, Wen Qi flies into the air with a grin. Trust me, you're going to want to see how he handles this elite fighter next. Alright, stick with me because you are about to witness a masterclass in battle. Yang Hao already mastered his abilities, and now he charges forward with a sharp smirk. From my perspective, you are all just weaklings. He reaches out, using his power to snatch items through the air with ease. Van Qi laughs, calling him arrogant and careless. We know your powers, he says, just as a strange spatial portal opens up right behind his back. A spatial ability? This does not match any of the intelligence reports we gathered on him. Yang Hao uses his control to drop a massive boulder from the sky, slamming it directly onto Van Qi's head. Seizing the moment of distraction, he slashes his scythe across Van Qi's chest. My powers are not just for you to steal and use for yourselves. A fatal wound kills him instantly. How pathetic you were the one being too arrogant. Suddenly, a mysterious black energy orb begins floating in the air. The Longyu gang arrives and shouts for the Black King. Boss, we are finally here to back you up. His Iron Bone ability is on cooldown for 9 minutes. Kill him now. They immediately launch a coordinated and vicious assault against Yang Hao. The entire gang rushes him at once. Yang Hao grits his teeth in frustration. Are you kidding? That is too many users to handle. Gable lunges first, using his sharp claws to strike. Yang Hao barely leaps back, narrowly avoiding the lethal swipe from his enemy. The claws keep coming, but they only catch thin air. One strike tears through Yang Hao's cloak, leaving a massive hole behind. As he lands, familiar voices call his name. Kai Jing and Lingzi rush toward him, bringing much-needed reinforcements to the chaotic battlefield. She charges in, unleashing a torrent of flames at the swordsman. Every member of Varus needs to die right now. The enemy is shocked but fights back. Lingzi blocks the counter, warning her not to get reckless before Lu Wei arrives. Now here is the part where everything goes south. Watch those eyes. The Black King smirks, his eyes glowing a terrifying, deep red. Yang Hao screams a warning about the king's eye control, but it is too late. Both allies have already fallen into his mental trap. Kai Jing is instantly possessed. She turns her flames directly toward Yang Hao, forcing him to block the sudden and violent betrayal. Yang Hao dodges the blast in a panic. You have to be kidding me. How did they get caught so quickly? Kai Jing relentlessly slashes at him with her blades. Yang Hao realizes he is in a truly desperate situation. If this keeps up, I am finished. He leaps over more attacks from controlled citizens while desperately trying to reach the boss. Before he can even form a plan, a massive ice spike from Qingxuan pierces right through his body. Yang Hao screams in agony. What? The Black King is now using Qingxuan as a puppet to finish him off. His body is battered and broken, but Yang Hao refuses to stay down, suppressing the intense pain with raw willpower. You and I both know he is in trouble, but look at that determination as he blocks the ice attacks. Keep going. The tension on the battlefield reaches a breaking point. Allies rush in to save their leader, but Yang Hao screams for them to stay away. Do not come any closer. The Black King just laughs at their struggle. You want to leave? It is far too late for any of you to escape. Every single one of Yang Hao's friends has lost consciousness, surrounding him like a pack of mindless, hungry wolves. I will never surrender to someone like you. In his mind, he looks toward Qingxuan, refusing to give up the fight. Kai Jing and Lingzi realize that Lu Wei has finally arrived, meaning the zombie control plan was a success. Suddenly, Gable punches him across the face. How do you have time to daydream while facing all of us at once? Kai Jing follows up with another fire blast. Yang Hao despairs, wondering why his Iron Bone ability is still not ready for use. He lies helpless on the ground. This cannot be it. Am I really going to be killed by my own people? Suddenly, a massive explosion rocks the area behind the Longyu gang. They spin around in pure and utter confusion. Something just blew a hole straight through the thick perimeter wall. They turn back and freeze in terror. A colossal, mutated zombie stands before them, towering over the entire battlefield. Behind the giant, a massive horde of smaller zombies pours in. The gang stands speechless at the sheer numbers. The giant zombie unleashes a red beam of energy. Strangely, the horde ignores Yang Hao and only targets the Varus group. Below the building, Ye Fenghua smiles with pride at her new army. We finally caught up to the fight. Now, my servants, tear every single member of Varus to pieces. Gable panics and screams to his boss. There are too many zombies. We have to pull back and regroup. The Black King refuses to budge an inch. No. I am capturing him today no matter what happens. Revenge is mine. Yang Hao feels his strength returning as he stands. He is impressed that Ye Fenghua can control this many without failing. And that is where we leave it. You and I are definitely coming back for the next part. The real war starts now. Alright. You and I are about to watch Ling Zi tear through an endless swarm of zombies with her spear. Yang Hao feels his fire returning as he readies for battle, glad the zombies are distracting the smaller fry. Now he can focus entirely on their leader, He Wang. If he falls, everyone will finally be free from control. Gripping his sickle tight, Yang Hao leaps into the air and appears right in front of the villain. He swings his blade with everything he has, leaving He Wang in a total state of panic and confusion. The sickle bites deep into his shoulder, sending blood spraying everywhere as He Wang screams in pure agony. While his men are pinned down by zombies, He Wang collapses against a wall, clutching his gruesome wound. His power is fading fast. He can only hold on to the control of a few people at this point. As He Wang weakens, his mental grip snaps, finally freeing Qing Qing and Ling Zi from his dark influence. They both snap out of it, but Qing Qing screams in terror as she sees the massive zombie horde. Now watch closely. Yang Hao sees his chance and charges in for the final, finishing blow on the boss. He demands everyone be released, but suddenly, sharp earth spikes erupt from the ground to form a massive shield. The zombies behind Yang Hao are blocked by the sudden wall of stone, leaving him completely stunned and confused. The Five Dragons group cheers in relief, shouting that Shui Hong has finally returned to save them. Shui Hong arrives with Ming Feng, casually asking why the house is such a mess while she was away. A minion begs her to kill the brat, and she just smiles, promising to clean everything up quickly. Yang Hao recognizes her just in time to leap into the air, dodging earth spikes sharp as shark teeth. Suddenly, 2 more spikes lunge at his back. He barely notices them in time, gasping in shock. He is just a second too slow. The spikes turn into ropes, binding him mid-air while Qing Qing watches in horror. She is still standing right behind the villain He Wang, unnoticed in the middle of all the chaos. He Wang laughs, still arrogant, and totally unaware that his control over Qing Qing has already worn off. He orders Shui Hong to finish him, and she cold-bloodedly agrees, claiming she never shows any mercy. Qing Qing grabs a long sword while Shui Hong lunges at Yang Hao, screaming for him to just die. Just before the blade strikes, Qing Qing pulls a grenade and screams, her eyes filled with terrifying desperation. A massive explosion rips through the room, destroying everything in sight within a fraction of a single second. You and I are left watching the dust settle as Shui Hong realizes she was forced to use her powers. Yang Hao frantically searches through the smoke, wondering who could have possibly set off such a powerful explosive. As the smoke clears, he finds Qing Qing dying on the floor, while He Wang is also severely injured. The villain breathes a sigh of relief. Lucky he forced Shui Hong to shield him from the blast. He is heavily injured, and his control over the others has completely vanished in his weakened state. Shui Hong drops her weapon, confused and wondering where she is and what she was even doing there. Her power fades, freeing Yang Hao. He rushes to Qing Qing, cradling her head on his lap in despair. He breaks down in tears, crying out and asking her why she would be so foolish to sacrifice herself. With He Wang crippled and bleeding out, his dark mental control over the group has finally been destroyed. One by one, Qing Quan, Qing Yi, Long Yao, and the others finally wake up and regain their senses. One of them cheers for their freedom while He Wang glares, furious that a girl ruined his victory. Yang Hao turns to Shui Hong, giving her a choice: either keep fighting him or surrender right now. He walks over to the terrified He Wang, who tries to crawl away, begging to know his intentions. Yang Hao tells the others to wait while he drags the villain into another room for a private talk. He throws him down, demanding to know about the secret labs and why the apocalypse even started. The villain laughs, telling Yang Hao it does not matter since he is no match for the real masters. He reveals the truth: the apocalypse was born in laboratories scattered all across the entire world. He remembers his past life as Xiaoju, back in the Jiangcheng research facility where it all began. That place was only the lowest level lab, yet the horrors he faced there were beyond any imagination. Trust me, you and I are just beginning to see how these labs used humans to activate godlike powers. Buckle up, because you and I are about to dive into the dark origin of a man who lost everything to inhuman experiments. Innocents were turned into monsters, but one day, the Black King saw his chance to escape. It started when the lab computer suddenly crashed, causing every security door to fly open. Han Chi watched the chaos unfold and realized that this was finally his moment to make a run for it. Han fled alongside other ability users, but those without powers were considered weak and expendable. In this new world, if you were ordinary, you were already as good as dead. He managed to lead his girlfriend and a small group of survivors out of that hellhole, but the world waiting outside was even more terrifying than the laboratory they had just escaped from. The escapees formed an alliance of ability users, but they were hunted like animals. Anyone who dared to fight back was executed on the spot, or so the Black King tells the grim story. Realizing the world had truly ended, they began building their own power. Since they already had abilities and specialized training, They were light years ahead of any other survivors in the wasteland. They quickly became the dominant force in Jiangzhou. Driven by a deep, dark obsession for revenge, they branded themselves with a name that would strike fear into everyone, the Destroyer Alliance. But tragedy struck when his girlfriend was suddenly snatched away. The Black King grits his teeth in pure rage as he recalls that day. He wanted to burn the whole world down with his alliance, but everything fell apart when a commander named Bu Tianfan rescued his girl. That one event shattered the entire Destroyer Alliance from the inside. Back in the present, the Black King finishes his story while clutching his wounds. Alone and broken, he spent his remaining years developing a deadly virus. Yang Hao is skeptical and asks him why he is sharing all this now. What is the real catch? Pay attention here, because this final warning changes everything. With his last breath, the Black King smirks, telling Yang Hao the Destroyer Alliance is coming for him next. Then, just like that, he collapses. Yang Hao is left stunned, cursing his luck. Hey, do not die yet. You need to tell me exactly who is coming after us. Suddenly, the system pings with a massive update. Strength is at 556, and speed hits 186. You saw those numbers, right? Our main character is officially hitting God tier levels. His total attributes have officially crossed the 1000 mark. The system grants him a brand new title, Doomsday Brave. This legendary rank comes with a special reward, a 3D printer robot. The screen flashes a question, asking if he wants to deploy the 3D robot immediately. Yang Hao decides to wait and declines for now. He walks out of the room and immediately gathers everyone to break the news about the incoming threat. The Destroyer Alliance is on their way, so grab every supply you can find. We are moving out. Right now. Everyone agrees, and Shui Hong steps forward with a desperate plea. She begs Yang Hao to take them along, knowing that if the Alliance finds them here, none of them will make it out alive. Yang Hao smiles and welcomes them. His base is expanding rapidly, and he is going to need all the help he can get. He tosses several bags onto the ground and explains that these are special storage devices. Everyone gets one, so pack up all the resources in this area before we hit the road. Ming Feng examines the bag in awe, comparing it to a magical treasure from an ancient cultivation story. Shui Hong is equally impressed, finding the whole thing incredibly surreal. It feels more like an inventory from a video game than real life. 10 minutes later, Bai Lin arrives with a squad and kicks the doors wide open, ready for a fight. But the entire hallway has been stripped completely clean. There is nothing left for them. His men were hoping for a chance to wipe out the virus, but they find absolutely nothing. They start wondering if the intel they received was just a total lie. There is no way this is fake. Could we be walking straight into a deadly trap? Bai Lin snaps back, insisting that Bu Tianfan never sends false information. They need to investigate this immediately. Meanwhile, the scene shifts back to the main base. Fang Qingqing has been laid to rest. The group built a small, humble grave for her, with her name carefully carved into a stone marker. Yang Hao kneels before her, overcome with grief. He thanks Fenghua, knowing that without her help, many more lives would have been lost during the attack. Fenghua blames herself, wishing she had arrived just a few minutes sooner. Maybe then, things would have ended differently. Yang Hao comforts her, admitting his own lack of strength was the real issue. To survive in Jiangzhou, the road ahead will only get more brutal. He pushes his sorrow aside and asks Fenghua for a huge favor. He needs her to position zombies around the area to make the base look abandoned. While she handles the camouflage, he will focus all his energy on upgrading their defenses. The night sky is vast and silent, with the full moon hanging above them like a glowing piece of jade. Back in his room, Yang Hao sits on the bed and summons his new 3D printer robot. Instantly, a massive machine materializes in front of him. He is blown away by the scale of this thing. What can it actually do? As he approaches, the robot begins explaining its features. In theory, it can print anything from simple tools to complex machinery. Whether it is cars or even entire houses, it just needs the raw materials and a physical object or blueprint to scan. While he watches closely, the robot tells him to read the manual for specifics. Yang Hao places a piece of iron inside and asks it to print a blade. The robot complies instantly. A notification sounds as the scanning process begins. Yang Hao watches intently as a razor-sharp blade is perfectly crafted by the machine. Another alert pings to confirm the printing is complete. He picks up the sword, shocked by the quality. This thing is absolutely incredible. The robot continues, explaining that it uses advanced space compression technology for materials. It can even print an 80-story building if he has enough resources. Its power is truly beyond question. Yang Hao is ecstatic. With this technology, building the ultimate base will be a breeze. And that is how you build an empire from scratch. Stick around, because this is just the beginning. Long Tao suddenly rushes in, gasping for breath as he announces, "Boss, we have a major problem. Our gardens and crops are being attacked by mutant beasts." Yang Hao asks in disbelief, "But what about the golden walls?" Long Tao explains that smaller mutants tunneled their way inside. We are barely holding them off for now. But there are giants out there beyond imagination. Stick with me, because our hero just hit a massive roadblock. Switch scenes to Fatty struggling with his gun, spraying bullets at these armored pangolins. Their scales are tough as steel. Thantone uses his ice abilities to back him up. These things are definitely harder to handle than zombies. One pangolin lunges with its massive tail. Manhwa joins the fight, hoping her flames can burn through them. The fire erupts, engulfing the beast, but the pangolins do not retreat. She gasps, "They are not afraid of fire?" Right then, Yang Hao appears. "Get back, let me handle this." He swings his scythe directly at the monster. These armored pangolins are insane. No matter what weapon we use, nothing seems to leave a single scratch on them. Yang Hao is wide-eyed and speechless. No way, this thing is as hard as my own iron bone skill. As the four of them face the giant beast, Bai Lin appears. He smirks. "Finally, I found the virus slayers." A subordinate turns to him and asks, "Commander, should we take action and strike them now?" Bai Lin calmly replies, "No rush. They managed to take down the virus, so they are clearly not weak. Now pay attention here, we will wait for the right moment." He orders squads 3 and 4 to get ready. If we can take over this place, our strength will skyrocket. The subordinates immediately obey their commander's orders. Yang Hao helps clear out the smaller pangolins. He stands firm against the giant one, refusing to let the crops die. Yang Hao leaps into the air. He thinks to himself, "Let's see how they handle being frozen solid." He combines his scythe with ice energy, slamming a direct blow onto the armored beast's thick hide. Only a small patch of ice appears on its scales. The annoyed pangolin lashes out, swinging its massive tail at him. Yang Hao suddenly remembers something. Wait, if these are mutant animals, could they be connected to the lab? The High Sisters charge forward together. Using ice and fire at once, they launch a dual elemental strike at the beast. An earth-shattering explosion erupts. The ground trembles violently as rocks and debris are sent flying into the sky. After the dust clears, the giant pangolin is unharmed behind its scales. Its eyes glow red with a wicked, demonic smile. Everyone is shocked to see it laughing. You and I both knew these beasts were hiding a dark secret. Yang Hao suspects they are being controlled. He has already sent zombies to scout the surrounding area for the master. Good. For now, we just need to stall this big one. Manhwa suggests blinding it to limit its movements. She explains the plan carefully. Yang Hao listens, curious about how she plans to pull this off. The controller likely shares their vision. If we cut that off, the beast's actions will be severely hindered. Yang Hao praises the idea. He uses the smoke bombs he took from the virus, creating a thick, blinding fog. Yang Hao shouts his orders loudly. "Everyone, follow my lead and keep the pressure on the beast. Use ranged attacks to harass it." Manhwa suddenly spots the enemy. "Yang Hao, she is over there." The two of them leap over the fortress wall. Yang Hao follows closely behind Manhwa as they give chase. She leads him to a massive tree and points upward. The controller is likely hiding right up there. The woman on the tree is Qi Yan, the mastermind. She smirks. "Finding me proves you actually have some talent." Yang Hao speaks up. "We have no grudge. Stop this, and we can trade you food at a fair price." Qi Yan laughs loudly. "Negotiating with a beastmaster like me? You do not even have the right to talk." He frowns. "A beastmaster? You are not part of the Destroyer Alliance?" His mind starts racing with possibilities. She arrogantly replies, "Do not group us with them. You have the technology for fast-growing crops, right?" Yang Hao smirks. "Word travels fast. Everyone wants this tech. But, sorry, I am not handing it over." Qi Yan immediately commands her 2 beasts, a lynx and a porcupine. "Kill them both right now." He uses his scythe to block the porcupine's attack. Yang Hao grinds his teeth. Its spikes are incredibly tough. The porcupine fires a barrage of sharp needles. Yang Hao expertly deflects every single one with a few swift moves. The lynx lunges at Manhwa. She wonders if this woman can truly control any creature she encounters. The lynx lets out a sonic roar, shredding her clothes instantly. "Trust me, you and I cannot miss the next part." "All right, stick with me because Yang Hao just saved his girl in the most epic way possible." Manhwa is blushing as she thanks him. But there is no time for romance with zombies approaching. They get serious, planning to take down the beasts. Yang Hao targets the lynx while zombies handle the hedgehog. The lynx lets out a sonic scream, but Yang Hao instantly blocks the sound waves with his scythe. Manhwa commands her zombie squad to charge, while the giant hedgehog fires a rain of sharp spikes. Yang Hao dives into the fray, focusing all his strength on taking down the lynx as fast as possible. High in the trees, Qi Yan watches the battle in shock, wondering how the girl can control zombies. Suddenly, Yang Hao kills the lynx and charges toward her. She cannot believe he finished it so fast. Qi Yan panics and orders the hedgehog to block him, but Yang Hao just tosses a grenade. Boom! One explosion hits, then he quickly throws 2 more to finish the job. Watch this part carefully. The hedgehog is blown apart before it can react. Chi Yan sees her chance while he is distracted. She flees, thinking she has good intel on their farming secrets and that zombie-controlling girl for her alliance. She screams a final warning as she runs, promising to make them surrender the next time they meet. But she does not get far before a pack of rogue zombies surrounds her with hungry eyes. Feng Hua tells Yang Hao that the zombies are eating the girl, and he panics, shouting for them to stop. He rushes over, but she is already dead. He is too late to get any information from her. Suddenly, a glowing card drops from her body and flies directly into his hand, a new ability. Yang Hao grabs it. The system drop mechanism activated just in time, revealing it as a beast-taming skill. He decides to head home. He lost the intel, but he will never turn down a top-tier ability. When they return, everyone is still struggling to fight off the massive, armored pangolins attacking the base. He wonders why these beasts are still aggressive, even though their master is already dead and gone. Yang Hao tells everyone to stop and hands the ability card to Cheng Yi, saying it fits her best. He explains it is a beast-taming skill. Cheng Yi accepts the gift and thanks him with a smile. She absorbs the card into her body immediately, feeling the new power surge through her entire soul. Now pay attention, because Cheng Yi is about to show us exactly what she can do with this new power. She is determined to contribute more to the base and focuses everything on making this new skill work. She shouts a command as a wave of purple energy erupts from her hand and hits the beasts. The light washes over the pangolins, and they suddenly stop, looking at her with complete, calm obedience. They gather in front of her like loyal pets, and Cheng Yi cheers, thrilled that she finally succeeded. Yang Hao is relieved, but warns everyone to stay alert since many dangerous factions are now targeting them. Elsewhere, a scout informs their leader Bai Ye that their two main attack squads have finally arrived. Bai Ye warns his men not to be careless because the enemy has abilities they cannot underestimate. As the army moves out, the base alarm suddenly blares with a terrifying, flashing red light. Yang Hao is the first to hear the warning siren, knowing that their peace is officially over. He is frustrated that they have no time to grow before Bai Ye and his soldiers arrive. Bai Ye looks at the base and arrogantly declares that it now belongs to the Destroyer Alliance. Using his system, Yang Hao scans the invaders and realizes these are high-level members of the Alliance. Their stats are terrifying, far beyond normal humans and almost reaching the level of mutant zombies. Bai Ye has 634 strength, 236 speed, and 125 spirit. The two lieutenants standing behind him are just as strong, with attributes that are absolutely insane. The first one has 234 strength and 36 speed. The second is just as lethal. Bai Ye looks at Yang Hao and demands to see their leader immediately. Yang Hao steps forward, declaring he is the boss, and that they will never get this base. Inside, he is worried about the casualties, but he knows these invaders are not here to talk. Trust me, this is where it gets dark. Bai Ye laughs and says this is an order, not a request. You and I are diving into a fight where the stakes are high. Long Tao jumps in too, refusing to let these guys treat them like easy targets. Yang Hao stops them, comparing the alliance to a disgusting virus. Bai Lin snaps back, telling him not to confuse their group with common traitors who just run away. He immediately orders Cheng Yi to command the pangolins and fortify the base's defense. The chaotic battle breaks out in an instant. Soldiers clash with the armored pangolins while Long Tao and Zhuo Di join the fray. Bai Lin is confused. These beasts aren't under a tamer's control, so why are they listening? He brushes it off, focusing on killing Yang Hao with the deadly horns on his head. Yang Hao blocks with his scythe, shocked that the man can actually manipulate his own horns. He notices a pattern. Many ability users have animal traits. Could those D-tier labs be responsible? Bai Lin shatters his horns into tiny, lethal fragments and lets out a loud roar. The sharp shards fly toward Yang Hao like a deadly swarm of needles. He struggles to parry them all. There are just too many to handle at once. Now, pay attention here. Yang Hao's system just triggered a notification to unlock a broken healing skill once he absorbs 10 hits. Yang Hao grins. A self-recovery skill is way more useful than waiting for a healer to show up. Bai Lin is annoyed by the smile and demands to know what's so funny. Yang Hao ignores him. He walks closer, taunting the villain with a mocking gesture to bait him. Completely losing his cool, Bai Lin launches a massive wave of horn shards at the young man. He mocks Yang Hao for smiling while wounded, but the boy just stands there and takes it. Each strike triggers a system notification, counting every single hit he absorbs. Long Tao jokes that the boss is just playing around, while Zhuo Di watches in absolute terror. Gripping his scythe tightly, Yang Hao prepares for the final stage of his plan. He tells them not to worry. With 10 hits taken, he successfully unlocks his new primary healing ability. The system displays the details of the powerful new skill he just acquired. It grants total recovery from wounds in seconds, though it won't save him from instant death. His stats skyrocket. Strength 910, Speed 280, and Spirit 460. You saw that, right? His wounds vanish instantly as his broken body completely resets itself in an instant. Bai Lin is speechless. Seeing the boy fully healed, Yang Hao charges forward at lightning speed. The villain pulls the remaining horn from his head, preparing for a desperate final stand. He challenges Yang Hao, betting his blade is faster than the boy's healing factor. They clash with blinding speed, moves blurring too fast for the naked eye to follow. Yang Hao holds his own, spinning his scythe to deflect every one of those high-speed strikes. He's quickly adapting to the pace, perfectly timing his defense against the enemy's rhythm. Now he just needs one opening to strike a weak point while Bai Lin is distracted. As Bai Lin lunges with a sharp horn, Yang Hao parries it away, leaving the villain open. Seizing the moment, Yang Hao swings his scythe with a roar, aiming straight for the kill. A fatal strike rips through Bai Lin's chest, sending him crashing to the ground in agony. Coughing up blood, the villain warns that something far more terrifying is waiting in the city center. With those final cryptic words, he collapses and breathes his last breath. His subordinates panic and scatter, shouting that their leader is dead as they retreat. Yang Hao turns to Shaolin, asking for the real situation at the heart of the city. She carefully explains what she overheard from the virus group's conversations. A zombie king? Yang Hao is stunned, realizing this world is even more dangerous than he thought. He warns the team to stay alert, as the enemies coming next will be much stronger. Stick around, because you and I are about to see what he's planning with Qingyi. Stick with me, we're jumping back into a world where every move counts. Qingyi, over here. She's curious, but she follows. Yang Hao lays out the plan. These next few days, you'll lead the beasts to dig tunnels. We need to secure our food supplies, and we need an emergency exit. Qingyi agrees immediately. Got it, I'll take command and get them moving right away. Time flies, and 3 days later, Yang Hao checks in. Qingyi, are the tunnels finished and the supplies handled? She explains that most are hidden. I had them dig several tunnels, each leading to a very different, distant location. Then she puts her hands on her hips. Yang Hao, with all this prep, are you actually planning to abandon this base? Yang Hao's expression turns dead serious. He explains that too many factions know their location now. This is just a precaution. You haven't told anyone, right? She confirms she hasn't. Suddenly, the sound of rushing footsteps cuts their conversation short. Lu Wei rushes in. Boss, some people outside want to see you. Are they from the Destroyer Alliance? No, they brought mutated beasts. He radiates confidence as he replies. Let's go take a look. Internally, he's smirking. Another group of experience points? If I harvest their cores, our strength will skyrocket. Liu Wei leads them to meet the group, who arrived with giant mutated rabbits. Nate and Lisa step forward. She asks if he's the leader here. Yang Hao cuts to the chase. That's me. What do you want? She crosses her arms, demanding justice. You killed my friend. Hand over the murderer right now. He scoffs. Your friend was killed by zombies. That has nothing to do with us. Go talk to the zombies instead. Nate tries to calm her. Lisa, don't waste your breath. They'll never admit it, even with those pangolins as proof. Now watch closely, because a spear suddenly flies from the shadows, impaling Nate right through the chest. He dies instantly as blood sprays everywhere. Lisa screams in pure horror. Nate! Liam saunters out, mocking them. My bad. I thought I heard a monkey chattering, so I slipped. Sorry about that. Lisa yells, Who are you? He smiles arrogantly. I'm with the Destroyer Alliance. Heard there was good loot here, so I came. Both Yang Hao and Lisa's faces darken instantly. The name hits her like a lightning bolt. She knows the Destroyer Alliance travels in groups. This situation is worse than she imagined. Lisa screams that beast tamers have never crossed them before. Today, you've declared war. She orders her rabbits to attack Liam. Go, kill him. Meanwhile, Yang Hao gives a quick command. Qingyi, go warn the others. Initiate Plan B immediately. I'll buy you some time. She sprints off, shouting back her agreement. Right now, Lisa's giant rabbits are lunging at Liam, who doesn't even flinch. Oh. These rabbits look tough, but before they can touch him, Scar blocks the path and punches one away. Get out of my face! Scar steps through his subordinates, looking absolutely formidable and imposing. His voice booms. You and I can feel the power here. Whoever killed my men, get out now. Yang Hao doesn't blink, he replies with a smirk. I killed them. So what? You here for revenge? Scar is impressed by his guts. Lisa, seeing her chance, releases a thick white smoke screen to mask her escape. She realizes it's the 3rd Legion commander. I can't win this. I have to get out of here first. Yang Hao swings his scythe, blasting the grunts away. He taunts them, telling them all to come at him at once. Elsewhere, the boys are backing him up. Support the boss. Hold the line. But they haven't gone far when a massive, mutated pangolin blocks their path to the base. It's a monster. Inside, Qingyi is directing the evacuation. Everyone, out through exit 1. Tai Qin and Thantone take over the other sectors. Doors 2 and 3. Move it, fast. Scar is livid now. Veins are popping on his face as he growls. Kid, let's see what you're made of. Scar transforms into a beast and lunges. Tell me the secret to your farming or die. Young Hao anticipated this. So, they really are after our food supplies. He blocks the blow with his scythe. Fine, let's trade. Tell us the secrets of the laboratory first. He slashes Scar's chest, but the man doesn't even have a scratch. He just laughs at the attempt. He mocks Young Hao for trying to negotiate. Trust me, you and I are about to see if our hero can actually break that skin. You and I see it 0 damage. Brother Shao lashes out with his claws, mocking Yang Hao Kid. In this apocalypse, the strong rule. You want to talk terms? Show me what you can actually do first. Sensing Shao's overwhelming power, Yang Hao leaps onto the clock tower. This guy is a total beast. He drops down and slashes at Shao's arm. Winning isn't the goal here, it's all part of a bigger strategy. He just needs to stall him long enough for the others to escape. But the moment Shao realizes Yang Hao has powers too, the vibe shifts. Shao's excitement hits a boiling point. He laughs like a maniac. Good, you better give me a real fight. He slams both fists into the earth, shattering the ground, and making the battlefield a chaotic mess. Watch closely, his weapon's freeze effect is totally useless here. Elsewhere, the goons are getting blocked by mutated pangolins. They scream in frustration, these mutant beasts are way too stubborn. They try to flank the base, but seconds later, something even worse stops them, a massive wave of zombies. The henchmen start questioning their own lives. Seriously, what kind of freak show is this base running? Surrounded and panicking, they wonder if the zombies are helping. This ability is just way too twisted. Deep inside the base, Fenghua is pushing her limits to control the zombies. Just a little longer, everyone has to make it out safely. Suddenly, her vision blurs. Wait, what's happening? Were all the zombies wiped out in a single heartbeat? Lian Yi appears, having cleared the path effortlessly. You guys are too slow. If it were me, this base would have fallen in 3 minutes. He walks toward the entrance with a smirk. So much security, let's see what you're actually hiding in here. But the moment he steps inside, the hidden landmines detonate with a massive roar. Heavily injured, he still crawls forward, swearing. Landmines? Fine. Let's see what else you've got to stop me. Ignoring his wounds, he rushes into the base, desperate to see what's left behind. All he finds is an empty room. He screams in absolute fury, where the hell did they all go? Outside, the duel between Yang Hao and Shao is still raging with intense ferocity. Yang Hao keeps taunting him, asking if he can go any faster. But pay attention, one eye is on the roof giving the signal. As the beast leaps toward him, Yang Hao finally lets out a sigh of relief. One eye is here, which means everyone is out. Plan B was a success, now it's my turn to leave. A scout rushes out of the base with an urgent report. Boss, everyone's gone, but we found a secret tunnel. Yang Hao freezes. How did they find it so fast? Shao finally connects the dots. So, you stayed behind just to let your little friends escape, huh? Yang Hao just smirks. Well, since the cat's out of the bag, I guess playtime is over. Smoke bomb. The explosion creates a thick white fog, completely blinding Shao and his men. Yang Hao takes the chance to vanish. Shao bellows after him, "You're naive, kid. The Alliance owns this entire city. You won't escape." Yang Hao just shouts back even better. "I'll be waiting for you to deliver that experience." He runs into the base and sees the tunnel entrance. He realizes Thon Yi's true intention immediately. I get it now. Thon Yi left this tunnel here on purpose as a trap. Just in case, I should use the explosives we said earlier. If they have a troublesome ability user, I'm done for. Inside the base, the goons are fanning out to search every corner. One team, follow them into the tunnel. The rest of you, keep searching, there might be more exits. Before those idiots can even take another step, Yang Hao slams the detonator. The massive explosion catches the henchmen completely off guard, burying them in rubble. From a distance, Yang Hao watches his hard-earned base go up in flames. After being here so long, seeing it burn, it hurts. Suddenly, his instincts scream someone's coming. Bao Feng arrives at the head of an army, staring at the smoke. What's with this explosion? Weren't we supposed to take the loot? His men stammer back, "We don't know, sir." Bao Feng's voice turns cold. "We wasted a lot of manpower for this base. I'm not leaving here empty-handed. Investigate it now." Terrified of his power, the soldier frantically obeys. "Yes, sir." Watching from the shadows, Yang Hao sighs. "Good thing I acted fast. If I'd run into this crowd, escaping would have been impossible. Everyone made it to the park safely. And trust me, you and I know this war is just starting. Alright, you and I are jumping back in as Qing Yi tells Long Dao the beasts cleared the zombies. He says they should rest here for the night, and Long Dao happily agrees to the plan. Meanwhile, in the business district, Fenghua tells her group the building is safe enough for a temporary rest. She assures everyone not to worry about food or supplies. She already sent zombies to scavenge, and they will be back soon, making one girl praise her reliability. Over on the outskirts of the city, Yang Hao's mother is pacing around and worrying about her son. She asks Kai Jing why he hasn't arrived yet, while Kai Jing tries to call but gets no signal. The automated voice tells her the subscriber is unavailable, leaving her feeling completely anxious and confused. It is strange that she can reach everyone else, but Yang Hao is the only one not responding. Kai Jing tries to calm her down, suggesting he might have just taken a different route to the city. As the sun begins to set, we find Yang Hao wandering the streets alone, desperately checking his phone. He wonders why the signal is totally gone, making it impossible to contact any of his teammates. Traveling solo is a nightmare, and he complains about not knowing which path the others took. Frustrated, he finally decides to just turn off his phone and look for a place to stay. He spots a sign for a resort and thinks a hot spring bath sounds like the perfect idea. Getting excited, he heads toward the natural springs, feeling like he just hit the absolute jackpot. He soaks in the water, enjoying a rare moment of peace after such a long and exhausting day. But little does he know, someone else is about to enter the exact same spring. Now pay attention, because this awkward moment is about to turn into a fight for survival. A small pebble slips and falls, creating a sharp noise that echoes through the quiet resort area. Lu Mi immediately goes on high alert and screams out, demanding to know who is hiding there. Yang Hao tries to explain he is not a bad guy, but she just calls him a pervert. Her piercing scream rings out, attracting a horde of zombies that start swarming toward their location. He realizes the danger and tells her to get dressed immediately so they can escape the area. She snaps back in embarrassment, but suddenly, a massive mutant zombie smashes through the wall and barges inside. It lunges at her, but Yang Hao grabs his scythe, telling her not to fear a mere elite mutant. Lu Mi is stunned, wondering where on earth he managed to pull that giant weapon from. She wonders if he has a spatial ability, as the zombie's arms transform into deadly blades. The beast swings at him, but Yang Hao kicks its head to jump high and slashes its chest. The massive creature hits the floor instantly, and Yang Hao lands coolly, mocking its weak defense. Lu Mi stands there with her mouth wide open, completely shocked by his incredible combat power. She praises his skills, but he calmly reminds her that she should probably put some clothes on first. Realizing she is only wearing a towel, she blushes and they both rush to get fully dressed. Once they are ready, she approaches him and asks if he can help her with a request. Yang Hao coldly refuses, saying he is busy and needs to find his friends before more zombies arrive. Lu Mi grabs his sleeve to stop him, frantically explaining that she can actually be very useful. She points out that he is new here, while she knows every corner of this dangerous city. As the daughter of the Freedom Corps leader, she promises to help find his friends if he protects her. You and I both know a deal like this is way too good for him to pass up. He agrees instantly, deciding they should find a place to sleep and head out at daybreak. They find an apartment, where she begins to explain the terrifying truth about the city's current state. Lu Mi reveals that secret experimental drugs leaked out after the apocalypse began, changing everything. This chemical spread is the real reason why some zombies have mutated into such horrific monsters. The closer you get to the laboratory, the stronger the mutants become, including rumors of a zombie king. It is not just the monsters, as ability users also find their powers increasing near the lab site. Stick with me, Lu Mi reveals that the area near the lab is known as the Forbidden Zone. Alright, you and I are heading straight into a zone where nobody ever comes back alive. Every scout has vanished, and Yang Hao realizes the truth he's seeking lies hidden deep within this forbidden territory. He turns to her, wondering why she's even here. Wouldn't it be much safer to stay back with the Legion? Liao Mi keeps it brief, claiming it's a long story. She was on a mission when an unexpected assassination attempt wiped out her entire squad. Yang Hao is stunned in assassination, but while they're talking, the killer she mentioned is already lying in wait on the opposite building, ready to strike. Her name is Xiao Tong. Looking through her scope, she sneers that her long stakeout was finally about to pay off. She confirms the target hasn't fled yet. Then, Xiao Tong spots Yang Hao and wonders just who this guy standing beside her is. Now, pay attention to this shot. She thought she'd killed all of Liao Mi's allies already. Doesn't matter, Xiao Tong pulls the trigger, deciding to finish her target first. But Yang Hao is sharp. He senses the bullet the second it leaves the barrel. He instantly whips out his scythe, swatting the bullet away like a fly. He laughs it off, saying that speak of the devil, and the devil shall appear. Xiao Tong freezes in shock. He actually blocked it? Changing tactics, she fires a grappling hook into the apartment wall. She zips across the gap with one hand, gripping a lethal dagger in the other. Xiao Tong yells that she won't let Liao Mi escape today. She smashes through the window, making Yang Hao realize she's an ability user too. The two of them clash in a fierce, high-speed battle. Liao Mi is stunned, recognizing her attacker. Sister Xiao Tong, why is it you? Xiao Tong just hurls another dagger at her, screaming that she's dead meat. Thorny vines erupt from Liao Mi's wrist, snatching the flying blade right out of the air. She fires back, saying it's not over yet. Now that she's found a reliable partner like Yang Hao, she's not afraid. She cheers from the sidelines, reminding him not to forget their little deal. His eyes light up instantly. Don't worry, he says, diving back into the fray. He rains down blows, but Xiao Tong is fast, dodging as his scythe only shreds her clothes. Yang Hao grunts. This ability of hers is a real pain to deal with. She whips out a pistol, aiming it straight at Liao Mi's head. Die, she screams. 3 shots ring out, but Yang Hao steps in, taking all 3 hits to protect her. Enraged, Xiao Tong starts spraying bullets like a madwoman. No matter how many rounds she fires, Yang Hao effortlessly deflects every single one of them. After a brief standoff, he tells her flat out he's not letting her kill his partner. Suddenly, a swarm of black bats floods the room. Xiao Tong wonders if the sound of her gunfire drew them in. Then the realization hits her. If the bats are here, then that monster is close by too. A mutated zombie smashes through the window, lunging wildly at both Xiao Tong and Yang Hao. The system pings. Elite mutant zombie. Power 820. Speed 260. Spirit 670. Looking at those stats, Yang Hao is floored. This thing's attributes are absolutely broken. Especially that spirit stat. It's clear that the closer they get to the city center, the scarier these zombies become. Suddenly, it spews a thick pink mist. Okay, I know what you're thinking. This twist? It's about to get really weird. Both Liao Mi and Xiao Tong inhale the gas and instantly lose consciousness. Xiao Tong, who was just trying to kill him, suddenly starts acting flirtatious. Hey, handsome. She clings to his arm, praising his manliness. Then Liao Mi joins in, telling him she wants him right now. With both girls hanging off him, a panicked Yang Hao yells for them to let go. This is definitely not the time. He glares at the zombie, realizing it's behind this sudden change. Quickly, he pulls a rope out of his spatial storage. He ties them both up for their own safety, while they moan in protest. Yang Hao tosses them into a nearby machine. Stay put for a second while I handle this, he says. He charges at the mutant without hesitation. It's been a while since he faced a zombie this strong. He hopes it doesn't disappoint. He swings his scythe, but the monster leaps away. He checks the system again and curses. No way, its attributes are actually rising. System alert, elite mutant zombie. Power 850, speed 290, spirit 700. The bats surrounding it grow even more frantic. Yang Hao pauses, sensing something strange. His eyes glow gold as he activates weakness recognition. He finally sees the truth. Those little bats are the actual source of the monster's power. The mutant zombie flicks out a long, disgusting tongue to strike him down. Actually, it's 2 tongues, cornering Yang Hao from both sides. He dodges, quickly forming a counterplan in his head. If that's the case, he'll start by wiping out those bats first. Taking advantage of a distraction, he leaps behind the beast. Trust me, you and I are about to see exactly why he's the main character. He grips his scythe tight and begins carving through the swarm with lethal precision. Let's dive in as Yang Hao clears the room. He wipes out half the bats, wondering if the boss will lose its edge now that its minions are gone. He checks the system. Elite mutant zombie, strength 750, speed 240, spirit 630. Yang Hao smirks, the stats definitely dropped. He focuses on the remaining bats. 3 minutes later, he is shocked. No way. The stats plummeted. Elite mutant zombie, strength 410, speed 184, spirit 510. Yang Hao leaps into the air. You are a total disappointment, he mutters. With one clean move, he delivers a fatal slash straight through the zombie's chest. The mutant vanishes. Finally, it is over. Time to untie the girls. They must be miserable in those ropes. System alert. Strength shoots up to 960 plus 12. Speed 300 plus 5. Spirit 470 plus 20. New title unlocked. Apocalypse Heartthrob. Female attraction plus 30. Yang Hao cracks up. Seriously? This is a thing? He opens the room door. Hey, you two okay? Checking in. He unties Xiao Dong and Liao Mi. Immediately, they both lunge at him. I love you. Stay with me. Caught in a double hug sandwich, he nearly falls over. Wait, hold on. You and I both know this is awkward. Yang Hao panics. How does he get them back to normal? Morning comes. He is trapped between them. I really need to pee. Can't hold it much longer. Internal battle. If they wake up now, it will be a disaster. Last night was already insane enough. Liao Mi opens her eyes. She jumps back, horrified. I am so sorry. He sighs in relief. Finally, they are back. Xiao Dong wakes up next and immediately starts screaming at him. Pervert, scumbag, she is spiraling. What was I thinking last night with a stranger? Yang Hao sits up, calm. Hey, don't blame me. That was all the zombies doing. You should be thanking me. Without me, you would be zombie food by now. Xiao Dong whispers a thank you but immediately pulls a dagger on Liao Mi. Still trying to kill her? Yang Hao jumps in. Whoa, stop. You clearly know each other. Why all the killing? Just talk for my sake, okay? But first, I seriously need that bathroom break. Back from the break. I'm Yang Hao, currently Liao Mi's bodyguard. You're both Freedom Army, right? If you're in the same army, why are you trying to end each other? Xiao Dong explains. The Freedom Army is split into 2 factions, Order and Instinct. Order believes in rules and morals, even in this dying world. Now, pay attention, this is where it gets complicated. The Instinct faction wants total chaos and pleasure. Liao Mi's father leads the Order faction, which means the Instinct faction sent Xiao Dong to assassinate her. Liao Mi speaks up, but Xiao Dong, you used to support Order. You hated those Instinct guys. Why work for them now? She was forced. Xiao Wenfei kidnapped her family. 1 week to kill Liao Mi, or they die. Liao Mi slams the table. That coward, Xiao Wenfei? She grabs Xiao Dong's hands. Don't worry, my bodyguard is insanely strong. Yang Hao is stunned. Is he really a bodyguard now? He only said that to make their cover story easier, but she completely took it seriously. Liao Mi looks at him. Yang Hao, that is the situation. Please help us. I will make sure the reward is worth your time. Rewards are fine, but have you heard of the Destroyer Alliance? I have my own problems. He is calculating. If he helps them, he can use their army against the Alliance. Liao Mi nods. Of course. They have taken over several bases. Xiao Dong frowns. Liao Mi, you don't know? Xiao Wenfei is working with the Destroyer Alliance, and they are looking for you too. Yang Hao realizes you and I are in for a very long day. You and I are diving back in as she puts all her faith in him. He is just that powerful. Yang Hao suddenly stands up, warning that ability users in the Destroyer Alliance are not easy to handle. From now on, they cannot afford to let their guard down for even a second. Liao Mei agrees, promising that the entire team will stay 100% alert. Yang Hao walks over to the window, staring deeply at the ruins of the city below. While his parents are safe with Tai Qin, he cannot help but worry about what has happened to all his other friends during this chaos. At that exact moment, a girl named Han Yi is standing outside the apartment building looking up. She asks if they are certain the targets are inside. Fang Jun confirms they followed them last night and asks if they should head up. Han Yi calmly tells him there is no rush. They will follow them and wait for the perfect moment to strike. The scene shifts to the next day, with Yang Hao walking cautiously alongside Xiao Tong and Liao Mei. He notes that the streets are littered with corpses, proving the city center is far more dangerous. Liao Mei replies that these were just level 1 threats and they have not met anyone truly strong yet. Xiao Tong suddenly raises her hand to stop them, sensing that something is moving nearby. In the distance, a girl riding a giant cat appears, engaged in a fierce struggle against a massive pangolin. Yang Hao recognizes the mutated beast and wonders if it belongs to Qing Yi's group. The battle between them is getting intense. That girl is the beast tamer Lin Li, and she excitedly orders her babies to go in for the kill. Yang Hao immediately leaps into action, slashing the cat. He turns to Qing Yi, asking if she is okay and why she is all alone without her teammates. Qing Yi is shocked but overjoyed, crying out that she has finally found him. She explains that her squad went to join another group, but she was so worried about him that she came out to search alone. Lin Li watches Yang Hao, feeling like he looks familiar. She eventually steps closer and asks if he is actually Yang Hao. He is surprised to recognize her. Lin Li, what are you doing here? Qing Yi asks if they know each other, and Yang Hao happily explains they were classmates for 6 whole years. Lin Li starts catching up with Yang Hao, surprised he made it back since his university was so far from Jianzhou. It has been such a long time, and he tells her that the journey home was filled with danger. He then asks why she was fighting with Qing Yi in the first place. Lin Li explains it was just a misunderstanding, as she thought the girl was with Fedek. She teases Yang Hao, saying he has gotten much more handsome in 2 years. She jokes that if he had looked this good when he wrote her that love letter, she might have actually said yes. Now pay attention here, because Han Yi's group has arrived. Fang Jun realizes the two sides are actually friends, meaning the fight might be off for now. Han Yi looks annoyed, and tells them they will handle it themselves. To her, those pets are just easy targets to deal with. She barks an order at Zheng Zong and Fang Jun to attack immediately. They obey their commander. Han Yi smiles while removing her coat, planning to kill Liao Mei and take over the Freedom Legion for herself. The trio is still unaware of the danger. Yang Hao asks Lin Li what she knows about the enemy forces. She seems intimidated, explaining that the enemies are also beast tamers. However, they control wild animals and use much more aggressive strategies. Since most of Lin Li's team are women, the enemies are trying to capture them. 2 other girls named Xiao Qin and Xiao Mu arrive, riding on the backs of a dog and a cat. They run toward the group, shouting that something terrible is happening. You and I both know that look, it is about to go down. As Han Yi's squad strikes, Xiao Mu sends her giant cat charging into the fray. Zheng Zong lunges forward, throwing a brutal punch right into the cat's face and telling it to get lost. It crashes to the ground instantly, as everyone watches on in total shock. Lin Li screams, demanding to know who they are. Zheng Zong pulls out a knife and calmly says he is the one taking their lives. Qing Yi immediately orders the pangolin to move out. Yang Hao frowns, sensing that this group is definitely not normal. Suddenly, the system displays a status window right in midair. Unknown name, ability user, this is not looking good. strength 645, speed 146, spirit 214. He finds it strange that he can see the attribute board but not the person. Could this be an invisibility ability? The status window starts moving toward Liao Mei, and Young Hao realizes she is their target. Young Hao's eyes glow as he swings his scythe at Han Yi, who barely manages to dodge. She wonders how he could possibly see her. Young Hao shouts a warning that there is an invisible ability user nearby. Liao Mei instantly uses her vines for protection. Her massive vines are quickly sliced apart by the invisible Han Yi. Liao Mei is stunned. He rushes over to block the attack for her, but Yang Hao realizes he is in a bad position. Stats are visible, but without seeing the actual movements, he is totally vulnerable. Then, he gets an idea, and trust me, it is genius. Stick with me, you and I are about to see how a bucket of red paint ruins an invisible assassin's day. Yang Hao grabs a container labeled propane and splashes the red liquid directly onto Han Yi, covered in red. Han Yi loses her cool and screams at him. Her invisibility instantly flickers out, leaving her exposed as she demands to know how he pinpointed her location. Yang Hao just grips his scythe and gives her a smug, taunting smirk. He tells her that kind of information is classified. Han Yi refuses to back down, ordering her team to attack since they can still kill them without stealth. Having already finished off the giant mutant beasts, Fang Jun cracks his knuckles and obeys his leader's command. Yang Hao stays on high alert, surprised they took down the mutant beasts so fast. These four actually have some real skill. Qing Yi steps up with her armored pangolin to block their path. She tells Yang Hao she will hold them off while he finishes the leader. He charges at Han Yi, giving a quick nod. Qing Yi stands alone with her beast against the squad, declaring herself their only opponent. Fang Jun and Zheng Zong draw their blades and rush her together. It is two grown men teaming up against one girl. They thrust their weapons at her simultaneously, but Qing Yi uses her martial arts training to narrowly dodge the lethal strike. Fang Jun is stunned and warns Zheng Zong that her movement looks like high-level martial arts from some major sect. Zheng Zong flickers through space, claiming ancient martial arts won't save her from their combined supernatural powers as he teleports to a new angle. Qing Yi is forced into a defensive position. Dealing with a space-type user is proving to be a massive headache. This is getting difficult. Meanwhile, Yang Hao is treating his fight like a game, teasing Han Yi about her impressive combat moves. Liao Mi joins the fray, using her vine abilities to support the team and shouting that she has got Yang Hao's back. Now Han Yi has to deal with Liao Mi's constricting vines. She realizes Yang Hao is too tough, and she cannot kill Liao Mi alone. She glances over at her team, wondering why those four are taking so long to finish their job. Pay attention here, never take your eyes off Yang Hao. He lunges at the distracted Han Yi, who barely manages to block his strike with her dual blades. Back at Qing Yi's fight, she takes a hit as Zheng Zong's blade slices across her arm. Frustration boils over as she realizes the space ability is too unpredictable. If she keeps playing defense, she will eventually be cut to pieces. In that moment of desperation, she wishes her body could be invulnerable to blades, just like Yang Hao's. The two men converge for a final blow, screaming for her to die. Qing Yi knows she cannot just keep dodging forever. She makes a bold, insane gamble and tosses her own sword away. She uses her bare hands to catch the blades of both Zheng Zong and Fang Jun. They gasp in absolute shock. Her eyes suddenly flare a deep red as a terrifying smile spreads across her face. She has them now. Zheng Zong and Fang Jun cannot believe she would be this reckless, calling her a complete lunatic. Using every ounce of her strength, Qing Yi slams both of them into the dirt with a powerful roar. She quickly recovers her sword and swings it at them. The two barely manage to roll away, narrowly escaping a decapitation. She finally knocks them down, but she is frustrated by how agile they are. Suddenly, they use their space power to warp right behind her. They scream in rage, calling her a madwoman and telling her it is over. Qing Yi blocks Fang Jun with her sword, but she has to catch Zheng Zong's blade with her bare hand. Suddenly, her palm turns into solid metal. Can you believe it? Right when she is cornered, she awakens a new ability that turns her skin into steel, leaving her enemies baffled. Not wasting a second, Qing Yi delivers a devastating kick that sends Zheng Zong flying back. She spins around only to find Fang Jun waiting in ambush. She wonders if having metal arms is enough to win this. Fang Jun keeps using his space jumps to disorient her, believing that constant teleporting will eventually break her guard. Qing Yi uses a burst of raw power to blow Fang Jun away, mocking his repetitive and predictable tactics. She tells them their petty tricks won't work anymore. Fang Jun is sent crashing through the air toward Han Yi, completely defeated. Han Yi's eyes widen in disbelief as she sees her teammate sprawled out on the ground. She is furious that he was beaten, cursing him for being such a useless subordinate. Elsewhere, Tian Li and Xiao An are being brutally pummeled by Qing Yi's armored beast. Despite the chaos, Han Yi refuses to surrender to Yang Hao. Yang Hao tries to be reasonable, telling her to give up since it is now a 3-to-1 fight. Han Yi remains stubborn, claiming she can take them all on by herself. Even Yang Hao has to admit this girl is incredibly tough. Dedong watches from the sidelines, realizing Yang Hao's team is so overpowered that his help isn't even needed. Lin Li calls out to the team, announcing that reinforcements have finally arrived to finish this. Han Yi freezes in terror. And that is how you corner a villain, trust me. With 4 mutant beasts surrounding her, she is officially out of options. Liao Mi crosses her arms, looking annoyed. You and I are about to see a debt settled for all those dead beasts. She summons a portal and prepares to flee. I will definitely be back. There is no way I am letting the Freedom Legion fall into your hands. Han Yi blocks the spatial strike effortlessly. I never start a fight that I am not prepared to finish first. Han Yi gives her one final warning. Liao Mi, for your own sake, do not even think about returning here, or else you will not escape so easily next time. Han Yi vanishes into the air, leaving a furious Liao Mi behind. Yang Hao narrows his eyes. That woman was definitely hiding a trump card and holding back her true power. She did not use her full strength earlier. She turns to him. Yang Hao, what should we do next? Yang Hao stays calm. Let me talk to the team first, then we will continue with the original plan. Qing Yi, my phone is acting up and has no signal. I still have some things to handle here. Pass my message to the others. Qing Yi nods. I will alert Kai Jing and the rest of the team. She tries to make a call, but only hears a recording. Hello? The signal is completely dead right now. My phone is not working either. It was perfectly fine just a few minutes ago. What is going on? Liao Mi explains. The Zombie King is close, and his magnetic field blocks all signals, making phones useless. Yang Hao understands. Yang Hao turns to Qing Yi with a serious look and a specific request in mind. Qing Yi, I have a mission for you. She smiles. Anything you need, just leave it to me. 10 minutes later, she flies off on a beast. Goodbye, Yang Hao. I am heading out now. We will split up here. Find me at People's Park once you are finished with your business. Yang Hao waves them off. Stay safe. He heads toward the city center, with Xiao Dong and Liao Mi. I thought you said this place was crawling with zombies. We have been walking forever and seen nothing. Liao Mi is confused. My info said suddenly. A massive elite zombie appears right in front of them. It is an elite mutant. Now pay attention, because Yang Hao is about to show us what he can really do. He swings his scythe with deadly precision, but the monster manages to block it with its massive arm. Do not panic. It is already injured. Pin it down. Liao Mi uses her vine powers to assist him. Thick vines explode from the ground, locking the monster's limbs in place and stopping its movement instantly. One final strike, the zombie drops dead. Suddenly, a voice echoes through the dust. Today is our lucky day. 4 thugs step out of the shadows, looking for an easy score among the ruins. We get a zombie crystal and 3 pieces of fresh meat. Crystal? What is that supposed to be? The leader transforms into a wolf and howls. You do not need to know. Everyone, attack them now. Stand back, ladies. I can handle these low-level punks all by myself without any help. With a single, effortless move, Yang Hao wipes out all 4 of these thugs in just a few seconds. You really thought you could rob us with that pathetic level of skill? How embarrassing for you. Scythe to the throat. Now, you and I are finally going to hear about these mysterious crystals. The leader trembles, his face turning pale as he feels the cold steel against his skin. Wait, I will talk. A woman from the Destroyer League told me the secret during a meeting. He remembers a girl telling him, hey handsome, since you were good today, I will tell you a secret. High-level zombies drop crystals. Eat one, and your power will skyrocket to the next level of strength. Liao Mi is stunned. Is that really true? This is the first time I have ever heard of this. Yang Hao does not waste any time. Let us see if this guy is actually telling the truth. He quickly walks back to the elite zombie's massive corpse and starts searching through the remains for answers. Found it. A glowing crystal. It looks strange. Are we sure humans can really just eat this thing? The thug points behind him, his voice shaking with pure terror. Behind you, it is a commander. A 3-headed zombie commander appears. The system reveals its stats. Speed is 420. Spirit, 380. No way. These attributes are absolutely god tier. We are in some serious trouble this time. It is not just the commander, an entire horde is surrounding us. Trust me, things just got very real. Stick with me, you're about to see Yang Hao face off against a nightmare. Liao Mi is trapped as the zombie leader orders his swarm to attack, but Yang Hao launches himself at the beast. He shouts a warning to Liao Mi and Xiao Tong, telling them to retreat into the building immediately. He will hold the line while they escape, but first, that 3-headed zombie leader has to die. Den Tok's son is speechless, wondering if our hero has finally lost his mind. Kill a leader? Alone? Liao Mi follows Xiao Tong inside, shouting back a desperate plea for him to stay safe. Yang Hao leaps into the air, swinging his scythe in a massive arc that sends 5 zombies flying. He hits the ground, but another zombie is already lunging. Looking around, he realizes the sheer numbers are insane. No time to think, he delivers a brutal slash, cutting the creature down instantly. Den Tak-sun watches in awe. Suddenly, the zombie leader erupts, spewing a torrent of fire onto the earth. Yang Hao dodges effortlessly, barely breaking a sweat. Then, another head spits out a glob of toxic green slime. He realizes each of the leader's 3 heads has a completely different elemental ability. It looks small, but the destructive power is actually off the charts. Even a casual spit from this monster causes a massive explosion. An elite-rank zombie lunges next. Yang Hao pivots, recognizing this isn't just another mindless grunt. He takes it down in a heartbeat and searches for a crystal. Nothing. It seems the drop rate for these zombie crystals is much lower than he expected. He pulls out the crystal from earlier. Forget searching, it's time to consume this one and power up right now. The moment he swallows it, his body erupts with raw energy. He can feel the power coursing through every single vein. The system notification blares. Consuming the zombie crystal has temporarily boosted every single one of his attributes. He's evolved to a whole new level. Bursting with energy, Yang Hao decides to test this crystal's power right now. The monster spits again, but Yang Hao is a blur. He's way too fast for them now, leaping high to claim the leader's head. He swings his scythe, shouting that the first head belongs to him. He feels extraordinary. Yang Hao leaps between buildings at blinding speed, laughing as the madness takes over. This level of power is absolutely insane. The leader lunges for a fatal blow, but Yang Hao blocks it with his scythe just in time. That puny strength won't work. He counters with a devastating kick to the monster's chest. The beast refuses to back down, breathing fire again. Yang Hao unleashes a flurry of slashes before leaping back up. Time to take out the second head. In the blink of an eye, the 3-headed monstrosity is down to just 1. Yang Hao gathers his strength for the final strike. This new move will end everything once and for all. Now here's where it gets wild. The system triggers a random side effect, a 3-minute transformation into a random creature. Before he can finish it, Yang Hao turns into a tiny rooster. He catches his reflection and panics. What kind of side effect is this? The tiny chicken is instantly surrounded by massive zombies. He starts running for his life. Gasping for air, he regrets ever eating that crystal. The leader sees his chance to finish the job. It rains fire, trying to turn him into a roasted chicken. Just 10 more seconds until he transforms back. He reaches a gas station. A plan starts forming. His genius-level IQ is peaking. The zombie leader and 7 minions are closing in on his tiny chicken form. Yang Hao taunts the leader by shaking his tail feathers, mocking the beast to come and get him. It works instantly. The monster breathes a massive wall of fire, igniting the gas station and causing a massive explosion. You and I saw that massive explosion. Is he actually gone? Xiao Tong is panicked, thinking Yang Hao sacrificed himself to save them. Liao Mi refuses to believe it. He's too strong to go out like that, right? She looks out into the smoke. After that brutal clash, the system alerts him. Iron armor and self-healing are both on a 595-second cooldown. He killed the leader. A new title and a reward chest appear as he emerges from the flames. He barely made it in time. That leader was strong, but its intelligence was just too low. Congratulations. He's earned the hunter title. Iron armor, self-healing, and telekinesis have all been upgraded to intermediate level. Cooldowns are down to 300 seconds, and his defense duration just got a nice 2-second boost. Telekinesis range is now 10 meters, with 50 points added to all stats. He heads back to the girls. They're shocked to see him alive after that blast. It's a miracle! He just smiles humbly. Without these skills, he wouldn't have survived. As for the others, they didn't make it. And that's where we leave it for now. Stick with me. We are about to see if our main character's luck finally runs out as he moves forward. The 3 continue their long journey. An hour passes as they push forward until they find themselves stealthily crouching low behind a crumbling old stone wall now. She points ahead. It is near. The prisoners are in the mall basement. Yang Hao smirks. He has known this place since middle school. Liao Mei warns him to stay sharp. They are dangerously close to the city center forbidden zone. He nods and whispers the basement mall layout into her ear. Liao Mei listens closely and gives him a firm nod as she realizes exactly what he is planning for later. All 3 step inside the building. Yang Hao gives the signal it is finally time to move. Taking the lead, he cautiously approaches the dark stairwell leading down into the basement. Liao Mei reminds everyone to stay alert. 2 guards are stationed right at the main entrance. She uses her power to bind them while Zi Tong and Yang Hao strike with everything they have. They quickly clear the path and open the door. They burst inside, but it is empty. Wait for it, you and I know it is a trap. Zi Tong spots a ticking timer. Her eyes go wide as she screams out in pure, heart-stopping terror. The entire building collapses in a massive explosion. Yang Hao crawls from the rubble, coughing and choking on the thick smoke that fills his nose and lungs. He wonders if the Free Corps is this cunning. Did they actually predict Liao Mei would show up here? He opens the medical pod. Luckily, he moved them into a different dimension, or this would have been a disaster. Zitong flashes him a thumbs up. Yang Hao, looks like you saved us once again. Liao Mei rushes over and pulls him into a tight, grateful hug. He just sighs, claiming he is only doing his duty as a bodyguard. Zitong pulls them apart immediately. Focus, guys. We still have a mission to finish. What is the next move for us to take in this mess? Yang Hao comes up with a new plan. He will go undercover alone while the girls hide. Let's see if he can actually pull off this risky infiltration. She smiles, liking the idea. Liao Mei warns him to stay extremely cautious while he is inside. Elsewhere, a group from the Free Corps is struggling in a desperate fight against a mutant zombie. Zixuan shouts that the monster is too powerful for them. Liao Mei watches from above, recognizing her own people from the Free Corps immediately. Yang Hao decides to jump in, find a safe spot, and leave a signal for me. The elite zombie lunges forward, ready to tear through the panicked soldiers of the Free Corps. Zixuan screams in frustration. They are all going to die here. Suddenly, Yang Hao drops in like a hero to save the day. With one swift strike, he drops the beast instantly. He turns to the girls, asking if they are all right after that. She quickly adjusts her clothes to look her best. Thanks for the save, handsome. I am Lindsay Swan. You got a faction or are you free? He plays along, asking what is in it for him. If I join you, what do I get? She leans in, promising supplies and women. Yang Hao agrees, and they head straight to the headquarters of the Free Corps. Zixuan leads Yang Hao to meet their leader, Yunfei. Master, I have brought someone new. He sits up, acting tough. A rookie? The Free Corps is not a place for just any random nobody to enter. She defends him immediately. I saw him take down an elite mutant all by himself. Yunfei, surrounded by girls, admits they are short on talent in this world. Fine, tell me, what is your name, kid? Thinking fast, Yang Hao gives a fake name. The name is He Yang. Yunfei smirks, seemingly satisfied with the answer as he welcomes his new recruit. Perfect. We have got a new job coming up and we are short-handed. Zixuan, take him along for this mission right now. Zixuan nods and leads him out. Yunfei just waves them off with a bored expression. Yang Hao asks about this new job. You will see, she replies, then orders the guards to clear the room immediately. Once inside the room, she gets very close. Now that you are with us, you should really relax a bit. The philosophy of our faction is all about total freedom, doing whatever you want. So, feel free to use me however you like. Yang Hao freezes, completely caught off guard. He did not expect her to be this open. Zixuan pins him against the wall, her body pressing firmly against his. The world has changed so much. Why stick to those boring old rules? Just let go and have some fun instead of acting like a stiff member of the Order faction. Come on, handsome, don't be shy. Yang Hao is flustered, and trust me, you and I are definitely ready for what is next. Stick with me. Yang Hao's nose is bleeding as he quickly changes the subject. Xuxuan leans in dangerously close, clearly wanting a lot more than just a mission briefing as she prepares to give Yang Hao a kiss, telling him they can talk business later. Suddenly, a loud knock at the door ruins the mood, making Xuxuan visibly annoyed by the interruption. A voice from outside explains that the commander sent them to go over the mission details before they move out. Now, pay attention. Xuxuan tells them to come in. The target is the seafood district, and the priority is capturing hostages alive, because every head is worth a ton of cash. Plus, the second delivery of these valuable hostages is scheduled to happen very soon. Among the targets is someone who can supposedly control zombies. If things get messy, Xuxuan says to kill them. Yang Hao wonders if she's talking about Ye Fenghua. She asks if they found the right spot. Why is it empty? One guy wonders if someone leaked their top-secret info to the enemy. Xiaohua insists she only found these hostages yesterday, so there's no way they could have reacted this fast. Suddenly, zombies start smashing through the walls in a massive, terrifying wave. Xuxuan is in total shock. They'd scanned the entire area, so where did this massive zombie horde even come from? The creatures start spitting out strange beams of light. Xiaohua is the first one hit, and she screams out in absolute agony. Yang Hao watches closely and notices something weird. These zombies seem to be intentionally avoiding him as they pass. It's definitely Ye Fenghua's work, which is the perfect chance for Yang Hao to show off. He charges into the fray, telling the leader to take the others and escape while he stays behind. She grabs the injured Xiaohua and trusts him to handle the situation. Xu Xuan orders the retreat. Half an hour later, Yang Hao stops playing around with the zombies, knowing the team is finally far enough away. He shouts out for Ye Fenghua and the others to come out. Fenghua and Xiaotong appear, curious about why he's hanging out with that crowd. Yang Hao looks at the girl on the ground and admits it's a long story. He's been working his way into the Freedom Legion, an organization that's currently tearing itself apart with internal power struggles. Okay, I know what you're thinking. Is he looting? No. Yang Hao is actually searching for clues to find exactly where the kidnapped people are being hidden away right now. He finds a hidden map on her person. Talk about a lucky break. The map shows all the key locations for the Freedom faction. Young Hao decides they'll investigate each one until they find what they're looking for. He turns to Fenghua and asks for her help with the rescue. She doesn't hesitate for a second, telling him to just say the word. Meanwhile, somewhere deep inside the Freedom Legion, a lone guard sighs into the silence, complaining about how boring this sentry duty is. A group of guards chat, figuring it's better to be bored here than dying on the front lines. They wonder what the Mutant Legion wants with these hostages. Suddenly, a swarm of zombies comes crashing through the walls. Pure panic erupts. They scream about where these monsters came from, while frantically calling for backup from headquarters. In the distance, Yang Hao, Liao Mi, and Xiao Tong use the chaos to slip inside. Yang Hao swings his massive scythe, smashing the prison door wide open. The prisoners inside are stunned to see them. Xiao Tong moves fast, telling everyone they need to evacuate immediately. Yang Hao lays out the plan. Fenghua and Xiao Tong will lead the group to a safe spot in the outskirts of the city. They'll leave markers for him to follow. Yang Hao and Liao Mi are staying behind to kick off phase 2 of the plan. Fenghua agrees, but Liao Mi is worried. She asks if it's really safe for him to go back there alone. He tells her not to worry. His staged fight with Ye Fenghua earlier should keep any suspicion off him. Besides, news of the escape will reach the Freedom Legion soon. Liao Mi will watch from the outside, waiting for the right moment to convince them. Back at the Freedom Legion headquarters, a worried member asks Yushuan if their new recruit, Yang, will actually make it back. She's confident, trusting in his sheer strength. Right on cue, Yang Hao walks through the door. Everyone is safe. Yushuan shakes his hand, impressed by his reliability. She thanks him sincerely for everything he's done for them. He humbly says they're all teammates, and helping each other is just what they do. Suddenly, someone comes running in, sounding frantic. Disaster has struck the prison. The hostages have all vanished, and members are already starting to desert the Legion. Yushuan is stunned. She immediately rushes out, as a group of 4 survivors is seen moving through the hall. Their families are finally safe. There's no reason to be afraid anymore. One guy wants to go after Xiao Yunfei, but the leader warns him not to be reckless. They aren't strong enough yet. And trust me, you and I just saw a huge shift. Without their families held over them, they won't die for this cause. Someone even suggests joining the Order faction instead. Alright, you and I are diving back into the chaos where the stakes just hit a whole new level. He continues, do you think the Order faction will really accept us? Xiao Yunfei actually sent assassins after Lu Mi recently. The other man is shocked, are you serious? That means we have to leave the Legion, right? As they head out, they find Lu Mi already waiting for them. He gasps in shock, Lu Mi, what are you doing here? He asks, did you come here to get revenge on Xiao Yunfei? She explains that she is here for them. Their families are safe now. As the next successor of the Order faction, she needs their help to bring him down. The next day, Xiao Yunfei is relaxing with a girl on each arm. Xiaolei asks curiously, big brother, is it really okay that so many people left? He stays calm, not even looking up if they want to go. Let them. We have the Destroyer Alliance on our side now. I have plenty of subordinates now. Yunfei loses interest and shoos the girls away. All right, I am bored now. You two can leave. He mutters to himself, it is time for school. Finally, my era has arrived, and no one can stop me now. In the meeting room, Xiao Yunfei starts his pitch. Listen up, brothers. I am announcing a new mission that involves the entire future of our Freedom faction. He stands before the Legion and issues the order for the next month. We must capture every mutant zombie elite we find. He pulls out a syringe, claiming zombie corpses can be traded for this new strengthening serum. He demonstrates the effects right there on the spot, showing them exactly what it can do despite the side effects. Now watch this. A massive explosion rocks the room. The sheer power radiating from his ability leaves Yang Hao absolutely stunned by what he is seeing. His eyes glow bright red. Do you see this? This is the power of the strengthening serum. It will push your abilities to the limit, so we must, but Sushuan suddenly interrupts. Hold on, I do not agree with this. Hunting mutant zombie elites is way too dangerous. We did not join the Freedom faction for this. Other members of the Legion also begin to shout their protests in unison. Exactly, I am not risking my life. Being strong is great, but staying alive is better. I would rather enjoy one more day than die. His face darkens. So, you are all protesting? Very well. Xiao Yunfei does not waste words. He brutally kills a manager right in front of everyone to send a chilling message. He smirks and asks, does anyone else have an objection? The crowd goes silent. Not a single person speaks. Yunfei turns around, seems everyone is on board. Come out now. Baofeng leads the group forward and greets him. Hey, brother Yunfei, you finally called us out. This boring meeting is almost over, right? Yang Hao is shocked to see him. He thinks I remember that guy is from the Destroyer Alliance. Have their forces already infiltrated us this deeply? Xiao Yunfei rubs his wrists and begins to plan. This business is extremely important for us. From now on, everyone follows the orders of the captains. Scene change. Leaving the meeting, Yang Hao walks down the stairs and asks for an opinion. Xu Xuan, what do you think about this move? Xu Xuan just sighs. Honestly, everyone knows the freedom Xiao Yunfei talks about is just for his own desires. But what can we do? They are just too powerful. Yang Hao frowns and thinks. But if this continues, everyone might end up losing their lives for nothing because of him. Xu Xuan stops and looks at him curiously. It sounds like you have a plan. Yang Hao slowly shares his idea. Even with their power, Yunfei only has 6 core members. If everyone unites and works together, we can take him down. We need a plan from both the inside and outside. Xu Xuan turns quickly and gasps, inside and outside? Do you mean Lu Mi? You and I both know he has a secret plan. Yang Hao smiles. You are right, but it is not just Lu Mi. I have other allies ready. For now, just follow my lead. Xu Xuan smiles back and promises firmly. Do not worry, I will definitely cooperate with you 100%. Yang Hao's eyes flash. Good. First, I need you to do something for me. 1 week later, everyone gathers at the meeting table once again. Yang Hao summarizes the plan. Xiao Yunfei just agreed to lead the captains to hunt the zombie commander tomorrow. This is our best and only chance. That is why everyone must be perfectly prepared. He warns them carefully that there can be no mistakes in the next move. Zhen Pu and Qin Qing shout back, understood. Yang Hao stands up and says, good. We will wait until both sides are wounded. Then we strike. Everything depends on this one moment. The next day, Yunfei's group gathers at the meeting point. He puts his hands in his pockets and snorts. Those bastards actually teamed up just to say I am lazy. He mutters in disgust, if I did not need them to find more strengthening serum, I would have killed all these trash members already. Lao Lin leans in and reminds him. Brother Yunfei, that zombie commander is probably not going to be easy to handle. Xiao Yunfei just raises an eyebrow. What are you afraid of? It is just a bit of exercise. Secretly, he is thinking that if things go south, he will just run away. He has no intention of risking his life, but he still shouts loudly, brothers, keep your spirits up for me. And trust me, you and I are going to want to see how this ambush plays out. Yang Hao's team gathers as he whispers, let's move, stay back so they do not spot us. The zombie commander appears carrying an umbrella. Xiao Yunfei gasps in shock, what the hell? That thing is actually quite intimidating. Baofeng looks at it and frowns in confusion. Damn, I am lost. Where did that massive umbrella even come from? Lao Lin agrees. Yeah, that is not scientific at all. Xiao Yunfei snaps, science? Seriously? Alright, stick with me as Xiao Yunfei grabs a streetlight like a total boss and tells everyone to shut up and prepare for battle. Without missing a beat, he rips the pole out and hurls it at the zombie leader, shouting for it to take that, but the monster is too fast, casually swinging its axe to slice the heavy metal pole into 2 clean pieces like it was nothing but paper. Its eyes are pitch black, with a terrifying red glow burning deep within the pupils. The beast leaps high into the air, while Yunfei just watches with a smirk, daring it to come closer. The zombie leader lunges with a massive axe strike, but Yunfei skillfully dodges. With a flick of his wrist, a dozen daggers materialize in the air as he snarls that it is time to taste his deadly crimson blades. He points forward, commanding the blades to strike. They home in perfectly, surrounding the monster from every angle. Watching from the shadows, Yang Hao is genuinely stunned, realizing that Xiao Yunfei is way more powerful than he originally thought. The blades curve through the air, aiming directly for the zombie leader's head. The creature is caught off guard as the sharp steel closes in on its face. With a massive roar, the zombie leader erupts with a shockwave of energy, sending every single dagger flying backward. Yunfei pulls his blades back in frustration, unable to believe the beast just neutralized his entire attack with a single burst of power. Chen Pu watches intently, waiting for an opening, but he can't help muttering that things look bad. If this keeps up, they will never get a chance to strike. Suddenly, Zixuan points and shouts for them to look. Pay attention here, because Mo Dai suddenly joins the fray, charging the zombie leader with insane speed and an air cannon. The zombie leader takes a direct hit and screams out in absolute agony. It crashes into the dirt, silenced as the ground trembles and dust fills the air. Mo Dai stands over the body, looking totally unimpressed and complaining that the zombies in this city are way too weak. She turns around and shouts toward the others, calling the guy over their lion head and demanding to know where the city's forbidden zone is. Before Yunfei can even answer, Lao Lin steps up, arrogantly asking who she thinks she is to talk to their boss like that. She doesn't hesitate for a second, lunging forward and punching him square in the face, telling him that small fries should stay quiet. After sending him flying, she glares at the group with clenched fists, giving them exactly 7 seconds to answer her question before they all die. Within seconds, Yunfei is sweating and handing over a map, showing her exactly where the forbidden zone is marked. He forces a smile while staying on high alert, knowing this girl is dangerous after she one-shotted the zombie leader. Modi grabs the map and takes off instantly, leaving them in the dust. Xiao Yunfei lets out a massive sigh of relief. Baofeng checks on the unconscious Lao Lin and reports to the captain, but Yunfei ignores him. Forget him. Just go harvest the zombie's body and get ready to move out. But he's still wondering who that girl really was. She definitely wasn't from around here, and if she's heading into a place as deadly as the Forbidden Zone, what kind of mission is she on? Hiding in the shadows, Yang Hao curiously asks Zixuan if she recognizes the mysterious girl. Zixuan shakes her head, saying she's never seen her before. Meanwhile, Hao activates his ability to grab an item from a distance. He wonders if this zombie has a core, and his eyes widen when a pitch-black crystal drops from its head. There it is. Suddenly, the crystal flies toward him and merges directly into his scythe. Wait, it's actually evolving his weapon on the spot. Check this out. The weapon just evolved into the Frost Hell Asura Ghost Scythe. Hao lifts the scythe, impressed by the weight, and admits this was a totally unexpected bonus. Stats check. Attack is 100, speed is 30, and it has a level 50 frost enhancement with insane sharpness. He nods to Zixuan, who signals the others to follow her. She steps out with Chen Pu and the team, acting concerned as she asks the captain if they are all right, and claiming she brought reinforcements. Yunfei just gives her a cold look, telling them they are too late since the zombie's already dead. Zixuan turns to Baofeng and offers to help him carry the monster's heavy body since he's struggling with the weight. He tells her it is fine and that he can handle one zombie corpse. But suddenly, Zixuan rushes in and delivers a devastating, full power punch straight to his solar plexus. Baofeng takes the hit and collapses instantly, his strength completely leaving his body. Yunfei screams at her, asking what she is doing. She just shouts back that she is finally ending his tyrannical rule. Yang Hao finally reveals himself, with Chen Pu backing him up and saying they have had enough of the captain's crap. Yunfei snarls that they will regret crossing him, realizing that these traitors clearly came prepared for a fight. But he still has a trump card. He reaches behind his back and pulls out a remote while Hao tries to negotiate. Hao tells the other three that Yunfei is cornered, promising to let them off easy if they just surrender right now. But they refuse to give in, with Dai Li shouting that they would never even think about surrendering to him. Ba Yan and Chi'er agree, confidently stating that the three of them are more than enough to handle this group. That's exactly what Yang Hao wanted. He charges forward with his scythe to teach them a lesson, just as Qingyi and Lu Mi arrive on the scene. It looks like we got here just in time. Trust me, you can feel the hype as Yang Hao and Qin Cheng celebrate Lu Mi's return. The real battle is about to start. Alright, you and I are jumping right into the chaos as Qingyi drops in with a brutal kick. Liao Mi and Zhen Pu follow up with a flurry of strikes, overwhelming the agents. Ji-Er isn't having it and sends razor-sharp ice spikes flying toward Qingyi. He's absolutely fuming, screaming that he's going to tear her apart first. But the moment those spikes hit her, they shatter like glass. Qingyi counters with a heavy punch that sends Ji-Er spinning across the floor. She calmly warns the 6 fighters surrounding them to back off, but they aren't listening yet. Liao Mi speaks up first, telling Xiao Yunfei he's all alone now. His allies realize the truth, admitting their time together ends right here. Yang Hao relaxes his expression, telling Liao Mi that since they've reached this point, his job as a bodyguard is officially a success. Suddenly, Yunfei's face darkens as he lets out a cold, mocking laugh. He asks them if they really think it's over that easily. "You're too naive," he says, and then a chilling new voice rings out, "Stick with me, because this is where the real threat appears." A massive shockwave ripples through the air, leaving Qingyi stunned. It turns out this guy had a secret ace up his sleeve the whole time. Liao Mi is frozen in shock while Yang Hao watches silently. Even Xu Xuan is trembling, wondering how this is even possible. She had investigated him thoroughly and was sure he only had a few weak subordinates left in his circle. As the dust clears, Gray's massive, muscular frame emerges. He tells Xiao Yunfei that the power they gave him wasn't meant to be wasted on losers. It turns out he can't even handle these kids alone. We just met the captain of the 3rd Squad from the Destroyer Alliance. Yang Hao's team prepares for a fight. Zhen Pu puts his blade on his shoulder, shouting for everyone to swarm him together since he's all alone. The others roar in agreement and charge, but Gray just draws his custom sword with a sneer. "Small fry like you shouldn't talk so loud," he mocks. He swings his blade in a massive arc, moving so fast that the naked eye can't even track the direction of the strike. With just one move, he wipes out the front line. Someone screams in realization that his weapon is forged from a rare, indestructible super alloy. Flames begin to erupt from Gray's body as he bellows in rage. To him, these insects aren't even worth the effort of a fight. Xu Xuan watches from the side, noting that the flexible weapon makes it impossible for anyone to get close without being shredded to pieces. Yang Hao has seen enough and finally steps forward. He tells the others to leave Gray to him, planning to use this beast as a test dummy. As the boy charges, Gray laughs like a maniac, calling him a moron and promising to turn him into literal mincemeat right now. The sound of their weapons clashing is absolutely deafening, sending sparks flying in every direction across the battlefield. You and I both saw that coming, right? Gray's jaw drops as his indestructible blade is sliced clean through by Yang Hao's strike. Yang Hao just smirks, asking what the big deal is. Right now, there isn't a single thing in this world his blade can't cut down. Yunfei's face goes pale as he realizes the Destroyer Alliance's backup is failing. He decides he has to take matters into his own hands. He flings a hidden red dagger, hoping a sneak attack will finish the job. But Yang Hao barely moves, blocking the projectile perfectly with his scythe. He scolds Yunfei with a frown, telling him that attacking from behind shows a serious lack of martial honor and real skill. Yunfei is terrified, wondering if this monster has eyes in the back of his head, just as Yang Hao's blade rips through Gray's chest. Blood sprays everywhere like a fountain. Yang Hao glares at Yunfei, telling him that once Gray is dead, he's the next one on the list. Now, truly paralyzed with fear, Yunfei turns to run, hoping to use the distraction of the fight to make his grand escape while he can. Unfortunately for him, he doesn't get 5 steps before Yang Hao's voice whispers right in his ear. There's no running away now. Yunfei screams as he realizes his feet are literally frozen to the ground. Yang Hao walks up to him and begins the final interrogation. He wants to know where that weapon from last time came from, and more importantly, what exactly is his connection to the Destroyer Alliance? Yunfei grits his teeth, his face twisted in a dark scowl. He snarls that he's not a traitor and won't give up a single secret. With a flick of his wrist, he launches his final daggers at Yang Hao. The boy senses something is wrong with the trajectory immediately. The knives suddenly curve in midair, looping back and burying themselves deep into Yunfei's own stomach. He collapses into the dirt, bleeding out with 3 blades in his gut. Yang Hao sighs, watching the man choose to end his own life. Xu Xuan walks over, noting that despite the surprises, the plan was a success. She turns to Liao Mi, saying the Freedom Army needs a leader. The surrounding soldiers all cheer in unison. They want her back. They want Liao Mi to lead them into the future. Seeing their passion, she finally agrees to take the position. But she has one major condition for everyone listening to her right now. From now on, she's moving with Yang Hao. Their goal is to completely wipe out every single zombie in the entire area. She asks if they are willing to follow her to reclaim the city of Jiangzhou once and for all. The soldiers look at Yang Hao's godlike strength. Reclaiming the city sounds like a fairy tale, but with him, it actually feels possible. Zhen Pu is the first to agree, followed by the rest. Liao Mi tells them to gear up, because the real battle is just beginning. Qing Yi smiles, noting how smoothly things went. You and I just witnessed a total game changer for the future of Jiangzhou. Yang Hao asks about the situation, and Qing Yi sighs, saying the association president is way too stubborn. Yang Hao frowns, realizing he will have to handle this personally. Just then, Liao Mei arrives and waves. Let's dive back in as Liao Mei thanks him, but Yang Hao just says he is keeping his promise. Suddenly, Liao Mei asks to speak with Yang Hao alone. Qing Yi is confused, but she listens anyway. Yang Hao tells Qing Yi to wait over there, and she puffs her cheeks out before walking away. With hands in his pockets, Yang Hao asks what is so secret. Liao Mei blushes, revealing she leads the Free Legion. She pledges that whenever he needs help, her entire legion will be at his command. That is a massive win. Yang Hao warns her that with Xiao Wenfei dead, the Destroyer Alliance will definitely be hunting them down. He tells her she must be extremely careful from now on. Liao Mei nods, promising to stay sharp. Now watch this. She grabs his collar, pulls him close, and plants a sudden kiss right on his lips. It is only a flash. She runs off blushing, shouting that it was just a reward and nothing more. Yang Hao is left standing there, completely stunned, right in the middle of the Jiangzhou city center. Later, Qing Yi and Yang Hao are riding a giant pangolin toward the Pet Association headquarters. She complains about the president's attitude. Yang Hao decides a trade is better than forcing her to join. Lin Li arrives and is surprised to see him. She asks why he came here so soon. They dismount, and Yang Hao explains that convincing their boss is going to take some serious effort. He tells Lin Li he is here to talk business. She is very eager to help him out. She leads the way, explaining that the president just wants to avoid any casualties among her staff members. They reach the office. Yang Hao notes that the president's kindness might be her weakness against the alliance. Lin Li opens the door without a word, leading him into the heart of the association headquarters. Inside the room, we see Min Qingju at her desk, guarded by her loyal beast, Dai Mao. Yang Hao is struck by her gentle face. She calmly asks why a man was brought into her office. Before Lin Li can answer, Yang Hao cuts to the chase. He is the guy they were talking about. He tells her he is not here to talk her into a war, but to make a deal. Qingju asks if he is Yang Hao. She explains she is not his enemy, just protective of her girls. She says she will not let them be pawns. Yang Hao stops her, saying he already knows her stance. You and I know her peaceful dream is noble. But in this world, it is almost impossible to keep. Yang Hao reveals storage belts, high-grade weapons, and power-up serums as part of a major trade offer. He just needs her team to help him find someone. These legendary items will be their payment. Qingju inspects a blade. She refuses to join the fighting but agrees to the tracking job. She just needs a cent to start. Yang Hao agrees, and the deal is finally struck between them. Suddenly, a subordinate bursts in. Those greedy livestock breeders are back, and they are demanding to see her. Qingzu snaps. She is furious because they already agreed to weekly food deliveries, but it is never enough. She storms out, quickly apologizing to Yang Hao for the sudden interruption and the chaos. Yang Hao follows her, sensing this is the perfect chance to win over the entire pet association. Outside, a thug named Lao Xiong is acting tough, demanding to know where the president is hiding. He sneers, threatening to storm the building if she does not show her face right now. Qingzu arrives, cold and firm. She asks what else he could possibly want from them today. Lisa, who is with the thugs, is shocked to see Yang Hao alive and well after everything. She realizes that handing Yang Hao over to the Alliance would bring them a massive bounty reward. Lao Xiong grins. It is a lucky day. He tells Qingzhu all previous deals are officially dead. He reveals they have joined the Destroyer Alliance. Qingzhu is left completely stunned and confused. With a snap of his fingers, his giant bear roars. They have the Alliance backing them now. He looms over her, his smile turning predatory as he looks at the women behind her. And that is where we leave it with the girls in danger. Yang Hao is about to unleash hell. Stick with me, you are about to see Qingzhu whisper to Yang Hao. Get back to HQ quickly, I will draw them away. Her bravery catches him off guard. She is quite the fighter. She leaps onto Damao's back with pure professional skill. She shouts to her team, "Sisters, execute Plan B. Everyone, break out now." Damao charges through the crowd as enemies scramble. Some shout to stop them, while a bear and leopard beast stay hot on their trail. The leopard lunges through the air, jaws wide open with a terrifying roar. Panic hits Qingzhu as she thinks, "Is this it? Am I going to die here?" Suddenly, Yang Hao appears like a hero, swinging his scythe deep into the leopard's gut. Blood sprays everywhere. He lands on the dog's back, telling her to focus. Confused while fleeing, she asks, "I told you to run. Why did you stay?" A gray wolf tries to block them, but Damao snaps its neck before it can even blink. Providing backup from behind, Yang Hao warns her, "I heard their beasts are strong. This dog won't be enough to hold them off for long." The wolf pack swarms like a rising tide. There is just no end to them. Two massive beasts block the road. Yang Hao points toward a gap, shouting, "Go that way. There are fewer enemies over there." Damao swerves, but two wolves are still nipping at their heels. Then, Sun Yue's ambush team leaps out. "Qingzhu, you aren't escaping today." She gasps, "That is their leader." You and I are looking at Sun Yue, the ugly leader of the Zhenne tribe, standing right in their path. Sun Yue grins, showing teeth as hideous as his face. "Qingzhu, I have been waiting a long time for this day." He looks down on them like he is offering a blessing. "Come with me, and I can guarantee your safety." Disgusted, she spits back. "A piece of scum like you does not deserve me." She grits her teeth, seeing the road ahead covered in thick smoke. Every path is blocked except the dangerous restricted zone, but Yang Hao just smiles. "Let's head into the restricted zone. I have been wanting to check it out anyway." He knows the lab must be nearby. She is not as optimistic. "Are you insane?" she snaps. "Do you even know what that place is?" He just shrugs. "Just a few more zombies, right? You saw my skills, I won't let you die." With no other choice left, Qingzhu steers toward the forbidden area. "Fine, I will trust you this one time." Sun Yue is stunned. They are actually entering the restricted zone? His subordinate laughs. Even better, they are walking straight into a trap. Passing through thick smoke into a forest of skyscrapers, Yang Hao wonders if he took a wrong turn. This is the restricted zone? It looks just like the outside. She warns him sternly, "Don't underestimate this place. It is on a whole different level of danger." Proving her point, a massive mutant gorilla suddenly lunges out of nowhere. It brushes past them and leaps high into the air. What Yang Hao sees next leaves him completely speechless. Look at this, a massive horde of every zombie type imaginable is gathered right in front of them. Damao is so terrified he literally kneels. Qingzhu frantically pats the dog's back. "Damao, what is wrong? Get up, quickly." Meanwhile, the lead zombie charges straight at them. Yang Hao reacts instantly, pulling her off the dog. "The dog is paralyzed with fear. We have to move." The zombie throws a powerful punch. He pulls her away just in time, but the monster is fast, swinging a second strike with lethal precision. It hits Yang Hao square in the back. The system flashes a warning. Heavenly Bone cooldown 299 seconds. The impact sends them flying. In midair, he spins to take the brunt of the landing for her. He slams hard into a concrete wall. Groaning in pain, he realizes that thing was way too fast to react to. "Are you okay?" she asks, worried he took such a heavy hit for her. He just tells her to move before it catches up. They scramble inside a nearby skyscraper. Yang Hao follows behind, feeling a bit regretful. He wanted to farm some stats from those zombies, but her safety comes first for now. Finding an empty room, he suggests they rest for a bit, and she finally agrees. As he sits in a corner, a brilliant golden light begins to radiate from his body. The system chimes. Ding. You have entered the restricted zone. Mission activated. Collect enhancement drugs. Progress 0%. Ding. New ability acquired. Basic holographic scan. He wonders what that even means. He decides to test it out on Jingzhu. His jaw drops. This skill literally gives him X-ray vision. And that is where we leave it. She asks why he is staring, but he just looks away, completely caught red-handed. Alright, stick with me. You and I are diving back into the apocalypse as Young Hao scratches his neck. He's wondering why the system suddenly dropped a quest, and we both know there's a hidden reason. As if sensing something, he turns toward the glass window. Could he be the reason? The target has finally appeared. Down in the hallway, several zombies are shuffling along at a snail's pace. But Young Hao only has eyes for Li Man. He's carrying a first aid kit, and the scan confirms it contains the exact evolution drug the quest requires. He presses against the glass, tracking the target. The meds are definitely in that box. Young Hao quickly scans the rest of the zombies in the room. He sighs, realizing the zombies in this hellhole are incredibly strong. Attacking them head-on will drain way too much of his stamina. Elite Evolved Zombie. Strength, 730. Speed, 480. Spirit, 220. Another elite follows. Strength, 847. Speed, 420. Spirit, 310. Another mutated elite. Lab researcher Li Man. Strength, 1020. Speed, 486. Spirit, 710. Tingzhu notices his silence and asks what's so serious. He tells her to stay in the research room and not wander off while he checks the perimeter. Tingzhu clearly isn't happy with that answer. She's starting to lose her patience. Watching him walk away, she thinks he's been acting suspicious. What is he actually planning to do? Yang Hao steps out and triggers his full map scan, revealing every zombie location nearby. Now pay attention, because this is where his tactical genius really kicks in. He turns back and asks, President Min, how exactly do you tame those mutated beasts? Can you teach me? Tingzhu doesn't hide anything. It depends on the beast's power. If they're strong, you have to break their will first. Yang Hao lights up. Perfect. Follow me, he says, because it's time to put those taming skills to good use. In the dark basement, they find a massive black hole in the floor. No telling where this tunnel actually leads. Yang Hao speaks up. There are mutated rats, 5 meters underground. 3 of them. Can you tame them? Tingzhu confidently tells him not to worry. She gathers her energy, summoning a glowing blue circle. A few small rats, she'll have them tamed in minutes. Deep underground, the rats receive the signal and start moving. They follow the scent straight to the pair. The plan is working perfectly. Tingzhu asks, All right, they're here. Now tell me, what exactly do you want to do with them? With a devious look in his eyes, Yang Hao explains. A zombie outside has something I want. Use the rats to lure him here. Tingzhu wonders what's so special about the loot. He draws his scythe and says, You and I will both find out once I grab it. 10 minutes later, the rats are running for their lives. Tingzhu shouts that he's coming. As Li Man chases them, Yang Hao drops from the railing, perfectly timed. He swings hard, but Li Man manages to dodge the lethal strike. Yang Hao frowns, realizing he underestimated his opponent. This guy is fast. Getting that box won't be as easy as he thought. Li Man clutches the box and roars, releasing a purple shockwave. Yang Hao panics suddenly, his vision goes completely pitch black. Tingzhu's voice echoes out. Yang Hao, don't just stand there. Move. Li Man charges, kicking him squarely in the chest. The force sends Yang Hao crashing right through the wall. Tingzhu yells in confusion. She heard a massive crash but can't hear anything else. Yang Hao, what's going on over there? He staggers up, wiping blood from his lip. That's Min Tingzhu's voice. She's affected too. He realizes this monster has a special ability. It can completely block both human sight and hearing. He focuses and activates his full map scan. Now he sees that Li Man is lunging for a sneak attack on Tingzhu. She's panicking, calling out for him because she's blind too. Yang Hao thanks his lucky stars for his system skills. His scan doesn't need eyes. It feeds images directly into his brain. He draws his gun and yells. It's aiming for Min Tingzhu. He fires rapidly, but Li Man is incredibly agile, dancing between the bullets. Luckily, Yang Hao reacts just in time. He scoops her up, but Li Man's claws slash deep into his back. 3 massive gashes open up. That was close. His Iron Bone skill is now on a 299-second cooldown. Tingzhu clings to him in terror. Yang Hao, is that you? Help me, I'm so scared. He tells her to loosen her grip so he can actually fight. He moves her to a corner and promises to finish this in 1 minute. He stares down the enraged Li Man. It's time to end this little game once and for all. You have one fatal weakness, he shouts. He slams his scythe into the floor, triggering Frost Zone. The floor freezes instantly, trapping Li Man's feet. As the monster roars, Yang Hao swings his scythe. Time to lose your head. Li Man is finally down for good. Young Hao grabs the medicine box and smiles. Trust me, you and I are going to see things get even crazier next. Alright, you and I are about to see if this treasure was worth the hype. With Li Man finally dead, that annoying sonic wave interference is completely gone. Qingju cries out in joy. This is great. My sight and hearing are back. Yang Hao, are you alright? Yang Hao manages to pop the medicine box open. He hears her and replies. I am fine. Come look at this amazing find. He examines the vial carefully. If I am right, this is the exact same stuff Xiao Yunfei was carrying before. How do they even make this stuff? Suddenly, the system chime rings out. Mission complete. Stage 1. Collected 10 vials of enhancement medicine. Phase 1 progress is 100%. Now calculating your rewards. The reward? A mid-grade storage ring with its own pocket dimension. Yang Hao grins. This space is massive. Finally, no more worrying about where to put my loot. He slips the ring on and thinks. Collect. The vials are instantly sucked into the ring. I wonder what these are made of. Maybe the same crystals as those zombies? He watches them settle inside. I should hold on to these until I find a safe way to use them. Another system alert pops up. Side quest activated. Obtain 1 recovery potion. Progress 0. Recovery potion? What even is that? I have no clues. Where do I even start? He crouches by Li Man's body. Qingju asks. Yang Hao, what are you searching for? He keeps digging through every pocket while explaining. Finally, he pulls out an old book. Wait, what is this? He flips through the pages and reads intently. July 7th. My name is Li Man. I am starting this diary because I feel something terrible is about to happen. Yang Hao starts putting the pieces together. This diary was written right before the outbreak. Something big really did go down. The lab computers went haywire. The experimental drugs they were working on leaked out everywhere. People started turning into zombies. Even the test subjects began walking. Now, pay attention here. Dr. Feng was acting way too calm during the chaos. The diary paints a grim picture. Back then, Li Man was just a lowly lab assistant. Dr. Feng looks him in the eye and barks orders. Close the gates. Release toxic gas into room 304. Li Man protests that people are still inside. The doctor just stares back coldly. Ignore them. They are likely infected anyway. We cannot afford to take any risks. I escaped to the surface with Dr. Lin's team, only to find the city overrun. Some of those monsters had already mutated. July 9th. The sky is gray. While moving to the new lab, I was bitten. But I heard there is a recovery potion that can turn zombies back into humans. Dr. Feng would never give me something so precious. So, this might be my very last entry. Yang Hao is stunned by this revelation. He blurs out. There is actually a medicine that can cure the infected? Qingju steps closer. If we find that potion, does that mean everyone can be saved? This changes everything. The diary is filled with careful notes. Yang Hao studies the research data. This recovery medicine, let's pause here. He didn't see it himself. We need to find that lab to get the truth. Turning the page, he finds a blueprint. Tomorrow, printing? The lab must be disguised as a printing factory. He looks at Qingju. If we go there, we might find a lead. No time to waste. Yang Hao stands up, full of energy. Let's move out. I remember where that company is located. Qingju trusts him completely and nods. All right. They leave, unaware that Lin Ting has been watching them from the shadows. She narrows her eyes. They took the enhancement medicine. Are they from headquarters? Her gaze turns sharp. She makes a quick decision. They might even have the recovery potion on them. I will follow them and see where this goes. Yang Hao and Qingju exit the building. They look down at the courtyard. It is absolutely crawling with zombies. Qingju whispers. Too many of them. If we charge in, we will just attract a massive horde. We need a better path. Suddenly she points and gasps. Yang Hao, look. That mutated beast is freaking huge. A mutated beast? It looks like a zombie from this angle. He stares closer. I am sure of it. That thing is a hybrid of a beast and a zombie. The creature is massive. It towers over the nearby buildings. Yang Hao mutters. It is too far away. Wait. He squinted and saw a clown sitting right on its shoulder. Is that a person up there? Could he be with those zookeepers who were tailing us earlier? Qingju shakes her head. No way. If they had this kind of power, we would have been dead long ago. A mutated monkey hands the clown a box. So what do you and I make of this? The clown screams. I want the enhancement drug, not this trash. Keep looking. Thick makeup cannot hide the frustration on his face. It has been 5 days now. Stick with me. We are about to see if Yang Hao finds those drugs or hits a trap. They reach the spot from the diary. Once they pass through this massive mall, the Mingri printing facility and the laboratory are finally within reach. But the inside is crawling with a massive horde of zombies standing guard. Yang Hao scans them. Mutants with strength at 346, 385. Spirit 82. Common zombies only have 56 strength. They move slowly. Jingju panics at the sight of so many monsters surrounding them. He whispers that it is expected near a lab. According to the diary, this is not surprising. He tells her to hide while he handles this entire crowd on his own. Jingzhu is stunned. With this many zombies, what is he planning to do? Yang Hao just smirks. Do not worry about me. Just find a safe spot and watch the show. He leaps out, kicking a zombie. Mutants are perfect for farming a whole wave of attributes. The system pings. Strength up 0.2, speed 0.4, spirit up. Yang Hao smiles. It is not fast, but with enough targets, it adds up. Jingzhu watches from the corner, blushing. This guy is actually pretty cool when he fights. 15 minutes later, colored crystals litter the ground. Yang Hao's strength and speed stats are shooting through the roof. He collects the loot. Gaining dozens of points in minutes makes this restricted zone a treasure chest. Jingzhu runs over, eyes wide with admiration. Yang Hao, you were incredible. He stays humble, saying it was just a warm-up. Time to head into the lab. But as he opens the door, a massive zombie tyrant looms with insane power. Speed 722, spirit 860. You saw those stats, right? This is a massive problem. This tyrant is a monster. Its attributes are way worse than the commander he fought before. The beast roars. Yang Hao makes a split-second decision, telling Jingzhu to hide while he stalls. The tyrant swings a massive fist instantly. Luckily, he narrowly dodges the impact. The attacks are fast and heavy. Even Yang Hao is impressed by the power. Suddenly, an explosion rocks the area. A box of food is tossed at the tyrant's feet. Yang Hao stares. Dog food? The tyrant's eyes light up like searchlights. It growls happily and lunges for the food. Lin Ting steps out from the smoke. She beckons them to follow her quickly. Running through the dark halls, Yang Hao asks who she is and why she saved them. She is Lin Ting. That was her special blend of bait used to lure the zombies away. She says they will find out why she saved them soon enough. Yang Hao remembers her name from the diary. She might be the one. Lin Ting looks them over. You two do not look like you belong here at all. She guesses they were sent by the superiors to collect the enhancement drugs. Yang Hao thinks of a woman he met before. Is that who she means? Jingzhu is confused, but Yang Hao cuts her off. Yes, we are on official business. He whispers for her to play along. He has a bold new plan in mind. Let us see together if this undercover act gets them more intel on the lab from the doctor. He asks if she is the doctor in charge. Where exactly are the drugs? Lin Ting leads them to a locked room. They are right inside this building. Follow me. Suddenly, the door bursts open. Guards swarm them with weapons drawn. Hands in the air. Lin Ting goes cold. Hand over your identification cards and transit passes immediately. Yang Hao fakes a sigh of relief. Oh, just an ID check? Give me a second. He is calculating his next move. He wants to avoid a fight to save his energy. He searches his pockets. I lost my wallet. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see how he escapes this. All right, you and I are about to watch Lin Ting lose her mind after being teased. Stop playing dumb. Only these two special items allow entry to the high-level lab. How could you possibly lose something so important? Yang Hao feels the heavy pressure and realizes he can't bluff his way out anymore. It's time to finally show his hand. He sighs and explains, Dr. Lin Ting, you need to calm down first. Actually, we aren't really from the high-level lab at all. We were just messing with you back there. But Lin Ting isn't hearing a single word he says. She completely loses her cool and screams at them at the top of her lungs. Whatever you say is useless now. We will just kill you and loot your bodies to find what we need. Boys, take them down. Since things can't be settled peacefully, Yang Hao sighs and summons his massive scythe. Force is the only language they understand. In an instant, his blade sweeps through the air, freezing two guards solid. With a few more lightning-fast strikes, he slices right through Lin Ting's flowing hair like it's absolutely nothing. She is stunned. Too fast. Before she can even blink, his blade is at her throat. He just smirks and looks her in the eye. Now pay attention, you've seen my power for yourself. I'd advise you not to do anything stupid and just answer me honestly, or else. Lin Ting trembles and asks, what do you want to know? He points off into the distance and says, I want to know everything related to the lab, the enhancement drugs, and that mysterious recovery medicine you mentioned. She finally confesses the truth. The lab was built deep under the Forbidden Zone, long before the world even ended. After I joined this underground site, my main job was researching and developing new pharmaceuticals. When she mentions the enhancement drugs, Qingju's expression darkens and her brow furrows. Wait, so you're actually using zombie crystals to make these? What is the real purpose behind creating these enhancement drugs? Yang Hao silently thinks, it's exactly as I predicted. Lin Ting recalls, I'm not entirely sure, but Dr. Finn said the higher-ups ordered these drugs to be manufactured and delivered to them. I have only seen that recovery medicine once when the doctor used it to turn his student back into a human. Her voice drops to a whisper. But now, The lab has been completely taken over by the people from the Destroyer Alliance. Yang Hao and the others piece it all together. The entire facility is now under the control of the dangerous Destroyer Alliance. No wonder Xiao Yunfei was collecting elite zombie bodies. Where exactly is this underground lab located? Lin Ding looks at him with pure shock. Are you really after those drugs? The factory is located deep inside the secret lab, and getting in won't be easy at all. Yang Hao looks her in the eye and confidently says, "That's not something you need to worry about." He silently plans his next move. To uncover the truth about the medicine, he'll have to deal with the doctor and that mystery woman. Suddenly, the wall explodes. Thick smoke and dust fill the air, blinding everyone in the room. Now look at this, that same tyrant found them. You and I knew he'd be back. How did he track them here? Yang Hao quickly turns and asks, "Do you still have any of that stuff used to attract zombies like before?" Lin Ding panics and replies that it was her very last bottle. "I'll hold him off, you two run." The girls bolt, but Lin Ding gives him a quick warning before they disappear. Qingzhu leaves signs along the way so Yang Hao can track her. She hopes Yang Hao can see her signs and find her later. Then, she bolts forward at full speed. Ever since entering this forbidden zone, she feels like she's been nothing but dead weight. Suddenly, something in the distance makes her eyes widen in total shock. It is a mutant bear drinking water. It looks powerful. If she can somehow tame it, she can finally help Yang Hao. No time to think. Qingzhu focuses all her power as the situation turns critical. There is no time left to weaken its consciousness anymore. I'll just have to try and force a mental takeover. Just as the bear catches a fish, she unleashes her skill, "Become my servant," but the attack does nothing at all. Its aura is way too strong for her to handle. Mutants in this forbidden zone are way stronger than the ones outside. The bear roars and chases her, leaving her terrified and screaming, "Sorry, I didn't mean to ruin your lunch." She scrambles up a nearby window and smashes the glass to escape the raging beast. "I am still way too weak. I will have to ask Yang Hao to help me tame a few mutants later." A thug's greasy laugh echoes nearby. "Boss, we really hit the jackpot today. Finding a beauty like this while out on patrol?" Lin Meng stares her down, clearly impressed by her figure. If we capture her and throw her into the arena, she'll definitely draw a massive crowd. Their sudden appearance catches Qingzhu off guard. "Who on earth are you people?" He stands back and smirks. "You don't need to know that. Boys, get to work. Go and take good care of this beauty for me." They instantly obey his command and move in. Their disgusting behavior makes her grit her teeth in pure anger. What a bunch of animals. A thug in yellow grabs her sword. "Listen, gorgeous, you'd better just cooperate with us and this will be easy." In an instant, they pin her down tightly. "Let me go. What do you want with me?" Lin Meng is a pro at these kidnappings. He laughs and tries to reassure her. "Don't worry, we aren't just common thugs. We actually have very different plans for your future." Then a voice rings out. "Trust me, you'll want to see what happens next." "Alright, stick with me, because Yang Hao just arrived with a scythe and he is not playing around." He managed to lure that zombie away and tracked Xingzhu's signal all the way here. Xingzhu's face lights up the second she sees her savior standing there. The moment he spots Lin Meng, those bitter high school memories come flooding back. This guy was a total lowlife who used to bully Yang Hao constantly back in the day. Lin Meng just laughs it off, shouting about how incredibly small the world really is. "Yang Hao, look at you. Why are you so skinny now? You are the reason I got arrested and fined back then." Ignoring the trash talk, Yang Hao coldly demands his friend's release. But Lin Meng just gets louder and more aggressive. "Release her? Why would I give up a prize that has already been served on a silver platter?" Lin Meng lunges forward with a punch, screaming that he is not just going to humiliate the girl, but beat Yang Hao to a pulp too. Watch this. Yang Hao blocks the strike effortlessly. He is definitely not that weak, chubby kid from high school anymore, and Lin Meng is about to find out. Without wasting a second, he strikes back, sending Lin Meng flying like a rag doll. Next, he charges in and quickly takes down the thugs holding Xingzhu captive. Once she is safe, he checks on her. She catches her breath and thanks him for arriving just in time. Meanwhile, Lin Meng is lying on the ground in total shock, thinking he has seen a ghost. He thought Yang Hao was skinny from starvation, not training. Yang Hao slowly walks over to the pathetic bully and asks, "Who was the one saying they would beat me up? Is that all you have got?" Just one hit and he is already broken. Lin Meng starts whimpering, but Yang Hao slams his scythe right between the guy's legs. Before he can finish the job, a voice cries out, "Wait, show some mercy." It is Li Rui. He steps forward, claiming the bully as his teammate and offering an apology. "If he crossed a line, I apologize on his behalf." Lin Meng looks like he is about to cry with joy seeing his captain arrive. "Captain! These two are actually resisting the Destroyer Alliance." Li Rui is not having it. He snaps at Lin Meng for not explaining that they are not there to kill people. The system pops up. Li Rui has 1421 power, 614 speed, and 760 spirit. You and I can see Yang Hao's concern here. This guy's stats are way higher than his own. In a real fight, victory is not guaranteed. Lin Meng sweats as he mumbles an apology to his superior. Li Rui turns to them with an arrogant grin, introducing himself as the recruitment commander for the Destroyer Alliance. We are looking for talented people. Why do you not two join us right now? Despite the power gap, Yang Hao proudly refuses. No thanks, we prefer our freedom. Li Rui's voice turns cold. I was not asking for your opinion. You only have two choices here. Like a true tyrant, he steps closer to lay out the terms of their deal. Li Rui smirks. Either die, or become gladiators in our arena. Win 10 matches, and you get your freedom. This actually catches Yang Hao's interest. He did not expect the Alliance to have this kind of entertainment. Li Rui is clearly proud of his setup. Of course, we even provide the weapons for you. Plus, every victory gives you a chance to earn enhancement drugs. Once you taste that power, you will stay voluntarily. Yang Hao realizes this is his chance. If he gets to the arena, he can find those drugs easily. He might even be able to slip into the lab they seized without having to search the forbidden zone alone. Jingju steps up beside him. Yang Hao, their reputation is trash. I would rather take my chances in the arena than join these losers. What is the plan? Yang Hao nods, agreeing that they are finally on the same page. Li Rui loves the spirit. Good. I like your guts. Lin Meng, take them away. Lin Meng happily takes charge, feeling powerful with his boss backing him up as they head down to the base. Yang Hao notes the arena is deep underground. It looks like they remodeled an old laboratory for this. As the heavy doors slide open, Lin Meng barks orders to get the new arrivals settled in. Walking into the room, Yang Hao wonders how they managed to build something several hundred meters deep. Old Wu greets them with a sleazy grin. Lin Meng, good work today. I will get their rooms ready immediately. Lin Meng tells Old Wu to meet him in the office later, because they have things to discuss. The old man nods seriously, agreeing to wait for him there as requested. Follow me, Lin Meng sneers, and trust me. You and I can tell this guy is planning something nasty. Lin Meng thinks Yang Hao is a fool for choosing the arena. He is determined to turn him into a cripple right here. Alright, you and I are about to see if Yang Hao can survive this trap. It looks like the scene has left him completely speechless. As he watches the warriors training, he realizes this place is packed. If he could lead these people out, he would have a massive army. Yang Hao tells his companions to wait a moment. Without any hesitation, he steps forward. Tingzhu agrees. Suddenly, a guy named Da Xiong spots her and starts catcalling. His lackeys agree, saying her figure is incredible. He walks up to provoke them. Hey kid, from now on, your girl belongs to me. Ignoring the thug, Yang Hao calmly replies that he does not want trouble. He suggests they leave before he loses his temper. His chill attitude makes the guy explode. Are you kidding me? Do you know who I am? I am with the Iron Blood sect. How dare you talk to me like that? Do you want me to crush you into pieces? The surrounding fighters whisper that a good show is coming. It has been a while since a rookie this arrogant showed up. Offending Iron Blood is a death wish. Hearing this, Yang Hao just challenges him more. Are your ears broken, or do you just not understand human speech? His words make the crowd break into a cold sweat. Whoa, he really said that to an Iron Blood member. He is insane. He is definitely a dead man walking. Now watch closely, because this is where the trash talking ends. Da Xiong transforms, screaming that he will tear the kid apart. Before the big guy can even finish his transformation, Yang Hao delivers a brutal kick to his gut. In a flash, he is pinned against the wall. This one-shot move leaves every fighter in the room absolutely terrified. Damn, this new guy is a monster. Yang Hao notices their murmurs and asks if they all want to fight him at once. That question scares the life out of them. They quickly back off, claiming they are just here to watch the show. A staff member named Quan gives Yang Hao a registration paper. He tells them to follow him to prepare for tomorrow's rookie event. After getting the rundown on the rules, both Yang Hao and Tingzhu are led to a specific room. It is a private suite with a chef cooking delicious meals. They are told to eat up, because this might be their last supper. Sitting at the table, Yang Hao excitedly tells her the food looks great. It has been forever since he had a meal like this. He digs in. Tingzhu whispers, asking if they will really die here. Noticing her fear, Yang Hao comforts her. He tells her not to worry because he already has a plan. You and I both know the calm before the storm never lasts. The next day, the arena stands are overflowing with people. Manager Wu announces loudly to the crowd that it is time for a rare rookie challenge. He asks who will come out on top. The audience screams back. Is that even a question? They want to see the zombies tear the rookies apart. It will be a bloodbath. They have been waiting to watch a newbie get shredded. Inside, an employee tells them to pick their weapons. The match starts in 1 minute. As soon as his hand touches a basic sword, he suddenly freezes. It is because Yang Hao spots Lin Meng watching him with a smug look while smoking a cigarette. Lin Meng sneers, telling him to enjoy his final seconds. At that moment, Manager Wu yells that the show is finally beginning. Yang Hao's expression does not change at all. Tingzhu watches as a massive zombie with powerful legs emerges from the gates. Then, a whole horde appears as system data flashes. Mutated zombie, strength 356, speed 92, spirit 123. Elite mutated zombie, strength 1080, speed 489, spirit 250. Another elite, strength 784, speed 243, spirit 189. The sight of these monsters does not scare him. Instead, he is pumped up. Mutated zombies mean he can farm even more attribute points. He shouts a provocation at the horde, telling them to bring it on. Lin Meng thinks to himself that no matter how strong the kid is, he cannot survive an entire army of zombies. Manager Wu is also grinning, thinking about the profit. But Yang Hao starts carving through the zombies like butter. While fighting, he happily realizes that his scanning ability is making this too easy. This place is a goldmine for points. Ting Zhu, struggling beside him, is shocked. She wonders how Yang Hao is getting stronger by the second. Seeing Yang Hao's unstoppable momentum, Lin Meng frantically asks the manager why the zombies are so weak. This was not the plan. Manager Wu remains calm, telling him not to worry because he has prepared something special. Just as he finishes speaking, 3 new zombies appear along with the system screen. And trust me, you and I are about to see if he can handle these. Elite mutated zombie, strength 1280. Alright, we are diving into a world where stats mean everything. Speed 547, spirit 350, these elite mutants are deadly. Power level is 1120. Then there is Assistant Trung Hu Mai, spirit 290, another elite mutant, with power at level 1. 310, speed 569, spirit 320. Seeing them, Duang Hao realizes the truth. Lam Man went through a lot of trouble to send these elite mutants after him. This is a targeted hit, not just a random fight. Tin Chuk feels it too. Her sixth sense is screaming. She asks Duang Hao why these zombies feel so strange, so different from the others they have faced. Suddenly, a mutant lunges with a massive, stretched-out arm. It is coming straight for them. Duang Hao reacts instantly, using telekinesis to block the strike. He yells for her to stay alert. His counterattack only makes them more aggressive. The pack of mutants charges in with primal rage. She is panicked. How can they fight mutants that can use special abilities? She is terrified of becoming a burden to him in this chaos. Duang Hao knows she is outclassed here. This is way too dangerous for her. He decides to stash her inside the treatment pod for safety while he clears the room. He acts fast, popping the pod open. He tells her to hide inside and stay down. He promises to handle the zombies himself. Tin Chuk hesitates, worried about leaving him alone to fight. He does not give her a choice. He slices down 2 mutants trying to sneak up from behind. He screams at her to get in now. Up in the stands, the crowd is confused. Where did the woman go? One spectator shouts, asking where she vanished to so suddenly. Now pay attention here, because someone in the crowd notices something even crazier. Look at those mutants, they are changing. The audience goes wild. They have never seen a live mutation before. They scream for the monsters to hurry up and devour the newcomer. Manager Engu looks smug. The rules say no commander-tier mutants for rookies, but he found a loophole. This monster is mid-transformation. Once it finishes, it will be just as strong as a commander. Lam Man is impressed, praising the manager for his dirty but effective tactics. He looks down at the arena floor. He is expecting a very profitable harvest today. The mutant explodes forward. Duang Hao meets it with a clean sword strike, but the beast is tougher than it looks. It pushes back with overwhelming force as the system alerts him. Iron Bone activated. Cooldown time is 290 seconds. The spectators are like bloodthirsty animals now. They keep chanting for him to be eaten alive. More zombies keep pouring in. Duang Hao is baffled. Why are they releasing so many? He keeps swinging, wondering how much longer this swarm will last. If he has to fight these weaklings while dealing with that elite mutant, his stamina will be completely drained. He delivers a massive kick that sends a zombie flying 800 meters. He tries to follow up with a heavy punch, but even that is not enough to end it. He lands a steel-shattering blow right on the mutant's chin. Even without a weapon, his raw physical power is terrifying. He braces his legs, building momentum. It is time for his final strike. The mutant cannot handle this sudden burst of power. It screams in agony as Duang Hao rains down a barrage of hits. After a few more brutal strikes, the mutant is finally down. You feel that too, right? Duang Hao is stoked because his stats are skyrocketing. He has finally reached the level of a low-tier commander. The screen flashes his new stats. Power 1520, speed 720, and spirit 980. The crowd cannot believe their eyes. This rookie is insane. Nobody has ever seen someone kill an elite mutant with just their bare fists before. Manager Engu's jaw drops. His perfect plan just crumbled into pieces right in front of him. How is this possible? A mutant with commander-level strength was just taken out like it was nothing. Lam Man grits his teeth. He underestimated Duang Hao's true strength. He realizes he will need a much better plan if he wants him dead. With the area cleared, Duong Hao opens the pod. He tells Tinchuk it is safe now and she can come back out. She is stunned. Her eyes are wide with admiration as she praises him for taking out so many monsters all by himself. Manager Ingu steps out, hiding his shock. He announces Tinchuk's sudden reappearance on the battlefield to the confused audience. He declares Duong Hao and Tinchuk the winners of the first rookie match of the day. Internally, he is sweating. Where did she come from? He wonders if she actually possesses some kind of hidden spatial ability he did not know about. The crowd erupts, chanting Duong Hao's name. Tinchuk smiles as she holds their hard-earned reward. This is a huge win for them. Duong Hao matches her smile. If they win 9 more matches, they can finally win back their freedom and leave this hellhole. As they walk away, people whisper. Are these really the rookies who dominated the arena today? Everyone is talking about them. People agree they are strong, but some doubt they could ever stand up against the legendary Han Thiet. Meanwhile, Han Thiet is watching them from the shadows. One of his lackeys points at Duong Hao, whining that he was the one who humiliated them. And trust me, you and I are about to see him pay. Alright, you and I are about to watch Han Tai, the Iron Glow leader, handle some business. He grabs a lackey by the collar, demanding the truth about their conflict. The guy is absolutely shaking with fear. With one heavy punch, Han Ti lays him out. He makes it clear. He absolutely despises cowards who harass women. Consider this your final warning. Do this again, and I will make sure you are no longer a man. Got it? The thug begs for mercy, desperately promising he will never do it again. All that shouting? It immediately grabs the attention of Xingju from the other side. Despite the drama, Yang Hao stays neutral. He tells her to ignore it since it doesn't involve them anyway. Internal matters settled, Han Ti watches the duo leave. He knows that guy is dangerous and expects to face him soon in the arena. Yang Hao tells Xingju to head back first while he stays behind to gather more info. She trusts him and agrees immediately. A bit later, Yang Hao approaches a man named Vu Ka. Hey there, big brother. You have been here a while, right? You must know this arena's secrets. Vu Ka turns, wondering who this kid is. Yang Hao offers a pack of cigarettes with a friendly smile. I am just a newcomer, he says, looking for some guidance. Vu Ka likes the respect and laughs. Well said, kid. Ask whatever you want. I am listening. Yang Hao gets straight to it. Have you seen a woman in blue with long green hair? Vu Ka shakes his head. Nope, never seen her. Women are rare here, so news would have traveled fast. Yang Hao keeps digging. I heard this place used to be a lab. Do you know anything about that? What about Dr. Fen? Now pay attention here. Vu Ka's voice turns dead serious. That lab? It is actually still hidden and running right now. It is hidden in the deeper levels. As for the doctor, I heard Manager Yu mention him, but nothing specific. Since Vu Ka has no more leads, Yang Hao thanks him and heads out. Appreciate the help, man. Looks like finding the medicine means tracking down Yu Tian. No other choice. Meanwhile, Han Ti's group finishes wiping out a horde of zombies. That is 9 straight wins for Han Ti, Fang Anlei, Fei Jiaxiang, and Wen Ping. Next up is the second battle for our newcomers, Yang Hao and Xingju. The crowd is getting hyped. Xingju is curious. Isn't he being a bit too aggressive? Why fight back-to-back like this? Most fighters need a break, but Yang Hao is different. He smiles, sensing her worry for him. Don't worry, he says. Once we step into that arena, I will handle everything. Hungry mutated beasts are released into the pit, but Xingju isn't scared. She knows her time to shine is here. Even Yang Hao is surprised by the variety. Mutated animals this time? This arena never gets boring. Xingju focuses her energy and shouts a single command. All of you, stop right there. Her taming power hits them instantly. She waves her hand, and the beasts obey. Sit down. Yang Hao is impressed, but the audience is losing their minds. What the hell just happened? Why are they listening to her? Is that her special ability? But then, Xingju notices one beast acting strange. Watch this, she was absolutely right. One beast isn't calming down, it is actually smirking. Yang Hao, something is wrong. I can't control this one. Suddenly, a man named Dai Lang rips out from the beast's head. He is not a monster. He is human. He reveals his true form and laughs mockingly. Not bad for a newcomer, he says. I didn't expect to face a beast tamer today. Dai Lang exhales a massive cloud of black mist from his mouth. It is a clever distraction to ambush Xingju. According to his intel from the previous fight, she is the weak link, so he plans to take her out first. But unfortunately for Dai Lang, Yang Hao is already standing directly behind his back. You really put a lot of effort into this little trap, didn't you? Dai Lang doesn't even realize he's caught. In my mist, your senses are useless. Today is your funeral. The black fog covers everything, blinding the crowd. Man, we can't see a single thing in there. Dai Lang finally senses him and screams. Impossible. How are you moving freely in my darkness? Yang Hao's face lights up with a cold, predatory grin. I should actually thank you for this black fog. Without it, I was worried about revealing my true strength to everyone. Now, eat this. Dai Lang hits the dirt, completely broken. Yang Hao just scoffs. This ability is pathetic, even compared to zombies. The announcer's voice booms across the arena. Match 2 winners, Yang Hao and Xing Zhu. As the mist clears, Xing Zhu is confused. Everything went pitch black for a second. What happened? And that's where we leave it. Yang Hao just shrugs he was trash, so I handled him instantly. Trust me, this journey is just getting started. Spotting Dai Lang collapsed on the ground. Tin Chuk looks on with pure curiosity. What exactly is this thing? Right at that moment, the system notification pops up. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your spirit attribute has increased by 1,000 points. You have unlocked the new ability. Basic enhanced senses. Let's pause and think about this. Yang Hao realizes that spirit attributes are not just about willpower anymore. His sensory perception has reached a whole new level. Backstage, Han Ti watches the scene intently. That guy is strong, he thinks to himself, but he is still no match for me. Lin Man enters the room and hesitates. Manager Nu, I found the target you were looking for. It is that Yang Hao guy. Seeing the item in his hand, Manager Nu is impressed. You actually found this? You must have paid a very heavy price for it. Having achieved his goal, he smirks confidently. As long as it results in that man's death, no price is too high to pay. Do not worry. Yang Hao only has 1 night left to live. In the bedroom, Ting Chu quietly reveals her discovery. Look what I found. Holding a mutated blister beetle in her hand, she explains that these insects are the key to their next move. After mutating, it became extremely corrosive and can melt through solid metal. Tinchuk excitedly suggests they use these bugs to escape this place. Yang Hao quickly agrees with her plan. We can definitely use these little guys to get our revenge and get out of here. But not tonight. I need them to dig a secret hole for me first. I want to investigate this area a bit more. Moments later, the beetle digs a large hole through the floor. Yang Hao observes it closely. Just as I thought, there is another level below. Seeing him prepare to go down, she reminds him to be careful and not let himself be detected by the guards. Do not worry, he replies. He drops into a strange room and begins to look around, whispering to himself as he searches for clues. There are multiple floors beneath the arena. My holographic scanning ability has a limited range, so I will have to search them floor by floor. Now pay attention here, because this is where the plot thickens. Yang Hao overhears Han Ti shouting inside a meeting room, refusing to kill innocents and violate his principles. Ignoring his morals, Manager Nu just laughs at his outdated sense of justice. Manager Nu mocks him, asking what world he thinks he is living in. He then laughs and threatens Han Ti using his sister's life as leverage. This threatening statement works instantly. Han Ti freezes up, unable to say anything else to defend his honor. Manager Nu puffs on his cigarette. He knows a non-mutant like Han Ti's sister cannot survive without his protection and resources. Just kill Yang Hao, and I will ensure your sister gets the best care and protection possible in this wasteland. Han Ti reluctantly agrees to the terms. Manager Nu smiles, having reached his goal, and promises to keep his word. Inwardly, Manager Nu sneers. It does not matter what I promise, because both of you are going to die anyway. Outside the room, Yang Hao has heard everything. It seems they are willing to use any dirty trick just to get rid of me. Not even caring about their schemes, he ignores them and enters a different room nearby to continue his search. Seeing shelves filled with documents, Yang Hao quickly realizes this must be the archive room for the entire arena. After searching, he finally finds a map. Perfect, I found it. The exit should be located right on this floor. The door to the room begins to close slowly behind him as he finishes his search. Yang Hao is still searching when Mo Di walks in. He watches her curiously, wondering what that mysterious woman is doing here. As she approaches the bookshelf, he hides and watches closely. He suspects there might be a secret hidden behind those shelves. Just as he predicted, she begins entering a code. I remember the codes in this area are all standardized. A shelf full of medicine appears, but the quantity is surprisingly low. Mo Di immediately senses that something is wrong and needs to check. A secret door swings open. Just by looking at this, Yang Hao knows there is a hidden mystery here that he completely missed. You and I just witnessed a huge discovery. He spots a storage belt on her. How on earth did she get her hands on that? Stick with me, we're watching Mo Di carefully inspect the latest drug batch right now. There is a gap in the production times here. This lab is definitely hiding something behind her back. She eventually steps outside, muttering to herself that she won't release any recovery medicine until they deliver every single bottle of the promised shipment to her. While waiting for Mo Di to leave, Yang Hao hides in the shadows, confirming she carries the recovery medicine he needs as he sinks deeper into his own thoughts. Her equipment and powers are suspicious. There must be an even bigger force backing this secret laboratory. Yang Hao moves in. He knows where the empowerment drugs are and has already cracked the codes, but now is not the time to steal them. Suddenly, he spots a container of super corrosive acid. Being cautious as always, Yang Hao moves quickly. This stuff looks like it could be extremely useful later. He swipes a small amount, hoping no one notices, then quickly makes his way back to his room. Qingzhu is relieved to see him. Yang Hao, you're back. I was so worried something happened to you. Stick with me, because Yang Hao is joking around even with a deadly duel right on the horizon. While he was away, news broke that tomorrow is a solo match against a man named Han Tai. Already knowing this, Yang Hao stays confident and spends his morning carefully selecting weapons in the armory. From behind, Han Tai approaches with a dark threat, telling Yang Hao to enjoy his final moments. He claims today is Yang Hao's death day, but our main character just ignores the obvious provocation. Outside, the crowd is buzzing with intense energy, shouting for the bloody match to finally begin. Manager Ngo stands between the high fighters and briefly explains the brutal rules of this duel. Both sides can use any items they prepared, and it only ends when someone dies or surrenders. Fully armored and ready for battle, Han Tai's eyes are filled with a terrifying, cold bloodlust. He admits there is no personal grudge, but he has a secret reason to kill Yang Hao today. Yang Hao tells him not to apologize since he won't be able to kill him anyway. Pay attention now, because the air suddenly gets heavy. Han Tai's real power is about to be revealed. This guy can manipulate gravity itself, making every move Yang Hao makes feel like a massive struggle. In a flash, Yang Hao dodges a heavy strike, using his own telekinesis to redirect the blade. Han Tai is completely stunned, demanding to know how Yang Hao can move under such pressure. Everyone has secrets, Yang Hao replies, and now it is finally his turn to go on offense. By using telekinesis to lock objects in place, he uses them as anchors to launch himself forward. After warming up, Yang Hao grips his sword tight, telling Han Tai that surrendering is still an option. Han Tai refuses, confident that his own speed will overcome whatever tricks Yang Hao is currently using. He charges in, mocking Yang Hao for using basic, common equipment compared to his own elite gear. Han Tai's high-end blade slams down, and even with a broken sword, Yang Hao holds him back. Outside the ring, Manager No asks Lam Man if this setup is satisfying enough for him. Lam Man grins, convinced that Yang Hao is nothing but trash compared to their strongest gladiator. Jia Tuong cheers wildly, laughing at Yang Hao's courage for even daring to face his big brother. And Lei agrees with a smile, certain that the main character is about to be crushed. Now watch this carefully, because Yang Hao is about to show him what a real reversal looks like. Just as Han Tai tries to strike again, his arm suddenly freezes, completely locked in place. Yang Hao mocks him, admitting he was just trying to find a way to win without killing. He splashes corrosive liquid on the floor and releases his mental grip with a loud shout. Before Han Tai can react, the ground beneath him crumbles into a massive hole. In the middle of the chaos, Yang Hao summons a swarm of blades to strike him down, but his opponent remains eerily calm. Han Tai remains calm despite the flying blades, activating his gravity field to crush them instantly. Realizing how strong his opponent is, Yang Hao decides to keep his distance and play it smart. He plans to drain Han Tai's stamina, knowing gravity powers take a massive toll on the body. Gritting his teeth, he reaches for another hidden item, ready to test Han Tai's limits further. Random items start falling from above, making Han Tai believe Yang Hao has finally lost his mind. He feels insulted by this weak move, claiming that Yang Hao is looking down on his true warrior strength. As the junk rains down, Han Tai speeds up, determined to end this fight right now. He won't let Yang Hao drag this out, vowing to kill him before he gets another chance. His sudden burst of speed shocks Yang Hao, who can barely track Han Tai's lightning-fast movements. Suddenly, Han Tai is right behind him, cranking up the gravity while Yang Hao pulls a scythe. Without hesitation, Yang Hao swings his scythe, cleanly slicing through Han Tai's powerful blade with a single, effortless stroke. Sweating in fear, Han Tai stares at the strange weapon, wondering where it even came from. Yang Hao's vibe changes instantly as he decides it's finally time to end this little game. Han Tai screams, unleashing a massive gravity zone that makes Yang Hao's arms weigh a ton. He has 5 seconds to finish this, but Yang Hao just tells him to look up. And trust me, what you and I see when he looks up will change everything. Alright, you and I are about to watch one of the slickest power plays in this series. As Yang Hao speaks, junk starts raining from the sky. Han Tai thought the strategy was just a stall, but he was too naive. The falling debris was just a distraction to lower his guard. While he is reeling, Yang Hao explains that by releasing a gravity field, the force of these falling items hits with the power of a cannon. Even though he saw Han Tai get crushed, our main character still isn't completely sure. Is it finally over? A guy like this probably won't stay down that easily. After waiting for a while with no sign of his opponent, Yang Hao finally calls it. You've lost the ability to fight. This victory is mine. Down in the stands, the crowd is losing their minds. They start chanting his name over and over. Yang Hao! Yang Hao! Yang Hao! Meanwhile, Lin Mang is watching from the sidelines, absolutely fuming. He grits his teeth in pure frustration as the crowd cheers for his rival. Manager Wu realizes his plan failed again. He keeps a straight face, but he's sweating on the inside. This Yang Hao kid is still hiding his true trump cards. Quickly changing his expression, he turns to comfort the others. "No need to rush," he says. "I still have another trick up my sleeve." Cut to the bedroom where Yang Hao is handing a device to Jingju. He gives her a serious warning. "Tonight, I need to head back down to continue the investigation. We don't know what kind of dirty games that Manager Wu is playing. If anything happens, use this radio to contact me immediately." Jingzhu takes the radio and tells him to be careful. But suddenly, a canister appears, spraying gas everywhere. "Watch this part closely," she reacts just in time to cover her nose. "It's poison." When he sees what is happening, Yang Hao is absolutely livid. He can't believe Manager Wu would sink this low and use such a cowardly tactic. The effects of the toxin spread fast, and Jingzhu starts to lose her strength. "Yang Hao, I'm not feeling so good." Seeing her collapse to the floor, he rushes over in a panic. Jingzhu, is the poison really this potent? There's no time to lose." Yang Hao opens a medical pod because Jingzhu has zero poison resistance. After resting for a while, she slowly starts to open her eyes. She asks what happened, and as soon as she's awake, he explains. "I just gave you the antidote. We can finally get out of here right now." Outside, Manager Wu's henchmen are whispering to each other. "After all that gas, they've got to be dead, right? Come on, let's go check the bodies." They burst into the room only to find it completely empty. Where the hell did they go? There's no sign of Yang Hao or Jingzhu anywhere. Suddenly, Yang Hao lunges at them with a heavy strike. "We're right here. If you're brave enough to pull a stunt like this, you'd better be ready to pay the price." 5 minutes later, we're inside Manager Wu's meeting room. After hearing the report from his terrified subordinates, Manager Wu speaks in a low, cold voice. "I already knew the situation. I never expected trash like you to actually kill him." He pauses for about 2 seconds before continuing. "You're dismissed. Get out of my sight." Tomorrow, he's setting up Han Tai for the final match. Someone reported that Han Tai held back today, making that guy useless. It seems Manager Wu is reaching his breaking point. "You and I both know this guy's ego is out of control, right?" He mutters that Yang Hao won't have a grave to be buried in. The next day, they head to the training grounds. Manager Wu announces that since high-level leadership is visiting, the headquarters has scheduled a special match for tomorrow. The Iron Blood team, which already has 9 wins, will take the stage. The members of the Iron Blood team are furious at the obvious trap. "Hey, our boss was just injured and now you're forcing us to compete? What's the deal here? Are you specifically targeting our team or what?" The schedule for the final rounds wasn't supposed to be like this. Just as Han Tai is about to speak up, a calm voice cuts through the tension. "If you're afraid you can't win, find us." Everyone turns to see Yang Hao and Jingzhu walking toward them. Since this is a special match, there shouldn't be any rules against adding new members to the roster. Manager Wu is stunned and asks if he's serious about joining the Iron Blood team. Even Han Ti and Wen Bing are standing there with their mouths hanging open in shock. Ignoring everyone's disbelief, Yang Hao gives a cocky response. "Well, I'm bored anyway, and I want to hit that 10-win streak as fast as possible." Manager Wu pretends to be generous. "Fine, the rules won't allow a full swap, but since Han Ti is injured, I'll allow you to add 2 new members. That's my final offer." But the Iron Blood members are still on edge. Even so, we could just find someone else to help us. Who knows if these 2 new guys will just cause chaos during the fight. Manager Wu doesn't give a damn and tells them the arrangement is their problem. "I've said what I needed to say. The rest is up to you." Realizing they're being backed into a corner, Han Ti asks his team who's willing to risk their lives tomorrow. Despite the danger, the fighters in his unit are incredibly loyal. "Me. Let me do it, boss. Count me in too." Yang Hao, who has been watching the whole time, tries to talk some sense into them. "Just the few of you won't be enough to win. Are you really not going to consider letting us join?" Wen Bing stays firm, saying they know he's strong. But this match is their entire future, so they won't. Before he can finish, Han Ti interrupts him. "All right, everyone quiet down and listen to me. This match is exactly why we need them. So Yang Hao, I'm going to accept your proposal." He puts his trust in Yang Hao's hands. "I hope I'm not misjudging you." Yang Hao responds that he's not like those people who only use dirty tricks. Despite the insults being thrown his way, Manager Wu just stays thick-skinned and pushes the deal through anyway. "Fine, it's settled then. It looks like Yang Hao wants to cause trouble tomorrow, so I'll just have to turn up the heat for their little team." That night, Yang Hao finds the medicine stash. As he takes the vials, the system confirms the collection. And that's where we leave it. You'll want to see what happens next. Alright, you and I are diving back in just as the system mission hits stage 1 completion. All evolution meds are collected. Yang Hao watches the screen with a grin as the system starts calculating his massive rewards. Energy recovery time is halved, and his Iron Frost self-healing ability gets a massive boost. His telekinesis range and sensory perception have both doubled in power. He is officially a beast now. Feeling a surge of power, he heads out to find that mysterious woman from before. 5 minutes later, he is on the move. He activates his full scan, searching every corner. He knows she has to be hiding in the dressing room area. From the ceiling, Yang Hao spots her changing clothes and smiles. This is the perfect moment. He quickly uses his telekinesis to make the objects around her start floating in the air. Grabbing the gear he needs, a devious plan starts forming in Yang Hao's mind. With this and the remote detonators, the traps are ready. He stops to double-check his new inventory. He finds the recovery medicine in her belt. Time to move on to the next target. Side mission complete. The reward is a basic lightning attack. Downstairs, Modi finally notices something is very wrong. Her belt and detonators have completely vanished. She panics, looking everywhere. They were right here a second ago. It is like she is being haunted by a ghost. The scene shifts to a brightly lit room nearby. Watch this part closely. Lin Meng is laughing like a villain until Yang Hao's voice shatters his ego. Lin Meng screams in terror. How did you get in here? He is shaking like a leaf at the sight of him. Yang Hao acts like they are old friends. I told you, everything you did to me, I am paying back tenfold. His face turns cold. Where is Han Ti's sister? Lin Meng collapses, begging for his life in pure desperation. Don't kill me. I will talk. He spills the beans instantly, fearing for his life. She is being held in laboratory room, a 336. But Yang Hao has no mercy. His scythe swings through the air in a deadly blur. Lin Meng howls in agony, clutching the bloody stump where his arm used to be. Go ahead and scream as loud as you want, Yang Hao says with a sinister grin. This entire room is completely soundproof, so nobody will hear a thing. I guess this is finally the end for you, isn't it? I was wrong. Please, I am so sorry. Lin Meng keeps crying out for a mercy that isn't coming. Yang Hao doesn't care. You push things this far, step by step. Now, there is only one way this ends for you. He pours corrosive acid over the man. Lin Meng's final screams are absolutely bone-chilling as the liquid takes effect. As his enemy melts into a heap of flesh, Yang Hao focuses on the rescue mission. No time to waste. He has to save Han Ti's sister. The next day, the final battle for the Iron Blood team begins. Yang Hao steps up and tells the other soldiers to hold the line for a few minutes while he works on healing all of Han Ti's old battle wounds. Xiaolan is confused, and Han Ti can't believe what he is hearing. Is this even possible? I will explain later, Yang Hao says. Just focus on protecting Manxing for now while I work. The Thema monsters suddenly charge. They are here! Xiaolan yells for the team to get ready. It is time to fight! Xiaolu rushes forward as the chaos of the battle explodes around them. Xiaodu tries to pump everyone up, saying they can handle these elite monsters together. But then, Xiaolu looks back and realizes both Han Tai and Yang Hao have vanished. Now, check this out inside the healing pod. Han Tai is experiencing something totally impossible. The machine has completely fixed his broken body. Yang Hao promises to explain his mysterious powers once the fight is over. For now, focus on the plan. We have a battle to win. Minutes later, Han Ti is moved to tears. You actually did it? You saved my sister? From now on, you are my boss. Anything you need, I will follow you to the very end. No need for that, Yang Hao replies. If I want you on my team, this is just what a leader does. The big man's loyalty is set. We will follow you through hell and high water, boss. No turning back. Outside, the squad is still fighting hard. Don't worry, sister-in-law. We won't let a single monster touch you. If Yang Hao heals our boss, we will lay down our lives to protect his woman. Count on it. Manxing blushes and tries to correct them. Stop it. I am not his woman. You've got it all wrong. Xiaolu shouts that another wave of zombies is approaching. The situation is looking grim for the team. Why aren't the boss and Yang Hao out yet? If they don't show up soon, we are finished. And that is where we leave it as our duo returns for the final showdown. Let's go. Alright. Stick with me as we watch Yang Hao unleash absolute lightning hell on these zombies. He is impressed with himself. This new lightning attribute he just got is definitely not bad at all. Manager Wu is fuming as he watches. Yang Hao was hiding a trump card the whole time. This lightning ability must be his ultimate move. He demands to know where Lin Man is today. The henchman hesitates before dropping the news. Lin Man was turned into literal mincemeat yesterday. That report sends Manager Wu into a total, red-faced rage. After a moment of cold calculation, he gives his subordinate a deadly order. Go. Release the beast from the special high-security cell. Back in the arena, Xiaolan offers to help. Big Brother Yang, do you need me to boost your powers? My special ability can temporarily skyrocket the strength of others for a short time. Just let me know. Yang Hao appreciates the gesture but turns him down. These guys are too weak to waste your energy on. Save it for the real fight. Suddenly, Xiaolan screams in pure horror. Look over there! Xiaodu is just as shocked, staring with his mouth wide open at the nightmare unfolding before them. Now pay attention, because we have never seen a zombie this high level in the arena before. Xiaolu is already shaking with fear. The system alert confirms the nightmare. It is a tyrant zombie with a massive strength level of 2,123. Its speed is 825, and its spirit is 957. Hantai spots the monster and immediately shouts, "Yang Hao, big brother, let's split up and follow the plan." Yang Hao nods. "Got it. You guys stay safe out there." As he watches the beast, he realizes this tyrant is Manager Wu's absolute final trump card against them. The tyrant lunges straight for Xiaolu and Xiaolan. Yang Hao blurs forward, blocking the path just in time. "Get back. I will handle this monster myself." Without a second of hesitation, he swings his massive scythe with everything he has. But something goes wrong. The tyrant does not have a single scratch. Yang Hao is stunned. "What? My full power strike did absolutely zero damage to this thing?" In the next heartbeat, the monster lunges forward, claws reaching out to crush him where he stands. Yang Hao reacts with insane speed, narrowly dodging the tyrant's lethal grasp as it swipes through empty air. You and I both know our main character always has a plan. This beast is too strong, so he will use it to create total chaos. The crowd is going wild. A tyrant-class battle is almost never seen. They are convinced these fighters are already dead meat. Thinking he has finally won, Manager Wu lets out a disgusting laugh. "Today, I am going to wipe every single one of you out." Hanti sees the situation getting worse. That bastard Wu released this monster just to make sure we do not leave this place alive. What is the move? Yang Hao stays perfectly calm as he delivers the next set of instructions to the team. "We are sticking to the plan." Then, he turns and asks, "Jingzhu, is everything ready on your end?" Jingzhu nods firmly. "Everything is set. We are ready to make our move." She watches her mutant moles working hard. The escape tunnel is almost finished. Now, everything depends on things going smoothly from here. That was exactly what Yang Hao was waiting for. "Good, everyone get ready. It is finally time to leave this cursed place forever. Follow me." Hanti and the entire team roar together as Yang Hao rockets into the air toward the beast. The tyrant lets out a deafening roar of its own, finally finding an opponent that is actually worth its time. The plan is working. He is satisfied seeing that all of the monster's attention is now locked onto him. Yang Hao keeps taunting the beast, luring it closer. "Come on, use that massive strength to smash this building to pieces for me." The tyrant's rage explodes into a flurry of punches. Yang Hao is impressed by that power. Manager Wu sees the destruction and starts to panic. This cannot be happening. The arena cage is made of special-grade reinforced steel. How is it being destroyed so easily? Suddenly, the tyrant emits a strange, high-pitched frequency that sends a shiver down everyone's spine. All the nearby zombies immediately stop and react to the call. Wu's face turns pale. Is the tyrant actually commanding them? He was right to be afraid. The zombies start swarming in from every single direction at once. Terror takes over the arena. Wu screams at his men to do something, desperately trying to keep the crowd from losing their minds. "Stay calm. The security team will take them down in no time," but his luck has officially run out. Screams of panic erupt from the other side. It is not just the arena anymore. The zombies are breaking out of the cells too. Total chaos has broken loose. Where did they all come from? A guard rushes in, sounding completely frantic and terrified. "Manager, it is a disaster. Someone opened every single zombie cell door." Wu can only gasp in shock. "What? How is this possible?" Yang Hao steps forward with a cold smirk. "That would be me. Watching us fight was getting boring for you, right?" He takes a massive leap, soaring high over the sea of hungry zombies. "Trust me, you and I are about to watch this manager join his own party." Everyone in the stadium is screaming, running in terror, and wondering where the hell the guards are. "Stick with me, you and I are about to watch a total underdog become a legend." Manager Wu jams a syringe into his arm and shouts at everyone to stay calm, claiming they do not need the guards. He thinks he can handle this mess alone, a greedy smile creeping across his face. He finally uses the special enhancement serum Su Xuan gave him, instantly transforming into a bloodthirsty beast. Wu starts slaughtering zombies while roaring that he will not die today, his eyes fixed on his flaming hands. With skin like steel and fire powers, he thinks these undead monsters are nothing to be afraid of. Suddenly, a massive lightning bolt strikes out of nowhere, charring Wu into a pile of black ash. Yang Hao watches from the roof, mocking him and reminding him that steel skin does not make him invincible. The lightning strike leaves Wu paralyzed and terrified as he begs Yang Hao for mercy, admitting his mistakes. But Yang Hao does not wait for him to say another word. Now watch this. The zombies swarm and devour Wu while Yang Hao looks on with cold satisfaction. After that, Yang Hao jumps down and runs out to regroup with the rest of his team. Hanti arrives with a report, saying they have secured the elevator route exactly as they planned. Everyone is gathered and waiting for the signal, so Yang Hao puts on his jacket and gets ready. It is time to escape, and Yang Hao knows it is time to use the explosives he planted earlier. He presses the button and the warehouse instantly erupts in a series of massive, bone-shaking explosions. The guards realize the warehouse is blowing up and panic, rushing to report the chaos to their leader. Cut to the office of the Alliance leader, where a subordinate rushes in to report the warehouse disaster. Su Xuan, the ruthless leader of the Destroyer Union, stands up in a complete state of shock. He screams in rage, ordering his men to follow him to the scene immediately. He demands to know what happened, but his men report that every single serum was destroyed. They suspect someone stole the supplies first, and then blew the place up to hide the evidence. One of the soldiers holds up a hairpin found in the rubble to show the boss. Su Xuan recognizes it instantly as lab material that belongs to that woman and cannot be burned. Realizing she is behind this, he furiously orders his men to go hunt her down right now. Another subordinate interrupts him, stuttering as he tries to deliver even more bad news to the leader. The arena has descended into total chaos, and the fighters and zombies have all managed to escape. You and I can see he is losing it. Su Xuan snaps and punches the messenger in fury. He tells them to just kill everyone while Yang Hao leads Han Tai, Qingzhu, and Mei Xin out. They finally make it out of the underground hellhole, and Mei Xin jumps for joy at their freedom. Yang Hao takes a long moment to soak in the sunlight for the first time in ages. Back at the base, Su Xuan continues barking out orders to his soldiers. He demands more security while Yang Hao calmly steps out of the shadows and onto the street. Yang Hao wonders why everyone is staring until a group of armed soldiers suddenly surrounds them. He is surprised since he thought he dealt with the guards already, wondering where these men came from. The commander orders his men to open fire, shouting to kill every single one of them. Han Ti uses a metal sheet to block the bullets, while Yang Hao tells everyone to find cover. Qingzhu turns around and shouts for the rest of the team to follow her lead. Han Tai smirks and tells Yang Hao to stay back while he handles these soldiers with gravity powers. The ground begins to shake violently, making the enemy soldiers think they are caught in an earthquake. A giant hole opens up in the earth and swallows the soldiers whole, leaving Yang Hao impressed. Han Tai explains that while they were underground, he did not want to hurt any innocent people. But now he can let loose, proving to Yang Hao that recruiting him was a very smart move. Yang Hao agrees they cannot stay here for long and tells the team it is time to go. As evening falls, you and I know that the real battle has only just begun. Stick with me, you and I are about to see Yang Hao pull off an insane escape. He warns everyone that the Destroyer Alliance is searching everywhere, so they must regroup and stay hidden for now. Yang Hao approaches Han Ti with final instructions. Wait for my signal to move everyone out of this place. Han Ti and Jingzhu immediately offer their full support for whatever he needs to be done. Exactly, Yang Hao. Jingzhu adds that she can control mutated beasts to scout for info, so he doesn't have to take dangerous risks alone. He stays calm, telling her he definitely needs to borrow her special ability. Follow me, he says, making it clear that this next mission depends entirely on her and Gouda. The two of them are stunned. Both of them shout out in surprise. Wait, the two of us are the key? Holding a vial, he explains. Jingzhu, take this enhancement drug. I've been worried about side effects, but right now we're out of options. Whether you use it or not is your choice. Without a second thought, she grabs the vial from Yang Hao's hand. Jingzhu's answer is firm and immediate. Of course I'll use it. Deep down, she's tired of being a burden and wants to protect Yang Hao. If this helps his plan, she doesn't care what the personal cost to her body might be. Jingzhu takes the plunge, injecting the powerful enhancement drug directly into her arm. As they push forward, Yang Hao reveals he found another faction on the underground map nearby the Red Scarf Squad. Pay attention here, because this plan is genius. From behind a wall, they watch a mutant beast while Yang Hao breaks down the strategy to Jingzhu and Gouda. My plan is for Jingzhu to take control of a mutated beast here, the stronger the better. He turns to Gouda, instructing him to use his power to push Jingzhu's abilities to their absolute limit. Gouda nods. Ready. Gouda activates his energy, supercharging her power. Jingzhu is determined to make this work no matter what happens next. She commands the sleeping tiger to wake up and obey her. Her eyes glow, and a surge of joy hits her. She actually did it. Meanwhile, the Destroyer Alliance search party is splitting up to hunt them down like animals. The commander screams orders to search carefully. They can't have gone far. Find the ones who destroyed the arena at all costs. Suddenly, a giant tiger, controlled by Jingzhu, leaps out, appearing right in front of the terrified search squad. The guards are confused. Isn't this mutated tiger supposed to belong to the Red Scarf Squad? Why is it here? Their treaty specifically says no mutant beasts are allowed in this territory. What's going on? It charges! The commander screams in terror as he tries to run, but the tiger lunges, sinking its teeth into his shoulder. Total chaos erupts. The others panic, screaming that the beast has gone completely insane and is attacking them. Now look closely. As they open fire on the tiger, they notice someone riding on its back a very familiar face. It's Joker from the Red Scarf Squad, laughing like a maniac. I knew it, he mocks. So you guys were the ones who stole my beast? One of the guards yells that he's violating the agreement and orders him to stop the attack immediately. Joker's face darkens. Violating the agreement? It looks more like you've just pissed it off. He leans into the tiger, asking if these guys bullied it. If they did, give me a roar. Hiding nearby, Jingzhu seizes her chance to control the beast. Under her command, the tiger immediately lets out a massive roar. Joker slowly approaches with a tiger and a gorilla, claiming that animals are better than humans because they never tell lies. I'll make you pay for your lies right now. Joker then gives the brutal order for his beasts to attack and devour them all. One guard screams a warning, telling Joker that if he attacks, headquarters will find out and completely wipe the Red Scarf Squad off the earth. Joker isn't scared. He challenges them, saying he's been waiting to kill them for a long time. Watching the chaos, Yang Hao sees his opening. This is it. Everyone, follow me out of the Forbidden Zone now. They slip away carefully, finally making it out to a park in Jiangzhou City, far from the restricted area. Jingzhu sighs in relief. We're finally out. Everyone starts praising Yang Hao for his brilliant plan. If Yang Hao hadn't caused that distraction, we'd be dead. None of us thought we'd actually make it out alive. Yang Hao tells them the next move is the outskirts. You'll regroup with our main team there. He looks at Han Tai and gives him instructions. Han Tai, come here. I'm giving you the address and the secret contact code. Han Tai leans in as Yang Hao whispers that he has other business to handle alone. Jingzhu panics, asking if he's really leaving them. He explains that while they can't crush the alliance yet, it's finally time for payback. She gets excited, realizing the real battle is starting. It's time to settle old debts. We move to the Jiangzhou City Zoo, where a new operation is already underway. Qingyi announces that the tunnel is almost finished. She tells everyone to get ready, and Lin Li nods in agreement. We have to save our people. Those creeps are monsters, and if the girls stay in their hands, they won't survive. Qingyi looks at the tunnel and gives the order to move. She's the first to jump into the hole. You and I are about to see if they can pull off this rescue. She disappears into the darkness of the room. Lin Li steps back with a sigh of relief. Qingyi, we couldn't have pulled this off without you. We just need the president now. I'll do my best to talk her into it. Qingyi smiles warmly, saying they've already done so much for her. This is the least she can do. All right, you and I are about to dive into a rescue mission that's way more dangerous than it looks. Qingyi scans the room, sensing a chilling silence. Lin Li suggests a quick strike since the enemy presence seems thin. Qingyi agrees, ordering her armored pangolin to smash right through the wall. Got it. Let's take the initiative and hit them hard. But Sun Yue was already waiting for them. He and his thugs block their path with a smug grin. Beautiful. You finally showed up. Lin Li gasps in disbelief. He sneers at her. Lin Li, you never change. Still as brainless and impulsive as ever. The people you captured were just bait to lure you in. Lin Li snaps back, warning him to release her sisters immediately. Or, the president will level this place. Sun Yue just throws his head back and laughs. Now pay attention here, because he's about to drop a bombshell. Your president was eaten alive by zombies in the Forbidden Zone ages ago. Now, get them! The thugs swarm Qingyi and Lin Li, looking for a fight. They want a victory today, but they're ordered to bring them in alive. Lin Li grits her teeth, fueled by pure rage. Even if it costs her life today, she's taking Sun Yue down with her. Just as the clash begins, a voice cuts through the air. Relax, everyone. None of you have to die today. Sun Yue snaps, asking who the hell is there. The girls shout in relief, it's Yang Hao. He just waves, casually acting like they're meeting for coffee. The villain's eyes widen in shock. I remember you. You're the brat who took Zhuxing away last time. Sun Yue loses it and screams for his top enforcer. Ahu, get over here and kill this bastard right now. A massive man riding a tiger leaps into the air with a roar. He's laughing, certain his beast is about to rip Yang Hao into shreds. But Yang Hao doesn't even break a sweat. With one clean swing of his scythe, he cuts down both the man and the beast in an instant. Sun Yue is terrified. He realizes he's outmatched and orders his men to charge as a distraction while he tries to sneak away from the scene. And yeah, I know what you're thinking. He's not letting that coward get away. Yang Hao tears through the crowd like paper. You want to run? Too late. He turns to his own crew with a fierce look. All right, boys, level this place to the ground. They shout back in unison, ready for blood. Yes, boss, let's wipe them out. Zhuxing looks at her beast, saying it's their turn. She's going to make them regret ever messing with her. Her massive gorilla and tiger charge into the fray. Yang Hao is on a whole different level. With just one hand on his scythe, he clears out nearly the entire enemy force with a few casual swings. He sighs, disappointed. Compared to the zombies in the Forbidden Zone, you guys are pathetic. Qingyi reports they've successfully rescued all the captives. The girls are overwhelmed with joy when they see Zhuxing is unharmed. They can't believe their leader is actually back and safe. Zhuxing shakes her head, telling them the credit belongs to Yang Hao. If they want to thank anyone, it should be him. Their eyes light up instantly. They start gushing over him, talking about how much those thugs bullied them and how incredible Yang Hao is. Yang Hao, you're so powerful. You're basically our savior. They keep piling on the praise, making him the center of attention. He blushes and scratches his head, totally embarrassed by the attention. It was nothing, really. But Zhu Xing suddenly cuts in, telling everyone to quiet down. She has a proposal for the group. She wants them all to join Yang Hao's team. She asks if everyone is on board with the idea. Lin Li is the first to shout her approval. Wherever the president goes, she goes. One by one, all the other girls agree to join up too. A bright smile finally returns to Zhu Xing's face. Great. Everyone, go grab your pets and gear. Let's gather the rest of our sisters and move out. Qingyi walks over to Yang Hao, asking if he ran into any serious trouble during his time in the Forbidden Zone. He just smiles. It's a long story, but I'll tell you on the way. The scene shifts to the Central Park in Yangzhou City. Yang Hao turns to the group, asking if they've heard anything about the friends they were searching for earlier. A scout whispers something into Zhu Xing's ear. Boss, we've finally found where Kai Jing and the others are hiding. Yang Hao immediately asks for the location. The girl points toward a small, secluded village on the outskirts of the city. Qingyi leaps to her feet, her excitement returning in an instant. This is perfect. We can finally bring everyone back together. Yang Hao nods. They've been out here long enough. It's time to go home. Zhu Xing stands up, ready to move. What are we waiting for? Let's go. Meanwhile, Zhu Ling asks Kai Jing if she's still holding out hope for Yang Hao's return. Kai Jing stares off into the distance, lost in thought. She softly replies that it's been many days, and he should be back by now. Suddenly, she gasps. Yang Hao is walking toward them with an army behind him. He waves his hand, calling out to Kai Jing and Zhu Ling that they've finally returned. Kai Jing is so overcome with emotion she runs over to hug him. She looks him over, making sure he isn't hurt. You're okay, thank God. I've been so worried that something terrible happened to you out there. Yang Hao jokes about his skills, while the others welcome him back. Trust me, you and I won't want to miss what this new alliance does next. Alright, stick with me because we are jumping right back into the action as our hero finally makes it home. Yang Hao nods, thanking Xiaoling for everything as they prepare to meet his parents. The atmosphere is thick with emotion. Qingyi steps forward, asking if everyone is okay, and the response is a relief for everyone there. Everyone is safe. This place is far from the city, so zombies rarely show up. Han Ti follows behind, feeling a bit jealous. He can't help but admire how Big Brother Yang Hao is constantly surrounded by such beautiful girls. Scene change. Yang Hao's parents are waiting in the village meeting room. When he walks through the door, they are stunned, shouting his name in disbelief. The family is finally whole again. His mother rushes to hug him tight while his father is overcome with pure joy. You are home! We were worried sick, they cry. Yang Hao just laughs, telling them not to worry because their son has become incredibly powerful. After a brief celebration, Kai Jing steps up to settle the crowd. Everyone quiet down, she announces. Yang Hao has something important to share with you all. He gets straight to the point. I have great news. In the Forbidden Zone, I found a way for everyone to rapidly increase their power level. He pulls out a vial of strengthening medicine. Watch closely, because this little bottle right here is the key to unlocking humanity's hidden potential. It can turn ordinary people into superpowered beings, and those who already have abilities, it makes them even more unstoppable. The room erupts in cheers. Lin Li is ecstatic, realizing they won't have to fear the undead anymore. Han Ti is just amazed by how much loot Yang Hao has. Yang Hao calls for silence to explain the plan. Since the medicine is in short supply, he will distribute it based on the original foundation of their groups. The Pet Association and the Freedom Legion will each get their share. From there, the groups can handle their own internal divisions. As Kai Jing hands out the medicine, people inject it immediately. Yang Hao warns them that this stuff isn't meant for unlimited use. Too many doses will cause side effects. Be careful. Within seconds, muscles start bulging as they feel an overwhelming surge of raw power flowing through them. This is incredible, they laugh, feeling invincible. Yang Hao gives them some time to get used to their new strength. 30 minutes later, the mood turns serious. It is time to discuss the plan moving forward. Our ultimate goal is to uncover the truth of this apocalypse and put the world back on the right track. Yang Hao emphasizes that there are 3 major tasks they must complete to succeed. First, they must build a new base. Second, they need to deal with the troublemakers known as the Destroyer Alliance. Third, wipe out every last zombie, especially the zombie king in the city center. His expression darkens at the thought. The first step is picking a location. This time, I plan to build our sanctuary deep underground. He breaks down the logic. Being underground is safer and keeps them off the enemy's radar. It will have everything needed for daily life. With electricity, food supplies, and lab blueprints I recovered, our 3D printing robots can build the entire facility in record time. Everyone listens in silence. But you and I know there is one massive problem left to solve. Energy. Power plants across the city have shut down. Everyone needs to split up and gather information on where to find a source. Kai Jing speaks up and shares some intel. While they were scouting, they found the Qinglong hydropower plant. It is still fully operational, but unfortunately, the Destroyer Alliance has already taken control. Wait, what? Talk about a small world. If we want that plant, we are going to need a perfect plan. 15 minutes later, the strategy is set. Alright, everyone move out. Robot, you are under Feng Hua's command for now. Feng Hua, take a team to the resort. Build that underground base as fast as possible. She nods, ready for the task. Then he turns to the girls. Everyone else I name, follow me to the reservoir. We are taking it back. He calls out the names in order. Kai Jing, you are with me. Let's move. A group of outsiders suddenly rushes out to attack a gray wolf. A bald man named Teng Long charges in, cursing at the beast. Even from a distance, his attack power is insane. He manages to strike the wolf without even getting close. Back at the Qinglong Reservoir, Yang Hao gives the signal. Jingzhu, do it. She nods and commands her gray wolf to go. On her command, the wolf leaps down from the high cliff. His subordinates ask General Qinglong if there is something wrong with the wolf. He admits it's just a gut feeling, but the timing is too perfect. Everyone needs to stay sharp and keep a close watch on the perimeter. Jingzhu warns him that Yang Hao won't be easy to handle. They are strong. Yang Hao stays calm. I see it. A direct assault against their combat power would be a total nightmare. If any of them escape, we are in trouble. I need a plan B, and we should have more intel soon. A scout runs up. Boss, just like you thought. A group of 5 people from the city is heading this way. His eyes light up as he points the way. Our chance is here. Let's go intercept those 5 people right now. We will take their identities and walk right into that reservoir. 30 minutes later, Yang Hao starts handing out the fake names. With the names set, he asks again. You and I know it is finally go time. Alright, stick with me, as our crew gets their secret signals ready to move out. A guard stands watch above the massive dam as everyone shouts their agreement. The guard yells down a challenge, and Qingzhu whispers nervously into his ear. She wonders if Yang Hao really has everything under control this time. Yang Hao explains that these people are strangers to them. As long as the code is right, everything should go smoothly. But he can't help but wonder, what kind of brain-dead idiot came up with a ridiculous password like this anyway? He shouts the signal, no kills for glory, only for death, and the guard nods. Perfect, you can head inside. Yang Hao warns the group to let him do the talking. Stay calm and be ready for anything if things go south as they meet Azure Dragon. He plays the part perfectly, claiming headquarters is in chaos. Apparently, someone robbed the warehouse and took all the medicine. He says they are here as reinforcements. The guard looks him over, admitting he's heard of him but questioning his ties to Lady Yan Ran. He gets personal, asking if he's finally won her heart yet. Yang Hao realizes this guy is sharp. Damn, this guy is being too careful. He is definitely testing me right now. Yang Hao struggles to find the right words. This is getting complicated. Is this Lady Yan Ran even a real person? Or is he just trying to trip me up? He decides to pivot, ordering the 4 girls to go check the security measures first. They immediately follow his lead. He tells the guard to focus on the mission instead of gossip, but Azure Dragon senses something is wrong with his tone. Now, pay attention, here's where the mask slips. The guard notices he's acting different, but Yang Hao just gives a cold, sharp smile. That's because he has already lunged forward, slashing his scythe with lethal force. Suddenly, a massive fist flies at him. It is the same monster that killed the wolves earlier. He leaps back, wondering how it got loose. Azure Dragon roars in fury. You people aren't from headquarters. Who the hell are you really? He realizes the girls were fakes too. Yang Hao just stares back coldly. Dead men don't need answers. The guard panics and orders his minion to notify headquarters immediately. He'll handle the intruder himself. Yang Hao just laughs. You're too late for that. He slams his scythe down, unleashing a devastating shockwave of power. You and I just saw 2 lives end in a heartbeat. With the floor cleared, he calls the team to secure the dam and block all exits. He needs to make sure nobody gets out alive. On the other end, the team confirms the order immediately. 15 minutes later, Fang An reports back on the situation. Boss, I've found something you need to see. These power lines are feeding a secret underground laboratory in the city center. Do you want me to cut the power? Yang Hao shakes his head. Not yet. He's not ready to lure the big fish out into the open just yet. He asks how long it would take to restore power if needed. Fang An says 1 day should be plenty of time. Suddenly, the system pings. Mission complete. You've taken the dam. New main and side quests are now available for review. Yang Hao turns to leave, telling his team to handle the technical details. After all, they are the professionals here. He heads back to his room as the system panels flash. Main mission, build the Jiangzhou City safe zone. Current progress is still 0%. Side mission, collect ability cores, stage 1, 0 out of 10 complete. He knows he has to move faster on the base. Suddenly, Feng Hua walks in with a new plan. She suggests heading to the seed company in the city to gather supplies and capture 2 zombie lords as guards. Yang Hao nods in agreement. That's a solid plan. It's exactly what they need right now. She explains that for survivors, food and safety are the only things that matter. With food and a strong base, people will be lining up to join them. Young Hao agrees they need the manpower. There's no time to waste. Let's get moving. She smiles, ready for the next mission. Out in the wild, a new battle erupts. Young Hao clashes with a massive bear, shouting that it won't escape him. It only takes him a few minutes to bring the beast down. A glowing green stone rises from its corpse. He grabs it quickly. It turns out mutated beasts have a much better drop rate for these power crystals than zombies do. The core reveals a new skill, spike control. It allows the user to launch sharp quills at high speeds. The range and power depend on the user's level. This is a rare tier ability core. Feng Hua is shocked. So this is how you've been getting those powerful cores for me? Yang Hao just smiles. Exactly. Now let's keep moving. The seed company is just up ahead. She looks at the massive skyscraper in the distance. The company is pretty far from here. Trust me, you and I won't want to miss this. He stays calm, taking it one step at a time. All right, you and I are about to see this escape get absolutely intense as thick green smoke erupts. A mutated zombie commander emerges with a sinister laugh. Knowing his trap is already set, Yang Hao senses a terrifying presence closing in. A high-level monster is stalking them from the shadows. He warns her about the toxic smoke, but Feng Hua stumbles, her legs completely giving out. She feels a burning heat inside her. Yang Hao realizes he is starting to feel it too. As the mist clears, the commander stares down in shock. His prey has completely vanished. He wonders if it was a hidden ability or an item, then orders his minions to hunt. Luckily, Yang Hao reaches the treatment pod in time and carefully lays Feng Hua on the bed. The pod is functional. He tells her to stay still, and she gives a weak nod. He fits her with a mask and injects the antidote, but she just gasps about the heat. Now, pay attention, the medicine is useless, and Yang Hao wonders why he is barely affected. Suddenly, the poison takes control. Feng Hua stands up, her eyes glazed with a desperate, burning desire. She begs him to stay, but Yang Hao panics and bolts outside, searching for another cure. Outside, a swarm of zombies surrounds a strange light. Why are there suddenly so many? One of the zombies immediately locks eyes on Yang Hao. They charge, but he swings his scythe, cutting them down while sensing the commander nearby. Suddenly, the zombie commander lunges from the shadows right behind him. Sharp claws slam into Yang Hao, sending him crashing violently into a distant rock wall. Amidst the dust, Yang Hao coughs and realizes he is facing a true commander-level threat. The monster speaks, demanding his secret to invisibility in exchange for his life. Stats: Power 1760, Speed 680, and a massive Spirit stat of 980. Yang Hao is stunned it can talk. Could a human consciousness still be inside that thing? He shouts back, claiming his secrets do not matter but he can turn her human again. She laughs, loving her current form, and commands another wave of zombies to tear him apart. They swarm him, but these low-level grunts are just a warm-up for him. You and I both know he needs that antidote, so he has to lure her down. Frustrated by her minions, she lunges forward, screaming that she will finish him herself. Her eyes glow with hypnotic circles, challenging him to resist the overwhelming waves of pure desire. Realizing it is a mental attack, Yang Hao uses his last willpower to retreat inside. He stumbles back to the room, clutching his head as his body burns with heat. His mind is flooded with visions. Even with high spirit stats, this mental poison is too strong. Feng Hua is waiting for him, her face flushed as she cries out in desperation. Without a second thought, she lunges forward and pulls him into a heated kiss. They succumb to the commander's trap. 30 minutes later, Yang Hao feels like a total failure. He tries to apologize, but Feng Hua just smiles, telling him she has no regrets. She wonders what that strange state was, and why the medical treatment failed to stop it. Yang Hao explains it was a mental ability used by that mutated high-level zombie. They quickly get dressed as she asks for their next move in this deadly situation. He smiles, saying things are easier now. With her new strength, she can control the monster. Feng Hua feels a surge of energy, sensing her mental control is far more powerful now. Her new stats: Power 627, Speed 360, and Spirit 1020. Ready for round 2, Yang Hao steps outside where the commander has been waiting for them. The monster is excited to see them, but Yang Hao just smirks, ready for payback. She mocks them, claiming they lack the power, just as Yang Hao lunges forward. And that is where we leave them, trust me. You and I cannot miss the next showdown. Alright, you and I are jumping right into the middle of a life or death struggle as the zombie commander lunges at them. Yang Hao screams, triggering bone piercing, and the system instantly flashes a 149-second cooldown alert on his screen. Feng Hua sees her opening and strikes, activating her obedience skill to try and bring the monster under her total control. The commander snaps, asking why he is being hugged, while Yang Hao yells at Feng Hua to hurry before he loses his grip. The beast charges an energy ball in its hand, swearing to kill them both before hurling the blast directly toward Feng Hua. The energy ball explodes on impact, sending a massive cloud of dust and debris flying everywhere in the absolute chaos of battle. Feng Hua leaps 10 meters high, stunned by her sudden massive boost in reaction speed and raw jumping power as she dodges the blast. Yang Hao looks around, shouting to ask if the capture was successful after the commander was blown away into the distance. She walks over calmly, saying yes, while secretly wondering if they can do that thing again while no one else is around. Now, here is the part where things get a little weird. She realized being intimate with Yang Hao actually boosts her powers. She forces another kiss on him, and 30 minutes later, Yang Hao is slumped over the bags, completely exhausted while she is full of energy. Yang Hao sits up and grumbles about her taking advantage of him, but she just blushes and fires back with a sharp retort. She tells him to stop complaining and look at all the seeds they have gathered, promising a massive harvest for their base soon. Time skips forward 5 minutes later as they prepare for the next phase of their dangerous survival mission in the wasteland. Yang Hao leads the controlled zombie, and Feng Hua suggests capturing another one to reach her 2 commanders' limit for her skills. He nods, knowing that having a zombie army guarding the base will make them much safer from any outside threats or attacks. 1 week later, at the base farm's outer perimeter, the atmosphere is bustling with a strong sense of progress and growth. Yang Hao announces the first crop is ready, and with food and energy secured, it is finally time to show their true strength. Qing Yi agrees, telling him they are ready for orders, as Yang Hao immediately begins to lay out his next big plan. He decides to recruit more survivors, assigning Kai Jing and Liu Mi to handle the search and the entire enlistment process. They agree, but he warns them to be careful of spies from the merchant union trying to sneak into their group unnoticed. Kai Jing tells him not to worry, promising they will keep a very sharp eye out for any suspicious people trying to join. Yang Hao turns to Qing Yi and Jingzhu, ordering them to bring all the beast tamers to the mountains with him. Think about it, a massive army of mutated beasts from that nature reserve would make their base's defenses totally unstoppable. Qing Yi happily agrees and goes to organize the team, and shortly after, they arrive at the dangerous 10,000 mountains. Yang Hao asks about their limits, and Jingzhu says she can handle 2 beasts, but might reach 3 after a power-up. She feels she is getting stronger, while Qing Yi confirms her current limit is still strictly locked at controlling 2 mutated beasts. Suddenly, Yang Hao spots movement behind a tree as a monkey-like creature appears, and he wonders what kind of species it is. He asks Professor Sun for an analysis, and the professor looks closely, trying to identify the strange mutated primate in the shadows. He explains it is likely a mandrill, the largest of its kind, before suddenly turning around with a very serious and loud warning. He warns that mandrills are aggressive, hot-tempered, and live in packs, meaning the team is likely in very deep trouble now. The mandrill screeches, calling its massive pack to swarm them, and Yang Hao is stunned by the sheer number of creatures appearing. Professor Sun panics, asking what to do since he has never tried to control this many mutated beasts at the same time. Yang Hao grabs his scythe, seeing a huge opportunity, as capturing this pack will make finding other mutants much easier for them. His eyes glow with intensity as he prepares to use his special abilities to turn the tide of this chaotic battle. He activates his full-scale scan, knowing that even mutated packs must have a single alpha leader in charge of the group. He sweeps his power across the area, searching for the specific energy signature of the alpha mandrill hiding nearby in the trees. A light flashes behind a tree, and he finds it, telling Qing Yi to follow him so they can capture the leader. He swings his scythe to clear a path through the pack, while she follows closely behind to provide him with backup support. Yang Hao slices through a tree trunk with one blow, shouting for the alpha mandrill to stop hiding and face him. The monstrous alpha emerges from the shadows with a terrifying face, lunging straight at Yang Hao with pure animalistic fury and rage. He gathers lightning in his hands, telling Qing Yi to get ready to capture the beast the moment he brings it down. He screams falling thunder, unleashing a barrage of lightning bolts that slam into the alpha mandrill with incredible and devastating force. It touches a stone, and suddenly, the entire upper body of the alpha mandrill starts transforming into solid and heavy rock armor. Yang Hao watches in shock as it creates stone armor, and you and I have to wonder if his lightning is enough. Alright, you and I are jumping right into a world where these mutants are getting way too smart. That monkey is a genius. Yang Hao freezes it in place and screams for Qing Yi to unleash her mental control. But it is not over. The beast shatters the ice and starts pounding its chest like a war drum. It charges straight for Qing Yi. She panics, realizing there is simply no time to charge up her ability. Yang Hao sweeps her up just in time. He notices the monkey is slowing down and immediately starts a new plan. Qing Yi, it cannot keep up with my speed. Now is the time to strike back. Try your taming ability again. She nods, focusing every ounce of her willpower into this one final shot at victory. Meanwhile, Xingzhu and the others are at their limit. They are screaming for help as the situation turns deadly. Yang Hao, Qing Yi, hurry, or we are finished. Suddenly, Mei Xin trips and screams for her life. Stop right now. Qing Yi's voice thunders out, and the alpha monkey freezes instantly in its tracks. She rushes to help Mei Xin up. Crisis averted. Xingzhu cheers, they have actually tamed the pack leader. Now pay attention, because having a mutant monkey army is about to make their lives a whole lot easier. Yang Hao rushes over, telling the injured to prioritize healing while he instructs Qing Yi to send the monkeys out as scouts. Everything will be much easier now. 5 days pass. Qing Yi is amazed at how useful and efficient their new monkey squad has actually become. They have tamed so many mutants without a single casualty. Yang Hao just smiles at their massive progress. Things are looking good, but he decides to stay one more day to gather some extra ability cards. Cut to the farm base. New survivors are arriving, and they cannot believe the size of this massive stronghold. One guy looks around in awe. In this starving wasteland, a place like this is basically heaven on earth. Kai Jing smiles and tells them they will be joining the security team to keep this paradise safe. Thank you so much. Let us get to work. The 3 young men head off to find the security captain, relieved to finally have a stable place to live after so much struggle. Lu Mi walks up and asks Kai Jing how many new people they have taken in lately. Hundreds already. It is shocking how many people are still alive out there in the apocalypse. Kai Jing credits the team. The warriors brought back from the Forbidden Zone are on a whole different level. Lu Mi laughs, we are all one family now, right? But then, Kai Jing remembers something important. Yang Hao and his team have been gone for days. Have you heard any news from them at all? Lu Mi reassures her. With Yang Hao's insane power, he can handle any danger the world throws at him. Back in the city, a voice commands the cloaking to drop. It is Xin Yi, a scout leader from the Destroyer Alliance. She is frustrated. This is the second time a group of survivors they were watching has completely vanished. She searches the area for clues. Even if they died, they should have left something behind, right? Something feels off. She grabs her radio to call Lao Wu, asking if his side found anything suspicious. Lao Wu reports in. They did not die, they moved out, taking every single resource with them. You saw that coming, right? Another organization is expanding, and Xin Yi knows this means trouble. She orders headquarters to send trackers with high-level sensory abilities to help her investigate the area. I will check this side. Meanwhile, back at the camp in the 10,000 Mountains, Yang Hao patrols the camp, thinking this is his last night to farm some extra ability cards. Suddenly, Qing Yi appears out of the shadows. He turns around, surprised she is still awake. He explains he is just gathering some cards while the others rest. He wants to finish up, so they can finally head back home as soon as possible. The two of them walk together. She offers to help since she cannot sleep anyway. You are worried about the others, are you not? Yang Hao admits he is uneasy too, so they stick together. They push deeper into the forest, slaying mutants left and right. One clean strike is all it takes. A rare ability card drops. Yang Hao is thrilled with the luck they might finish earlier than expected. Suddenly, a massive tongue whips out and wraps around Qing Yi. She is dragged away in a flash. Qing Yi. Yang Hao swings his scythe to sever the tongue and save her, but they realize there is only deep water below. She reaches for him. They plunge into the water together. You and I can't miss what's next. Alright, stick with me as we dive back into the chaos with Yang Hao and Qing Yi. He asks if she is hurt, but she hesitates, her leg is sprained and her clothes are literally melting off. Yang Hao guides her toward the shore, telling her to change out of those clothes immediately. They need to get out fast. But Qing Yi suddenly starts crying, saying her leg just won't move. Without a word, Yang Hao pulls her onto his back, urging her to hurry before those things catch up. She whispers a quick thank you as they reach safety, wondering what kind of monsters were in that water. He tells her they are about to find out, standing up to peer down at the lake from the cliff. Below them, a swarm of mutant frogs is staring right back. He is shocked these are actual mutant beast frogs. They lunged. He swings his scythe to block them, telling Qing Yi to step back while he handles this. Yang Hao tears through the mutant frogs with a few basic strikes, realizing today might be a huge payday. He quickly takes down one mutant frog, and an ability card immediately drops from its body. Perfect. That makes 10. The system announces the sub-quest is finally complete, rewarding him with 100 points to all attributes. He also gains a rare power, the ability to convert any card into one he has previously owned. With a limit of 10 times per day, he stares at the notification in total disbelief at this broken feature. Then, a new submission pops up, build a zombie legion. Current progress is 0%. First a beast legion, now zombies, but his face shifts with card conversion. Building this army just got a lot easier. Now watch this, because something massive is stirring. Qing Yi points at the rising water, shouting that something is coming. A gargantuan mutant frog erupts from the surface, looming over them like a massive, slimy nightmare. He cannot believe a beast this powerful was hiding in the lake, so he pulls out 10 ability cards at once. He tells her not to worry, he has a plan to tame it, and activates the system's card conversion. In seconds, the 10 cards in his hand begin to glow as the conversion process finishes. He now holds 10 Beast Tamer cards, the ultimate tools for taming powerful creatures. Qingyi tries to integrate the cards, but the system keeps ringing out with failure after failure as she hits her limit. Finally, it works. She cheers, realizing she can now control her third mutant beast. Meanwhile, Yang Hao charges in with his scythe, shouting that this frog is unlucky to face someone who controls lightning. Fouling thunder. A massive bolt of electricity slams into the frog, instantly taming the beast as it hops onto the cliff, completely submissive. Exhausted, Yang Hao sighs in relief, telling her it is time to head home and prepare for tomorrow. The next morning, a group of zombies controlled by Manhwa is standing guard outside the base. But Xin uses her invisibility skill to slip past the guards and infiltrate the compound. You and I knew a spy would show up eventually. She finds the door, realizing this is where the survivors are hiding. Inside, Yang Hao is discussing plans with the 4 girls the base is growing, and they already have a beast legion. Next is the zombie legion, which will not only reduce the outside threat but also prevent them from taking heavy losses. Lu Mei thinks the plan is solid, and Qingyi agrees that combining beasts and zombies will make them unstoppable. Kai Jing worries since only Manhwa can control zombies, but Yang Hao reassures them that her power has skyrocketed. From now on, building the great zombie army is her responsibility, and everyone else just needs to back her up. Don't worry about a thing. I have more than enough experience for this, so just leave it to me. But as they talk, Yang Hao feels a chill. He senses someone is lurking in the shadows, staring right at them. He suddenly whips his head around, his eyes glowing with power as he activates his detection ability. He recognizes her immediately. She is Xin, a high-ranking member of the Destroyer Alliance. To keep her off guard, he casually asks Qingyi how the green frog she caught is doing. She is confused, wondering why he is asking about a beast he healed himself. Is there an enemy nearby? Hiding behind a wall. Xin scoffs. She thinks she has hit the jackpot and plans to execute them one by one. Suddenly, a massive, sticky tongue shoots out toward Xin before she even realizes what is happening. And trust me, she never saw this coming. By the time she reacts, the mutant frog's tongue has already wrapped tightly around her. Alright, you and I are jumping back into the action where our main character, Yang Hao, finally corners the enemy. Han Yi is tied up in the interrogation room, forced to listen. Across from her, Yang Hao starts grilling her. Why is she here? And why would she risk her life for a group like the Alliance of Destroyers? Han Yi is fearless. She refuses to talk, asking why she should tell him anything at all. Yang Hao leans in with a smirk. He knows she is strong and won't break easily, so he decides to try a little different approach. Now watch this, his interrogation method? It is definitely not what you would expect. He starts tickling her, and her worry turns into pure chaos. Trapped in her chair, she can't escape. She bursts out laughing, tears streaming down her face from the sheer sensation. Stop, just stop. Fine, I will tell you everything. Once she yields, she explains the dark truth. The Alliance forced them to take a poison that requires regular antidotes, or their hearts will literally explode. Yang Hao just snaps his fingers. If that is all, then this is going to be way easier than he thought. He pulls out some healing mud from his system. He tells her he can fix her poison problem right now. Inside the treatment room, Han Yi feels a bit awkward lying on the bed. She asks if this weird mud will actually work. He reassures her. Don't worry, when it comes to being a doctor, he is dead serious. 10 minutes later, he hands her a green vial. She jumps out of bed, completely shocked. How did he pull that off? Yang Hao keeps his secrets close. He tells her the mud is rare and she does not need to know the details. Since he showed her such a powerful ability, he expects her not to let him down. Han Yi smiles, feeling relieved. Now that the poison is gone, she has no reason to work for those crazy people anymore. She steps forward and cups his face, promising to follow him. Yang Hao blushes but immediately accepts his new recruit. Protected by a powerhouse like Yang Hao, Han Yi holds nothing back. She tells him every secret she knows. Okay, let's pause. This reveal, it changes the entire stakes. Their plan is to turn every human on Earth into zombies. Yang Hao gets serious. If that is the case, they need a whole new strategy to take down the Alliance. Once she is dressed and ready, they move fast. An hour later, everyone is gathered in the meeting room. He breaks down everything he learned. He concludes the briefing with a grim outlook on their next steps. We have to grow our strength slowly and carefully. We cannot let the Alliance of Destroyers catch wind of us. Got it? Everyone shouts back their loyalty. Yang Hao dismisses the crowd but keeps Han Yi behind. Everyone move out. Commander Han Yi. You and your team stay here. I have something I need to discuss with you in private. He hands her a communication device. He needs her to go back to the Alliance and act as a double agent. This way, he can track their every move. Since they are in the same boat now, she agrees to the dangerous mission. She hopes he succeeds, because she definitely does not want to end up as a mindless zombie. Meanwhile, at the Alliance's underground lab, Su Hian is furious, screaming at the researchers. Why is the power out? Do they not realize how critical this is? This zombie experiment is his top priority. A bald researcher trembles, saying they have no idea why the power failed. Before he finishes, he burns the man alive in a fit of rage. He glares at the survivors, warning them that he does not want to hear any more excuses. They better think very carefully before they speak again. A young man stammers, suggesting that the power outage might be coming from the Thon Long hydroelectric dam. Other power stations have reported in, and while the dam says everything is fine, it is the most likely source of the problem. Another researcher agrees, and the young man suggests sending someone to check it out. Suhien just claps. He calls their theory interesting, but then incinerates both of them. Their screams fill the room as they burn. Suhien calls for General Huyen Vo. He needs him to check on a very specific lead immediately. Huyen Vo appears behind him and bows. He asks what his master has planned for him. Go to the dam and investigate. Do not alert anyone, just get the facts and report back to me. Huyen Vo obeys and leaves. Suhien stands alone with a murderous glare, ready to kill anyone who crosses him. 1 week passes back at the base. Young Hao checks in with Tai Kin. How is the progress on the zombie army going? Tai Kin leads a massive legion to the gates. It is going perfectly, and their secret underground base is almost finished. He begins his silent patrol. Trust me, you and I are in for one wild showdown. Alright, you and I are about to dive into a story of betrayal and hidden power as a spy infiltrates enemy lines. Xuanwu crawls through the air vents into the power room, spotting 2 strangers through a grate messing with the electrical systems. Lin San asks Li Si if the boss Yang Hao has been notified yet, and Li Si confirms that Han already sent someone. Just then, Zhang Lu walks in and demands to know how much longer these repairs are going to take. Li Si estimates 1 more hour, but warns that the Destroyer Union likely already noticed something is wrong with their system. Shu Qi shares a confident look with Zhang Lu, reassuring him that they are prepared for whatever comes their way next. Yang Hao is on a whole different level now, so even if the Union shows up, they will not stand a chance. Zhang Lu leaves to watch the cameras while the workers hurry, but watch this. Xuan Wu is hearing every single word. Xuan Wu realizes Yang Hao is that same gladiator who escaped from the underground arena a long time ago. Since he even defeated General Qing Long, he is a major threat that needs to be reported to the boss immediately. He rushes back to report the situation to the office of Chu Xuan, who is already busy planning his next move. The situation at the dam is critical, and this man named Yang Hao is definitely going to be our biggest problem. Chu Xuan smirks, realizing this is the perfect chance to eliminate Mo Di, and orders his men to bring the inspector to him. Moments later, the beautiful Inspector Mo Di enters the room, asking if there is any news about the stolen drugs she sought. Chu Xuan nods, hiding his sinister plan, claiming the target is so strong that only she can handle the mission herself. Mo Di narrows her eyes, clearly not trusting a single word coming out of this man's mouth right now. She questions if the intel is actually accurate, or if this is just another one of his staged traps. Chu Xuan just laughs it off, while Mo Di decides to hear the intelligence report before making her final move today. She calculates her options, knowing she cannot face punishment again after losing the enhancement drugs at the arena last time. She decides to listen to his report first, hoping this lead finally brings her closer to finding the missing clues. There has to be a trace of those drugs in here somewhere that can save her from a base punishment. Chu Xuan flashes a fake smile as Mo Di agrees to head to the dam, and yeah, we both know this is a trap. Once she leaves, Chu Xuan contacts Xuan Wu to prepare a massive teleportation for their next phase of the plan. His eyes turn cold as he prepares to watch both sides tear each other apart in a bloody, exhausting battle. Out at the dam, Mo Dai and Ziming arrive with their squad, ready to take the facility by force if necessary. Ziming pulls out some explosives, suggesting they just blow the whole dam to pieces to save everyone some time. Mo Di coldly shuts him down, insisting they only capture the place without hurting any innocent people in the process. Ziming's men are annoyed by her mercy, each hiding their own dark thoughts about her leadership style and choices. They think she is just faking her sense of justice, but Mo Dai is actually judging them using her special vision. To her, a person's evil index reveals their true nature, and these guys are absolutely off the charts with malice. She looks at the group with pure disgust, realizing just how rotten these men are on the deep inside. Their evil scores are at the limit, showing they have committed sins that make her want to vomit in disgust. She turns away and leads the way, ordering them to follow her lead and not make any sudden moves. At the dam, a scout spots Mo Di moving fast, and quickly alerts Han Ti about the approaching hostile intruders. Han Ti realizes she is trouble and moves to block her, but Mo Di suddenly comes to a dead halt. The scout cheers, but Han Ti screams a warning as Mo Di blows a massive hole right through the wall. After blasting her way in, Mo Dai easily reaches Han Ti's position with a terrifying level of speed and precision. Han Ti signals for his men to wait, demanding to know who she is and why she is here. When she ignores him, he activates his gravity powers, crushing down on Mo Dai with immense and heavy force. She recovers instantly, stating she does not care about this place, she only wants to find the strengthening drugs. Modi simply waves her hand, sending Han-Ti flying into the wall with a thunderous crash that leaves a massive crater. Han-Ti gasps for air, shocked that his gravity manipulation did not even slow her down for a single second. Lin-San jumps in, launching deadly ice blades at Modi while demanding that she release his comrade right now. She raises a defense shield to block the ice, calmly telling them they aren't evil and should not resist her. Ziming's squad is closing in, and trust me, you and I are about to see this battlefield get messy. Alright, you and I are diving back into the chaos where everyone wants our main character. I will handle this place alone. Her subordinates scatter as Modi lunges toward Han-Ti, aiming to restrain him. Han-Ti raises his hand, attempting to use gravity control to slow down her lightning-fast approach. But Modi doesn't flinch. She launches an orange paper crane, mocking his useless gravity powers. The glowing crane lands on his shoulder, freezing him in place. She demands to know where the enhancement potions are. Just as she threatens him, a massive explosion rocks the area. A voice commands her to let them go. Young Hao appears with his zombie legion, scythe in hand. He tells her he has all the answers. Han-Ti is relieved to see his leader finally arrive. Modi pulls back her paper crane and smiles. So you are the famous Yang Hao. You look strong. Now, tell me, where are those enhancement potions? While she speaks, she secretly measures his evil points, trying to gauge exactly who she is dealing with. She is shocked by his score. Yang Hao just grins, telling her they have already used every last drop. Modi freezes in disbelief. Used it all? She cannot believe he would waste something so incredibly valuable. Thinking he is lying, she glares. But Yang Hao tosses her a pair of glasses he swiped from her. She puts them on and sees the green aura surrounding him. Now, she finally believes he's telling the truth. He offers an alliance. If she wants more potions, they should team up to take down the Destroyer Alliance. I am a man of my word, he says. Modi looks him over, judging if he is actually trustworthy. After a moment, she finally nods. I can tell when someone is lying. Fine, I agree to the deal. Now pay attention, this is where things take a turn for the weird. She suddenly screams that she refuses. Far away, a man is using intense mental energy to control her, though he is struggling to maintain the grip. This woman has insane mental strength. Even with his power, he can only hold her for a few seconds. Controlled, Modi rips off the glasses. You stole from us, and now you die. Yang Hao is baffled. Why the sudden change of heart? Without warning, Modi sends exploding paper cranes straight at him. He swings his scythe, detonating them mid-air. The power is huge, but luckily for him, they are not fast. Ziming orders his squad to charge. Everyone move in. Kill that guy named Yang Hao right now. Feng Hua leads the counterattack, calling on the zombies to block the enemies from reaching their big brother. Boom! A massive explosion sends Ziming's entire team flying through the air in every direction. Still controlled, Modi rains down countless exploding cranes. She is attacking everyone, but mostly targeting Yang Hao. I know what you're thinking, why the sudden change? Yang Hao is using his system to figure it out too. He scans the area and spots the man hiding in the distance. Found you, puppet master. He leaves Modi to Han-Ti, telling him to use gravity to stop her without taking her life. Han-Ti immediately agrees and unleashes his gravity control technique with everything he has got. This time, Modi cannot cancel his power. Her feet are locked firmly to the ground by pressure. She loses her balance, and a bolt of lightning strikes her down, leaving her completely vulnerable. With her pinned, Yang Hao vanishes and reappears right behind the man controlling her mind. So, you are the one pulling the strings? He realizes the Destroyer Alliance is manipulating her to attack him. They want her to die by his hand. It is a trap to get rid of her without getting dirty. Terrified, the man gasps. How did you find me? Yang Hao does not waste time with explanations. He swings his scythe, ending the man's life instantly. No need to thank me. Just think harder next time. With the controller dead, Modi's eyes clear up. The fog in her mind finally starts to lift. She lies on the ground, dazed. What happened? My head feels completely empty, she whispers. Ziming sees the plan failing and screams at his men to kill the woman while she is down. His thugs lunge forward. The sudden betrayal catches Yang Hao and Modi totally off guard. Ziming shouts that this territory belongs to them, and they will not hand it over to anyone. Then, Xuanwu appears with a murderous glare. Finally, I can slaughter every single one of you. Trust me, you and I just saw things go from bad to worst. This zombie army is on another level. Alright, you and I are about to see someone control a massive army of high-level zombies. Look at these stats, each one has a different power level. Elite Zombie Commander. Strength 1760. Speed 1200. Spirit 380. Another Elite Commander. Strength 1560, Speed 560, Spirit 680. Elite Zombie Commander. Strength 1860, Speed 460. Spirit 1008. Xuanwu commands his guinea pigs to attack. planning to wipe them all out in one go. After the smoke and dust settle, Modi clutches her wounded arm and lets out a long, heavy breath. She grits her teeth in frustration. That sneak attack from Chuchuan forced her to waste energy on a shield, and she is almost spent. A zombie lunges at her instantly, but luckily a protective layer appears just in time. Even then, the impact is almost too much to handle. Seeing more zombies rushing in from the distance, Modi pushes herself to maintain the shield against their relentless assault. There are just too many. Her energy is fading fast, and she realizes she cannot hold out for more than a few seconds. Now, pay attention as we switch over to Yang Hao. Zombies are swarming him from every side, but he is too fast, dodging every strike. He takes down 2 zombies with clean slashes, then quickly glances over at Mo Dai, who is about to be completely overwhelmed. He calculates that she cannot last much longer, and Han Ti and Ye Fenghua are about to be dragged into a brutal struggle too. Thinking fast, Yang Hao decides to end things on his side. He releases a burst of power that shatters the zombies into tiny pieces. They cannot even withstand one hit. The power is so immense that every zombie in the surrounding area is completely disintegrated. Yang Hao walks over to check on her, asking if she is still alive. Mo Dai replies that, for now, she is hanging in there. Ye Fenghua asks if everyone is okay, noting that they have already used up all the zombies they were training. Chu Xuan, who was watching through a screen, suddenly appears. He mocks them for ignoring him, and tells Yang Hao to feel his power personally. Yang Hao is stunned, wondering how he managed to get there so fast. No time to worry about him now. Yang Hao grabs Mo Di and tells everyone to retreat, feeling that Chu Xuan is using his ability again. Chu Xuan sees them retreating and says it is too late to run. Yang Hao quickly uses a large wooden plank to block the incoming attack. He signals the others to run ahead. To let them escape, he charges forward to take on the villain alone. As he deflects Chu Xuan's blows, he realizes the attack range is too wide. The situation is looking bad. Chu Xuan knows his every move. He attacks relentlessly, saying that being killed by him is better than being torn apart by the mutants below. He launches a barrage of attacks at Yang Hao, but every strike is knocked away with incredible force. The barrier will not hold. Yang Hao shouts for the others to go, while Chu Xuan keeps pouring on the damage, screaming for them to die. Yang Hao focuses on blocking and counterattacking. The clashing powers create a massive explosion on the battlefield. After the thick clouds of dust finally begin to clear, Chu Xuan stands there waiting for the result. Seeing no one, he smiles, thinking the kid was talented but ended up as mutant food. Wait for it, look at his face. He thinks he is finally free of these pests, but then he gasps in total shock. What? He is furious. He cannot understand why the mutated creatures did not eat them. Back with the group, Han Tai feels guilty and apologizes to his boss for not being able to protect the dam. Yang Hao reassures him. The enemy's attack range was too massive to protect everyone, and staying would have meant certain death. Luckily, they sent the tamed mutants back to the base first. Now, they will have to survive for a few days without a fixed home. Scene change. Back at their temporary camp, Yang Hao hands some items to Mo Dai and asks if she is ready to talk seriously now. Mo Dai puts a bow in her hair and introduces herself. She asks how Yang Hao wants her to help him take down the Destroyer Alliance. Yang Hao tells her it depends on what kind of intelligence she can provide for them. Mo Dai drops a bombshell. She says their base location is already compromised. Yang Hao cannot believe it. Discovered? Already? She explains that while they were watching the Alliance members, they ignored the zombies being manufactured. The city is crawling with zombie spies working for the Alliance. She predicts they will be arriving at the base very soon. Yang Hao goes into high alert. If that is true, they need to step up the base's security level immediately. He asks her to keep going. What else does she know about their plans? Mo Dai's eyes turn serious. She reveals those lunatics are using both zombies and living humans for their twisted experiments. Their goal is to turn all of Jiangzhou into a zombie nation. If they are not stopped, this small base will not stand a chance. And that is where we leave it. Yang Hao realizes this matches everything Xin Yi told him. This nightmare is actually coming true. Alright, you and I are about to dive into some high-stakes interrogation. Yang Hao nods, praising the valuable intel he just received. I appreciate the cooperation, but I have one final question. Who exactly are you helping? What faction do you represent? And what is your endgame here? Mo Dai just smiles, pointing out that his one question is actually 3. Yang Hao lets out a laugh. Don't sweat the small stuff, he says. Mo Dai decides to open up, revealing her title as a patrol officer. She hails from the Hangcheng base. As for her faction, they simply call it the Organization. This group is massive, larger than you can even imagine, with power players spread all across the globe. The entire apocalypse was part of their master plan. They have labs everywhere, and her only job was collecting enhancement drugs from underground groups. Yang Hao breaks into a cold sweat as the weight of her words hits him. An apocalypse plan? What exactly are these people trying to achieve? The very air in the room feels heavy with dread. Modai explains that even she doesn't know the endgame. She just handles the drugs and doesn't care about the Destroyer Alliance contact. Hearing the details of the plan, Yang Hao gives a sharp smile and agrees. Fine then, we have a deal. Suddenly, we shift to a massive, roaring waterfall where mist clouds the air. Perched on the cliffs is a fortified base. Chu Xuan narrows his eyes at Xuan Wu, asking if he can still teleport back. Xuan Wu looks back with a hint of suspicion, confirming he has one teleport left for today. Now pay attention here, because this is where the real threat begins. Chu Xuan orders him to bring the White Tiger's squad to Yang Hao's base. He wants every witness gone, no matter who they are. Meanwhile, at another building, a chilling silence fills the halls. Inside a classroom, everyone sits at attention as Yang Hao introduces Mo Di as a patrol officer from the massive Hangcheng laboratory. From now on, she will be working alongside them to take down the Destroyer Alliance once and for all. Mo Di steps up to explain that the Alliance is just a disposable tool for the Hangcheng base. Ye Fenghua narrows her eyes, clearly annoyed. Our leader sure is amazing, bringing home yet another girl. Qing Yi chimes in too. No kidding. It only took half a day for her to switch sides. Down in the front, Long Dao just nods along. I've got to hand it to the boss. This is the one thing I respect most about him. Mo Di continues her briefing, stating that as long as the drug supply stays stable, Hangcheng doesn't care who delivers it. Yang Hao warns the group that the Destroyer Alliance already knows their location. An ambush is coming, so everyone must stay on high alert. He instructs Tingzhu to use her insects to track Chu Xuan, suspecting the man can copy other people's powers. Tingzhu's eyes go wide in shock as she nods her understanding. You and I both know how insane a copy ability is. Kai Jing shouts out in disbelief, wondering if such a broken power is even real. Yang Hao remains pensive. He's not sure of the activation cost, but based on their last encounter, it's a safe bet. He's definitely not an easy opponent to handle. If anyone runs into him, they need to be extremely careful. Everyone in the room nods solemnly, shouting their loyalty back to their leader. A short while later, we see the peaceful base hidden deep in the forest. Children are laughing and playing tag. The sound of joy echoes through the trees as they run around without a care in the world. One little boy asks his friend for a snack. But that peace is shattered when a group appears at the front gates. It's the White Tiger and his men from the Destroyer Alliance. He leads the charge with a sneer on his face. He looks at the peaceful base with pure contempt. Let's see how they handle a little nightmare. He gives the order to attack. Suddenly, a swarm of terrifying zombies lunges forward, snarling with hunger. The monsters charge at the innocent residents, causing a wave of pure panic as people scramble for safety. The zombies are here. Everyone, get inside the shelter now. The warning screams ring out. From the base, a group of defender zombies rushes out to intercept. People cheer, seeing Ye Fenghua's reinforcements arrive just in time. Fenghua is pouring everything into controlling them, sweat dripping down her face as she struggles. But the White Tiger's zombies are on a different level. They're tearing through her defenders. The power gap is absolutely massive. White Tiger just stands there with his hands in his pockets. Just like the boss said, weaklings playing hero. This is too easy. High above, Yang Hao looks down. A massive, roaring zombie is closing in on his people. Mo Dai sees things going south and offers to step in. They're already inside your base. If you let them get closer, it's over. Yang Hao just gives a calm, steady smile. Trust me, you and I are about to see exactly why he's the leader. No need. It's time for war. You and I are watching to see if this base survives a full-scale assault. A squad rushes toward Ye Fenghua as Long Tao asks if she is all right. Our plan worked. Fenghua smiles, noting the fish are finally in the net. Time to pull. Things take a turn for the worse as an army of zombies surrounds them from behind. Tension spikes as Baihu scowls, clearly annoyed but still oozing confidence. What the hell? How are they prepared? No matter, my zombies aren't for show. Prepare for a total slaughter. He orders his undead and minions to charge. Kill them! Gu Qingyi summons giant mutants. The massive monkeys grip boulders as she raises her hand to give the final command. It is our turn now. Aim for the distance and crush every single one of them. Massive stones fly at terrifying speeds, slamming into the zombies and sending them flying. Just after that, they seize the moment. Kai Jing shouts, "Move out and clear those remaining zombies." Let's pause for a second. You and I have to admit Mo Dai is right. These warriors fight like total beasts. Yang Hao crosses his arms with pride. They have been training at the base for months. They finally charge in together, slamming into Baihu's men with a deafening bang. Kai Jing and Qing Tuan unleash their special powers, striking the enemy with everything they have. Energy blasts erupt as the minions scream in absolute terror at the devastating impact. They are terrified. These people are way too strong, even more powerful than us. The minions find themselves cornered by the mutant monkeys. Someone screams out in panic. Charge. Their zombies are mostly gone. Now it is just us against those power users. One guy pushes back his hair, shouting for the general. Why has he not moved? Bai Hu's face goes dark as the air grows heavy. Everyone is dead? Use plan B. Kai Jing slowly approaches him. Surrounded and outmatched, she stares directly into Bai Hu's eyes. Give us some valuable intel, she says, and we might actually consider letting you live. Now pay attention when the villain takes off his glasses like that. You know things are about to get real. Surrender? You must be joking. I am a general. His eyes erupt with insane energy. The atmosphere shifts. Kai Jing senses the danger and immediately orders everyone to strike. Bai Hu transforms as a thick black aura consumes his body, wearing a demonic grin. His mad laughter echoes through the field as a massive wave of power surges. You thought the fight was over? How naive. The real battle is just beginning. Deadly energy beams shoot from his eyes. Kai Jing screams for everyone to get out. Mo Di creates a protective shield, then glances at Yang Hao with a worried look. I can't even block those beams. Why aren't you helping? I trust them to handle it. Lu Mi summons thick vines to wrap around the team, creating a living barrier. Kai Jing, what is the plan? I can only stall him for a few minutes. Look at his eyes. He looks like a literal demon from the depths of hell. Bai Hu sneers, telling them to just die. Your little weeds won't stop me. Kai Jing notices he absorbed that black mist from the corpses before his attack. There are countless bodies here to fuel him. We must avoid casualties and wear him down. If we drain his energy, we can find an opening to take him out. Liu Mi, Qingtuan, and I are fast. Everyone else, stay back and stay safe. Understood. Kai Jing channels her power, quickly forming 2 blazing fireballs in her hands. I will use my flames to draw his attention. Everyone else, be ready. Lu Mi, block his vision with plants. Tuan, find the opening and strike his eyes. Flames clash with his beams. Stick around, because we're just getting to the good part. Alright, let's dive into this epic clash as White Fox blocks Tai Qin and blasts deadly energy toward Lu Mi. Lu Mi quickly summons plant energy, growing a massive tree to shield them. White Fox just scoffs, calling their efforts pathetic. Lu Mi slams both hands onto the ground, forcing countless vines to erupt from the soil to catch him off guard. The plants instantly swarm White Fox, wrapping around his entire body like thick, living chains to pin him in place. He roars in fury, eyes glowing blood red as he fires beams of dark energy to shred the vines apart. The energy sweep is chaotic. He cannot find their exact positions through the thick greenery, but a sniper is watching him. Long Dao grips his rifle, a confident smirk playing on his lips. He is waiting for the perfect chance to strike. He takes careful aim at White Fox and pulls the trigger, sending a high-caliber round whistling through the air. White Fox senses the danger and barely summons a protective shield. He is livid, cursing these annoying bugs under his breath. Tai Qin unleashes a torrent of fire, ordering everyone to keep the pressure on until the enemy's shield finally starts to fade. Trapped inside his fading barrier, the general is panicking. He cannot believe one of the 4 great generals might die here. Then, he hears the voice of the girl commanding the field and locks onto her position. Now, watch this move. Desperate to win, he fires a beam meant to take everyone down with him. Lu Mi and Thantone scream out in terror. The energy beam is heading straight for the person hiding behind a tree. Tai Qin has no time to react, but suddenly, a strong hand grabs her just as the blast hits. A massive explosion rocks the area, vaporizing the tree. White Fox collapses, sweating and exhausted, while he stares into the thick smoke. As the smoke thins, we see Duang Hao hovering in midair. He holds Tai Qin close while she tells him it is finally their turn to finish this fight. Tai Qin unleashes a final fire blast at White Fox, making the very ground beneath them tremble. Thick smoke covers the battlefield, hiding them both. Thantone and Lu Mi rush forward to check on their leader. Thantone is nearly in tears from worry, while Lu Mi praises Tai Qin for her incredible leadership. She credits their victory to Tai Qin's tactics, but the leader just smiles and thanks Duang Hao for the save. Rapid footsteps echo through the area, getting closer and closer to where the team is standing. Mac Ditch appears from the shadows, clapping her hands and smiling as she compliments their impressive performance. She is amazed that Duang Hao's team actually managed to take down one of the 4 great generals of the Destroyer Alliance. Duang Hao warns her not to celebrate yet. They are strong, even if 2 generals are now confirmed dead. With the leader at the dam, they need to prepare to move toward the Forbidden Zone and secure the lab. Mac Dish agrees, noting that the underground lab is a fortress that will be incredibly difficult to capture. Now pay attention, because she mentions a rumor that the Alliance might even control a zombie king. Duang Hao ponders this. A zombie king? If that is true, they are in for a nightmare. He decides they cannot be paralyzed by rumors and must adapt to whatever they find once they arrive. The scene shifts to the entrance of the Forbidden Zone, where abandoned cars litter the path to a massive building. Duang Hao and the others hide in the shadows, scouting the area. He finds it strange that there are no guards. He wonders if the Destroyer Alliance is falling apart from the inside and warns everyone to stay alert. They step inside cautiously, and Duang Hao is shocked. The Forbidden Zone has changed, and there is not a zombie in sight. Mac Dick explains the grim reality of what has been happening behind these closed doors. She believes the zombies were taken for experiments. They are trying to merge humans with the undead to create monsters. Suddenly, a massive crash echoes from across the sector. Duong Hao's face turns serious as he scans the area for the source. There is a fight happening nearby. He tells the team they need to go and investigate. On the other side, a brutal battle is raging. The roars of mutant beasts and zombies tear through the eerie silence. Duong Hao watches from cover, confused to see mutant beasts from the Zek squad fighting against the undead. Mac Dick suggests these zombies might be special versions created or modified by the Destroyer Alliance themselves. As the zombies continue to snarl, a new figure emerges to catch everyone's attention. Longkon walks out slowly with a sly smirk, looking directly at Duong Hao's group and giving a casual greeting. So who exactly is this guy? Duong Hao glares with suspicion. And trust me, things are about to get wild. Alright, you and I are diving back in as Lin Kun approaches our main character, Yang Hao, with a secret proposal. Yang Hao narrows his eyes. How do you know me? And what exactly do you want? Lin Kun just smiles. Dr. Fan wants to work with you. Can we talk somewhere safe? Cut to a massive skyscraper, abandoned and looming over the decaying city ruins. Inside, Lin Kun explains that the Circus Legion wants the mutation drugs held by the Annihilator Alliance. They refused. Now, it is war. Yang Hao smirks. Sounds great. Let them tear each other apart while we watch. Lin Kun sighs. It is not that simple. The Circus Legion now controls a natural tyrant zombie. That massive power boost is why they are picking fights. His voice turns dark as he remembers the monster's sheer, terrifying bloodlust. Now pay attention, because if the Annihilators finish their own tyrant zombie, this city is totally finished. Yang Hao catches a detail. Lin Kun continues, his tone heavy with regret. A power outage delayed them last time, but they are incredibly close to success. Dr. Fan wants an inside-outside strike. Yang Hao asks for a specific plan. Lin Kun looks grim. Fan is trapped. But we have allies inside. We sneak you in, but you must kill the Circus Legion people. It is the only way to enter the lab undetected. Yang Hao finally nods. He stands. I am in. Tell the doctor we have a deal. Lin Kun beams. Finally, hope. He rushes off to spread the word. But Yang Hao's expression immediately turns cold. Any lies? He asks. She looks him in the eye. No. My power says he is not evil. The real issue is that tyrant zombie. Yang Hao falls into deep thought. It is tough, but it could skyrocket our combat power. His zombie legion mission is stuck at 90%. He needs a high-level king. The system shows progress at 50 and 90%. You and I know this tyrant is the key. The planning begins. In the meeting room, Yang Hao addresses his team with a sharp, commanding gaze. The goal is the circus leader's head. But remember, your safety comes first. Retreat once the tyrant appears. Leave the rest to me. Got it? His face hardens. Attack. Total battlefield chaos. Armies clash. Yang Hao watches closely. The Annihilators are clearly losing ground to the circus forces. Stick to the plan. Move out. His team storms into the fray. Look up. Something wild is coming. Orbs fall from above, targeting the clown riding the mutated tiger. He gasps. Boom. A massive explosion rocks the entire area. Yang Hao lunges through the fire. Hey clown, I am your opponent now. He tracks him through the smoke. Calculating the strike. He slips behind. Speed is not key. Silence is. He cannot make a sound. Cannot let him sense the killing intent. He springs. He swings now. But the clown was waiting. He spins around with a terrifying, jagged grin. And trust me, you and I are going to hate this cliffhanger. A massive mutated snake strikes, and Yang Hao's head is screaming warning. Stick with me, you and I are about to watch a fight that redefines overpowered, as this mutant snake slams into Yang Hao. The ground shatters instantly, sending thick clouds of smoke billowing out in every direction. Yang Hao blocks with his arms, gritting his teeth in pain. This joker has a snake with extrasensory vision. He is going to be a problem. A system alert pings as the mutant lion standing beside the joker begins inhaling all the smoke around them. Perched on his tiger, the joker sneers down. He cannot believe someone actually had the guts to ambush him. You really have a death wish, kid. Now, tear him apart for me. On command, the horde of monsters turns toward Yang Hao, bearing razor-sharp fangs. Their blood-red eyes are locked onto their prey. Yang Hao realizes his first move failed. It is not going to be easy, so he triggers Plan B. He signals his team. Across the battlefield, his allies shout back a unified response, "Yes, sir." Using his search skill, he scans for a pre-dug escape tunnel. Found it exactly where the blue-clad sect left it. With a massive swing of his scythe, Yang Hao smashes through the earth, ripping open the hidden tunnel entrance. Watch this closely. His next move is pure genius as he dives into the pit with a mocking wave goodbye. The Joker stares into the dark abyss, demanding to know if the brat is still down there. He peers into the hole and huffs. He escaped? Damn it. The opening is way too small to follow him. He considers sending the giant snake in, but ultimately decides to just let it go for now. Down in the tunnel, Young Hao sits tight, calculating his moves while waiting for the perfect chance. Hiding in a cave dug by mutated pangolins, the tables have turned. Now, he is stalking from the shadows. Once the beasts move off, leaving only the Joker on his tiger, Yang Hao knows his chance has arrived. He channels his energy toward the cracks above the Joker. A beam of light slices through the broken earth. The light erupts right where the mutant tiger is walking. The sudden flash startles the beast, sending it into a frenzy. The Joker loses his balance and comes crashing down. Yang Hao leaps from the hole, scythe in hand. He lunges at the defenseless Joker, ready to end this right now. Suddenly, a massive hand grabs the Joker, pulling him out of the line of fire. The villain grinds his teeth in rage. "How are you still alive? I thought you ran away." "Wait, you saw that too, right?" Yang Hao freezes, his eyes wide with pure shock. Big brother Wang Yang looms over him, holding the Joker. Yang Hao screams, "It is a tyrant!" The Joker smirks. "You are strong, kid, but I do not trust the living. You are not a subordinate, you are a corpse." Wang Yang roars and slams a monstrous fist into the ground with bone-shattering force. Rocks fly as the earth disintegrates. Luckily, Yang Hao's instincts kick in just in time to dodge the blow. He activates his full-spectrum scan to track every single movement around him. Yang Hao frowns. Ambushing them from the tunnels is not going to work anymore. From his high vantage point, the Joker mocks him. "So you never actually ran?" Yang Hao calculates his odds. With Wang Yang in the mix, this just got a lot more complicated. But wait, maybe he can tame him. This could be the key to his zombie army mission. Without breaking his stoic expression, he fires a beam into the sky to test the tyrant's defense. The energy blast hits Wang Yang's hand, making him growl. "Come on, you big idiot. Right here." The beast does not budge. Instead, a twisted, eerie smile spreads across Wang Yang's face. Then, he actually speaks. "Is that all the power you have?" Yang Hao is stunned. What the hell? Since when can these monsters actually talk? Suddenly, that mutant snake reappears right behind him, ready to strike. It lunges with gaping jaws, but Yang Hao narrowly twists away from the deadly attack. Before he can even breathe, a massive palm slams down again. The earth shatters into a million pieces, sending dust everywhere. Yang Hao lands on his feet, staring at the giant handprint. Suddenly, the mutant lion lunges from the dark. It roars, "Storm Fury, trust me. You and I are not ready for what comes next. Alright. You and I are diving straight into the fire as a mutated lion lands a brutal hit on our hero, forcing him to rethink his strategy. But then, he leaps high into the air, narrowly escaping the mutated lion's follow-up attack. Gripping his massive scythe, he charges toward the mutated serpent. As the snake opens its giant maw, he realizes this could be a massive help for his next goal. Yang Hao doesn't seem rattled at all. Instead, he wears a cocky smirk and taunts the beast. "Ha, did you really think I had no way to handle a big snake like you?" He drops his weapon and lets himself fall straight into the serpent's mouth. From afar, Fuang Hoa screams his name in pure terror. The clown sits on a nearby roof, watching them with a twisted, manic laugh. He mocks them, noting that the kid even brought some pretty girls along. Looking at their figures, he thinks they aren't bad at all. Beside her, a worried teammate asks Fuang Hoa what they should do now. Fuang Hoa tries to keep everyone calm, telling them not to panic. She noticed that Yang Hao seemed to enter the snake's mouth on purpose, so they should just watch. Back with Yang Hao, he is currently sliding down the serpent's throat, assessing the situation as he moves deeper into its belly. Now watch this part carefully, as he unleashes a storm of lightning inside the beast, mocking the monster for thinking it had won. Outside, the clown waves his hand at the snake, ordering it to go and capture those girls for him. But thanks to Yang Hao's internal attack, the snake convulses in pain and vomits a massive spray of blood. The clown stares in shock, unable to say a single word. Suddenly, Yang Hao bursts right out of the mutated serpent's stomach, still wielding his giant scythe. He lands on the snake. A system notification pops up. Self-healing cooldown is at 149 seconds. Congratulations! You have earned a new title, Beast Hunter. All attributes are increased by 5%, and mutated beasts within 500 meters will have their power reduced by 20%. The system continues, granting him a one-time skill activation. Once chosen, it cannot be changed, so he must pick carefully. Yang Hao looks at the screen with joy. A 5% boost and a free skill? This turned out to be a massive haul. He radiates a powerful energy as he taunts the clown. Enraged, the villain screams at his beasts to attack. "Kill him now!" On his command, the mutated creatures immediately obey and swarm toward Yang Hao's position. His expression remains calm. With a cold smile, he swings his massive scythe, cutting through the incoming mutated beasts. In a single strike, The entire pack is defeated and left motionless on the ground. The clown is horrified and turns to his trump card, the massive Wang Yong, with desperate hope. My beasts are all gone? Big brother Wang Yong suddenly charges forward and slams the ground right where Yang Hao is standing, screaming for him to die. Here is where it gets crazy. He pulls out a skill card and shouts with total confidence, "Activate zombie control." Yang Hao holds the skill card high toward big brother Wang Yong, intending to dominate the monster's mind. His voice booms with pure authority. "Hey, big guy, you belong to me now." Wang Yong clutches his head, roaring as he tries to resist the invisible force invading his mind. Big brother Wang Yong raises a massive hand and slams it against his own head. He is trying to use physical pain to snap out of the mental control taking over his mind. This causes the clown, who is perched on his shoulder, to lose his balance. He screams out in fear as he starts to fall. Suddenly, a system warning blares. Control failed because the target still possesses its own consciousness. This catches Yang Hao off guard. So, he can't be controlled because he is self-aware? Fine then, he mutters to himself. Before Wang Yong can react, Yang Hao leaps toward him with his scythe, coldly declaring his new plan. "I will just treat you like a human and beat you into submission." He swings his blade and slashes right across the monster's eyes. Wang Yong clutches his bleeding eyes, howling and flailing wildly. Yang Hao flips gracefully through the air, looking down at his opponent. "I might not be able to control you directly, but I can certainly force you to move. Submit to me, and I will heal your ruined eyes." Yang Hao lands on the monster's shoulder and delivers a chilling threat. "If you keep resisting, then I will just make your other eye blind too. The choice is yours." In agonizing pain, Wang Yong finally gives in and screams his submission. As Yang Hao smirks, the system confirms that the mission to build a zombie army is complete. His reward is a 50% reduction in bone reinforcement cooldown. He also gains self-healing and a 10% resistance to mental control. Congratulations on taming a zombie tyrant. Yang Hao looks down at the clown with a mocking tone. "You have been annoying me all day, and now, it is finally my turn. Tyrant, go get him." Hearing the command, Wang Yong roars and charges after the terrified clown. The clown can't believe his eyes. He looks back in horror, wondering how the kid managed to control big brother Wang Yong. He sees the mutated lion nearby and desperately orders it to jump in and help him. The lion obeys immediately, roaring as it charges up a deadly beam of energy to fire at them. And trust me, we are about to see him use these beasts for something much bigger. He blocks the attack, knowing they are far more useful alive than dead. "Alright, you and I are about to watch Yang Hao finally settle the score with this annoying clown." Using Wang Yong as a springboard, Yang Hao lunges forward, gripping his scythe tight. But the mutant lion fires a massive energy blast to block his path. He brings the scythe down hard on the clown, but the clown just grins with pure contempt. "Did you really think I survived this long just by relying on the tyrant and mutant beasts? Not a chance. My real secret weapon is speed." Yang Hao, however, does not give a single damn about his bragging. Yang Hao smirks coldly, raising his hand as lightning crackles around him. "Naive. You really think this is all I am capable of?" A massive circle of lightning erupts around them, trapping the villain. Bolt after bolt strikes down, slamming directly into his target. The clown screams in agony as Yang Hao tightens his grip on the scythe. Now watch closely as Yang Hao closes the distance. "Your speed is impressive, but your defense? Utter trash. It is over." The clown can only scream in pure terror. The scythe follows through without a hint of mercy, ending the clown right then and there. Yang Hao turns back to the group, shouting for Gu Qingyi and Man Xingzhu to hurry over and take control of the mutant beasts. A moment later, everyone successfully has their new mutant monsters under total control. Gu Qingyi stares at the beast beside her, feeling a bit conflicted. It is a shame she has to hand over her longtime pangolin companion to someone else. Yang Hao clicks his radio, sounding pretty satisfied. "Not bad at all. This battle really paid off big time for us." They upgraded their stats, controlled the tyrant, and even snatched up the clown's beasts. It is finally time to notify the people from Professor Fen's side. Man Xingzhu approaches with a puzzled look. "Yang Hao, why do these mutant beasts suddenly feel so much weaker than before?" Yang Hao just smiles and explains his new ability. "I have a skill that can weaken any nearby mutant beasts by 20%. It is an active ability I can control, so do not worry about it affecting our own monsters." Xingzhu nods as if everything finally clicks. "That explains a lot. So, Yang Hao, what is our next move?" Yang Hao replies that he already messaged Lin Kun. He should be arriving any minute now. And check this out, the system mission pops up before the guys even arrive. Their next objective? Break into the underground lab's core area. Suddenly, Lin Kun appears out of nowhere, looking completely stunned. His voice is full of genuine admiration. "I cannot believe you guys actually pulled it off. And you did it so fast? That is incredible." Yang Hao crosses his arms, getting straight to business. "What is the status on your end? Can you get us into that underground lab yet?" Lin Kun answers happily. With the circus mutant beasts gone, the lab's security has dropped significantly. We can sneak you in whenever you are ready. But his expression turns serious. Generals Zhu Kui and Xuan Wu are still inside. Professor Fen suggests you guys launch an attack on the dam first. First, it will keep Su Xian distracted and pinned down. Second, it will force them to send 1 or 2 generals away for backup. Once they leave, taking over the lab will be easy work. Yang Hao turns away with a satisfied smirk. Sounds like a solid plan to me. Keep in touch, we are moving out immediately. Gu Qingyi steps closer, looking a bit skeptical. Yang Hao, we have never even met this Fen person. Are they actually trustworthy? He glances at her and shrugs. Probably not. But either way, this is an opportunity we cannot afford to miss. Yang Hao pauses for a moment before adding a warning. That lab is a fortress. We will just have to adapt as we go. 3 hours later, at a quiet dam, a massive explosion rips through the air, completely shattering the silence of the area. Long Li roars the command to charge. A brutal battle breaks out as zombies clash and tear into each other like savages. The defenders scream to protect the dam, but suddenly, a portal tears open in the sky. Someone shouts that the general and the reinforcements have finally arrived. Xuan Wu arrives, looking incredibly arrogant. A whole legion of zombies marches behind him. His voice booms with pure rage. How dare you cockroaches attack our water station? The moment Xuan Wu shows his face, Long Li knows everything is going exactly as they planned. She pulls out her radio and sends the signal. Yang Hao, the enemy's backup has arrived. It is time for your team to start the mission. On the other end, Yang Hao's voice is sharp. Got it. You guys start your retreat and stay safe out there. Long Li quietly agrees. A bit later, Yang Hao approaches Lin Kun, who turns his head and greets him like a brother. A colleague named Dai Lam steps up to introduce himself to Yang Hao while explaining that General Xuan Wu has already left with half of his troops. Only General Zhu Kui and a small group of ability users remain below. We are ready to move, so tell me, is your team actually here? Yang Hao's face remains calm and unreadable. We are here. Everyone is ready and waiting for the signal. They approach the building. Trust me, you and I won't want to miss what happens next. Alright. You and I are watching Yang Hao question why this hallway is so massive it's bigger than anything he's seen. Lin Kun explains with a heavy face that this is actually an emergency exit too wide for elevators, built for speed. Only Dr. Fan knows this path. Everyone stay sharp, that rolling door ahead leads straight into the main laboratory. Gu Qingyi and Yang Hao exchange a determined look. As the door slowly rises, an ambush is already waiting inside. General Zuki appears with his squad. His voice is ice cold as it echoes through the room. Lin Kun. Caught and terrified, Lin Kun stammers, unable to find the words. Yang Hao just watches him silently. He realizes Lin Kun isn't faking his fear. It seems their tracks were truly discovered by these people. Yang Hao's expression turns cold. He summons his death scythe, his eyes sharpening as he speaks. If I'm not mistaken, you must be the famous General Zhu Kui, right? We've taken over. Surrender now and you can join us. The general's face twists with pure, boiling rage. Arrogant brat, he growls. You clearly don't know me. I'm nothing like the other 3 great generals. General Zhu Kui points a finger and barks orders to his men. Capture them. Don't kill them, they make perfect test subjects. The lackeys shout back in unison. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, Yang Hao's team prepares to launch their own counterattack. Both sides collide. Gu Qingyi charges in on her mutant lion, which lets out a roar of pure energy. Qingquan unleashes his ice abilities, but the enemy manages to block the freezing strike with a blast of energy. Mo Dai steps forward with a powerful move, forcing back a woman who seems to be an elite messenger. While his men sweat in fear, General Zhu Kui stands perfectly still, eyes closed, completely unmoved by the chaos. The soldiers are stunned. She's so strong. Why would an elite messenger from above join the enemy side? The battle rages on. An axe swings through the air, instantly taking down one of the general's subordinates. Seeing the tide turn, Yang Hao taunts his opponent. Your men don't look like they're doing so hot, General. Now pay attention, because the general is about to play his trump card, a massive, growling army of the undead. Yang Hao just smirks. Everything is going exactly as he predicted. He calmly pulls out a small remote and clicks it. He thinks to himself that as long as there are no tyrant-class zombies, he can easily handle this crowd. On the other side, Gu Qingyi spots the signal. Big Brother gave the word. Get ready. The thunderous sound of countless zombie footsteps begins to echo, growing louder and louder by the second. Standing firm amidst the madness, Yang Hao smiles. You really thought you were the only one with a zombie army? General Zhu Kui's eyes go wide. Pure shock washes over his face as a wave of doubt hits him. Impossible, he thinks. They don't have a lab. How could this kid have created an entire army of his own? From 2 directions, the massive hordes clash, tearing into each other in a gruesome display of undead warfare. The scene shifts to a hidden room, where a mysterious monitor is broadcasting the entire battle in real time. A shadow-shrouded voice whispers in awe. To think someone could actually build a zombie army this powerful, the mysterious man watches with intense curiosity. How many secrets is Yang Hao hiding? The surprises just never stop. Back in the chaos, Yang Hao stands right in the middle of the carnage with a dark, confident smile. You and I both know Yang Hao loves a good twist. He presses the button again for one more surprise. Gu Qingyi receives the second signal and immediately commands her team to release the mutant beasts into the fray. Trapped in their steel cages, the mutant beasts roar, using their terrifying strength to shatter the thick metal bars. With red eyes full of bloodlust, the monsters charge straight into the heart of the already brutal battle. Seeing his men get slaughtered by the beasts, General Zhu Kui grits his teeth. You absolute brat. He realizes this isn't a normal raid. These intruders are dangerous, and he needs to kill Yang Hao immediately. Suddenly, the general erupts with massive power. Intense flames burst forth as he hurls a firestorm toward Yang Hao. Yang Hao swings his scythe, using his high-speed movement to dance around the general's devastating fire attacks. Bring it on. I've been waiting to see if the strongest general actually lives up to the hype. He leaps forward, clashing with the general. The impact creates shockwaves and sparks that make the very earth tremble. A massive explosion rocks the battlefield. Yang Hao realizes his opponent is just as powerful as he expected, and that's where we leave it. Trust me, you and I are about to see a fight for the ages. All right, you and I are diving into a fight where the odds are stacked against our hero. Chains burst from the earth, binding his legs tight. This is going to be rough. Yang Hao realizes this guy is a dual ability user who can also manipulate metal. No wonder he is known as the strongest general. Taking advantage of the surprise, Zhu Kui raises a lightning-charged fist toward him. Die! The punch creates a massive shockwave, but as the smoke clears, Zhu Kui looks absolutely stunned, unable to believe his eyes. Impossible. Yang Hao emerges from the flames, gripping a lethal scythe known as the Iron Bone. Cooldown is 74 seconds. A triumphant smirk spreads across his face as he shouts he can't be killed. He swings that glowing blue scythe like an executioner. Time to die, Zhu Kui. But it's not that easy. Zhu Kui remains arrogant, raising his hand to gather energy. Your weapon is useless against me. Caught off guard, the general's eyes widen in pure disbelief. What? Thousands of lightning bolts strike down relentlessly. Blood splatters as Zhu Kui is swallowed by the massive formation. Pay attention here, because we're about to see Yang Hao pull a total pro-gamer move with that scythe. It's vibrating with a power that definitely isn't metal. The white orb in his hand morphs into a glowing card, labeled Metal Manipulation. Seeing the card, he's secretly thrilled with the drop. It's a top-tier card, but he still frowns because it's a pity that, this time, his opponent faced the impossible. It's over, Yang Hao declares. General Zhu Kui is dead. Pointing at the survivors, he offers a choice. I can spare your lives. I can even neutralize the poison in your bodies. The subordinates are stunned. They can't believe Yang Hao's bold claim. Big Brother is gone, and this kid says he can cure the poison? Is he for real? It's definitely a trap. Don't fall for it. Suddenly, Gu Qingyi charges in on a lion, screaming for them to surrender because their general is already dead. One subordinate refuses to back down, snapping back in defiance. You don't know how scary Su Xian is. He can't lose. But Qingyi isn't intimidated. Fine, don't blame me for what happens next. She commands her lion to open its massive jaws and attack the unfortunate soldier. Go. Elsewhere, someone is frozen solid. It's Shui Quan's work. She coldly remarks, fighting me? You're still a few levels short. Since Zhu Kui's army refuses to surrender, Yang Hao just gives a wicked smile. If they won't yield, we wipe them out. 10 minutes later, the enemies lie defeated. Gu Qingyi excitedly reports, Big Brother, aside from a few runners, everyone else has been taken care of. Yang Hao simply replies, good. Little Long, lead the way. Let's regroup with Dr. Finn. Little Long is thrilled. Dr. Finn was right about you. Everyone, follow me. He leads the way boldly. Dr. Finn has already hacked the central computer of the entire underground lab. They don't have to worry about being detected. He can control all the main doors, right? Yang Hao confirms that nearly everything in this high-tech lab is computer-controlled. As he reaches the central door, he reminds the whole team to stay extremely sharp and focused. Just ahead is the underground lab's main hall. Su Xian's elite guards are waiting inside. Their leader has a terrifying ability. He can split anyone he touches into pieces, just like Lego blocks. Trust me, you and I know that look. Yang Hao's eyes sharpen as he gives a cold smile, ready for the next phase of the plan. Dr. Finn, you can probably hear and see me, can't you? He drops into a lethal fighting stance, raises a single finger, and begins the countdown. 1. A guard using eye technique sees Yang Hao. He screams, Boss, someone, maybe their leader is charging in alone. He runs through the crowded hall toward his boss, the leader of Su Xian's elite guard. The elite guard leader looks up with doubt. By himself? Another henchman gasps. Is he insane? Does he really think beating Zhuque makes him invincible? Another goon sneers, laughing that this is finally their chance to flip the script on this kid. Young Hao counts to 3. The doors blast open, sending dust flying everywhere. He storms out from the dust, a confident grin on his face. He immediately launches an attack on the approaching guards. Leaping into the air, he swings his lethal scythe with terrifying power. They don't stand a chance, crashing into the walls as they're blown away. One guard mutters, "So strong." Suddenly, the elite leader appears right in front of Yang Hao, poking his forehead with a sinister laugh. "This is the price of arrogance, and that's where we leave it, trust me. You and I are going to be desperate to see if Yang Hao survives being shattered." Alright, let's dive into a story where Duong Hao takes a direct hit from the guard chief, only to shock everyone by instantly regenerating his body. He grips his scythe tight, flashing a cocky smile as if to say, "Is that all you have got?" Just then, the system ping's Ironbone technique is active, with a cooldown of 74 seconds. With zero hesitation, Duong Hao lunges forward, closing the distance between him and the guard chief in a flash. In that brief moment, no one knows what the guard chief is plotting until he bows his head with a wicked, maniacal smile. Duong Hao looks down in shock as the solid ground beneath his feet turns into a vast, endless ocean of water, forcing a gasp from his lips. Wait, what? Believing Duong Hao has fallen right into his trap, the guard chief turns his back on the boy and starts shouting orders to his subordinates. But the system isn't done yet. The healing ability is now on a 75-second cooldown. Suddenly, Duong Hao leaps from behind with a devious smirk, catching the old man completely off guard. The chief's eyes go wide with pure terror before he can even utter a word. In one fluid motion, the scythe sweeps across the man's neck, effortlessly claiming the head of the guard leader. Duong Hao grits his teeth and sneers. Turns out, the only arrogant one here was you. He gives the command for everyone to move. Han Thiet leads the charge, with Thon Wai, Thon Tone, and Tin Chuk right on his heels. Han Thiet dives headfirst into the chaos, unleashing his powers immediately. Now, watch this. 5 minutes later, the entire hall is a total disaster zone, filled with the bodies of those who dared to stand in their way. Duong Hao turns his attention toward the security camera on the wall, knowing the system has already finished processing. "Dr. Fen, it is time for you to show your face." Right on cue, a portal ripples behind him, and a deep voice chuckles. "Impressive. Truly impressive work." A pair of long legs step through the swirling magic, as the mastermind finally reveals himself. So Hien walks out clapping, full of himself. Duong Hao's expression sours as he realizes they have walked straight into a massive setup. So Hien just gives a creepy, wide-eyed grin, telling him that's not exactly how he would put it. He claims it was all part of the plan, and just then, the doors are blown wide open. Duong Hao spins around to see a nightmare unfolding. An endless horde of twisted monsters and zombies floods through the doors, forcing the entire team to split up just to hold back the overwhelming swarm. "I will handle So Hien," Duong Hao shouts, telling the others to stay focused on the monsters while he takes the lead. He rushes straight at the villain, who just stands there with a sinister, confident smirk on his face. Suddenly, he vanishes instant transmission. He reappears behind Duong Hao for a sneak attack, but our hero's reflexes are sharp enough to counter. "You and I both know how dangerous this is." Duong Hao grits his teeth, realizing this guy's power is on a completely different level. Using the teleportation skills of Huyen Vu, the enemy dances around every strike Duong Hao throws his way. Huyen Vu laughs, calling his efforts useless. But Duong Hao doesn't stop swinging that massive scythe for even a second. He refuses to back down, declaring that if it does not work once, he will just keep trying until it does. So Hien laughs at his wasted effort, but suddenly, Duong Hao snaps his fingers. Huyen Vu suddenly collapses, clutching his chest in agony. Both he and So Hien are absolutely stunned by what is happening. "Did you really think I was just swinging wildly?" Duong Hao sneers, revealing he was just baiting the villain into a specific trap as Han Engi points a blade at his face. Han Engi moves in for the kill, ready to end the general once and for all. "Goodbye, Huyen Vu. The plan worked perfectly." Duong Hao smiles, satisfied that the hidden piece he had been keeping in reserve finally paid off. He had told them earlier that his finger snap would be the signal for everyone to coordinate their final move. But wait, So Hien isn't dead. He used a stealth ability to trick Han Engi, and is now gearing up for a counterattack. So Hien lunges at him, but Duong Hao's system is already one step ahead, running a full holographic scan of the area. He swings his scythe back around, meeting the invisible attack with brute force. The villain is baffled. How can he see through the stealth? As Duong Hao continues his relentless assault, Han Ngi suddenly reappears from the shadows to finish the job. But things go south fast as So Hien spins around, catching Han Ngi by the arm before she can strike. He grips her tight with a murderous look, telling her not to think the same trick will work twice. It is time for her to die. Luckily, she manages to break free just in time. Thon Tone screams out in a panic as he watches the desperate struggle unfold. Thon Tuan pulls Han Ni toward him, barely getting her out of So-hyun's reach as she clutches her injured arm. He asks if her arm is okay, and despite the pain, she tells him she is just glad to be alive, and thanks him for the save. So-hyun's eyes glow a demonic red as he laughs like a maniac. He screams that as long as he's breathing, nobody is leaving this room alive, and that's where we leave it. Dwang-hao emerges from the wreckage, scythe in hand, declaring that the 4 generals are already dead. Trust me, you and I need to see what happens next. Alright, you and I are back in the action where things are getting heated. Soo-hyun starts unleashing a massive surge of energy to intimidate him, but it is completely useless. Every power you have, I know. Even the ones you think are secret? Yeah, I know those too. Electricity crackles all around him in a terrifying display of power. Plus, my level of physical enhancement is definitely way beyond yours. You have zero chance of winning this. Fed up with the villain talking so much, Young Hao just throws a heavy punch. Seriously, why do they always talk so much? Let it begin. Soo-hyun pulls out a wicked blade and sneers. You really think a rusty scythe like that is going to take me down? Too childish. Suddenly, another blade appears out of nowhere and strikes him from behind. The weapon slashes Soo-hyun across the arm. He gasps in shock while clutching the wound. How is this even possible? Metal objects begin to float in the air all around them. Soo-hyun realizes with horror that Young Hao can control metal too, and he cannot copy this specific ability. Young Hao commands the metal to strike. Kill him! Every piece of scrap metal flies towards Soo-hyun, who screams and tries to harden his own body into metal. His hands transform into deadly drills. Young Hao, today is the day you finally die. Young Hao watches closely, calculating his next move. It seems like Soo-hyun can only copy lightning and physical body enhancements. The unique abilities granted by the system cannot be copied. Still, this guy has incredible speed and power. I need a single fatal blow or a way to use Han-tai to restrain him. Young Hao shouts out, Han-tai, work with me. Han-tai replies, you got it. Soo-hyun lunges forward with his drills. Young Hao dodges perfectly, swings his blade, and yells, die. The sword connects with a heavy strike. Soo-hyun is decapitated, but he is not dead. 2 more heads sprout as he laughs. You fell for it. Now watch this, because things just got weird. His eyes glow with a strange dark energy. That power blasts directly toward our hero. Get him! Young Hao lets out a scream of pure pain. Han-tai immediately moves in to counterattack the monster. With just one you the round. With just one command, Han-tai suddenly hits the ground, unable to move. Gravity control. Young Hao grinds his teeth, realizing they are in big trouble. I cannot move a muscle. Did this guy really copy the gravity user from the arena earlier? Young Hao uses his ultimate healing skill to stand up. Only a 74-second cooldown. You think you are the only one pushed to the limit? My team is just as evolved as you are. Young Hao raises his hand and shouts to the crowd. Everyone surrender now. Your leader is in my hands. Someone in the back cries out. What? Big Brother actually lost? The lackeys are shaking with fear. This is bad. The 4 generals are dead and the boss is finished. We cannot win this. The enemies start throwing down their weapons one by one. I surrender. Me too, count me in. Young Hao looks at the survivors and nods. Good. Those who surrender, follow me out. Kai Jing walks up and says, Young Hao, leave them to me. He looks surprised and asks her, why are you here? I thought I told you to wait at the base? Kai Jing says she was worried about them. She left the outside business to Xingzhu. Young Hao agrees, saying she can handle the ability cores for future use. Suddenly, a mysterious stranger walks into the room, slowly clapping his hands. It is Dr. Fan. He walks in and says, very impressive. That was quite a spectacular fight. Young Hao is stunned and stammers. You are Dr. Fan? You were not locked up? Soo-hyun sees him and begs, Doctor, please, save me. Young Hao demands an explanation. Dr. Fan, you better tell me what is going on here. What is the meaning of this? The doctor just smiles. I will tell you everything. But first, drop your weapons and let yourself be tied up. If you do not, your parents and all these people will die before you. The lackeys are horrified, realizing the doctor betrayed their boss. Young Hao fires a blast at the doctor. Fine, kill them then. Trust me, he has a plan. The energy blast streaks toward Fan, but he does not even flinch. He just gives a sinister grin. He creates a powerful energy shield that completely blocks the attack. Everyone is shocked. Is he really abandoning his parents? Our friend has gone cold. Kai Jing looks pale as the shield fades away. Fan keeps making threats, bringing up his parents again. I never expected you to be such a cold-blooded, heartless beast. You do not even care about your own parents or all these innocent lives? The doctor turns to the others, trying to provoke them. Is this really the kind of man you want to follow? Everyone looks at each other in confusion. He thinks he is breaking Young Hao, but he just sneers. Do not play these dirty tricks with me. You really think I cannot see right through you? Young Hao says to himself. Sending these clones to trick me? What is the point of that? He realizes they are just fakes of his parents. I wonder where he got the DNA samples. Yang, Shuming, clone, power 26, speed 18, spirit 32. Ma Shuling, power 18, speed 12, spirit 23, clone. The crowd starts whispering in shock. Are they really just clones? You can copy their faces, but you can never copy their memories. And that is how you spot a fake. Stick around to see what happens next. Do you think I would not dare to question them? One attempt and we will find the truth. But the doctor just grits his teeth and barks that it is not necessary. Stick with me, because Yang Hao is about to turn this entire lab into a graveyard for these clones. He realizes the doctor knows the truth as he raises his scythe. They have countless underground labs hidden away, and Sushuan screams for help as he realizes he is about to be abandoned by the doctor he served. The doctor loses his cool and orders his men to kill everyone, silently deciding that Yang Hao is too dangerous to be left alive after this encounter. He figures that since the project is already finished, a useless failure like Sushuan has no more value to the organization and can be discarded. They built a massive zombie army using super science and these secret labs, but now Yang Hao has shown up with a zombie legion of his own. The underlings charge forward to attack as the doctor smiles, already calculating how to use his new underground base to finally crush his enemies for good. Yang Hao spots the clones instantly and lunges at the doctor, shouting for his teammates to protect themselves and retreat if the situation gets too dangerous. I will go deal with that doctor myself, Yang Hao declares, while Han Ti nods and tells his boss not to worry about the rest of them. We know what to do, Han Ti says as he grabs Sushuan to use as a human shield, ignoring the kid's screams of terror as he is pushed forward. Flames engulf him as he shrieks in pure agony. Once he dies, a glowing ability core suddenly ejects from his body and floats in the air. Yang Hao watches this and realizes his hunch was right on the money, as Sushuan's death actually produced a rare and powerful ability core for them. While still fighting, Yang Hao thinks to himself that this might be his chance to finally obtain a second powerful ability to boost his strength. The doctor watches from a distance, wondering why the boy is rushing toward the corpse, but Yang Hao is already reaching out to snatch the glowing core. It is a copy ability card, allowing the user to replicate any power within a 10-meter radius, though it becomes completely useless once they step outside that range. The scale and power of the copied skill depend on the user's level, with each ability limited to 5 minutes of use every 24 hours. Pay attention here, because this new power is about to change the entire game. Yang Hao tosses the card to Kai Jing and tells her to use it. She jumps high as a massive surge of energy erupts from her body, sending a shockwave that knocks every zombie in the area flat on their backs. The doctor's eyes widen in absolute disbelief as he realizes she is using his own signature ability against him, and he cannot understand how she learned it. Yang Hao seizes the moment and lunges for the kill, hiding a metal control card behind his back to catch the doctor completely off guard this time. The doctor just smirks without a hint of fear, summoning a massive wave of raw power to launch a direct counterattack against the approaching young man. He sees right through the plan and laughs, asking Yang Hao if he really thought a simple sneak attack from behind would work on someone like him. Yang Hao is frustrated that his lightning feint failed to land. The doctor then pulls out a high-tech gun, telling him that he cannot possibly win. The weapon fires a massive bolt of electricity that slams into Yang Hao's arm before he can dodge, making him wince in pain from the direct hit. He clutches his wounded arm and curses under his breath, realizing that the doctor seems to know his every move before he even makes them. A countdown hits 74 seconds as a bomb explodes, sending debris flying everywhere while the battlefield turns into a chaotic mess of smoke. You and I both saw that, right? This doctor literally has the power to see into the future. Shin Er warns Yang Hao about this terrifying secret ability. Yang Hao realizes the premonition is very short, meaning he just needs to overwhelm the doctor with constant attacks. He sends his flying knives screaming forward. As long as the pressure is constant, he will fail. The doctor dodges desperately, realizing he cannot keep up with this level of speed and precision forever. He wonders just how much this kid has enhanced his body to possess such insane strength, quickly throwing up a barrier to block the incoming blades. Everything is going exactly as Yang Hao planned. He knew the doctor would be forced to use his defensive shield once the pressure became too much. There is no way for the doctor to completely avoid such a dense and relentless barrage of attacks from every possible angle at the same time. Suddenly, a figure appears right behind the doctor and whispers that it is finally over, chilling the old man to the very bone with those words. He spins around and fires his gun while laughing like a maniac, thinking he won, but the attack does not leave a single scratch on the boy. Is that so? The doctor stammers in shock as a scythe blade whistles through the air, ending his life before he can even finish his sentence. Yang Hao frowns with an annoyed look on his face, feeling that the victory was almost too easy given the buildup of the entire fight. Your short-term future sight was good, but it could not see through my true hidden power. If Sushuan were still alive, you might have won. The underlings panic as they see their leader fall, screaming that the doctor is dead and wondering what they are supposed to do now without him. Yang Hao raises his scythe and demands their surrender, but a familiar voice rings out through the smoke, telling him that the fight is far from over. The doctor walks out of the dust completely unharmed, mocking Yang Hao for thinking that he would be so easy to kill with a simple strike. Yang Hao is stunned, wondering if this is just another clone, but his system does not flag him as one, which makes the situation even more confusing. He realizes that both of them were somehow the real Dr. Fen. The doctor snaps his fingers and tells his hidden reinforcements to finally reveal themselves. The walls begin to crack and shatter as a massive army of monsters starts pouring into the room, causing the entire underground facility to shake violently. And trust me, you and I are going to want to see how they survive this absolute nightmare. Tyrants have arrived, and Yang Hao yells for everyone to run. Lightning crackles around his hands as Yang Hao prepares for a final stand, desperately trying to calculate a way out of this impossible death trap. All right, you and I are jumping back into the chaos as Duang Hao holds the line. He slams down a massive barrier, keeping those dangerous tyrants from tearing his team apart. The lights flicker out, plunging Dr. Fan's minions into a panic. Everyone freezes in their tracks, staring in shock at the main exit. Despair hits as they realize the door is deadlocked. They are trapped in the dark, and the enemy is closing in fast. Just as they think it is over, a massive boulder flies through the air. It smashes the door into pieces in a single hit. Through the dust, a familiar hand reaches out. It is Man Tin-chuk, and he is shouting for everyone to move now. Relief washes over the group as they recognize their ally. Tai Kin yells that they are saved, and the escape continues. Tai Kin is hyped, realizing the boss had a backup plan all along. Having a team waiting outside was a genius move. Tin-chuk praises Duang Hao's growing instincts, but then her expression shifts. Something dangerous is standing inside that thick smoke, waiting for them. It is Dr. Fan again, greeting them with that same smug, annoying smile. Duang Hao realizes the truth. Dr. Fan can create clones. Every version of him is just another puppet in this twisted game. The doctor laughs, telling them all to die right there. Suddenly, a massive, jagged hand erupts from the earth. Watch this closely, because everything is about to get a whole lot bigger. The ground trembles as the terrifying Corpse King rises. The group stands frozen in fear as the giant creature looms over them. Tyrants begin to encircle the area, cutting off all escape. With no way out, Dr. Fan starts his interrogation. He tells Duang Hao he is far too talented to die like this. He wants the secrets Duang Hao is hiding. He offers him a chance to join his side, instead of being crushed like an insect. Join me and rule this city, then the world, he says. But Duang Hao just scoffs at the grand offer. Duang Hao mocks him, saying that ugly monster standing behind him is not nearly enough to conquer anything, let alone the world. Furious, Fan orders the Corpse King to kill him immediately. The beast lets out a bone-chilling roar that shakes the air, but the Corpse King does not obey. It looks down at the humans with pure, cold intelligence. It mocks them, laughing at the idea of puny humans trying to control a god. Then it screams for total slaughter. Duang Hao realizes this is not just another zombie. This zombie king can think, talk, and has its own dark will. He signals to Fuang Hoa. She leaps into the air, tossing 2 high-grade grenades right into the middle of the horde. The explosion rocks the area, sending debris and thick smoke everywhere. The Corpse King just snorts, completely unfazed by the blast. But when the smoke clears, the humans are gone. The beast realizes it was tricked and lets out a primal scream. Let's take a breath here. Duang Hao's preparation just saved everyone from a total wipeout, and they have finally reached their secret shelter. Inside the room, the team regroups. Duang Hao immediately asks Fuang Hoa for a status report on the underground lab. She confirms the lab is secured, and survivors say the clones there were wiped out by the zombies. Duang Hao sighs, realizing the man they just faced earlier was likely the real Dr. Fan, not another clone. Every clone had a different power and shared a linked consciousness. It is a terrifying ability, but at least the alliance is broken. But the news gets worse. Fuang Hoa reports that the Zombie King has already completely purged the entire central district. The monster is expanding its territory. It can somehow tell which zombies are being controlled by humans and kills them instantly. All of their own controlled zombies have been eliminated. The entire battlefield is changing in favor of the undead. The survival situation for other groups is looking grim. Duang Hao knows they have to act fast. Taking the tyrants head-on right now would be a suicide mission. They need a better plan than just using brute force. He decides to fortify their underground base first. They will save who they can and then plan their next move. The team agrees, knowing they have enough food supplies to last while they prepare for the coming war. As they strengthen their defenses, Tai Kin rushes in with a massive update. He has found something incredible. There is a secret Hoatian base hidden in Phoenix Mountain. The high-tech weapons there might be enough to kill the king. Duang Hao is energized. He demands the exact location and orders a squad to get ready immediately. No time to lose. They gear up and head straight for the mountains, hoping for a miracle. At Phoenix Mountain, the scenery is breathtaking. but the air is heavy with danger. Could mutated beasts be lurking here? Thanwai tells them not to worry. As long as the beasts are not too strange, they can find a way around. Right on cue, a massive mutated boar charges out of the brush. Speak of the devil, Duanghao mutters. He activates his beast hunter title, weakening the creature by 20%. He tells the team to leave this to him. And trust me, you and I are about to see Duanghao take things to a new level. Mutated beasts outside the city are surprisingly weak. Alright, you and I are jumping back into the action where every second counts. I have been away from Jiangzhou for too long now. If we stall, Hangcheng might get suspicious. Yang Hao wonders what they will do. She admits honestly that she simply does not have the answer he is looking for. At Hangcheng, I was just a low-level outsider. Only the doctors and lab staff know the real truth. Suddenly Liu Mi points forward and screams, "Everyone look! What on earth is that?" A strange creature appears before them that looks nothing like a normal mutant. It just stands there, motionless, not attacking. Mo Dai realizes it is not a mutant beast, which shocks everyone. She explains that mutant beasts never stand in a human pose. This is likely a mutated human. Qingyi guesses it might be like the lion man they encountered before. They suddenly remember. Yang Hao shouts to the creature, "Are you human? Can you understand my words?" Watch closely, things explode as the creature screams, "Die," and lunges at Yang Hao. Seeing that talk is useless, he decides to try another way. If it won't talk, he will suppress it. But he cannot control this enemy and has to dodge. He realizes his beast taming gear has absolutely no effect on this thing. It really is not a mutant beast. Having no choice, Yang Hao summons Tyrant and gives the order to attack. Following orders, Tyrant charges the stranger. The massive beast slams into him and sends him flying. He smashes into a tree, snapping it in two, but he stands right back up. Yang Hao notes his incredible strength. The strange man lets out a roar. Suddenly, a whole pack of his allies appears from nowhere. They swarm Tyrant, forcing the powerful beast to struggle against their combined might. The girls are terrified as more appear. What are these things? Why are there so many of them? These things seem to have powers. Tyrant lands a deep scratch on one, but no blood comes out. Mo Di watches in horror. No blood? They have the traits of zombies, maybe a hybrid of both species. Yang Hao is confused. We are far from any city or lab, so why are these things here? But before she can finish her sentence, he charges in, telling everyone to stay safe while he handles this. Suddenly, long tentacles sprout from the back of one creature. You and I saw that coming. Those tentacles lash out and grab Mo Di instantly. They snatch her up instantly. Lumi screams her name in shock. Mo Di quickly activates her special power, but her power does nothing. She is horrified to see it can metalize and even heal itself instantly. Realizing she cannot escape on her own, she screams out for help. Yang Hao hears her cry and turns back in a panic. This is bad. That thing is taking Mo Dai. Liu Mi watches the creatures dash away and shouts. They are running, they got what they wanted. Feng Hua notices they ignored everyone else just to grab Mo Di. She was their target all along. Inside a foggy cave, a monster tries to rip her clothes. Mo Di screams at them to let her go. The tentacles tighten as they chant. We want to reproduce. Over and over, they repeat the same creepy words. Looking at the monsters closing in, she whispers to herself that she is absolutely finished. Just as she gives up hope, a shadow appears. Yang Hao has arrived. Don't be afraid, I am here. A monster lunges, but Yang Hao is faster. With a few swift slashes of his sword, it is over. He shreds the tentacles into pieces. Before the monster dies, it gasps out something about a King Jia. King Jia? Yang Hao is puzzled. He turns to Mo Di, who sighs in relief and thanks him. He sees she is okay, then goes back to thinking about the dying words of that creature. Who exactly is this King Jia? Mo Di realizes her clothes are torn and feels completely exposed. Seeing Yang Hao staring, she blushes and screams for him to look away. He turns red and obeys. Later, as they leave the cave, he tells her it is clear that she is their main target. To keep the others safe, we need to move on our own. This whole situation is just too bizarre. Mo Di doesn't argue with his plan. She simply nods and says, all right. Qingyi sees them coming out and asks, Big brother, those things left. What is our next move? Stick with me to see what happens when they face the mystery of King Jia alone. All right. You and I are about to watch Yang Hao handle these savages in the forest while he talks to Mo Di. It looks like we found the orc chieftain's hideout up ahead, so I'll go check it out. You stay here, and if anything goes sideways, give me some backup. Mo Dai doesn't hesitate for a second and simply replies, okay. After walking for a bit, Yang Hao spots something in the middle of a clearing that looks just like a giant mushroom. This strange sight makes him stop and wonder. That is definitely weird. Why would something like this be out here in the middle of a deserted mountain? Suddenly, a door on the object slides open. A Madoon beast steps out from inside, recognizes him immediately, and shouts that he didn't expect anyone to make it this far, calling him very special. Yang Hao opens his system interface to scan the creature while firing back that it's the one who is special. In his mind, he's wondering what this guy's deal actually is. The system quickly provides the necessary data, identifying it as a Madun beast, modified, and originating from the Kepler star system. It's classified as a low-level mutation. Even after reading the report, he still isn't sure what it is, so he demands answers out loud. The Madun beast from the Kepler system slowly hisses back, asking how he could possibly know its name. It decides to stop talking and just finish him off. As it speaks, it sprouts 6 arms and lunges straight at Yang Hao. Now pay attention, because this beast's relentless attacks are forcing him back. He has no choice but to activate Time Bone, which has a 74-second cooldown, as he frantically plans his next move. He's shocked to find that the monster's weapons can actually withstand his scythe's blade. It looks like this isn't some ordinary metal, so he realizes he has to break out his ultimate move. Suddenly, with a sharp swing, Yang Hao summons another weapon and easily slices through all 6 of the Madun beast's arms. But just as they fall, new arms immediately start regenerating from the stumps. Within moments, it has all 6 arms back and attacks Yang Hao without any hesitation. This situation makes him roar in frustration at the piece of junk. He blasts it with his special ability, trying to freeze it solid, before following up with another massive electric strike just to give it a massage. Seeing the creature finally collapse, he calmly notes that this thing is actually a pretty good conductor for his electricity. At the same time, he notices a woman hiding nearby and tells her to stop playing games and come out. He warns that if she doesn't, the beast really will die. The girl, named Jing Shuang, steps out boldly and asks how he could possibly defeat the Great King. Yang Hao doesn't bother answering her question and instead points out how rude she's being. He tells her that if she wants answers, she needs to tell him who she is first, but she just screams that he should forget it. He isn't the type to go easy on girls, so he shocks her immediately and asks if she still wants to be stubborn. After hitting Jing Shuang with that blast, he gives a loud warning. He tells her he'll keep going if she doesn't talk, and she finally gets scared enough to behave. He immediately starts questioning her. He's curious why such a weak girl is being protected by a monster from the Kepler system. His question leaves her stunned, and she asks how he knows where the creature came from and who he really is. Naturally, he doesn't answer and threatens her instead, saying she has no right to ask him anything until she identifies herself. She finally gives in and admits it isn't a secret, explaining she escaped from the Hangcheng lab. Her name is Jing Shuang, but when he asks about the lab, she says it is a long story. She then begins to explain everything that happened in detail. She's been raising this Madun beast since it was small, and even though it isn't very smart, it always listens to her. She doesn't know its origin, but she took it for self-defense, never expecting it to bring so many beastmen along with it. She also mentions that the Hangcheng lab is incredibly advanced, so they realized they had escaped almost immediately and started hunting them down. She explains how they got here, mentioning they ran into a terrifying mutant beast in the Hongcheng suburbs that fought their pursuers, allowing them to escape to this place. Yang Hao listens, and then demands that she tell him everything she knows about the situation at the Hangcheng lab. Jing Shuang suddenly starts taking off her clothes and tells him to wait a moment. She tries to act seductive to distract him, suggesting the weather is too hot and they should find a cooler place to talk. You and I both know our main character isn't that easy to fool, as he mocks her for trying to use such a weak trick against his high mental power. Suddenly, Jing Shuang moves closer to Yang Hao and tells him he's wrong about her intentions. She strokes his face and explains that her power isn't charm, it's actually poison, and she wasn't trying to seduce him at all. She was just using her movements to activate the toxins, which leaves him stunned as he realizes he's been poisoned. She explains that she can release a special toxin that has no color and no smell. It only works on men, allowing her to slowly take control of them until they die 3 days later. She's impressed he lasted this long, but tells him to be her slave. Just when Jing Shuang thinks she has won, a pair of handcuffs suddenly snaps onto her wrists from out of nowhere. This leaves her completely shocked, while Yang Hao calmly uses his self-healing ability, which has a 72-hour cooldown. He mocks her for trying to poison him, sarcastically thanking her for being so kind to him. She's absolutely terrified that he's still standing, but Yang Hao doesn't even care. He quickly contacts Mo Di and Jia Li, telling them it's safe to bring everyone over since he's captured a survivor from Hongcheng Lab. Trust me, you and I won't want to miss what's next. Stick with me and let us see if he recognizes her. She screams at him to let her go, but he ignores her completely. Mo Di hears the chaos over the radio and promises to bring the entire group right over. Moments later, Yang Hao leads the girls deep into the heart of Jing Shuang's secret hideout. He scans the area, realizing the interior space is way larger than it looked from the outside. He even spots hidden cameras before turning to her and asking what this room really is. Jing Shuang explains that this is called a backpack room. Before being used, the space can be folded into a tiny backpack to be carried around, but once expanded, the interior is much larger than it appears. He is impressed. To think she actually managed to steal a treasure as rare as space-folding backpack technology. He bets she stole more from the Hangzhou lab, like secret reagents. She is stunned he even knows they exist. He warns her that he knows plenty, so she better stop playing games with him. He demands the truth, and Jing Shuang confesses she took much more than just a folding backpack room. She admits to stealing half of the experimental serums from the lab she worked at, specifically one for zombification and another for turning subjects into beasts. The zombie serum can infect humans or animals, turning them into mindless monsters that display all the terrifying traits of the undead. Combat power is boosted significantly, and the beast serum turns humans or zombies into feral predators with dangerous animalistic features. Now, pay attention to the side effects. It is not just about turning into a monster. Humans who take these drugs do not just become zombies or beasts, they change entirely. They completely lose their sanity and their humanity. Hearing this makes Yang Hao realize the truth. Those beastmen they fought earlier were actually created using these terrifying laboratory serums. She confirms that most of these creatures were originally human, mainly because beastmen created from a human base are significantly easier for the scientists to control. At the same time, she reveals a dark secret. Both of these experimental serums are actually refined from captured zombies and mutated beasts. This means all of Hangzhou is a laboratory. In fact, maybe the entire world is just a giant testing ground where every human has become a test subject that cannot escape. Yang Hao turns to Mo Di, remembering the batch of recovery medicine he had taken from her before. He asks if that medicine can recover beastmen or zombies, but Mo Di nervously admits she has never tried it. She heard it works on normal zombies, but she is not sure about the others. Jing Shuang chimes in, saying she believes the medicine is actually effective, but the supply of recovery medicine is tiny and extremely rare, even back at the Hangzhou lab. Suddenly, Mo Di remembers something and asks why those beastmen targeted only her. Jing Shuang explains that it is likely because Mo Di previously used experimental drugs from the Hangzhou lab. That scent is irresistible to them. Those beastmen can only reproduce with humans who have taken those specific drugs. Okay, I know what you are thinking. Is he really asking her to join the squad? Yes, he is. They need to move fast. The details about the Hangzhou lab can wait until they are in a safer spot. Jing Shuang thinks it over, realizing that joining them is not a bad choice. She might be able to hide for a while, but she cannot run forever. Plus, Yang Hao is full of mysteries. She quickly accepts, agreeing to join forces with his group. However, she has one condition: she has no interest in being a hero or taking any unnecessary risks. Yang Hao agrees, telling her not to worry because they are not there to ruin her life. Next, he asks her to tell them about the missile base. He wants to know about the nearby missile base, suspecting she might have some intel on the area. She is startled to hear him mention the missiles and asks if they are looking for heavy weapons. She apologizes, explaining that for her own safety, she never dared to make contact with them. Hearing this, he just gives a confident smirk and starts issuing orders to the rest of the team. He tells the girls to stay put while he scouts ahead at the Fenghuang Mountain military base alone. Hiding in the thick bushes, Yang Hao observes the situation. Surprisingly, there are no zombies anywhere, making it likely that some survivors have already taken control of the base. He decides to walk right up. He calls out, saying he has no ill will and just wants to talk. The guards do not hesitate. They open fire immediately, screaming that there is absolutely nothing to talk about. Watching the bullets fly toward him, Yang Hao uses his telekinesis to freeze them mid-air and tells the guards not to be so scared of a stranger. The lookouts are terrified, realizing they are dealing with a powerful ability user. A bald guard asks if they should launch a missile, but his red-haired partner tells him not to be reckless. He says to report this to their superiors, and the bald man quickly agrees. After the bald guy runs off to report to the boss, only the red-haired man remains, watching Yang Hao with pure anxiety. He prays this newcomer is not a complete lunatic. But then a massive, ear-splitting sound shakes the entire area. What on earth is happening? People are charging out of the facility, screaming for everyone to run as fast as they can because something has finally broken free. You and I are about to find out if the base just fell to the undead. Could the zombies have finally broken inside? Alright, you and I are about to see our main character charge straight into a massive hall. A guard instantly shouts a warning, asking who this stranger is. Do not come any closer. There are zombies right behind you. Yang Hao just laughs it off, telling them not to worry about a few zombies. He calmly mentions that they probably do not even want him to kill these creatures anyway, right? His words leave the men inside completely stunned. They nervously ask how he could possibly know that. He gives a confident smile, pointing out that if they wanted them dead, they would not have raised them. The guards gasp, shocked that he realized they were farming these monsters. However, the soldier warns him that there is a tyrant lurking over there. He says a single man cannot handle it, but Yang Hao just shrugs. He says a single tyrant is nothing, because he has one too. Now pay attention, because Yang Hao is about to show them what a real monster looks like. With one snap of his fingers, his own tyrant appears and lunges at the enemy. It easily pins down the crazed beast. Yang Hao orders his tyrant, Brave, not to kill it, since he wants to capture it, and Brave obediently agrees. Seeing a tyrant that can actually talk leaves the soldier shaking in disbelief. He stammers, asking if this monster really belongs to him and how it can speak. Yang Hao proudly confirms that this is indeed his own tyrant. He explains that Brave is special, then politely introduces himself to the soldier. Seeing how helpful the young man is, the soldier introduces himself as Zhao Wuqing, the person in charge of this facility. Yang Hao tells him to leave this tyrant to him and asks if they can handle the other zombies. Zhao Wuqing confidently says that is not a problem. Watching Brave fight, Yang Hao is satisfied. After his recent level up in the last battle, he can now control 2 high-level tyrants at the same time. He gives the order for Brave to restrain the target, and his summon obeys instantly. Without hesitation, Brave pins the enemy tyrant to the ground. Yang Hao is thrilled to gain a new subordinate, deciding to call this former soldier zombie the war slave for now. 10 minutes later, Zhao Wuqing thanks him for the help and asks why Yang Hao has come to their base. Yang Hao does not hide his intentions. He tells them he has a reason for being there. He asks them to explain the situation at this facility first. Zhao Wuqing agrees and starts telling the whole story. He explains that they had a small, disciplined team. When the outbreak started, they managed to seize control before everything turned into total chaos. He reveals the reason they were experimenting on the zombies. They simply could not bear to give up on their old comrades. They locked their infected teammates in the armory, hoping that one day they might find a way to cure them. However, the experiments hit a wall. The zombies kept evolving and even gained special abilities, making the armory impossible to control. He sighs, admitting they would have all turned into zombies if Yang Hao hadn't stepped in. Let's be real, you and I know they were seconds away from a total wipeout. He offers to help with whatever Yang Hao needs, and the main character does not hold back. He wants to use their missile supply to wipe out all the zombies in the city and collect their essence cores. Zhao Wuqing worries about the scale of the plan and asks how many people he has. Yang Hao says it is a long story. He explains their current strength. While they can fight the zombies, without better weapons, they will suffer massive casualties. That is why he needs their heavy artillery. After hearing the explanation, Zhao Wuqing immediately agrees to the deal. 10 minutes later, the soldier has all the weapons ready. He shows Yang Hao their entire arsenal. They are lucky because all the missiles are still here, and they have enough trained personnel to fire them. He introduces a specialized missile with a range of 400 kilometers and an accuracy range of 600 meters. It is their most powerful weapon, but Yang Hao thinks a 600-meter error margin is a bit too much. Zhao Wuqing then shows another type with a shorter range but much higher precision, hitting within 100 meters. He suggests that if they fire multiple missiles at once, the accuracy won't even matter. Yang Hao agrees with the logic. He tells them to return to his base. This time, they are definitely going to take Jiangzhou back from the undead. Later at the base meeting, Yang Hao explains the situation before asking Qing Shuang to report on the laboratories. Qing Shuang steps forward and shares everything she managed to discover. She does not know who built these labs, but she knows their goal was definitely not world domination. Their true objective was to use the entire human race as test subjects, ranking everyone from zombies to mutated beasts. She learned that zombies are split into normal and mutant types. Beasts follow the same logic, while humans are ranked by tier. Humans are classified into rank D, rank C, and so on. This is the extent of what she knows so far. These rankings are based on strength, speed, and spirit. But special abilities make things even more complicated. Yang Hao Rian Hom Toms O Homs, Hom Te Homs Oms Amam. His ranks match his system perfectly. Is it a coincidence or is his power linked to these labs? Trust me, you and I are going to want to see where this goes. Alright, you and I are uncovering a dark secret. Every single medicine in that laboratory is actually harvested from mutated zombies and humans. If this continues, humanity is doomed, but Yang Hao immediately pivots to the main mission. He asks the group for ideas on how they should handle the king-class zombies next. Kai Jing suggests testing the new serum on the mutated beasts that Qing Yi controls. Yang Hao agrees with the plan and rallies the team to move out immediately. They head straight to the training grounds located deep within the base laboratory. Researchers inject the serum, and suddenly, the zombies grow horns and explode with insane rage. Qing Yi screams as she loses control over the subjects after the injection takes hold. Feng Hua suggests injecting herself to boost her powers, hoping to regain control of them. Yang Hao shuts that down instantly. It is too risky, so he orders a different strategy. They must lure the zombie king into the city center to finish this once and for all. The girls agree, and a full day passes inside the dark underground laboratory. Qing Yi is busy managing her mutated beasts when Yang Hao calls for a status report. She quickly reports that the situation is moving exactly as they planned. After luring the tyrant inside, the laboratory should finally be safe from any immediate threats. She stands before the prep room, where countless mutated zombies are locked away for research. Now, watch the city center. This is where it gets wild. The zombie king is raging, and Yang Hao gives the order to Wei Guo that the trap is finally set. Wei Guo acknowledges the command and prepares to launch the heavy artillery. Missiles streak across the sky like falling stars, but the zombie king boldly tries to catch them. A massive explosion rocks the area, and a sea of fire swallows everything in sight. Yang Hao celebrates the hit, but Wei Guo warns that the reload time is far too long. If they do not wipe them out now, the zombies will scatter before the next launch. Yang Hao decides to head down personally to check the wreckage for any survivors. He smiles at the dead tyrants, wondering if the zombie king finally met its end too. Suddenly, a hand bursts from the ground. The king lunges at Yang Hao, and we both knew this monster wouldn't go down that easily. The monster strikes with brutal force, but Yang Hao narrowly dodges the lethal blow. He notices the king is heavily wounded now, is the perfect time to finish the job. But the king catches him off guard, landing a heavy strike right on Yang Hao. The impact sends him crashing hard into the dirt. He grunts in pain, realizing the monster's attacks have a hidden slowdown effect. Not one to back down, he decides to retaliate with a long-range lightning strike. The bolt hits directly, but it does 0 damage, leaving Yang Hao extremely frustrated. He leaps high into the air, but the king just sneers and attacks him mid-flight. Yang Hao realizes he was baited into jumping, but he does not look scared at all. The king tries to trap him with explosives while he is airborne, but he counters instantly. He strikes back with everything he has, finally causing the zombie king to bleed. Immediately, he contacts Wei Guo to prepare for a second massive explosion. Wei Guo tells him to clear the area so they can launch the next wave. He calculates his distance, knowing he needs to stay far away from this monster's reach. Just then, a second zombie king appears out of nowhere, leaving him completely shocked. The new monster attacks, and Yang Hao barely escapes as he realizes the truth. It is an illusion ability, and now several phantom kings have him completely surrounded. He activates a full-body scan and realizes the first 3 are just fake projections. He spots the real one and smirks. And trust me, you and I are going to love seeing him crush this boss next time. You and I are jumping right into a brutal showdown as Yang Hao strikes the host. The hit lands perfectly, and he arrogantly mocks the monster for being so weak. Its clones vanish and the zombie king collapses, but suddenly, it starts gathering a massive surge of energy that leaves Yang Hao stunned. The zombie king forms a colossal energy sphere and hurls it directly at our hero. Yang Hao realizes the monster used its own leg as a bomb, and it is heading straight for him. With the situation critical, he decides he has to force the blast back where it came from. Pay attention here, because the tide is about to turn, as several tyrants suddenly ambush him from behind. He narrowly dodges their strike, realizing the king is summoning even more minions to the battlefield. But this distraction causes him to lose focus, and the energy bomb drifts right toward him. He knows he is in trouble, and then a massive, earth-shattering explosion erupts, blowing the tyrants away. The zombie king shields itself from the blast, laughing victoriously as it stares down at the massive, empty crater it just created. Suddenly, something hits the king with a painful strike that wipes the smile off its face. It glares down into the deep hole and snarls at the person standing there. Someone actually survived down there, thanks to the tunnel they dug with the clown earlier. Yang Hao quickly radios Wei Guo to launch the next phase of their heavy attack. The legless king is defenseless as a massive barrage of missiles slams into it, triggering a series of devastating explosions. System notifications flood in, giving Yang Hao 240 strength points and more bonuses. Speed 146, 26, 21, 18, spirit power 120, 23, 17, 15. He even earns a special title for assisting in the kill of a king-rank zombie. This new title grants him a 10% suppression effect against all lower-ranked zombies. I know what you are thinking. That is a massive haul of rewards for just one kill. But the system keeps them coming. The system offers to replace his Asura Scythe's Ice ability with one of 3 powerful new spirit-based skills. Option 2 is Dreamy Eyes, allowing mind control 3 times every 24 hours. Option 3 is a soul-stealing spear that targets an enemy's weakest mental point. Yang Hao chooses Dreamy Eyes, deciding that having a strong mental control skill is his best bet. Later, Wei Guo reports that all the minions summoned by the Zombie King have been dealt with. With the missiles spent, Qingyi suggests that they head in to clean up the remains. Yang Hao agrees, but then the system triggers a new mission to hunt down a modified alien creature. He wonders if this alien is actually a magic beast as he heads to the lab. He focuses on the main goal first as they reach the underground research facility. Qingyi assumes the area is safe now that the king is gone, but Fenghua is wary. As they approach, strange and unsettling noises start echoing from deep inside the laboratory. Without warning, something smashes through the heavy iron doors with terrifying strength. Mutated tyrants emerge, and Qingyi screams as she realizes the lab is still full of monsters. One of them lunges at her, and a terrified Feng Hua realizes they are in serious trouble. Feng Hua pulls out a zombie transformation serum and grits her teeth, ready to risk it all. The drug takes effect instantly, causing her muscles to bulge as she transforms into a powerful zombie. Qing Yi watches in shock as her friend uses a spirit control field on the mutated monsters. The mutated tyrants freeze in place, completely forced to obey her new mental commands. Two of the monsters suddenly turn on each other, tearing themselves apart in a savage frenzy. Qing Yi is amazed, realizing that Feng Hua can now control 4 powerful mutated tyrants at once with this new transformation. But then she notices a hidden zombie crawling along the wall right above Feng Hua. The creature lunges, opening its mouth to reveal a long, deadly tongue aimed at its prey. Yang Hao appears just in time to blast the monster away and tells her not to worry. Trust me, the real battle is just beginning. Alright, you and I are about to see if Yang Hao can survive his own girlfriend. With his new power and the Demon King Slayer title, even a tyrant is now light work for him. Suddenly, Feng Hua screams out, "Meat!" She looks at Yang Hao with pure hunger. Meat, so fragrant. She lunges at him, but he dodges, realizing the zombie serum has fully taken hold. Is she turning into one of them? She already has zombie traits. While he is distracted, a swarm of mutated zombies prepares to pounce. He freezes, thinking he is doomed. But then, Feng Hua suddenly roars, "Do not touch my meat." The mutated zombies stop dead in their tracks, completely terrified by her voice. This scene leaves Yang Hao completely stunned. He stares in disbelief, wondering, wait, she can actually control them like this? It is not exactly what he expected, but her ability to command the undead is an incredible advantage for what comes next. He turns to see her screaming like a wild animal. "He is my meat! You are not allowed to eat him." 30 minutes later, the battle is over, and only one figure stands among the corpses. But Feng Hua is still drooling, staring at him with hungry eyes. "Meat! Smells so good!" Yang Hao tilts his head to dodge her, laughing to himself. At least she still has some consciousness left. She is not actually biting him, but why is she only obsessed with his body? She leans down and lifts his shirt, making Qing Yi jump back in shock. What on earth is she doing? Yang Hao pats her head, and she surprisingly lets him. "Do not worry. I do not know how long the serum lasts, but I will find a way to bring her back. If Hang City created this drug, they must have a cure somewhere." He turns to lead her away. "Qing Yi, head back first. I am taking Feng Hua to the underground lab to check." Qing Yi agrees without a word. Meanwhile, Feng Hua still has no clue what is happening, still obsessed with his body as they enter the dark, ruined room. He steps inside and looks around, scanning the area. It seems the tyrant escaped because Dr. Feng lab was left unmanned. But at least that problem is finally taken care of for now. Now pay attention, because we are about to uncover Dr. Feng's dark secrets together. He finds a computer and discovers the doctor kept a very detailed digital diary of his betrayal. As the computer boots up, a video begins to play. Today is a strange day. I do not know who they are, but their technology is impossible to refuse, even if it means betraying all of humanity. M15 offered me incredible power. As long as I keep supplying the drugs, they will not interfere. The doctor did not hesitate. He simply agreed to their terms. The video skips to a surgery. Someone used their life force to make others young again. The power of abilities is truly infinite. I have regained my youth. These powers have no limits. Hearing this, Yang Hao grips the computer tightly. What kind of technology could make Dr. Feng betray his own race? What exactly is this mysterious organization he joined? Just when we thought things were settling down, check this out. Qing Yi calls him, sounding panicked. Hearing the urgency in her voice, he asks what happened. An unidentified flying object has appeared right above the underground lab. You and Feng Hua must stay inside for now. Yang Hao is stunned by the news but agrees to keep her safe. A flying object? Understood. I will stay put. High above in the spacecraft, 2 mysterious scientists look down. M24 watches the city as they prepare to descend. M15. It looks like this city just went through a massive war. He gazes at the ruins with cold indifference. Exactly. M24. Let us head down. Be careful. We are here to investigate, not to get ourselves killed. The spacecraft slowly descends and touches down on the barren ground. N24 follows M15 out. We cannot find the contact, and the signal is dead. What should we do now? He adjusts his glasses calmly. Assume she is dead. The lab here is likely destroyed too. Let us head over to Jiabao instead. As they step out, Yang Hao suddenly appears to block their path. Who are you people? M15 quickly raises his weapon to interrogate the stranger. Who are you? Seeing the gun, he puts his hands up. Wait. I am just a new guard for the lab. You guys do not look normal. Are you friends or enemies? M15 does not suspect a thing. We are from the Hang City Research Laboratory, he replies. We once saved a female messenger who came here. Is she still around? And what the hell happened to this entire place? Yang Hao plays dumb. Are you talking about the woman with that strange mutated beast? They both shout, yes. He continues his act. I do not know where she went. The city was overrun by zombies, and we really need your help. M15 narrows his eyes suspiciously. Attacked by zombies? I do not see any zombies. Where is everyone else? Trust me, you and I are going to want to see if he can pull off this lie. Everyone is hiding underground while I scout the area. Hearing that, he rushes them along, acting like he knows the exact way. Alright, stick with me, you're about to see Yang Hao pull off a risky gamble. But Yang Hao doesn't expect the gun barrel to spin and fire a red flare. A net instantly deploys, tangling Yang Hao as he loses his balance and slams down. He is pinned to the ground by the tight mesh, completely unable to move. Struggling on the floor, he shouts out, "Why are you doing this to me?" Number 15 just sneers. Why does a guard like you have zombie mutation medicine? Even then, he finds an excuse, shouting that he bought it from that woman. The guard laughs at number 24, realizing Luo Jingshuang was the one who sabotaged them. He replies with a sinister grin, saying if they catch her, they'll be heroes. Yang Hao keeps the distraction going, asking if they can finally let him go now. Pay attention here while they're busy talking. A massive shadow looms right behind their backs. Let you go? Not a chance. Suddenly, the monster opens its maw and releases a sonic wave. The blast knocks them both out instantly as the team rushes in to save Yang Hao. Right then, the communication device on number 15 starts buzzing with an incoming call. As he hesitates, a familiar figure appears and tells him to hand over the device. Seeing Modi as a total lifesaver, she takes the device and gets to work immediately. Modi frowns, reporting that headquarters is already starting to get a bit suspicious. If we don't get enough enhancement meds, we're in trouble. But Yang Hao remains confident. He pauses for a moment of reflection before giving his next set of orders. Don't we have someone who can erase memories? Make them forget they ever saw me. 20 minutes later, the scientists are back on the ship with their memories completely altered. Standing outside the ship, Modi warns them that this trick only works once. She tells them to plan ahead, while Yang Hao gives her a sincere thank you. After saying their goodbyes, the scientists' spacecraft engines roar to life and take off. Yang Hao watches them disappear into the clouds before heading back to the injured Feng Hua. He sits beside her and asks Luo Jingshuang for an update on her condition. Checking her tablet, she delivers the grim news about Feng Hua's current state of health. It is bad. Without stabilizer meds within a month, her memories will be permanently damaged. Yang Hao clenches his fists, desperately asking how they can get their hands on the medicine. She explains that the supply is extremely limited and nearly impossible for them to find. Let's jump ahead 3 days. You and I find Yang Hao fighting through Hangzhou's dangerous outskirts. He surveys the area, realizing that Hangzhou is a completely different beast compared to Jiangzhou. The toxin levels here are insane. Saving Feng Hua is going to be an uphill battle. Suddenly, screams for help ring out as a terrifying white fox beast begins its hunt. One man can't run fast enough, and the beast's claws sink into him as he screams. He is swallowed whole right in front of them, leaving the girl in the group paralyzed. It is all over. Old Third is gone. Run now. This thing is way too powerful for us. Yang Hao watches from the shadows, noticing the beast's striking resemblance to ancient snake legends. He turns to Feng Hua, telling her it is time to send in the tyrants. She looks at the monster with a playful grin, excited for the chance to smash something. Yang Hao summons a horde of tyrants, but the beast effortlessly swats them aside with its tail. It raises a massive spear high, letting out a roar before charging straight at them. Trust me, you and I aren't ready for what happens when this monster finally gets serious. Alright. You and I are about to witness Yang Hao face a power level that is basically off the charts right now. While his tyrant zombies struggle against the massive bullied beast, a mysterious shadow watches from the darkness nearby. Wansan stares at his radar in total shock, wondering how anyone could possibly control this many zombies at once. Thinking he has found a rank A user, he tracks the red dots on his screen and orders the beast forward. On his command, the bullied beast swings its massive weapon and executes yet another zombie in its path. It tears through the line of tyrants, charging straight toward Yang Hao with earth-shattering force and zero hesitation. Suddenly, the system screen flashes a side quest to save an alien creature, and Yang Hao knows it is go time. He grabs his weapon, ready for war, and tells Feng Hua to stay back and stay safe no matter what. Watching him charge, a bystander is amazed he is soloing a king-tier beast, while his partner screams to run away. Back in the heat of battle, Yang Hao gets slammed by a massive strike and sent flying through the air. But with incredible reflexes, he manages to stick the landing right on top of a nearby street lamp. He wonders why this monster fights exactly like a controlled tyrant, sensing that someone else is pulling the strings here. Now watch this closely. Yang Hao triggers his all-seeing scan and spots Wansan hiding with a remote control nearby. Once he locks onto the target, a cold smirk spreads across his face as he realizes his theory was right. Just as the beast strikes his position, Yang Hao leaps high into the air and launches himself straight at Wan San. Wood splinters everywhere as he crashes through the hiding spot, leaving Wan San stuttering in pure, unadulterated shock and fear. Yang Hao's eyes glow with a mysterious, haunting light as he looks down and lets out a chilling, confident laugh. I found you. Now start talking. Who are you? And where did that monster outside actually come from? Hypnotized by his gaze, Wan San spills everything explaining his name and how he just found the beast wandering around. He reveals that after the Hang Cheng lab riot, all sorts of terrifying zombies and mutated beasts escaped into the world. Some of these creatures ended up following humans, forming a strange and dangerous bond in this new, apocalyptic reality. Rumors say the lab was breeding mythical beings, and only the Dawn Warriors and Heaven Sent have any real power left. Yang Hao breaks a sweat as the weight of the intel sinks in mythical beings are actually being bred there. That means the bullied beast was not a one-time accident, and the lab likely has even crazier things waiting inside. He barks an order for Wan San to make the beast submit, and the terrified man agrees without a single protest. A few minutes later, the massive bullied beast collapses in tears and agony, completely defeated by its new master. I know what you were thinking, victory was easy, but Yang Hao is exhausted after cutting through that tough hide. The system rewards him with 100 points to all stats and a new skill called Pulse Armor for ultimate defense. Finally, he has a real defensive move that does not rely on his Iron Bone skill, making him feel truly unstoppable. The scene shifts to a rough hand holding a strange jar in front of a pile of dry, weathered bones. Lu Kun and a girl discuss their grim future, realizing they must take over that lab if they want to survive. Suddenly, the girl spots something terrible and screams that the heaven-sent thugs are bullying another woman in the ruins nearby. Not far away, a gang of thugs is harassing a young woman, proving that some people never change, even in the apocalypse. They mock her purity, laughing while telling her that a little fun might actually earn her a piece of meat. The girl screams in defiance, but the bald thug has no intention of letting her go as he tightens his grip. He tells her she is too pretty to kill, planning to use her for himself before handing her to the boss. Luckily, Liu Kun and his partner arrive just in time, calling out the thugs for being less than human and absolute trash. The thug sneers at him, realizing he is dealing with a Dawn Warrior and acting like he is some kind of saint. He says watching people play hero makes him sick, his eyes glowing with a dark and very dangerous intent. Suddenly, Liu Kun begins to transform. His muscles bulge, and his skin turns into a thick, rough, and beastly hide. His entire body shifts into a monstrous form as he growls that he just does not like their pathetic, ugly faces. He lunges forward with razor-sharp claws, shouting that animals like them do not even deserve to be alive on this earth. But the thug does not move, his eyes glowing with a sinister green light as he laughs at Liu Kun's attack. Within seconds, thick wires erupt and wrap around Liu Kun, digging into his skin and causing him to scream in agony. And that is where we leave things with the thug, mocking the Dawn Warriors for being idiots who can never win. Alright, you and I are about to see if Liu Kun can survive this absolute monster's relentless and heavy attacks. Just as despair takes over, a mysterious surge of power erupts, allowing him to barely escape the killing blow. Seeing his target slip away, Duding freezes in shock, wondering who could possibly have the power to interfere. The man behind the rescue is Yang Hao. Liu Kun stares in disbelief, recognizing him as the guy who survived earlier. Yang Hao cuts him off to prioritize the threat, asking if they are the Dawn Warriors. He needs to know if they are actually the ones fighting against the mysterious laboratory group. Hearing the question, Liu Kun quickly nods and confirms that they are indeed the resistance fighting back. With the confirmation he needed, Yang Hao sets him down and charges ahead, promising to protect him for now. Now watch this part carefully. This is where we see what our hero is truly made of. He tanks the hit with his new defense skill and keeps charging forward without stopping. Witnessing this impossible feat, the villain's jaw drops as he screams out in pure, unadulterated terror. He can't believe his wind blades did 0 damage. Within seconds, Yang Hao lands right in front of him, unscathed. Activating his pulse armor, Yang Hao gives himself some credit, noting that this new ability is actually pretty useful. Realizing they are completely outmatched, the God-sent group immediately turns tail and tries to make a run for it. But Yang Hao isn't letting them go. Ye Fenghua arrives with a squad of tyrant zombies to block their path. Seeing the massive mutants, the cowards huddle together and scream for mercy, but it is already far too late. After clearing the area, Yang Hao approaches Liu Kun to ask for some inside information. He wants to know everything about the secret laboratories that are currently hidden deep throughout the ruins of Hang City. Now, back in his normal state, Liu Kun looks at his savior and readily agrees to tell him everything. While he is grateful, he is also completely awestruck by Yang Hao's overwhelming power. Nearby, a mysterious stranger is watching every single detail of the situation unfold through a pair of high-powered binoculars. Having seen the whole slaughter from the start, the observer watches his allies fall with rising fury. He grinds his teeth, cursing the Dawn Warriors for killing their people and swearing that they will pay soon. Back with our main character, He's pressing Lu Kun for the exact location of the lab. Lu Kun admits it is buried deep underground, though he doesn't have all the specific details yet. He explains that the facility is divided into 5 sectors, starting with the Tide Lab and the Mountain Lab. Look at the map with me. There is the City Lab, the River Lab, and the Underground Lab. Currently, we are standing right within the territory of the River Lab sector. The neighboring labs are extremely powerful, using high-tech weaponry to kidnap people and beasts for their twisted research. It is a nightmare scenario where no one is safe from their experiments. They even release terrifying experimental creatures into the city just to gather more data on their mutations. Hearing this, our main character's expression turns dark as he realizes the scale of the horror. Young Hao frowns, questioning why they don't just leave the city. Lu Kun answers with a desperate, loud shout. The lab releases modified animals that can be hunted. In Hang City, at least they won't starve to death. Plus, once you are in, there is no leaving. Leaving means death. Young Hao can only nod and give orders. He tells Lu Kun to stay and recover, while asking for the location of the Dawn Warriors' main headquarters. He figures, since they're targeting the labs, they might have some useful intel he can use for his own mission. It's a shame his healing pod is back at the base. Otherwise, he could have patched the man up. Lu Kun hands over a unique cord, explaining that their headquarters is in the shopping mall just up ahead. He says to show the cord and mention Old Hu. Yang Hao takes it with a nod and a thanks. A bit later, the scene shifts to a modern fortress. Yang Hao looks up, realizing he has finally arrived. Suddenly, 2 men step out from the entrance, loudly demanding to know who they are and what they want. Yang Hao pulls out the cord from Lu Kun and explains they were referred by Old Hu to join up. The guard in the helmet recognizes the item immediately and rushes inside to report to their high-ranking leaders. The remaining guard tells them to wait, sounding confident that everything is under control for the moment. Inside, the guard reports to 2 figures, informing the second and third leaders that 2 newcomers wish to join. These are the top brass, with the man being the third leader and the woman serving as second leader. They listen in silence as the guard mentions that the newcomers brought 4 tyrant zombies along with them. Kai Luan is surprised, noting that 4 tyrants would be a massive help to their cause. However, the third leader stays cautious, warning that they need to watch out for a potential trap. Minutes later, Yang Hao and Ye Fenghua walk in. Kai Luan wastes no time, demanding to know their powers. Ready to prove his worth, Yang Hao immediately unleashes his energy and begins to introduce himself to the group. He identifies as Yang Hao, a dual user of lightning powers and a physical body mutation. He introduces his cousin, Ye Fenghua, who controls zombies, though she jokes she can't even control herself. Trust me, you and I are in for a wild ride with this duo. My sister was a lab rat, pumped full of experimental drugs. Alright, you and I are diving into a world where that trauma breaks the mind. Hearing this, Tai Lone recoils. Another zombifying drug, she curses. Meanwhile, the third master keeps prying for more info. Those 4 tyrants look monstrously powerful. Are they really tyrant level? Duong Hao just nods. Yeah, every single one. With that confirmation, the man's eyes narrow as he starts plotting. 4 tyrants. If only they belonged to me. I could finally steal Leader Lu's throne. The girl is brainless and easy to handle. I just need to kill the boy. He puts on a noble act, saying, I feel for you, but we have standards. Your sister is fine, but you need a test. Duong Hao doesn't even hesitate. Fine. But Tai Lone senses something is off a test? We've never had a rule like that for survivors before. Is the third master up to something? Without a word, the third master signals for one of his men to step forward. Lam Fong, get over here. He leans in, whispering a dark command. Kill the boy and keep the girl. Understand? Receiving his orders, Lam Fong barks out a loud, understood. Third master, now watch this carefully. The test is about to turn into a death trap. Duong Hao, beat Lam Fong to join. Step up, kid. Not just anyone gets to join the Dawn Warriors. With a guttural growl, Lam Fong's body twists and evolves into a monster. He warns, I do not play fair. As those massive claws tear through the air, Duong Hao barely manages to leap aside. Sorry about this. He doesn't wait for a second strike, thrusting his hand forward to unleash a surge of electricity. The lightning slams right into Lam Fong's head, but it barely leaves a scratch. He laughs. Use everything you've got. Suddenly, his arms start stretching, and seeing this, Duong Hao's heart skips a beat. An insulating body and reach like that? This isn't a test. He's actually trying to kill me. Those sharp claws lunge forward, but the system activates Iron Bone just in time. Lam Fong's jaw drops as his claws fail to pierce the boy's skin. While he's frozen, Duong Hao grabs the claws with a wicked grin. Guess I don't have to be polite anymore. With a surge of strength, he flings the massive arm aside. Then, he delivers a brutal punch to the gut, sending Lam Fong crashing through the glass to the ground below. After handling the trash, Duong Hao coolly looks at the crowd. So, can I join now? You saw that coming, right? Tai Lone is stunned. while the third master's face turns pale. He's much more dangerous than I anticipated. Just then, a scout rushes in, screaming, "Heaven's gift is attacking the back gate." Tylone's heart sinks. My father and our main forces are gone. What do we do? The third master whispers his scheme. Don't panic. Use those 4 tyrants to defend us. Force them to stop the invaders. Tylone hesitates. Is this really the right move? But with no other choice, she decides to gamble. It's an emergency, and even if I don't trust them, this is my only play. The man ignores her and runs off, claiming he's checking on Lam Fong. Finally, she approaches the siblings. Duong Hao, could your sister's monsters help us hold the line? Before she can finish, he uses his dreamy eyes to hypnotize her. We can talk. First, tell everyone to leave. Caught completely off guard, Tylone's eyes go blank as she agrees. She orders the guards to clear the area immediately. Everyone, out. Now, they're finally alone. Duong Hao gets straight to the point. What's the real story? Why did that lizard freak try to murder me? Lam Fong is the third master's puppet, she explains. I think he cuts her off, realizing the truth. So it's the third master's doing. How strong is he? Hypnotized, she reveals he can solo a tyrant-class monster. Meanwhile, outside the building, the third master rushes to Lam Fong's broken body. You're still alive. Good. Now tell me, how strong is that brat really? Staring at the syringe in the master's hand, he gasps. He's slightly weaker than a tyrant, but fast. His body is like iron. Lam Fong is moved, thinking his master is actually going to save him. And that's where we leave it, trust me. You and I just learned that snakes never change their spots. Alright, you and I are about to see a total betrayal. Third master suddenly strikes Lin Feng's vital spot without warning, thinking the kid is more useful dead than alive. No point wasting medicine. Realizing he trusted the wrong man too late, Lin Feng lets out one last choked gasp as his life fades away. Just then, a disheveled man runs toward them with worry in his voice. It is the brother, shouting, "Third master, what happened to my little brother?" Without a hint of guilt, the villain consoles him with a lie. Lin Meng, stay calm. Your brother was injured, and things are looking bad. Hearing this, Lin Meng's eyes fill with tears as he demands to know who did it. Who was it? Was it that bastard who just arrived? I have to kill him. Third master quickly calms him down while giving orders. Do not be reckless. You are no match for that guy alone. Go get Hu Yang and the others. We need a solid plan to take him down. Despite his grief, Lin Meng obeys the order immediately. Fine. I will do whatever you say. As soon as Lin Meng runs off, Third Master lets out a mysterious, scheming smile for his secret plan. Now pay attention, because the real show is about to start. As the heavy automatic door slides open, he sees Yang Hao sitting alone in the room. Yang Hao looks like he was waiting for this visit. He sets his tea down and calmly asks, Third Master, is Lin Feng doing okay? Hearing the question, the man puts on a fake hospitable mask and replies, Lin Feng is dead. That situation with Lin Feng was my fault. Please, do not take it to heart. But Yang Hao hits back with a sudden, sharp accusation. Dead? Figures. That way, your plan to have him kill me stays buried with him, right? Third Master stammers, saying Mr. Young must be joking. While he plays it cool on the outside, his heart is racing. How did this brat figure it all out? Right then, the base doors hiss open again. Lin Meng charges in with a group of thugs, shouting, Third Master, we are back and ready. With his backup finally here, he drops the act and barks an order. Kill him. Once we control his sister, the Dawn Warriors and everything they have is ours. Finish this fast. The mob roars in agreement, but a sudden voice cuts through the chaos, commanding them to wait. Luckily, Lu Kun and his group arrived just in time. Third Master, I never knew you were such a snake. I suggest you drop your weapons right now, but the villain refuses to back down, gesturing for Lin Meng to attack. Stop? Keep dreaming. Kill every single one of them. Lu Kun desperately tries to reason with him. I am telling you for your own good, you cannot imagine his true power. But Third Master mocks him, asking if Lu Kun really thinks these cheap tricks mean anything. You and I can see the chaos unfolding, but Yang Hao just sips his tea calmly before finally speaking up. Wait a second. Before he can finish, the villain orders the hit to continue. What kind of trick is this? Ignore him and just kill him. Undeterred, Yang Hao doesn't show a hint of fear as he calmly reveals his hand. I just wanted to remind everyone, my people have finally returned. As he speaks, monsters smash through the glass windows, launching a terrifying attack. Lin Meng's gang panics at the sight. What? Weren't his 4 tyrants locked up? Why are there still 2 of them out here? Without mercy, those tyrants swing their massive arms, finishing the men one by one. Yang Hao just smirks. What was it you said? Kill first, talk later, right? Suddenly, a pair of powerful, muscular feet resembling those of a kangaroo appear on the scene. Using those legs, Third Master leaps away to escape. This kid is too strong. Running away is the only option now, but suddenly, his body freezes in midair. He cannot move a muscle. What? What is happening to me? Yang Hao is using his telekinesis to pin him down. I haven't even made my move yet. Why are you in such a rush to leave? Terrified, the villain finally begs for mercy. But Yang Hao isn't interested in apologies. He fires a devastating energy strike directly at the man. Third Master is slammed into the ground, completely broken. Lu Kun rushes over in total awe. He realized his benefactor can actually solo monsters from the secret lab. From the shadows, two pairs of high heels slowly click toward the group. Seeing the total carnage, Tai Lone gasps in shock. What on earth happened here? Feng Hua, by her side, can only cling to her sister's arm while crying out. Seeing them, Lu Kun quickly steps forward to explain the entire situation to Miss Tai Lone. I heard everything as soon as I returned. After the explanation, she expresses her sincere gratitude. So that is it. No wonder Lin Feng attacked you. I am truly sorry for that. Mr. Yang, Feng Hua. Yang Hao politely cuts her off. It is fine. It seems my sister has quite a bond with you. Hearing this, she immediately asks if they will join the Dawn Warriors. Yang Hao agrees, as if he was waiting for this exact moment. Deep down, he is calculating his next move based on the intelligence he gathered. The first master is coming from the lab. Once he returns, Yang Hao can get the answers he really needs. While she is happily welcoming them into the group, a subordinate rushes in with urgent news for Miss Tai Lone. The laboratory has started distributing food rations, and that's where we leave it for now. Tai Lone rushes out to secure the food, with Yang Hao following close behind to see how this world really works. Stick around, it's about to get even crazier. Alright, let's dive into this wild harvest with our hero. She agrees confidently, saying with you guys, the harvest will be huge. At the same time, Tai Lone and Duong Hao arrive at their destination, where she points toward a skyscraper and shouts that the food drop starts in 50 seconds. Once the timer hits 0, the food drops. She urges him to hurry as he curiously asks if the location changes every single time. Without slowing down, she explains that it is random so no one can prep. But they got lucky because this one is close. Everyone arrives just as the system screen ticks down to the final second. They brace themselves, and the moment time runs out, the tower launches countless supply crates into the sky. As they fall, 4 parachutes deploy on every crate, drifting slowly toward the ground. Duong Hao is amazed, wondering where they come from or if people are up there, while Tai Lone watches the crates intensely. Now watch closely, because she explains that the laboratory uses advanced space-shrinking technology to manifest an insane amount of gear out of thin air, making it seem like magic. She sighs in frustration, wishing she had not let those other people go before the drop happened. Smiling, he tells her to just have the team guard the trucks while he handles the entire harvest by himself. The Dawn group is shocked, whispering that his ego is way too big and the supplies are spread way too far apart. The heaven-sent thugs join in, mocking him and laughing that he is just bragging for attention. They plan to snatch the loot and run, calling him a loudmouth rookie who is about to get humiliated. Duong Hao steps forward, glowing with a golden aura as he activates his telekinesis, telling everyone who doubted him to watch closely and learn. The supplies in the sky are suddenly pulled by an invisible force, flying straight toward him. One after another, the crates pile themselves perfectly into the back of their trucks. You and I can probably guess their reaction. The heaven-sent crew is left speechless with their mouths hanging open, while the Dawn group cheers for this absolute legend. With the harvest finished, Tai Lone excitedly orders everyone to pack it up. She shouts for them to head back immediately. The crew cheers about having meat and wine tonight, but the celebration is cut short. Suddenly, Luke Khan spots trouble and yells for everyone to wait because the heaven-sent gang has arrived. A group of thugs blocks their path as Lao Feng, their leader, mocks the Dawn Warriors for trying to keep all the food. Tai Lone stares him down, asking if he is really looking for a fight. He just laughs, insulting her team and claiming they are just a bunch of weak kids. He barks an order to his men to move in and seize everything they have. The heaven-sent thugs draw their weapons and charge, dreaming of the delicious feast they are about to steal. Duong Hao does not even flinch, signaling the girl standing quietly beside him. Fuang Hoa, it is time. And with his permission, she smiles excitedly because she absolutely loves a good fight. Suddenly, a pack of tyrant zombies lunges forward, sending the heaven-sent thugs into a total panic. They get tossed around like ragdolls as Lao Feng watches in horror, unable to believe what is happening. He does not even have time to process it as the scene shifts to a desolate wasteland under the setting sun. The orange glow of twilight hits the ruins. Lao Feng and his remaining men catch their breath, cursing the zombies and how they barely escaped with their lives. He grumbles about losing everything when Bonghua rushes over, shouting that something terrible has happened. Breathless, the man explains the disaster that just went down. He reveals that Lao Bui's group tried to rob the Dawn Warriors, but ended up getting slaughtered on the spot. Lao Feng grabs him by the collar, demanding to know if Lao Bui's really dead. Bonghua trembles, explaining that a young man with an army of tyrants took him out. Lao Feng grits his teeth, realizing it was that same kid from earlier. His men are terrified, hearing that this guy even killed the legendary Snake Man, and they do not think they stand a chance against him. Lao Feng just smirks, revealing they have finally found the rare mutant toxic orchid. It is the key to evolving the mythical creature, Fei, which will allow them to command its godlike power once more. And trust me, you and I are about to find out if this legendary beast is finally enough to stop our hero. Alright, you and I are diving into a high-stakes war as Old Man Feng clenches his fist, swearing to wipe out the Dawn Warriors for good. Meanwhile, over at the Dawn Warriors headquarters, night has fallen as Yang Hao gives Feng Hua some final instructions. Feng Hua, are you sure about staying with Sister Tai Lone tonight? Just do not come looking for me at midnight. Feng Hua giggles like a child, repeating his name, while Tai Lone assures Yang Hao she will take great care of her. Hearing that, Yang Hao finally relaxes and heads back to his own room for the night. He figures his scanning ability should cover the short distance anyway, but back in the room, Feng Hua grabs Tai Lone's shirt, laughing and playing around while trying to make her smile. Pinned down on the bed, Tai Lone cries out for Feng Hua to stop messing around and let her go. Realizing how stubborn the girl is, she gives in, amazed by just how much raw strength Feng Hua actually possesses. After taking off her jacket, Tai Lone gently pats Feng Hua's head to calm her down and get her to sleep. She tells her to behave, as the underground room stays warm. Feng Hua cuddles up close, and the two settle in for the night. Suddenly, Feng Hua bolts upright, eyes wide as she mutters for her brother over and over again. A second later, she shouts for Yang Hao, leaving a startled Tai Lone to sit up and ask what on earth is wrong. Suddenly, Tai Lone feels her body go weightless as she is hoisted into the air. Hey, Feng Hua, what are you doing? Put me down, Tai Lone yells. But pay attention, Feng Hua is determined to find her brother right now. She bursts through the door, carrying the struggling woman who keeps screaming for her to let go and put her down. A confused Yang Hao looks up just as Feng Hua tosses Tai Lone right onto him, shouting about everyone sleeping together. Tai Lone screams for Feng Hua to release her, while Yang Hao quickly tries to intervene before things get even weirder. Feng Hua, let go first. Why did you bring the second leader here? Suddenly, a voice outside asks if the newcomer is in. The guard confirms the first leader has returned, and Yang Hao's heart immediately drops into his stomach from the sheer panic. This is a total disaster. He frantically tells Feng Hua to let go while Tai Lone begs her to stop her nonsense. Feng Hua innocently refuses to budge, repeating her desire to sleep together. And then, the inevitable confrontation finally happens. The door slowly creaks open, revealing a scene that looks incredibly wrong to any father watching from the outside. It is the first leader, Tai Jianqing, and he is furious, demanding they release his daughter. Feng Hua just suggests they all sleep together. Yang Hao tries using his hazy eyes skill, but you and I both know this looks like a massive misunderstanding. With killing intent in his eyes, Jianqing scoffs before launching a massive spiritual attack, forcing them both to the ground instantly. Both Yang Hao and Feng Hua are immediately suppressed by the overwhelming mental pressure of his powerful technique. Yang Hao grits his teeth, realizing his hazy eyes are useless against someone with such advanced spiritual system abilities. Jianqing's attack is so strong that even Feng Hua cannot resist it. Seeing the danger, Tai Lone quickly tries to explain everything. Dad, it is not what it looks like, she cries. But he refuses to listen and orders his men to take her away. He warns her about the cruelty of men, and she is dragged out while helplessly calling for her father to stop. Once she is gone, Jianqing turns his icy gaze back to Yang Hao, demanding to know who he really is and what he wants. Jianqing threatens to take his life if he dares touch his daughter. Yang Hao remains serious, stating he has no interest in her and only cares about the River Lab entrance. Jianqing narrows his eyes, questioning why Yang Hao thinks he has any information regarding the entrance to that secret lab. Yang Hao reveals that the third leader told him Jianqing actually came from the River Lab originally, so he must know the way. Jianqing turns his back, denying any connection to the lab, and telling him to ignore those groundless rumors. Since they helped secure food, he decides to let the matter go for now. Yang Hao simply offers his thanks in return. Stepping outside, Jianqing orders his men to watch Yang Hao's every move and report any suspicious activity to him immediately. His subordinate acknowledges the command, promising to keep a very close eye on the newcomer and his strange sister. Jianqing wonders how the boy survived his mental attack, worried about how much he truly knows regarding the lab's secrets. He hopes Yang Hao isn't a spy. Otherwise, he will have to wait for old Ma to return and eliminate him permanently. The next day, Yang Hao takes Feng Hua into the city to scout the area, getting a nod from Tai Lone as they leave. As the siblings walk away, Jianqing and his men begin to tail them from a safe distance to watch their every move. He suspects Yang Hao's motives for joining and is determined to uncover whatever hidden agenda the boy might be hiding. The River Lab sits at the very heart of the city, where food and resources are actually much more abundant. Trust me, with enhancement drugs and mutants everywhere, This city center is about to become a total war zone. Alright, you and I are diving into a zone where the closer you get to the lab, the higher the stakes. Competition here is absolutely lethal. Humans here are basically just lab rats. Yang Hao and Feng Hua eventually reach a massive gate topped with razor-sharp wire to stop anyone from breaking in. Yang Hao studies the area. The lab is deep in a forbidden zone. Going in directly is impossible. Suddenly, a terrified scream rings out. They are here! Everyone run! Yang Hao turns to see a crowd sprinting toward them, with Ye Zidong leading the pack and shouting at the top of her lungs. Why are you two just standing there? Run! Yang Hao doesn't move, confused as to why everyone is panicking. Feng Hua actually starts cheering, thinking it is a marathon. But then, a man in a white lab coat suddenly appears from the chaos. He aims his weapon at the nearest person and fires an electric net, ignoring their desperate cries for help. The victim begs for mercy, but the man just orders his team to capture everyone. As long as they are alive, anything goes. His squad obeys instantly. Seeing the danger, Yang Hao grabs Feng Hua's hand and prepares to bolt. Run, Feng Hua. He realizes this must be the lab force. Since their power is unknown, making a run for it is the best move. Feng Hua follows close behind him, chanting run, run as they go. Ye Zidong worries the siblings didn't escape in time, fearing they are already caught. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind rushes past her. She spots Yang Hao carrying Feng Hua ahead and gasps in pure shock. She quickly shouts a warning, you are going the wrong way. Turn back. You will die even faster heading in that direction. Now pay attention, this is where the real nightmare begins. A group of researchers and a massive king-class mantis are waiting for them. They command the beast to catch them immediately. Move! Yang Hao grabs Feng Hua and pivots. A king-class mutant? This just turned into a massive problem for both of them. He picks up Feng Hua to move faster. Suddenly, two tyrants erupt from the ground to intercept the giant mantis. He hopes the tyrants can buy some time. But after only a few steps, Yang Hao realizes something feels terribly wrong. He looks back and sees the tyrants getting absolutely destroyed by the mantis. Is this the power of a king class? Two tyrants couldn't even withstand a single strike from that thing. The tyrants are tossed aside like trash, but the siblings manage to gain some distance. Suddenly, they run into the group again. Why aren't they running? Ye Zidong explains with a forced smile. Mantis behind us, spider in front. You see that too, right? A second king-class monster, a giant spider, just appeared and cut off their only escape route. Yang Hao stops thinking and draws his blades with a grim look. Time to go all out. The others draw their weapons too, deciding they would rather fight than just die. Ye Zidong agrees together. They might survive. A lab worker orders the king mantis to attack. Just bring them back alive. The mantis obeys, swinging its razor-sharp scythes as it lunges straight toward Yang Hao. A man manages to grab one of its scythes and yells for the others to provide immediate fire support. Heavy gunfire rains down on the mantis, but it barely leaves a scratch. Instead, the attacks only make the beast even more furious. The beast roars in rage. Luckily, Yang Hao leaps in to help the man, who feels a sudden surge of courage. Yang Hao evaluates him. Not bad, he is actually strong enough to restrain one of the mantis's massive arms. Ye Zidong joins the fray, calling everyone to hold it steady as her spirit form prepares to strike. The spirit's hand flashes, sending two beams of light into the mantis's head and eyes, making it shriek in pain. The beast thrashes wildly. Meanwhile, the system displays a notification. Iron bone. Cooldown is 35 seconds. The man warns that its hide is too thick. These small attacks are only serving to provoke the monster further. This isn't working. Yang Hao suggests they try escaping through the buildings on either side instead. But suddenly, massive tentacles burst out, smashing the man aside and completely leveling the nearby buildings. The man gasps as the structure collapses. Yang Hao is frozen in terror. Is that a mythical creature? The system identifies the horror in front of them as a Holland fish, a post-modification biological weapon. Origin: Andromeda. Mutation level: rank B. Yang Hao stares in pure disbelief at the creature. Not far away, a mysterious figure is silently observing the entire chaotic scene. And that's where we leave it for now. Someone is watching from the shadows, and trust me, you and I are about to see this story get much crazier. Alright, you and I are jumping right into a nightmare. This giant spider just sprayed a massive web everywhere. The entire group gets caught in the sticky trap instantly. They all start panicking, thinking this is the end of the line for them. Yang Hao and Feng Hua are stuck too. He protects his sister while Ye Zidong realizes they are trapped. Yang Hao tries to slash through the thick silk with his blade, but it does not work. He starts to worry. The webbing is way tougher than he expected. This looks like a real problem. Desperate cries fill the air, as everyone realizes their weapons are useless against this sticky mess. Suddenly, a voice orders the spider to stop. Then, Yang Hao's system notification pings. Main mission complete. He successfully established the Jiangzhou city base. Rewards: a 30% boost to all his basic attributes. The system is not done. Bone armor and the mock armor merge into a new skill with 0 cooldown. The intensity and duration of this armor now depend entirely on his physical stamina. His Asura Scythe evolves into the King Ghost Scythe. Plus, he can now see enemy levels and weaknesses. Now watch this. The system just handed him a brand new quest. Dismantle the Vensong Laboratory. Damn, right after the base mission ends, this adorable little beast appears on his shoulder and starts chirping away. Young Hao stares at it. Dark Emperor? With a name that cool, he thought it would be a beast, not a snack. Whatever. He puts the pet aside and grips his new King Ghost Scythe with a confident smirk. One light swing and the web shreds like paper. He starts laughing as he easily slashes his way out. Once the group is free, they cannot stop praising Young Hao for his insane new power. They are calling him a legend. Everyone feels like they have finally found a savior to protect them. He tells them to calm down. There are still 2 king-tier beasts and a mythical creature left. One of the researchers is losing his mind. How did someone cut through king-tier mutant silk so easily? He cannot believe his eyes. This guy should not be this powerful. His partner sends the frenzied Mantis King charging in. The system displays its terrifying stats immediately. Strength at 5,000, speed at nearly 3,000. Finally, Young Hao can see what a king tier looks like. The Mantis swings its massive blades, aiming to slice our hero in half. Yang Hao dodges effortlessly. Then he remembers his new skill and sees glowing weakness markers on the monster. He smiles. He has got the target locked. Time to end this. You and I just saw a king tier beast get absolutely deleted. One shot, and the Mantis is left in pieces. The enemy researchers are speechless. Killing a Mantis King in one hit is beyond impossible. Ye Zidong is just as shocked. She has never seen anything like this before. Yang Hao turns his deadly gaze toward the spider next. He mocks it for using its webs too much. The terrified captain desperately orders the remaining monster, the Dutch fish, to attack. He is shaking now. This guy just wiped out 2 king-tier mutants like they were nothing. But his subordinate runs up with even worse news. The Dutch fish just turned tail and fled. The captain is stunned. Something actually scared a mythical creature away? The villains retreat in a panic. Yang Hao is confused what could possibly terrify a creature that high level. Then he looks at his little pet, Dark Emperor, standing there looking extremely proud of itself. The survivors cheer, celebrating the fact that they are finally safe from the monsters. Yizidong approaches him with a grateful smile and introduces herself, thanking him for the rescue. He gets straight to the point. He needs to find a safe place to talk about that lab. She leads him to a secure room, telling him he can ask whatever he needs to know. Yang Hao does not waste time. He wants to know how to get inside the Vensong laboratory. She tells him the only way in is to get captured or find an escaped prisoner. Yang Hao tenses up. This is going to be harder than he thought. And that is where we leave it. Yang Hao is heading into the lion's den. And trust me, it is about to get wild. Alright, you and I are heading back into a world where every move could be your last. Yang Hao promises to be careful, thinking how rare it is to find someone as kind as Diep Tudong in this apocalypse. The scene shifts to Tai Kiem Thon, who gives a serious look to his daughter, Tai Lone. He tells her to take Diep Phuong Hoa away because he needs a private word with Yang Hao when he returns. As she leaves, she wonders what her father could possibly be hiding that requires such a mysterious talk. Once the girls are gone, Tai Kiem Than orders his men to take Yang Hao out immediately. But outside, Yang Hao is already moving, his devil scythe cutting through the air with lethal force. Tai Kiem Than just watches, smoking calmly while making a veiled threat about treating Yang Hao's sister well. He accuses the kid of being a spy, demanding to know how he can summon items like a laboratory experiment. Yang Hao denies everything, and when asked for proof, he just glares. He doesn't owe this old man anything. Fed up, Tai Kiem Than gives the order, if he won't talk nicely, they will make him talk. Suddenly, heavy iron armor begins to encase Yang Hao's hands as he warns them they simply aren't enough. A massive suit of armor forms around him. He's even impressed himself by how absolute this defense feels. With a dangerous grin, he declares it's his turn. One punch sends the subordinates flying into the distance. Now, pay attention here. Watch how the boss reacts when his entire squad gets wiped out instantly. His cigarette falls right out of his mouth. Just how powerful is this guy? He's about to step in himself when a soldier rushes over with terrible news they are under attack. The Heaven's Gift group has arrived, bringing a mythical creature with them. Tai Kiem Than is stunned. He panics, wondering why they had to show up now. His only concern is his daughter's safety. He sprints back to the base, and Yang Hao follows, curious about this legendary mythical creature. He hopes his sister is safe but knows he needs to see how strong this new threat really is. The beast finally shows itself. The system confirms the nightmare it's a true mythical creature. An arrogant voice booms across the battlefield, demanding that Tai Kiem Than show his face. Old Feng arrives with the beast, looking for both the boss and the brat who can summon items. Tai Lone struggles to hold the line. With her father gone, she summons a flock of iron birds. She commands her birds to strike and screams for everyone to run for their lives. Old Feng just laughs. The creature's eyes flash with a sinister light, releasing a blinding wave of energy. The light hits the group, and they realize their movements have slowed down. It's a debuff skill. Tai Lone grits her teeth, feeling useless as her skills fail to stop the approaching enemy. You and I both know this look. Old Feng is about to do something absolutely despicable. Just as he moves in, Tai Kiem Thon crashes down, telling his daughter not to be afraid. But Old Feng isn't intimidated. He's been waiting for the boss to show his face. He claims resistance is futile because he brought the beast, Phi, to dismantle their organization today. The monster lets out a deafening roar, firing sharp needles from its mouth that pierce through the soldiers. Tai Kiem Thon rushes to shield his daughter as dust and chaos swallow the entire area. Men fall one by one. Even the boss is hit. Tai Lone breaks down, blaming her own weakness. She begs her father to wake up, crying that her useless ability caused all this suffering. That's when Yang Hao steps up, telling her that crying won't solve anything. It's time to fight. He encourages her, explaining that her bird control is actually the key to taking down the enemy. She's confused and hesitant, but Yang Hao tells her to just trust him and follow his lead. He leans in and whispers a plan. Whatever he said, it's got her feeling curious and ready. She sends her flock at Old Feng's men. They struggle to swat the birds away, getting totally distracted. The goons are annoyed by the persistent birds, but Old Feng still mocks the useless skill. Tai Lone starts to doubt herself again, worried that her iron birds really are just a nuisance. And that's where we leave it, trust me. You're going to want to see how this useless skill wins the war. Raising his hand to command the storm, he explains that while his lightning usually hits one mark, her metal birds are the perfect conduit to amplify his power. A surge of 2,000 volts blasts through Old Feng and his henchmen, giving them a deadly shock. Yang Hao declares he can hit them all with his eyes closed. As Old Feng collapses to the ground, his mind is spinning. How? How could this be happening? Here is the part you and I need to watch closely, as Tai Luan realizes he used her birds as lightning rods to find his targets. With the small fry handled, Yang Hao turns back to Tai Luan and tells her the job is finished. He instructs her to help the others with the needles while he handles the real threat ahead. As he moves to face the monster, Tai Luan nods. She truly believes that following him is their only chance to survive this nightmare. Suddenly, Jiang Sun points a finger and screams. Did you really think beating those trashy henchmen would be enough to take me down? Don't make me laugh. Yang Hao stays calm and tells him he is not one of the gifted. Wake these people up now, and I might just let you live. Jiang Sun scoffs at the offer. You think way too highly of yourself, kid. It is time for you to die like the trash you are. On his command, the Fey monster roars and lunges forward. Yang Hao is too fast, leaping into the air to dodge the massive strike. Want to get fried too? A million volts surge from his hand toward the monster, but Jiang Sun has a devious trick. Yang Hao realizes he can swallow energy, making him a difficult opponent. He swings his scythe with a heavy blow, slamming it right into the monster's horn. The Fey roars in confusion. Yang Hao is determined to take away its ability to move or fight back. He leaps onto its head, aiming to destroy its eye. But mana erupts from its wound, instantly closing the gash and healing the monster. You saw that too, right? This monster's regeneration is completely off the charts, and it won't even let him get close anymore. Jiang Sun is furious that Yang Hao keeps dodging. Damn it, this brat is way too agile for his own good. Swallow the people behind him first. I want to show this kid what true, soul-crushing despair looks like. The creature lets out a massive roar and begins to inhale. Tai Luan and Feng Hua are pulled toward its jaws. Yang Hao quickly activates his telekinesis. Thankfully, his power holds them steady. He refuses to let them be sucked into the monster's gaping mouth. Yang Hao breathes a sigh of relief. His telekinetic force is just strong enough to counter the creature's terrifying suction. But Jiang Sun is not done. He rushes toward the girls with a blade. You thought you could save them? Say goodbye to your precious friends. Yang Hao screams and rushes back to protect them. Get back here, don't you dare touch them. Suddenly, a blinding light pins Yang Hao in place. He is stunned. Jiang Sun laughs as his eyes fill with murderous intent. You walked right into my trap. I only attacked them to distract you so I could end this once and for all. Kill him now. The Fey opens its mouth wide, preparing to swallow Yang Hao whole. Our main character looks on, realizing he is in a tight spot. Out of nowhere, He Huang appears on his shoulder, growling fiercely at the massive beast standing before them. He leaps toward the Fey, and in an instant, his physical form begins to shift and grow. In the blink of an eye, He Huang is massive. He bites down on the Fey and swallows the creature whole like it was nothing but a snack. Everyone is stunned. Jiang Sun falls to his knees in terror. What on earth are you? How can something eat a mythical creature like that? You and I both know the system rewards are always broken, but this is just next level. Yang Hao laughs, praising He Huang for his power. He turns his cold gaze back to Jiang Sun. Now, there is only one person left to deal with. Jiang soon starts to tremble and beg. No, please, don't do this. He pleads for his life, claiming he was just hired by Heaven's gift and has no personal grudge. Yang Hao just grabs him by the throat and shuts him up. After finishing him off, he asks Tai Luan if the others are going to be okay. She explains that they were only meant to be enslaved, so the wounds are not fatal. They should all wake up very soon. She thanks him once again for saving their lives. Yang Hao simply replies that he is glad they are safe. But his anger flares up. They dared to hurt his sister. Tell me where the Heaven's Gift headquarters is. It is time to settle the score. 2 hours later, they arrive at the enemy base. Yang Hao uses his telekinesis to launch a massive opening strike, shattering the front of the building. But it seems his strength was not enough to bring it down. The structure remains standing despite the attack. Tai Kim Than explains that the base was built by ability users. It is famous for being incredibly sturdy and fortified. Tai Luan suggests sending her metal birds in first to scout for any hidden weaknesses or openings in the defense. Yang Hao agrees. A swarm of birds flies toward the tower, but a massive wall of fire erupts, roasting them all in an instant. The enemy henchmen mock them from the windows. You really thought that would work? Just wait until we get our revenge. And that is where we leave it for now, trust me. You are going to want to see what happens next. If we run out of stamina, they will definitely counterattack and wipe us all out completely. Yang Hao tells them to rest up. He just needs Tai Luan's iron birds to help him out. Just me? Tai Luan asks. He nods. Yes, as many as you can summon. The more, the better. Onlookers are skeptical. Still using those birds? Don't you see that more of them won't change anything? Exactly. That building is incredibly tough. Those birds were almost all destroyed or shot down already. Since the apocalypse began, I've never seen anyone successfully breach the Heaven-gifted headquarters. Listen, kid, that base has survived this long because it's an absolute fortress that is literally impossible for anyone to breach from the outside. If you actually take down that base, I will officially call you my big brother. Yang Hao is confident. Deal. I'll even bet my life on it. If I fail, I'll pay with my head. The crowd mocks him, but Tai Luan is terrified for him. Yang Hao, please be careful. He stays calm and gives instructions. Tai Luan, don't worry. Just summon the iron birds once more. Group them in 30 per side, then launch. Tai Luan nods, finally beginning to understand the plan. Now pay attention. The birds fly toward the building as the enemy opens fire with massive cannons. The thugs laugh. Back for more? Are you idiots really this desperate to die today? The iron birds are smashed to pieces on the ground. Yang Hao, they can't get through this wall of fire. What are we going to do now? The crowd continues to jeer. We told you those birds were useless. A total waste of time. Yang Hao just raises his hand toward the sky. Electricity begins to crackle. The birds are weak, he says, but I wanted them to get shot down. Everyone is confused. What is he talking about? Is he controlling lightning? It seems like it. Let's watch and see if there's a hidden trick here. Tai Jianqing scoffs. You think they haven't prepared for lightning users? They have massive lightning rods everywhere. Yang Hao just smirks. Suddenly, dozens of lightning bolts rain down, surrounding the entire building. I know they have lightning rods on the roof, he laughs, but those only protect from the sky. He slams his hands onto the ground, sending a massive surge of electricity through the fallen metal birds, turning them into a deadly circuit. The current spreads through the entire structure. The enemies watch in horror as the floor starts sparking. They are getting fried inside like they're in an X-ray machine. No, this can't be happening. By using enough birds on the ground, I can link the current together and turn the entire floor into a massive, deadly weapon, cooking them from the inside out until the base is soft. They have absolutely nowhere left to run. Thugs scream in pure agony, desperately fleeing the electrified building. The crowd is stunned. That was incredible. A single strike took them out. Is this the power of science? Tai Jiangqing's jaw drops. What just happened? Yang Hao calmly walks away with his sword in hand. Suddenly, Tai Jianqing speaks up, stuttering. Big brother, congratulations. Yang Hao is confused, but the man declares him the new leader of the Dawn Warriors. Tai Luan explains. Our rules state that whoever destroys the heaven-gifted base becomes our new commander. And since you did it, the Dawn Warriors belong to you. You and I just saw a new legend born. Alright, you and I are about to see Yang Hao discover a system rule that is absolutely insane. The system suddenly announces he has successfully conquered his first Hang City faction, raising his rank and unlocking branch-based construction. New rank Privilege 2 grants him full control over 2 brand new 3D printing robots. Privilege 3 gives his Jiangzhou base a medicine development license, while Privilege 4 lets him appoint managers for other bases. Now, look at this, Yang Hao just accidentally unified a major faction, and the rewards are pouring in. This system is clearly more powerful than he thought, so he turns and throws an arm around Tai Kim Than. He laughs, telling his new junior that since he is the big boss now, it is time to talk labs. Tai Kiem Thon is dying inside, wallowing in self-pity for having to call this kid Big Brother while losing his entire base. The two of them make their way back to the Dawn Soldiers' main headquarters. Yang Hao demands everything on the VN River Lab, trust me. We are about to uncover some dark secrets. Alright, you and I are diving into some dark secrets as Tai Jianqing explains his narrow escape from the Vansong lab. He explains that the lab is massive, with staff ranked from S all the way down to E. Rank F exists too. Only those at rank A get names, while F ranks are just numbered grunts. Even their powerful mythical creatures use this same S to F ranking system, making them terrifying, but these creatures are far stronger than humans at the same level. Rank A is the true threshold for total transformation. Tai Jianqing adds that rank A mythical creatures possess divine power and can even unleash their own divine seals. Yang Hao is stunned. Something like this actually exists? Jianqing nods. He was only a low-level C+ rank, so he only knows rumors that the entrance to the lab is hidden deep beneath the Qianlong building. He really doesn't know much else. Suddenly, Tai Luan bursts into the room. Dad, Big Brother Yang Hao. Something is wrong. A mutant zombie king is heading our way from the 10 o'clock direction. A mutant zombie king? They both shout in shock. Has it arrived yet? Tai Luan shakes her head not yet, but it's close. Yang Hao tells them to protect Fenghua while he goes to kill that thing. Tai Luan is absolutely shocked. Killing a mutant zombie king is suicide. She suggests luring it away instead, and her father totally agrees. No need for reckless risks. Yang Hao tells them to relax, just as the system alerts him. Now, here's where we see if he's ready. New mission. Kill the Tier 3 Zombie King. No way he's missing this. The system confirms it. Mutant, Zombie King, Tier 3, Nightmare difficulty level. Yang Hao spots a massive monster lurking below. That must be the one. Nightmare difficulty is no joke, even knowing its weaknesses. Suddenly, a voice from below shouts for everyone to prepare for battle. Yang Hao looks toward the voice. Could those be people from the lab? The leader charges forward. Manager Liang, we have located the mutant zombie king with the abnormal psychic energy. We are capturing it now. He raises his gun, ordering everyone to clear out so their own monsters can attack. Clear the perimeter. The mutant zombie king must be captured alive. The team shouts back in unison. It is pure chaos. 3 giant monsters are tearing into each other with everything they have. The massive gorilla fires deadly lasers from its eyes. The green monster unleashes its power too. Yang Hao watches, impressed. Is the zombie king already defeated? But those hits were not enough. The zombie slowly stands back up, shocking Yang Hao. What? It releases a red psychic wave. The lab leader calls for heavy fire support to help their monsters. He grinds his teeth, clearly fearful. Damn it. This thing specializes in powerful mental attacks. Luckily, they have psychic defense helmets. But their own monsters are clearly struggling. He urges his team to fire. Soon, the zombie is bound tightly by their traps. He immediately orders his monsters to finish off the restrained zombie king. You and I both know what's coming, the classic third-party play. Yang Hao realizes those mental attacks are terrifying, but now he sees his perfect chance. Time to reap the rewards of their hard work. The lab team keeps shouting for more firepower. The zombie's eyes grow dim as its breathing becomes faint. The leader smirks. Almost there. Everyone, push harder. Tomorrow this place becomes a testing ground, so we grab it now, or we lose our chance completely. Suddenly a voice speaks. Is that so? Yang Hao, clad in his king's armor, charges toward them. One heavy strike splits the zombie's head in two. The system confirms the Tier 3 kill and grants him the title of Zombie Killer King. Zombie Killer King title. 20% suppression on all zombies below King rank. Plus, he gets massive stat boosts. Strength, speed, and spirit points all skyrocket. He even gets a rare pet fusion card as a massive bonus reward. The card can merge pets into even stronger creatures. Yang Hao is pleased. These are some nice rewards. This is perfect for Fenghua. The lab group is left stunned. What is this? A new battle mech? No way. The lab would have notified us if this was ours. He must be an enemy. Yang Hao kills the remaining monsters while mocking them. You guessed right. More stats. Strength, speed, and spirit points all keep rising higher. Strength, speed, and spirit continue to increase rapidly with every kill. Stick with me, because the lab leader finally snaps. Enemy attack. Everyone, get him. The team shouts back as they charge. Alright, you and I are about to watch Yang Hao dodge a hail of bullets with insane speed. Suddenly, mechanical birds swarm the sky. They dive bomb the experimenters, leaving them completely scrambled. Where did these things even come from? High on a nearby rooftop, Kai Luan waves him over. Yang Hao looks up, relieved that she finally made it to the scene. He shouts a quick thanks before unleashing a massive discharge of 100,000 volts. He corners one of the surviving experimenters, grinning like a predator. Mental defense is gone, right? Now, tell me how to sneak into the lab. The man hits his knees instantly. He stammers that everyone entering the facility must pass a strict DNA check first. For outsiders, the only way in is to be dragged in as a test subject. Yang Hao asks him how the lab handles those subjects. The man admits it depends on the researchers, his job was just to hunt them down. Yang Hao glares, demanding more details. He wants to know what this place is about to become. The captive trembles as he explains the terrifying truth. The lab calls this an experiment field. Tomorrow, they are releasing a rank. A mythological creature, the 100-eyed demon lord. Now watch this. The guy actually smiles, because he knows everyone here is already dead once that monster arrives. Yang Hao is stunned. A mythological creature immune to basic attacks? He needs to get the word out and evacuate everyone immediately. Back at the base, Kai Jing rushes up, worried sick. Brother, are you okay? And what happened to the zombie king? Yang Hao drops the news. Dead. Kai Jing is speechless. No way that was the zombie king we are talking about. Even with our combined strength and the heaven blessed, we couldn't take that thing down. The crowd behind them thinks he is just bragging. Yang Hao doesn't say a word, he just pulls out the loot. You all know what a zombie king crystal looks like, right? This is a king tier crystal. I didn't just kill one zombie king, I took down another one and a mutated beast king too. The moment they see the glowing gems in his hand, the room goes dead silent. The atmosphere completely shifts. It is real. He actually killed 3 king tier monsters. Kai Jing beams with pride. I knew you could do it, big brother. Yang Hao cuts the celebrations short. Save the praise for later. I have a mission for all of you right now. He turns serious. Tomorrow, the laboratory is testing a rank A mythological creature here. It is a death sentence for this entire zone. Go tell every faction in the area. Tell them to pack up and get out before it is too late. 2 hours pass, and Kai Jing returns looking defeated. It is no use. None of the other factions believe us. You and I both know he did his best to warn them. If they won't leave, that is on them. He snaps his fingers, activating a device nearby. This is a 3D printing robot, loaded with high-tech equipment blueprints. We just need the materials to print underground excavators. We are building a bunker and securing our own way out. Kai Luan is floored by the sheer size of his storage gear. Kai Jing just grins, ready to get to work. These robots look like peak technology. He heads off to organize the crew, realizing he definitely followed the right leader. Deep underground, the machines are already hard at work. They are digging a massive shelter to survive the coming storm. The next morning is deceptively beautiful. Clear blue skies, right until a high-tech aircraft appears above the rooftops. Inside the cockpit, 2 figures watch the monitors. A voice crackles over the comms, reporting they have reached the drop zone. The order is given to release the subject. A spatial pill is deployed, the rank A mythological horror, the 100-eyed demon lord. The massive pill is dropped, and it detonates in midair with a blinding flash of energy. A nightmare emerges, a giant, insect-like monster that lets out a roar that shakes the very foundations of the city. The beast slams into the ground with shattering force. Nearby buildings crumble like sandcastles under its massive weight. Not far away, Yang Hao and his team are hunkered down, watching the chaos unfold. Kai Jing whispers that it is actually here. He has never seen a mythological creature this powerful. Beside him, Kai Luan is shaking. There is no way we can beat that. Unlike them, Yang Hao is perfectly calm. He explains that every test subject has a supervisor nearby to monitor the data. If we can just capture that supervisor, we can get our hands on the control drug for this monster. The Black Emperor is still busy digesting, so he is on his own for this one. He has to find that supervisor fast. Without a second's hesitation, Yang Hao bolts from cover. He tells the other 2 to stay put and stay safe. He sprints across the open ground as the 100-eyed demon lord begins its rampage. The monster is tearing through the innocent. Screams for help ring out everywhere as the slaughter begins in earnest. A few ability users try to stand their ground, but they are terrified. They can't believe the warnings were actually true. And trust me, it is a bitter lesson to learn when the monster is already at your throat. Alright, you and I are about to watch a ruthless massacre that someone is keeping a very close eye on. Up on the airship, Han Xiangfen from the lab watches the carnage through binoculars before ordering the 100-eyed demon lord to strike. Activate the divine skill. M15. Transmit the order. The 100-eyed demon lord opens its eyes wide, emitting a strange, eerie light. This light beams down directly onto the civilians, turning anyone it touches instantly into stone before they can even scream. Watch closely, here is where it gets crazy. Suddenly, a sharp scythe rests against Han's neck. Yang Hao asks mockingly, "What was that about something divine, guys?" Han panics, thinking it is an ambush. How did this person get behind them without being noticed? Yang Hao pats his shoulder with a smirk. Hand over the mythological creature control drug right now. Yuan Kang freezes in pure terror. He quickly pulls out a purple pill and holds it out, trembling as he begs the main character for mercy. "Don't kill me. I will give you the medicine. Just take it all and leave me alone." Yang Hao takes the pill, satisfied. Wise choice. I will spare you this once. But if I catch you helping the lab again, I will. Before he can finish, the lab grunt's face twists into a smirk. He hits a button, shouting defiantly, "You will do what?" In a flash, he vanishes, leaving Yang Hao stunned. In his place stands a new mythological creature, an upgraded neon beast. Originating from the Sagittarius star system, this thing is a rank A mutant with insane power. You and I saw that coming, right? He thought he was smart enough to win, but they were ready with an elite mythological bodyguard to stop him cold. Yang Hao grits his teeth, trying to hold back the neon beast. Damn it, they actually used a rank A creature as a guard. Suddenly, he lets out a massive roar that echoes across the battlefield. Energy spikes explode from his body, lighting up the sky. 1,000,000 volts. The neon beast's fur chars as it howls in pain. Its eyes stay locked on its target. Yang Hao jumps back, shocked by the monster's durability. No way. This guy can actually ignore special abilities? M15 sneers, calling him a fool for even trying. On the airship, the neon beast launches its skill 5-colored fireworks. Yang Hao is trapped. I can't dodge, but maybe the armor can tank it. He activates the bone-piercing armor immediately, hoping his defense is enough to survive the blast. His body is encased in metal, but on impact, he is sent flying back. The protective armor shatters into pieces like broken glass. Yang Hao grits his teeth through the pain, eyes wide in disbelief at how easily his defenses were crushed. What? Even the armor could not stop it? He dodges the remaining blasts, realizing rank A creatures are just too strong. He tries to run, but a glowing red cord shoots out and wraps around his ankle, dragging him back. Yuan Kang takes control, ordering the neon beast to kill him. The beast opens its mouth, unleashing a barrage of firework projectiles. They rain down on Yang Hao, exploding one after another as he screams in pure agony. The armor is completely destroyed. Yang Hao collapses, covered in wounds and filled with bitter regret as he stares at the sky. It is over. The bone-piercing armor failed. Is this really where my journey ends? Suddenly, the system rings in his head. Initiating the final form of the armor will cause severe side effects. Do you accept? Side effects? Yuan Kang smiles slowly, declaring that the show is finally over for our hero. He points at Yang Hao and gives the final cold order to the beast. Send him to meet his ancestors. Hearing this, Yang Hao snaps and decides to risk everything. To hell with side effects. If I am about to be blown to bits anyway, I accept. Smoke and dust fill the air, then a hand reaches out. Yang Hao emerges in a terrifying new form, radiating pure danger. Yuan Kang is speechless at the sight. What is that thing? Neon Beast, finish him off now. The beast charges, unleashing its ultimate attack, Thunderbolt fireworks. Another massive explosion rocks the entire area. Yuan Kang stumbles back in fear. That guy's aura. How is he scarier than a mythological monster? But when the smoke clears, Yang Hao stands there completely unharmed, his new power keeping him safe. He swings a heavy punch, slamming into the neon beast's jaw. Yuan Kang screams in panic. How is he still this strong? The beast growls, its pupils narrowing as it pounces, pinning Yang Hao to the ground with its massive weight. Yuan Kang regains his confidence and laughs. You idiot, the neon beast isn't just a long-range fighter. Its real power is in close combat. Its bite force combined with its energy is absolutely invincible. And that's where we leave it, trust me. You and I are going to want to see what happens next. Alright. You and I are about to witness something wild as our main character literally bites into a neon beast like a savage. The secret observers are stunned. How is he actually overpowering this monster? He is tearing the beast apart with his bare teeth, which is way beyond what any normal user should be capable of doing. The battle finally reaches its brutal end as Yang Hao crushes the beast under his boot, officially claiming his total victory. Yuan Kang screams at his men and flees in terror, realizing the monster was actually killed by this guy. He is the real monster here. Hurry up and run before he notices us. Yang Hao slams his fist into the ground, causing pillars of scorching fire to erupt from the cracked earth below. Yuan Kang looks down in shock, but before he can even scream, the fire consumes him and his men. Moments later, he is nothing but ash, and Yang Hao's armor finally starts to fade away. Exhausted and panting, Yang Hao cannot believe how insanely powerful this ultimate armor really is. Now pay attention to the catch. While he gains the power to crush beasts by hand, he also risks losing his sanity and becoming a beast himself. He grits his teeth through the pain, realizing that the biggest drawback of the ultimate armor is definitely this loss of self-control. Using too much power leaves his body completely broken and weak. He is in too much pain to keep fighting, deciding he must prioritize upgrading his equipment first. Otherwise, he will not stand a chance against an A-tier mutated beast in the future. A moment later, Yang Hao stands up and walks over to Yuan Kang's body to retrieve a small, mysterious box. He smiles with satisfaction, finally holding the drug needed to deal with that monster once and for all. Now the scene shifts to the underground shelter, where the survivors are desperately trying to scramble for safety inside. People did not believe the myths about these biological experiments until now. Let us look at the horror they are facing. Someone screams as a massive shadow appears. The hundred-eyed demon lord is here, relentlessly hunting its prey. The monster is crawling closer, and the crowd realizes they have nowhere left to hide. Kai Luan panics, yelling for everyone to hurry up and get inside the bunker right now. Her heart sinks as she realizes the terrifying truth: her father and Yang Hao are still trapped outside with that thing. In an instant, the hundred-eyed demon lord reaches the entrance, but its massive body is too large to force its way through the opening. Furious, it slams its powerful tail against the cave walls, shaking the entire mountain like a massive earthquake. Kai Luan watches in pure terror as everything begins to crumble. The entrance is being destroyed, and she can only pray that her father and Yang Hao are still alive somewhere out there. Outside, Jianqing tells the group behind him that the shelter entrance is completely shattered. They are trapped outside, and there is no way to get back in. The survivors start to panic, realizing they are as good as dead once the demon lord finds them. They regret not listening to the warnings earlier, but suddenly, a familiar voice rings out from the back of the group. It is not too late yet. Yang Hao appears, holding his injured arm but speaking with total confidence. If you all agree to join my Dawn Warriors, I can take care of that giant centipede for you. Jianqing shouts for joy, relieved to see that his leader has finally returned. The crowd mocks him, thinking he is just cannon fodder who does not even realize the true power of the demon lord. They warn him that the monster has the power to turn people to stone and level entire buildings in seconds. Yang Hao ignores them and restates his position as the new leader of the Dawn Warriors, since they have no other choice. If I can actually defeat this monster and save all of your lives right now, will you finally agree to join my faction and follow me? The crowd laughs cynically, not believing him at all, but they agree since they have nothing left to lose. They tell him if he can really save them, they will do whatever he says. Yang Hao just turns around, resting his scythe on his shoulder, and tells them to just watch. He takes slow, steady steps, walking directly toward the massive hundred-eyed demon lord without a hint of fear. Standing right in front of the beast, he shouts out a bold challenge. "Hey, you little brat!" The crowd is speechless. They think he is either a hero or just looking for a quick way to get himself and everyone else killed. Jianqing yells out in worry, as hundreds of eyes on the demon lord's body suddenly begin to glow with a blinding light. Beams of energy blast out in every direction, hitting everything in sight, including the rocks where the crowd is trying to hide. The survivors whisper to each other, certain that the kid must have been vaporized instantly after all that big talk he was doing. But then, the hundred-eyed demon lord lunges forward, glaring directly at the terrified crowd hiding behind the rocks. Total chaos breaks out as people run for their lives, cursing the idiot who just led the monster straight to their hiding spot. But the bloody massacre they expected never happens. Instead, the eyes on the monster's body start turning a dark, sickly purple color. Its pupils lose focus, and its massive body begins to tremble uncontrollably. Finally, the giant beast crashes to the ground, completely lifeless. The crowd is left standing there in total silence and confusion. A figure slowly walks out from the dust cloud, laughing. If you want the drug to work fast, you have to inject it at close range, and that is where we leave it for now. As Yang Hao brushes the dust off his clothes, everyone realizes they just witnessed the impossible. "Stick with me, you and I are about to witness an absolute miracle." Jianqing screams in shock, but Yang Hao just smiles, remembering the brutal battle. "I was completely drained. To pull off that one-shot move, I had to risk everything by burrowing underground." Suddenly, as the hundred-eyed demon draws near, a small black shadow named Hat Hoang blurs past Yang Hao like a streak of lightning. It triples in size, opening its massive jaws to swallow the monster whole. The terrified crowd retreats in pure panic. What on earth is that thing? Is it actually eating the demon? Even Yang Hao is stunned that Hat Hong acted on its own. Does it have a taste for mythical beasts? Seeing his pet fall into a deep sleep after the meal, Yang Hao realizes it needs rest. He turns to the panicked group. "Do not be afraid, everyone. This beast is actually my pet." The crowd is speechless. That pet is insane. Yang Hao then narrows his eyes, reminding them of the promise they just made. They immediately swear loyalty to the Dawn Warriors. Yang Hao is pleased and begins giving out the next set of orders. "Good. Now that the danger is gone, everyone, meet back here in 3 days." Later, inside the underground bunker, Tai Lan approaches Yang Hao with a serious expression to deliver her report. The surrounding factions have merged in secret, but the major power in the Forbidden Zone is refusing to cooperate. Yang Hao tells her not to force it. Suddenly, the doors fly open. A red-haired scout rushes in. "Boss, we found the person you were looking for." Yang Hao leaps up. "You found Mo Dai?" The scout confirms she is currently with a laboratory research team. Yang Hao lets out a grin of pure excitement. "Pay attention, because you and I are about to see a genius move. The chance to join the Riverside Lab is finally here." The scene shifts to a ruined street where a group in white coats moves with extreme caution. The leader barks out orders. Our target is the mutated zombie king that recently appeared. Stay alert, everyone. Mo Dai and the team spot a terrifying four-armed freak ahead. Watching from a high window, Yang Hao spots his target. There she is. Mo Dai is right in the middle of them. I just need a chance to speak with her. Yang Hao has a unique power. He can fuse 4 different zombie kings into one single, unstoppable mutated monster. He turns to Feng Hua, who is standing right beside him. Feng Hua, send the mutated king in to separate them, but do not hurt Mo Dai. Feng Hua claps her hands like a happy child, whispering the word dragon over and over. Immediately, the zombie leaps into the air with a bone-chilling roar, charging straight at the research team. The team scatters in fear. Yang Hao sees his opening and dives down from the window. He lands silently behind her. Hey, Mo Dai. She spins around, her eyes widening in total disbelief. Yang Hao, how are you here? He quickly grabs her hand, signaling for her to stay quiet and follow him. They duck into a nearby room. Mo Di asks frantically if anything happened to the Jiangzhou base. The base is fine, he explains. I am here for your help to save Feng Hua. How have things been for you? Mo Di sighs, her expression turning heavy. I brought the cure back too late, so the higher-ups punished me. I went from an envoy to a low-level servant. I might not be able to help Feng Hua anymore. Yang Hao laughs and tells her his plan. I will pose as a prisoner to get inside. Let's see if this plan actually works. 3 days pass. At the lab entrance, Yang Hao memorizes the layout while Mo Dai plays her part, shouting at him like a prisoner. Do not even think about resisting. These high-tech cuffs will lock your powers down instantly. If you run, you die. Yang Hao whispers a thanks to Tai Lan. Tai Lan smiles back. Helping you is the least I can do for our base. The group gathers as a guard hits a button. The walls begin to vibrate. He feels himself dropping rapidly. The Riverside lab must be hidden deep underground. When the doors slide open, the white-coated guards push them forward. Move it! One group into the disinfection chamber. No stalling. Get in there now. As water sprays over them, Yang Hao realizes the security here is tighter than he expected. This is good. Everything is going according to plan. You and I just hit a wild cliffhanger. Thailand's clothes are dissolving. Talk about awkward. Alright, stick with me, because you and I are about to see a plan go horribly wrong from the very first step. Yang Hao starts panicking because his contact, Mo Di, never mentioned this part of the process. Right then, a loud announcement echoes through the hall. Number 17 and 18 have finished decontamination. Confirmed they are not carrying any suspicious items on their persons. Initiating containment. Cell number 9. Yang Hao and Tai Luan Dijia stand there in awkward silence, barely making eye contact. Yang Hao finally stammers out that they should just head inside. The two are shoved into a cramped room. As the metal door slams shut, a voice confirms the test subjects are being moved to experimental zone D9 for temporary holding. They are forced into bright orange jumpsuits. Tai Luan looks around, confused why there isn't even a single bed in the entire room. Yang Hao sighs and tells her it is likely because they are expected to die quickly. No point in beds. He realizes the walls are made of power-suppressing materials, making any escape attempt almost impossible. Yang Hao carefully pulls out a hidden communication device. Leaning in close, he whispers to Mo Dai that he has successfully infiltrated the base. He asks for an immediate status report on her end. Mo Dai responds quickly, stating she is stationed in the biomodification wing. Yang Hao tells her he will find a way to meet up with her first, urging her to stay put. Closing the link, Yang Hao presses his fingers to his temple and closes his eyes, secretly activating his special ability. Now, pay attention, because this is where his plan starts getting creative. A digital code flashes in his mind. Yang Hao summons his scythe and carves a hole through the wall. He turns to Tai Luan and points at the opening. He tells her he has made a path and needs her to summon the Iron Bird. He needs her to control the bird while he gives the orders. Tai Luan nods and says she is ready. She reaches out, and the metallic bird appears instantly. Yang Hao guides it, telling her to fly right, head forward, then take a sharp left and right again. The Iron Bird follows every command perfectly, smashing right into the electrical control panel. Suddenly, the entire corridor is plunged into pitch-black darkness. The guards outside freak out, asking if it is a power outage. They realize something is wrong and scramble to notify the management immediately. Yang Hao cuts them off, demanding they stop moving and hand over their uniforms so they can blend in. The guards start coughing uncontrollably before dropping unconscious. Yang Hao quickly steals their clothes, while Tai Luan watches in awe, wondering how he always finds such bizarre ways to use his powers. 3 minutes later, the two have successfully blended into the base as guards. Yang Hao uses a stolen radio to contact Mo Dai. Based on her directions, he figures the biological test subject storage must be right around the corner. Suddenly, a guard shouts at them, asking why lab personnel are in their sector. He demands the security password. Yang Hao searches his memory and recites the code. Immortal with death, destroyer of worlds. He is lucky he asked Mo Dai for the passcodes earlier. The guard pulls his weapon immediately. He growls that the password changed a minute ago and demands the brand new one. Young Hao's heart races as he tries to stall for time. Right. You and I both know what is coming next. Yang Hao can't think of the word, so he just punches the guard square in the face. He yells for Tai Luan to run as they bolt toward Mo Dai. As they run, he tells Mo Di they have been compromised. They are right outside her station and need the door open right now. Inside the storage unit, Mo Dai frantically types away, trying to keep her cool. She tells them to wait while she finishes decrypting the lock. Suddenly, a cold voice interrupts. A woman named Bobby stares at the screen, declaring she has finally found the traitor within the main base. Outside the warehouse, Yang Hao starts worrying. The door is still locked, which means something must have happened to Mo Dai. The sound of heavy boots echoes as a squad of guards surrounds them, guns drawn and aimed right at Yang Hao. They order the intruder to drop his weapon and surrender. Yang Hao starts channeling power into his scythe, realizing a fight is unavoidable. He grits his teeth, knowing it will take a while before they can actually get inside that warehouse. Inside, Mo Di is suddenly shoved violently to the floor. Bobby towers over her, demanding to know why she tried to let those outsiders in. She tells Mo Di to give up, because her chances of survival are officially zero. Bobby summons a terrifying monster, telling Mo Di that resistance is completely pointless. Mo Di grabs 3 syringes, snapping back that a machine like Bobby could never understand the human spirit. Bobby warns her that using the beast transformation serum carries a price far too high for such a useless struggle. Mo Dai jams the needles into her shoulder. She tells Bobby that humans are more than just numbers in a computer. Instantly, Mo Di's body begins to mutate into a powerful new form. The monster doesn't wait and lunges at her like a predator. Mo Dai's new claws sink deep into the creature's stomach. It roars in agony as blood splatters everywhere, while she nimbly flips back and lands perfectly on her feet. Bobby looks on unimpressed, coldly telling the human that it is time to give up. And that's where we leave it, trust me. You're going to want to see what happens next. Bobby summons an entire horde, reminding Mo Dai her power here is infinite. Alright, stick with me because Yang Hao is about to pull off the ultimate break. He knows that no matter how much she struggles, a miracle just is not coming. Grumbling outside the warehouse, he complains about these people being so difficult. He immediately swings his sickle, carving a deep groove right into the floor. Yang Hao barks out orders to Tai Lone, telling her to release 30 iron birds to the left and 30 more to the right. He tells Mo Di she has to hang in there. Following her lead, the iron birds swarm into the cracks just like he predicted. Mo Di once mentioned this place is packed with mythical creatures and experimental monsters. They race toward the laboratory experimental storage zone. Now watch this. Yang Hao summons a massive storm of lightning, telling the beasts it is time to bring some chaos to this boring place. Jagged bolts of electricity instantly flood the entire research area. The lightning shatters the containment units and the monsters surge out, letting out ear-piercing screeches. He grabs Tai Lone by the shoulder, urgently telling her they need to move as fast as possible. He tells Tai Lone they must use the monster chaos to slip inside. Suddenly, the massive doors are blown wide open. The monsters swarm out like a disturbed hive. Yang Hao jumps into the air and shouts for them to move. He holds Tai Lone tight, desperately dodging the monster's sharp claws. Suddenly, red sirens blare as the system announces a breach in the mutant beast warehouse. Lady Bai watches the monitors with a grim expression. An unknown error has occurred, and the central computer is now calculating the most efficient way to handle the threat. Yang Hao suddenly cuts her off, telling this lady to stop the lectures because surrendering is her only way out now. He insists it is her only option, leaving Mo Di completely stunned as she cries out his name. Lady Bai coldly threatens him, calling him a mere intruder with zero chance of victory. She demands that he give up. She calmly explains that even though they released the monsters, she can no longer control. You and I both know she is underestimating him. She claims her 3 remaining beasts are enough, but Yang Hao is ready for a fight. He tells her those 3 will be gone in no time. Tai Lone? Yes. Lady Bai looks at them with pure contempt. She claims she calculated their combat power long ago and they have no chance. She tells them to give up, but Yang Hao just laughs. He asks her why she is so full of herself, because he never said he wanted to fight her. Outside, the Iron Birds are aggressively attacking the computer server data. Binary errors flash across the screen as the system loses control, leaving her completely baffled. Yang Hao watches with a satisfied grin as the monsters begin to break free from their mental chains. The experimental subjects begin fleeing the warehouse in a massive wave. Yang Hao acts totally relaxed while talking to Tai Lone. He admits that, unless it is absolutely necessary, he really does not want to fight these things. Tai Lone calls him sneaky, knowing Lady Bai must be furious. Yang Hao then checks on Mo Dai, asking if she can still understand him after taking that evolution drug. Just a little. Yang Hao hoists Mo Dai onto his back, hurrying along while hoping the drug has not completely wiped her mind. He is relieved to see she still has some consciousness left. All that is left is to use the chaos to reach the infirmary. If he finds the medicine, he can save both Feng Hua and Mo Di. As he and Tai Lon reach a nearby room, his eyes suddenly go wide. The sight of all those monsters crammed into a single room is absolutely terrifying. They all whip their heads toward Yang Hao with glowing red eyes and lunge. Yang Hao panics, realizing they have been spotted. We are caught. This is the only way through. He summons his signature sickle and hands Mo Di over, telling Tai Lon to keep her safe. The monsters stare intensely at the unconscious Mo Di. Suddenly, they begin growling at one another as if they are having a conversation. Moments later, the creatures actually line up, clearing a direct path right through the middle of the room. He is completely stunned by what is happening. He wonders why these monsters suddenly seem like they have no intention of attacking them at all. He pushes his confusion aside and keeps moving with the girls. He decides not to overthink it and just runs until the medicine storage room finally appears before them. He is relieved that they made it so easily, but his joy is short-lived. A whip suddenly lashes out, blocking their path as a beast tamer coldly commands them to stop. He glares at them, asking if they are looking for the medicine storage room. Since I am the one guarding this door, the only way you are passing is as a cold corpse. Mo Di weakly explains that this man is an A-rank manager and a master beast tamer. He was ordered by Lady Bai herself to protect the medicine room. Yang Hao is completely stunned, shouting, "What? An A-rank opponent?" Yang Hao quickly equips his armor, calculating the risks in his head. He knows an A-rank human possesses the combat power of an A-rank mythical creature, making him incredibly dangerous. He tells the girls to hide while the beast tamer smirks. He is impressed that Yang Hao can summon armor from thin air, admitting it is no wonder Lady Bai wants to study him. He lashes out with his whip, catching Yang Hao right in the leg and making him cry out in pain. He realizes this guy is on another level. This is the true power of A-rank gear. The beast tamer looks down at him with indifference as Yang Hao hits the floor. He is beyond frustrated that his B+ strength is not enough to win against someone of this level. To make matters worse, trust me, you and I are going to want to see how he survives this. He grits his teeth, desperately trying to stand back up. Stick with me, you're about to watch the tables turn in the most satisfying way. Mo Di grabs his whip. To take him, you have to go through me first, she declares. The beast trainer laughs mockingly. You look familiar. Aren't you just one of those lab workers we used to keep around here? You used the beast potion, but don't forget, I am tiers above you. I am the trainer. He confidently launches a brutal attack. Mo Di is knocked flat instantly. The pain is so sharp she can't help but cry out. He looks down with pure disgust. To me, you low-level staff are no different from monsters. Just disgusting, inferior creatures. He steps on her, sneering that the lab wasted resources on trash like her. Pathetic things should die. You're only good for being crushed, like those monsters I tortured. He screams in pure terror, Mo Di. Yang Hao stares in shock as the horned beasts charge right toward them. Pay attention here, because everything is about to change. He realizes something. Shouldn't these monsters be running outside right now? Could the beast trainer have summoned them? The trainer gives the command. You animals arrive just in time. Kill everyone except that man. Show no mercy. But the horned beasts turn and trample him instead. He coughs up a mouthful of blood, cursing at the sky. Curse you, why are you trash going crazy? I told you to eat them. The beasts attack the trainer once again. He's sent flying into a wall with a sickening thud. Wiping blood from his mouth, he growls. Damn it! Are these animals actually revolting? He struggles to stand, shouting in disbelief. I am your master. How dare you animals lay a hand on your owner? Yang Hao watches this internal collapse in shock. Why are the monsters? Wait. He suddenly notices something very strange. He quickly shouts to Mo Di. Mo Di, quickly, call those monsters to help you. Why? I'll explain later. Just shout as loud as you can. She nods seriously. All right then. Mo Di screams with every bit of strength she has left. Everyone, please, save me. The monsters immediately stop and look at her. The beast trainer snaps back. Save you? In your dreams? He laughs. You really think these monsters will listen to a failure like you? I am the beast trainer. I am the king of these monsters. Wait for it, you and I both know exactly what's coming next. Suddenly, both Yang Hao and the trainer are stunned. He grabs Tai Lan and Mo Di, shielding them from the chaotic storm of monsters. We have to get out of the way. Meanwhile, the trainer lashes his whip. A black wolf lunges out of nowhere, sinking its teeth into his shoulder. The trainer shoves it off, swearing in rage. I am the master. Have you forgotten the pain of my whip already? Damn it, what is going on? Yang Hao secretly feels a surge of joy. I knew something felt off when they let us pass earlier. Hearing this trainer speak, everything finally makes sense. This right here? It's called karma. He pieces the clues together. From what Baby and the trainer said, this base loves torturing monsters, but Mo Di was the only person here who was ever kind to them. That's why they cleared a path for her. Yang Hao watches the beasts intently. I see it now. When Modi was hit, a monster literally risked its life to fight back. Maybe Modi's beast transformation boosted her instincts, creating a deep bond with these creatures. They feel her fear and came to help. That's why I told her to shout. One cry was all it took to summon them all. He realizes Modi has become something special to them. He mocks the villain. So, trainer, do you see it now? Modi is the real ruler here. The trainer is completely overwhelmed by the swarm. Yang Hao rushes toward the medicine room. Fine. Let the monsters handle the trainer. He scans the sign on the door. Experimental zone. No entry without authorization. Yang Hao desperately pulls out his scythe. I guess I'll just have to break my way in. But before he can move, the door swings open. He's confused. Why did it open on its own? Then, Yang Hao freezes, speechless at what he sees. In the center of the room stands a figure from the Virgo constellation. He asks calmly, "Did you want to enter the pharmacy?" He stays alert, assessing the situation. This is an alien, and his power is. Modi suddenly snarls, baring her fangs with pure hostility. She loses control and bites Yang Hao's shoulder. He immediately pushes her back to protect her. She has completely changed, becoming more savage by the second. Yang Hao glares at the Virgo alien. "Is it you?" The alien looks shocked. "You aren't controlled?" He releases a massive sound wave to attack Yang Hao's spirit. "It seems your mental strength is quite high. You actually surprised me." He sees Tylon collapse into a deep coma. The Virgo alien threatens him coldly. "Give up. No matter how strong your mind is, I will break it piece by piece." He snaps back. "In your dreams," Yang Hao quickly summons the Black Phoenix. "Everything rides on you this time." He calmly adjusts the sound waves. "You actually have a creature I've never seen before. Trust me, you and I won't want to miss what's next." "All right. You and I are about to see if our main character can survive this total disaster." Black Emperor is hit by sonic waves, and a panicked Yang Hao realizes he might need to retreat immediately. Suddenly, out of nowhere, it happens. That massive creature comes gagging out, crashing straight onto the floor. Black Emperor collapses, completely off balance. The Virgo constellation member is stunned, wondering why they would spit out a beast that looks just like their own useless monster. Yang Hao quickly demands the system explain what on earth is going on right now. The system clarifies that Black Emperor does not digest what he swallows, but stores them to spit out later. Hearing this, Yang Hao quickly gives Black Emperor a new command. Now, pay attention, because this is where Yang Hao gets a brilliant, twisted idea. He looks at his pet and shouts, "Black Emperor, go for it." The beast roars and lunges forward. The enemy pushes him back with pure strength, mocking Yang Hao for abusing his pet like a shield. Yang Hao ignores the taunts and issues another command, while the beast lies there on the ground. He tells Black Emperor to get back up. The beast struggles to its feet, leaping once more to unleash a powerful strike. The Virgo fighter uses sonic waves again, asking why he even bothers to keep struggling in such a hopeless situation. Suddenly, massive legs start crawling out of the beast's mouth. The alien is furious, asking if Yang Hao really thinks some gross vomit is going to stop him. As the monster fully emerges, Yang Hao tells him to just shut up and watch. Moments later, it reveals rows of razor-sharp fangs and hundreds of terrifying eyes across its body. The Virgo fighter is speechless. The massive frame of this centipede demon completely towers over him, blocking out the light. You and I both saw that coming, right? This alien had no idea such a small beast could hide something so massive in its belly. He tries to resist, struggling as he groans in pain. Meanwhile, Yang Hao realizes the enemy's mental control over Modai is finally fading away. He is thrilled to see the mind control is broken. He laughs, telling the alien that his mental attacks are nothing compared to the god-tier 100-eyed demon king. The Virgo warrior tries to stand and fight back, but he is already in total denial of his defeat. He screams that it is impossible for a lowly creature like a human to ever defeat someone as noble as him. Yang Hao suddenly kicks the machines aside, mocking the alien. He tells him anything is possible, though he wonders if this much weight is enough to crush him yet. He watches as the alien collapses in exhaustion. A notification suddenly pops up. Congratulations on your first alien kill. All attributes increase by 20%, and you have obtained the godly Heart of Thunder. Yang Hao feels the new power surging. He is excited because he finally has the strength to wound an A-tier mythical creature. Tylon rubs her forehead, confused. She asks Yang Hao what exactly just happened during the fight. He gives her a reassuring smile. He tells her it is all over and they need to find the medicine. Half an hour later, he is injecting the antidote into Mo Dai. Seeing her condition improve, he asks her how she is feeling. She quickly responds that she is fine and that she has returned to her original human form. She looks happy, which makes Tylon smile too. Mo Dai realizes she can still use her beast transformation powers whenever she wants. That is amazing. No wonder this medicine is considered such a rare and valuable treasure. So, what do you and I take from this? Our team just got a massive power-up, and Yang Hao has already found an even bigger surprise. Yang Hao immediately gives the command. Next, we are heading to their base to start an absolute riot.